Chapter 84. That you actually injured me. Wei Baishan's expression was extremely gloomy. He was a bone-changing realm martial artist. Even in the entire Lufeng County, he was considered a powerhouse. No matter which city he was in, he could stand at the top of the hierarchy. Even in Lufeng County City, no one dared to provoke him. There were not many bone-changing realm martial artists in the entire Lufeng County. There were definitely no more than 500 of them. This number seemed to be a lot, but it was not. Lufeng County had a radius of more than 3,000 miles and a population of tens of millions. If that was the case, the ratio of bone-changing realm martial artists was pitifully low. Lufeng County had 100 cities. On average, there were only a few bone-changing realm martial artists in each city. In reality, most cities did not have bone-changing realm martial artists. Even if there were, there would only be one or two. Bone-changing realm martial artists were mainly concentrated in the 10 major factions and the Desert Guard. However, the Desert Guard was not under the jurisdiction of the Lufeng County King's Mansion. It was directly under the jurisdiction of the Desert Country. Therefore, no matter where the Desert Guard was, it had a transcendent status. As long as you were brave enough, you could even disregard the Lufeng County King. Of course, to be able to rule over a county and be conferred the title of king, he must be extremely powerful. This kind of person was not someone an ordinary Desert Guard would dare to provoke. As the leader of a major faction, Wei Batian naturally had a high level of arrogance. However, this arrogance was fiercely attacked by Qin Shao and the other two today. How could he accept it? At this time, Qin Shao mercilessly added, "Is the bone-changing realm that great? It's just SOSO. I've already understood the grudge between your mighty tiger gang and my friend. Your son asked for it. You can't blame anyone else. You should be very lucky that I didn't directly kill your son. You still dare to come looking for trouble? Do you really want me to kill your mighty tiger gang in the future to completely resolve this?" Kill the mighty tiger gang. This sentence was really frivolous. Not only Wei Batian, but even Rockwell and the other two were shocked. They had heard of the mighty tiger gang. Its strength was on par with the Luo family. In Lufeng County, it could be considered a major faction. Wei Batian was once again provoked. He glared at Qin Shao. "You want to kill my mighty tiger gang? Kid, your tone. If you dare come, this old man will definitely turn your bones to ashes and die without a burial ground." Not only was this a provocation to Wei Batian, but it was also trampling on the dignity of the mighty tiger gang. But Qin Zhao's expression was still calm. He laughed. "Gang leader Wei, why do I feel like you've wasted your years living like a dog?" Wei Baishan's face turned even uglier as his eyes flashed with a cold light. Wei Baishan's expression changed, and he fell silent. He had personally experienced this brat's strength. Although he didn't use his innate ability, it wasn't very useful in battle. He would only use it when he was risking his life, pushing his strength to the limit. Under normal circumstances, it wasn't necessary. But Wei Batian knew Qin Zhao's strength. He was at the peak of the reincarnation realm, yet he was able to fight him. Although Qin Shao might not be able to defeat him in a one-on-one duel, it was enough to show his strength. The most terrifying thing was that Qin Zhao's sword art was at the minute's subtlety. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that such a person was a peerless monster. Even in Lufeng County, such an existence was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. The more this was the case, the more Wei Batian felt threatened. He wanted to eliminate Qin Shao even more. "Then what do you think of my potential?" Qin Shao asked again. Wei Batian was even more speechless. Qin Shao didn't wait for Wei Batian to reply. He said, "Since you won't say, then I'll tell you. I'm only 16 years old, but I've already reached the peak of the reincarnation realm. I'm not bragging, but you won't find more than 2 or 3 people like me in the entire Lufeng County. My sword art is at the minute subtlety realm. I don't know if there's a second person like me in Lufeng County. I can fight a bone transformation realm cultivator as a reincarnation realm cultivator. This means my strength is already at the bone transformation realm. Gang leader Wei, what do you think my chances of becoming a Desert Guard are?" Wei Batian was startled, but he still said, If nothing unexpected happens, then you'll have a 90% chance. Qin Shao laughed. Since gang leader Wei also thinks I'll have a 90% chance of becoming a desert guard, then my friend isn't any worse than me. She should also have a 90% chance of becoming a desert guard. Don't you think it's very unwise for you to come personally to settle the score with us and kill us? Yes, if you succeed, then it'll be fine. But the problem is, you won't succeed. If the two of us work together, we can definitely beat you back. But if you do this, you'll only anger us. Once we become desert guards, what do you think about taking revenge on your mighty tiger gang? Wei Baishan's expression became unsightly once more. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. If that really was the case, then his mighty tiger gang really was in big trouble. Furthermore, we don't have to be in a rush to take revenge. We can still grow. With our talent, breaking through to the bone transformation realm is only a matter of time. Revenge is a dish best served cold. We can wait. But gang leader Wei, do you really want to completely fall out with us? If that's the case, don't you think we'll be sending your mighty tiger gang to its doom? Qin Shao asked. Wei Batian was truly frightened. He could tell that Qin Shao wasn't joking at all. Indeed, Qin Shao and Gu Lingwei were still young. There was too much room for them to grow. No one could say for sure how far they would grow in the future. But reaching the bone transformation realm was something without a doubt. Once they grew, if they came to make trouble for the mighty tiger gang, then it would be the end of the road for the mighty tiger gang. It wasn't like this had never happened before. Thinking of this, Wei Batian broke out in cold sweat. Seeing that Wei Batian had been shocked, Qin Shao sneered. So, gang leader Wei, are you sure you want to fall out with us? Wei Baishan's expression changed, and he immediately said, What are you saying, little friend? Old man definitely doesn't mean that. Just now, this old man was too impulsive. Let me apologize to this little friend here. My son was in the wrong last time, and he was taught a lesson by this girl. That can count as teaching him a lesson. When we get back, I'll definitely discipline him even more. I hope the two of you won't take this matter to heart. In the future, my mighty tiger gang will definitely not dare to make trouble for the two of you. Let's bury the hatchet. What do the two of you think? Gu Lingwei looked at Qin Shao with a glimmer of light in her eyes. She seemed to worship him like a young girl. Qin Shao curled his lips and said with a smile, Since that's the case, we can naturally let bygones be bygones. Wouldn't it be better if we don't interfere with each other in the future? Yes, you're right, little friend. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Wei Batian nodded and left. After sending Wei Batian off, Rockwell and the other two couldn't help but applaud. Amazing. Amazing, really amazing. TSK. He could turn the situation around with just a few words. Brother Qin Shao, you're a genius. I'm convinced. I'm kneeling. Chapter 85. After returning to the inn, Qin Shao started cultivating in his small courtyard. Qin Shao and Gu Lingwei both asked for a courtyard with a courtyard. This was the best room in the inn, so the price was naturally very expensive. Rockwell and the other two also stayed next to Qin Shao and Gu Lingwei, becoming neighbors. There was still a month before the Desert Guard selection. After buying 2 martial skills, Qin Shao was somewhat impatient to cultivate. First, he would cultivate the mind space. Movement-type martial skills were not too difficult for Qin Shao. Because Qin Shao's movement skill was already at the minute subtlety level, cultivating movement-type martial skills was naturally easy for him. In addition, Qin Zhao's own comprehension ability was very strong, so it only took half a month's time to cultivate the square inch space to the perfection stage. This speed was indeed very astonishing. However, the minute space was only a low-grade martial skill, so it was naturally not too difficult to cultivate. Qin Shao did not stop and continued to cultivate the broken heavenly sword. These days, Qin Shao also occasionally studied the broken heavenly sword, trying to find a way to repair the first 3 moves, but he always felt that something was missing. The first 3 moves of the broken heavenly sword: meteor form, moon-chasing form, and extraordinary form. The first move, meteor form, is as fast as a meteor, flashing by so fast that people can't react in time. What it pursues is the word fast, fast to the extreme. The sword is like a meteor. Who can dodge it? If I can master the first move, then my strength will rise to another level. I'm afraid that against a martial artist at the peak of the reincarnation realm, one sword can directly obliterate them. With my sword art's minute subtlety realm combined with this meteor form, what kind of power will it have? Qin Shao was looking forward to it, but this meteor form was incomplete. Qin Shao could not repair it for the time being. Although repairing was much easier than creating, one had to know that these first 3 moves were equivalent to high-grade martial skills. This level, logically speaking, was not what Qin Shao could cultivate at the moment. After all, Qin Zhao's realm was still a bit low. It was already difficult to cultivate a complete cultivation technique, let alone repair it. Naturally, it was even more difficult. After several days of research, there was no progress, which made Qin Shao a little distressed. Qin Shao, stop cultivating. Let's go. There's a fun place here. Gu Lingyue suddenly walked over with an excited look on her face. She pulled Qin Shao up. For the past 20 days, Qin Shao had been cultivating and not accompanying her. She could only play with Rockwell and the other 2. It just so happened that there was no progress in her cultivation. Qin Shao also knew that immersing herself in cultivation was not good, so she let Gu Lingyue drag her along. Qin Shao asked, "Where are you taking me?" Gu Lingyue shook her head and said, "I can't explain it clearly either. Let Kehua explain it to you later." After leaving the inn, they quickly found Rockwell and the other 2. The 3 of them also looked excited. What kind of good thing happened? Qin Shao asked curiously. Something that could make the 4 of them so excited should not be small. Rockwell smiled and said, "Brother Qin Shao, you're finally willing to come out. Just now, we were worried that Gu Lingyue wouldn't be able to pull you out. It seems that the charm of a beauty is still greater." Gu Lingyue smiled proudly, as if to say that it was only natural. After spending the past 20 days together, the 5 of them had become very close. "Brother Qin Shao, have you heard of Master Gu's name?" asked Rockwell. "Master Gu," Qin Shao frowned and said, "Is he the one ranked 3rd on the Lu County ranking list?" The Lu County ranking list was a list that recorded the experts of Lufeng County. It was created by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and updated every year. There were only 36 people on the ranking list. So if you could get on the Lu County ranking list, that meant you were ranked in the top 36 of Lufeng County. For example, Bai Jianxiu, Xianyan, and Mangli were all on the ranking list. However, they were ranked at the bottom. Bai Jianxiu was ranked 30th, Xianyan was ranked 31st, and Mangli was ranked 32nd. The 3 of them were ranked together, so there shouldn't be much of a difference in strength. The person ranked first on the Lu County ranking list was Lufeng County's king, Lufeng Haoyan. Ranked second was Lufeng County's desert guard captain, Hoin. Ranked 3rd was this Master Gu. The most interesting thing was that Master Gu didn't belong to any faction. He didn't open his own sect. He was a special existence. He didn't care about worldly affairs or conflicts, so he didn't offend anyone. No one dared to provoke Master Gu. All the factions treated Master Gu with great respect and friendliness. Lufeng Hao Tian even personally gave an island in Lufeng City to Master Gu as a place for him to live. Master Gu's reputation didn't just come from his strength. It also came from his alchemy skills and his ability to forge spirit items and treasures. Spirit Master was a very respected profession in the Sky Dragon. Spirit Master was a general term. It could be divided into Spirit Pill Master, Spirit Tool Master, and Spirit Treasure Master. Generally speaking, Spirit Masters specialized in one direction. That way, they could focus their energy on cultivating to a high level. As long as one could become a low-level Spirit Master, they would be sought after no matter where they went. They could become a guest of honor. It could even be said that the King's Manor would try their best to rope them in. If one was a mid-level Spirit Master, they could definitely become a guest of honor in the King's Manor. As for high-level Spirit Masters, they could enter the Great Desert Country's palace and get a good job. There probably weren't many high-level Spirit Masters in the entire Great Desert Country. Master Gu was a high-level spirit master. What was even more shocking was that Master Gu's alchemy, spirit tool, and spirit treasure had all reached the high level. He was a high-level spirit master that focused on all three aspects. This kind of spirit master was really too rare. Rockwell nodded and said, "It's that Master Gu. Every 10 years, Master Gu will accept a disciple. Moreover, he only accepts one disciple each time. Up until now, Master Gu had only taken in 3 personal disciples. Moreover, the disciples that can enter Master Gu's tutelage can all achieve immeasurable success. It said that among Master Gu's 3 disciples, 2 have already reached 3rd-level Spirit Master, and 1 is a 2nd-level Spirit Master. It's just that these people are very low-key and don't come out. Therefore, they aren't very famous. This is also Master Gu's personality. He's very low-key. Qin Xiao didn't know about these secrets, but he admired Master Gu a lot. He already had some respect for him. Qin Xiao's heart moved and said, "Could it be that Master Gu is accepting disciples again?" Rockwell smiled and said, "That's right. Otherwise, why would we be so excited? Grandmaster Gu's disciple recruitment is very special. Although it's based on talent, even those who have never been in contact with spirit masters can become Grandmaster Gu's disciple. Therefore, let's go join the fun. If by any chance, and I'm saying by any chance, we get lucky and become Master Gu's disciple, that would be great." It said that the Great Desert Country sent people several times to invite Master Gu to work for the royal family. Unfortunately, they were all rejected by Master Gu. If a spirit master wants to go far, that would be amazing. Chapter 86. Qin Xiao was unfamiliar with the path of soul masters. After all, Nanyang City, where he lived, would not have any soul masters. Even low-grade soul masters would not stay in a small place like Nanyang City. However, Qin Xiao also knew that the status of soul masters was extremely high. The number of soul masters was far too low. The number of soul masters in the entire Lufeng County was much less than the number of bone-changing realm experts. There were probably only a few dozen of them. Therefore, the value of a spirit master was comparable to that of a peak bone-changing realm expert. Becoming a spirit master was probably the dream of many martial artists. If one could not go far on a martial path, but had a decent achievement as a soul master, it was also a kind of success. If a faction could have a soul master, it would be hard for it not to prosper. Hence, soul masters were also sought after by various factions. They were very popular. For example, a low-grade soul master, as long as he had enough materials, he could make enough low-grade soul weapons. If he could make a few dozen low-grade soul weapons in a year, his income would be very impressive. Soul masters are interesting. Let's go take a look. Qin Xiao was interested. Hence, the 5 of them rushed towards Soul Island where Master Gu lived. It was called an island, but it was actually an island on the largest lake in Lufeng County. The area of the island wasn't very big, only about 10 miles in radius. This Soul Island completely belonged to Master Gu. When Qin Xiao and the 4 of them arrived at the Soul Lake, they realized that it was already crowded with people. It was very lively. It could even be said that there were people fighting there. There were floating stones on the lake, forming a long stone bridge that led to the Soul Island. This was obviously the only way to get to the island. Many people fought to be the first to get onto the spiritual island. Therefore, many fights broke out, and many people fell into the spiritual lake. Rockwell said, "Soul Island has an unwritten rule. Those who are not properly dressed are not allowed to enter. Hence, once you're knocked into the Soul Lake, you cannot get to the Soul Island unless you swim back to change your clothes and get on the stone bridge. Look here, there are a few hundred people. TSK, Master Gu's rallying power is really strong. Of course, it's also mainly because Master Gu doesn't have any requirements for taking in disciples. If he set the requirements for the Desert Guard selection, then there probably won't be many people. It's just that it's strange. Why did Master Gu choose to accept a disciple during the Great Desert Guard selection? Brother Qin Xiao, don't you think it's very strange?" Qin Xiao thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "It is indeed a little strange, but maybe Master Gu thinks that since there are more people at this time, there will be more choices." Since Master Gu has made such a move, he must have his reasons. That's true. Let's not worry about this. Let's go to Spiritual Island and take a look first. Rockwell shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Let's go, Qin Xiao said. The five of them jumped onto the floating rock and prepared to head towards the Spiritual Island. But at this time, a ferocious man jumped over and shouted, "Out of the way! Out of the way! All of you, get out of the way! You little dolls, get in the water! Ha ha ha!" He laughed wantonly and had an arrogant and despotic look on his face. He charged over like a wild beast in human form. Someone in the crowd had already recognized this ferocious man and could not help but cry out in surprise. Isn't that Fatty too? He's here to bully people again. Isn't that so? Fatty too is a famous bully. How many people have been bullied by him? Who asked him to have the strength? He is at the peak stage of the reincarnation realm. He is qualified to participate in the Great Desert Guard selection. These few fellas are going to suffer. The target of everyone's sympathy was obviously Qin Xiao and the other four. Qin Xiao was walking at the back, so the first person Fatty 2 was going to collide with was naturally Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao also felt a peerless and ferocious aura surging from behind. It was like a terrifying wind waterfall. Oomph. Qin Xiao snorted and suddenly turned around to kick Fatty Tuesday. Fatty 2 didn't even have the chance to react before he was kicked into the spiritual lake by Qin Xiao. This scene caused many people to be petrified. Many strange gazes fell on Qin Xiao. This was too ferocious. A martial artist at the peak stage of the reincarnation realm was actually kicked into the spiritual lake by a single kick. Where exactly did this young man come from? After dealing with Fatty 2, Qin Xiao swept a glance and felt two extremely dangerous auras surging over rapidly. Soon enough, two figures rushed out from the crowd and jumped in front of Qin Xiao. They were two handsome young men in their early 20s. They were dressed in brocade and had an extraordinary aura. Between their brows, they also revealed the aura of a superior. When the two stood there, it was as if they had the brilliance of the sun and the moon. Others unconsciously looked over and knew that they were two experts. Songyu. Qin Zhao's cold gaze fell on a young man in green on the left. Who else could it be but Songyu? Qin Xiao still hated this guy to the bone. When he came to the Lufeng County, Qin Xiao deliberately avoided the sphere of influence of the Song clan. He didn't expect that the other party would still find him. And this time, he even brought a helper. The young man on the right had an even sharper aura and had a somewhat overbearing feeling. Qin Xiao felt that this person's strength was even above Songyu's. If he guessed correctly, he should be an expert at the intermediate stage of the bone transformation realm. Such a realm was not something Qin Xiao could deal with. Lu Hua's group and Gu Lingyue also stopped and looked at Songyu and his helper with vigilance. Lu Hua frowned deeply and looked at Qin Xiao with a worried expression. Gu Lingyue pouted, and her almond-shaped eyes flashed with a strange luster that no one noticed. Qin Xiao turned to Lu Hua and Gu Lingyue and said, "You two go to the spiritual island first. This has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere. Go quickly." But the two naturally wouldn't listen to Qin Xiao. Lu Hua shook his head firmly and said, "Brother Qin Xiao, no matter what, I can't leave you alone. If you want to fight, then I'll fight you. I, Lu Hua, am definitely not a coward who is afraid of death. If I betray my friends because of this, then am I still human? I absolutely can't do such a thing. I'm not going either," Gu Lingyue said, and then glared at Songyu and his helper with a very unhappy expression. The originally lively venue had now quieted down. Everyone's eyes were on this side, and many people had already begun to whisper to each other. Soon, someone recognized Songyu and his helper. They were two young masters of the Song clan and were both great desert guards. Whether it was status or strength, they were very terrifying. This made many people look at Qin Xiao as if they were looking at a monster. What kind of background did this kid have to be able to provoke two young masters of the Song clan to come looking for trouble? When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. When Songyu saw Qin Xiao, his killing intent naturally surged, and he sneered. Chapter 87. Last time in the Qin family, Songyu was defeated and fled, losing face. Naturally, he hated Qin Shao so much that his teeth itched. He had long wanted to take revenge. He knew that Qin Shao would come to participate in the Great Desert Guard selection, so he had been waiting for him. He had sent a few subordinates to keep an eye on Qin Shao in the county city, and when he finally discovered Qin Shao's tracks, he immediately pulled a helper over to avenge his humiliation and kill the fellow who had humiliated him. He was a dignified member of the Song family. How could he suffer such a big loss? Boy, I didn't expect you to be so popular. There are actually people willing to die with you. Song Yu sneered, looking at Qin Shao with eyes full of hatred. Although he was in a dangerous situation, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. It was naturally impossible for the two of them to kill him. The worst-case scenario was to use his life-saving trump card. If he was really forced into a desperate situation, then Qin Shao naturally would not hesitate. Anyway, what bullshit Song family? Qin Shao was not afraid of them. Although the Song family's strength was indeed very powerful and terrifying, as long as Qin Shao became a great desert guard, then the Song family would not dare to deal with him openly. If they retaliated secretly, then Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. Since he had already provoked the Song family, there was nothing to say. Therefore, when he saw Song Yu and Song Yu appear, Qin Shao had already planned everything. With an absolute life-saving trump card in hand, he naturally had confidence. Qin Shao's face was calm. He smiled faintly and said with sarcasm, "How can a loser talk about bravery?" As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Many people were so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground. Isn't that Song Yu from the Song family? He became a great desert guard last year. Now, he should be an expert in the early stage of the bone transformation stage. He was actually defeated by Brother Qin Shao. Don't be so cruel. The trio was really shocked to the extreme. Logically speaking, there was still a big gap between the shedding body realm and the bone transformation stage. Even if it was not insurmountable, it was probably not far off. Defeating a bone transformation stage with the strength of a shedding body realm, this was simply a monstrous act. Qin Zhao's words immediately made Song Yu's face become extremely ugly. His killing intent overflowed, and a terrifying aura was emitted, scaring many people back again and again. It's the aura of the bone transformation stage. Isn't that the Song family Song Yu and Song Fei? Both of them are great desert guards. They're both bone-changing experts. This youth is too monstrous. He's not just a monster. He looks like he's only 16 or 17 years old. No one knew Qin Zhao's background, but at this time, a sentence had already pushed Qin Shao to the center of discussion. Qin Shao continued to sneer and said, "You, an early-stage bone transformation stage martial artist, lost to me, a peak shedding body realm martial artist. If I were you, I would go back and reflect on my mistakes instead of coming out to make a fool of myself. I originally didn't want to bother with you, but you just had to deliver your face for me to slap. Tell me, aren't you asking for it?" This was the Song family Song Yu. He actually dared to step on him like this. Wasn't this the same as provoking the Song family's prestige? In front of so many people, he was actually so arrogant and frivolous. It really made people admire Qin Shao. The Song family strength was ranked in the top 3 in the Willow Wind County. How many people in the entire Willow Wind County dared to provoke the Song family's prestige? Cough. Brother Qin Shao is too arrogant. Kuhua couldn't help but sweat for Qin Shao. He really felt that provoking the Song family like this was a very crazy thing to do. After all, this was the Song family, a behemoth. It was like a mountain pressing down on people's hearts. However, Hu Linghua blurted out, "It's okay. Although I don't know what grudges there are between them, it certainly can't be resolved. Look at the formation of these two people. It's obvious that they came to kill Qin Shao. Since it's already a matter of life and death, there's no need to be polite to them. Qin Shao knows what he's doing. He has always been very steady and has a sense of propriety. Naturally, there's no need to worry about a situation that can't be resolved. A few arrogant words won't make things worse. A few weak words won't change anything. So, there's no need to worry about it. Ku Hua suddenly froze. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. It was just that everyone understood the reason, but it was too difficult to really do it. Song Yu's face directly turned green. His whole body trembled with anger. How dare you? Boy, you're really brave. If I don't kill you today, Song Yu, will have any face left. Song Yu looked at the brocade-clothed youth beside him and said, Song Fei, this boy has some ability. It's up to you. The corners of Song Fei's mouth rose slightly. His face was arrogant and unruly. He squinted at Qin Xiao. Obviously, he didn't put Qin Xiao in his eyes at all. Although Song Yu had told him about Qin Xiao's experiences before, and he also knew that Qin Xiao's strength was not ordinary, he still didn't put him in his eyes. That was because he had absolute confidence and absolute strength. He was a dignified middle-stage bone transformation realm powerhouse. No matter how many tricks Qin Xiao had, he was just a mere peak-shedding body realm powerhouse. No matter how heaven-defying he was, it was impossible for him to be his opponent. The reason why he helped Song Yu was because of feelings and also because he was very interested in Qin Xiao. From Song Yu's mouth, he knew that Qin Xiao might have obtained an opportunity in the vast wilderness. If he captured this boy alive and interrogated him, he might be able to gain some benefits. Boy, cripple your own meridians and follow me obediently. I won't kill you for the time being. Song Fei spoke coldly, but these words were reasonable when they came from his mouth. The aura of a superior was vividly displayed on his body. At this time, Song Fei was like a shining giant. He stood there with his hands behind his back, but it made everyone feel respect for him. A powerhouse only needed a trace of dignity to intimidate others. Qin Xiao also smelled an extremely dangerous aura from Song Fei's body, so Qin Xiao didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He stared coldly at Song Fei and said, If you want to fight, then let's fight. If you want me to admit defeat without fighting, then that is absolutely impossible. You are a dignified, middle-stage bone transformation realm powerhouse, a dignified, great desert guard. If you want to bully a shedding body realm powerhouse, then I have nothing to say. Make your move. Song Fei smiled faintly. What? Showing weakness to bully you. So what? Just based on the fact that you provoked my Song clan's dignity, I have enough reason to teach you a good lesson. Even if I bully you, it is also a reasonable matter. No one will say anything about me. Boy, disaster comes from mouth. Don't you understand the simple truth? My Song clan's dignity is not something a brat like you can provoke. Qin Xiao didn't waste any words. His hand moved, and he tightly grasped his sword. His gaze was extremely cold. Facing a middle-stage bone transformation realm powerhouse, Qin Xiao knew that he was no match for him. But he couldn't retreat from this battle. He had been forced into a desperate situation. Chapter 88. Humans are divided into different classes, but there should be no difference in dignity. Your Song clan's dignity is dignity, but is my dignity not dignity? Qin Xiao said coldly. Your Song clan's 2 bone transformation realm experts came to kill me. Do I still need to be polite to you? If you have the ability, my life is right here. Come and take it. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The last sentence made Song Fei frown. His eyes flashed with extreme coldness. Tough bone. I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. Crash. As soon as his voice fell, Song Fei made a move. A sword chi light that was 10 feet long slashed towards Qin Xiao. This sword seemed to be able to directly split the space. It looked really scary. Sure enough, he is worthy of being a bone transformation realm expert. This strength is far from what Song you can compare with. Although my current strength has improved a little, the margin is not big. There is no way to compete with a bone transformation realm expert. As soon as Song Fei made a move, Qin Xiao knew that he was not his opponent. But at this time, he could only go all out to meet the attack. Qin Xiao's body movement and sword art were displayed to the extreme. He avoided the sharp edge of the sword and blocked the sword. You can actually block my sword. You should be proud, Song Fei said lightly. Indeed, to be able to block his sword at the peak of Shedding Body Realm, it was indeed worthy of pride. Not to mention the peak of Shedding Body Realm. Even if a martial artist at the early stage of Bone Transformation Realm could block a sword, it was a very amazing thing. The destructive power of a battle at the Bone Transformation Realm was very amazing. Such a scene made everyone stare at it with wide eyes. Humph, do you think you can block my second sword with your minute subtlety sword art? You absolutely can't block my second sword. Song Fei said again. His sword came again. His figure also rushed towards Qin Shao like a ghost. His speed and body movement were also above Qin Shao. Therefore, this time, Qin Zhao's heart couldn't help but thump fiercely. He felt as if the god of death was coming. Many people held their breaths when they saw the afterimages of the sword light, and sword chi burst out in all directions. Boom, there was no way for Qin Shao to dodge. He could only face Song Fei head-on. The gap of two small realms was indeed insurmountable. The terrible power smashed onto Qin Zhao's sword like a mountain, making Qin Shao feel as if her body was about to explode. His entire body flew backwards. As his blood and qi churned, the taste of blood had already reached his throat. He forcefully held it in and did not spit it out. However, if he were to strike again, he would definitely end up vomiting blood. Qin Shao gritted her teeth and became even crazier. Qin Shao knew that there was nothing he could do when he saw Song Fei rushing towards him again. Even if he used his innate magical power, it wouldn't have much effect. After all, Song Fei did not use his innate ability. It was obviously impossible to suppress Song Fei with his innate magical power. With Song Fei's talent, his innate magical power would certainly not be lower than the third grade. Qin Shao would definitely not have an advantage in terms of innate magical power. Do I really have to use the burning flame? Qin Shao still had a trace of hesitation in his heart. It was not that he was reluctant to use it, but once he used the burning flame, he must kill Song Fei on the spot. Song Fei's identity as a disciple of the Song family was enough to make people afraid. Now that he was also a desert guard, if he really killed him, it would be a big problem. After all, the desert guard belonged to the royal army of the desert country. It was the army that enforced the law on behalf of the desert king. It had supreme glory and power. Anyone who killed a great desert guard would definitely anger the great desert king and would definitely be punished. Therefore, Qin Shao really did not dare to kill Song Fei. At least, he did not dare to do so now. Moreover, once the burning flame on his body was exposed, he was afraid that it would cause endless trouble. Such a treasure was absolutely coveted by the existence of the martial movement realm. However, Qin Zhao's life-saving trump card was only the middle-grade spirit treasure besides the burning flame. Unfortunately, it was a defensive type and did not have the ability to attack at all. It was obviously a waste to use it in such a situation. What should he do? In the worst case, he could only use the burning flame as a bargaining chip to scare Song Fei away. Although it was a little difficult, it might be the best plan. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Qin Shao made a decision. But at this moment, Gu Lingyue and Ku Hua unexpectedly rushed over to kill him at the same time. Oomph. Two reckless fools. You're courting death. Song Yi had been paying attention to Gu Lingyue and Jian Wushuang the entire time, so he naturally sensed them the moment they attacked. He snorted coldly and charged over. Gu Lingyue did not tangle with Song Yu. Instead, she casually threw out a spirit treasure. It was a spirit treasure that was shaped like a piece of jade. Low-grade spirit treasure. Seeing a spirit treasure flying towards him, Song Yu's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, it was a low-grade spirit treasure and did not pose too much of a threat to him. Of course, he did not dare to be careless. Even if it did not threaten his life, it was not impossible for it to seriously injure him. The spirit treasure directly exploded in front of Song Yu, and a terrifying energy swept over like a roaring wave. Song Yu was quickly pushed back by this terrifying energy, and he almost vomited blood. If he had not retreated quickly, he would have been injured. This made him very angry. How dare someone use a spirit treasure to sneak attack him? This was something he did not expect. After throwing a spirit treasure to deal with Song Yu, Gu Lingyue did not stop. Instead, she rushed toward Song Fei and slashed down with her sword. Gu Lingyue's sword was very strange. It clearly felt ordinary, but it also felt very strange. This feeling was hard to describe. Song Fei could not help but frown. He immediately snorted coldly and temporarily let go of Qin Xiao to attack Gu Lingyue. Seeing that Gu Lingyue was willing to risk everything to save him, Qin Xiao was touched, but he could not help but shake his head. This silly girl really doesn't want to live anymore. Qin Xiao counterattacked, but it was too late. Gu Lingyue and Song Fei had already clashed. The result was self-evident. Gu Lingyue naturally suffered a great loss and was sent flying like a meteor. However, as Gu Lingyue was sent flying, she threw out 2 spirit treasures at Song Fei at the same time. Not good. Seeing 2 spirit treasures coming at him at once, Song Fei's expression changed drastically. It was clearly too late to retreat now. Song Fei's body moved, and a very strange scene happened. A living Song Fei actually walked out of his body, as if he had split into 2. The Song Fei that flew out quickly retreated to the side, and the original Song Fei did his best to block the power of the 2 spirit treasures. Of course, it was difficult to block them, and he was directly sent flying. He was badly mutilated and looked very miserable. On the other side, Qin Xiao flew over and caught Gu Lingyue. The 2 hugged together. This was also Qin Xiao's first time hugging a girl. It had to be said that this feeling was really very strange. Being hugged by Qin Xiao like this, Gu Lingyue's body shook slightly. She looked at Qin Xiao with a strange luster in her eyes, and her face actually flushed with shyness. This appearance was indescribably cute. Chapter 89. After landing on the floating rock, Gu Lingyue quickly pushed Qin Xiao away and lowered her head slightly. This was a little different from her usual carefree personality. Looking at Gu Lingyue, Qin Xiao couldn't help but smile. Looking at Song Fei again, there were 2 Song Feis standing there. One was unscathed, while the other was covered in blood and in a very sorry state. Song Yu was also in a somewhat sorry state. The scene was incomparably silent. No one had thought that the situation would develop to such an extent. It was really too inconceivable. They thought that there was no suspense at all, but they didn't expect that the 2 Song family disciples would be the ones to suffer in the end. Everyone's gaze towards Qin Xiao and Gu Lingyue had completely changed. Qin Xiao and Gu Lingyue's names were also remembered by everyone. Clearly, this battle would make the 2 famous. One dared to speak arrogantly in front of 2 bone transformation realm cultivators, and even defeated Song Yu. The other was even more fierce, directly throwing out 3 low-grade spirit treasures, causing Song Yu and Song Fei to suffer a great loss. 3 low-grade spirit treasures were thrown out just like that. This was really not an ordinary amount of wealth. A low-grade spirit treasure was not cheap. At the very least, it would not be less than 50 yuan stones, and even a better one would be more than 100 yuan stones. 3 low-grade spirit treasures were probably worth around 200 yuan stones. 200 yuan stones. Even a slightly larger faction could not easily take out such a sum. The unscathed Song Fei walked back into the other body, and the 2 bodies merged into one. This was Song Fei's innate ability, which allowed him to split himself into 2 and become 2 Song Feis. Moreover, the 2 Song Feis had the same strength. This innate mystique was extremely powerful. However, this innate ability could only split in such a short time and distance, and could not achieve a true separation. But Song Fei's innate ability was enough to make people envious. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was very powerful. It was equivalent to directly doubling one's strength. It was extremely rare to see an innate ability with such an effect. There were as many types of innate divine abilities as there were stars in the sky. There were countless of them, and there were all kind of strange ones. You guys actually hurt me. Good, very good. Song Fei's tone was incomparably cold, and his killing intent was monstrous. How could he bear to be humiliated like this? Gu Lingyue waved her hand, and another spirit treasure appeared in her hand. However, From the aura it emitted this time, one could tell that it was a mid-grade spirit treasure. Oh my god, middle-grade spirit treasure. Many people felt like they were going crazy. Just who was this little girl? Not only did she throw out 3 low-grade spirit treasures as if they didn't cost anything, she even took out a mid-grade spirit treasure now. Could it be that she was a spirit master's daughter? Even Song Fei and Song Yu were greatly stimulated. They looked at the spiritual treasures in Gu Lingyue's hands with both fear and desire. They didn't have any mid-grade spiritual treasures. A middle-grade soul treasure was enough to deter an existence at the peak of the bone-changing stage. It was priceless. If it hadn't been a low-grade spirit treasure, but a mid-grade spirit treasure just now, they would already be dead. Gu Lingyue angrily looked at Song Fei and Song Yu. If you don't scram, then don't blame me for being impolite. This is what you get for bullying the weak. Are you going to scram or not? Song Fei and Song Yu's expressions were extremely ugly. They were grand bone-changing stage experts, grand desert guards, grand Song family disciples. But they were actually being shouted at by a little girl like this. Where'd their face go? But the deterrence of the mid-grade spirit treasure in Gu Lingyue's hand was simply too terrifying. To tell the truth, they couldn't afford to gamble. The 3 low-grade spirit treasures, just now, had already caused them to suffer greatly. If they fought again, wouldn't they just be courting death? They could tell that Gu Lingyue didn't seem to be joking. If they really pushed her too far, she would definitely do anything. After weighing the pros and cons, the 2 of them decided to give up. It wouldn't be too late to find an opportunity to get revenge in the future. There was no need to fight to the death right now. Song Fei fiercely glared at Qin Xiao and said, Kid, you've gone far today. Next time, you won't be able to go so far. Keep your eyes open when you walk in the future. Those who offend our Song family have never lived well. The future is long, and will slowly settle the score between us. I want to see how many times you'll be lucky. Faced with Song Fei's threat, Qin Xiao sneered and retorted, Go far? How do you know it won't be you who will go far today? If you have anything to say, just say it. I, Qin Xiao, will accept it all. Even if you don't come looking for me next time, I'll definitely come looking for you. Ignorant, humph. Song Fei and Song Yu coldly snorted and left. After third man left, the scene immediately erupted into an uproar. They had escaped this calamity. Qin Xiao curled his lips and looked at Gu Lingyue, saying, Thank you. If you hadn't intervened just now, I don't know what would have happened. However, I made you waste 3 low-grade spirit treasures. I'll return them to you in the future. Qin Xiao had long known that Gu Lingyue's background was not ordinary, but he had never asked. Now it seemed that Gu Lingyue's identity might be beyond his imagination. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to easily take out 3 low-grade spirit treasures and a mid-grade spirit treasure. In fact, these were not all she had. Not to mention low-grade spirit treasures, just a mid-grade spirit treasure was worth more than 500 yuan stones. Perhaps even a powerful family like the Song family would not be willing to easily buy a mid-grade spirit treasure. Last time in the Great Wilderness, Bai Jianxiu took out a mid-grade spirit treasure to force Xian Yin to retreat. Qin Xiao still had a deep impression of this. Gu Lingyue patted Qin Xiao's shoulder and smiled at Qin Xiao, saying, Why are you being so polite with me? You also saved me once. Don't think I don't know that even if I didn't do anything, you must have a life-saving method. If you didn't even have a life-saving method, you definitely wouldn't be so calm and confident. But it seems that you're not willing to use your life-saving trump card so easily. So, I'll return the favor. 3 low-grade spirit treasures, it's nothing. Don't talk to me about returning the favor. Cough, 3 low-grade spirit treasures, it's nothing. The trio was a little irritated. Kuhua walked over and looked at Gu Lingyue as if she was a monster, saying, My little grand, who exactly are you? Why do I feel that your background is very, very big? You're definitely not from Lufeng County, right? Gu Lingyue rolled her eyes at Kuhua, saying, You're such a busybody. Why do you care so much about where I'm from? You're a big man. Why are you so nosy? Humph. Kuhua laughed dryly, saying, I'm just curious. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Let's go. If we don't go, the traffic will be seriously jammed. Look, no one dares to come here. But Qin Shao, Gu Lingwe, you're going to be famous soon. I reckon that this matter will spread throughout the county in a few days. Haha, you're going to be famous soon. How enviable. Chapter 90. Qin Zhao's group of 5 went up to the spiritual island. The discussion about Qin Shao and Gu Lingyue became even more intense. One could defeat Song Yu, who was at the bone transformation realm, and fight 2 rounds with Song Fei, who was at the middle stage of the bone transformation realm. As for the other, she casually threw out 3 low-grade spirit treasures to injure Song Yu and Song Fei. She even used a mid-grade spirit treasure to force the 2 of them to retreat. Such extravagance was indeed exceptionally shocking. There weren't many people in the entire Lufeng region who could do such a thing. And such a thing actually happened to a young lady who looked only 15 or 16 years old. Naturally, it was extremely shocking. Qin Shao and Gu Lingyue were both around 16 years old, but their realms were at the peak of the reincarnation realm. This in itself was an inconceivable thing. Exceptional geniuses, monstrous geniuses, and such adjectives were added to the 2 of them. What happened just now also quickly spread from the mouths of those people. Things like news and gossip always spread faster than others. Moreover, it was such a sensitive period. On the spiritual island, it was unusually lively. A huge open space was currently filled with people. With a glance, there were as many as 2,000 to 3,000 people. Basically, they were all people below 30 years old. No matter how old they were, they would probably be too embarrassed to join in. After all, a person's talent wouldn't be reflected on an older person no matter what. After the optimal age, it was already set in stone. Sweeping a glance at the lively scene, Qin Shao couldn't help but say, "Looks like Master Gu's rallying power isn't just for show. To be able to attract so many young talents here. Hee, isn't that so? But most people are probably here to join in the fun. To become a spirit master, one has to expend too much energy. It's said that it's even more tiring than cultivation. Therefore, many people say that if one wants to go further on the martial path, it's best not to put too much energy on the path of spirit master. However, I don't know how to understand this either." Rockwell smiled. Qin Shao nodded. A person's energy was limited after all. If one cultivated too many things, it would naturally affect one's energy. However, if he had the opportunity to come into contact with the path of Spirit Master, it might not be impossible for him to cultivate. Gu Lingyue suddenly said, "Nonsense. That's definitely wrong." Lu Hua looked at Gu Lingyue and asked, "Why do you say that?" True experts rarely specialize in one Dao. They would try their best to cultivate other Daos. It wasn't just the Dao of Spirit Masters, but also the Dao of formations, the Dao of puppets, the Dao of beast taming, and so on. There seemed to be a huge difference between Daos, but they were all intrinsically connected. They could complement each other and help one walk further on the path of Dao. As for the path of a spirit master, many experts would choose to cultivate it. Gu Lingyue spoke with a serious expression. Lu Hua scratched his head and looked at Gu Lingyue in confusion. "It's like this." "Of course that's the case," Gu Lingyue said with certainty. Lu Hua smiled and didn't say anything else. In fact, he didn't understand either. He had only heard rumors. After staying in the open space for a while, someone suddenly shouted that someone was coming. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned towards the direction of the voice. Sure enough, they saw 2 figures walking towards them, surrounded by 10 spirit children who were disguised as humans. One person looked to be in his 40s, and the other looked to be in his 30s. The 2 looked dignified and gave people a sense of seriousness. The powerful aura they emitted made people know that they were extraordinary and didn't dare to be rash. Qin Zhao's gaze also fell on the 2. He could tell at a glance that they were bone-changing realm experts and definitely not early-stage bone-changing realm experts. Just their strength alone was already extraordinary. Moreover, they were spirit masters. If the 2 of them were willing to go out and work for a faction, the 10 factions of Lufeng County would probably fight to the death. Lu Hua said softly, "Brother Qin Shao, the older one is Master Gu's second disciple, Beiyi. It's said that his strength is close to the Lufeng County ranking. Moreover, he's a mid-level spirit master. The third disciple, Qing Shui, should also be at the mid-level of the bone-changing realm. It's said that he's also a mid-level spirit master. These two people often show up in Lufeng County, so there's a lot of information about them. If it's Master Gu, not many people have seen his true face. The eldest disciple is the most mysterious. It seems that he has never stepped out of the spiritual island. There's very little information about the eldest disciple. Not many people even know the name of the eldest disciple. It's said that Master Gu's eldest disciple has already received Master Gu's true teachings. His strength is probably close to Master Gu's level. However, it's strange that he isn't on the Lufeng County ranking. It seems that Bei Yi and Qin Shui will be in charge of the disciple selection this time. Qin Xiao was quite curious about this mysterious eldest disciple of Master Gu. He could actually make it so mysterious. What was the meaning of this? It was really puzzling. Bei Yi's gaze swept across the crowd. His gaze was as sharp as a peerless sword. Many people couldn't help but lower their heads and didn't dare to look him in the eye. His gaze was terrifyingly sharp. After looking around, Bei Yi's cold voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but every word was clearly heard by everyone. It was as though he was speaking right next to your ear. Such a method truly caused many people to be extremely shocked. An expert of this level was indeed experienced. The passage to the island has already been closed. The fact that you can rush over in such a short period of time means that you have a heart. No matter what Tao you cultivate, you need a heart. This means that you have already met the most basic requirements. Next, it's the first test for you. The test has already begun. You can comprehend it on your own. After Bei Yi finished speaking, he stopped talking. Many people widened their eyes and were completely dumbfounded. What does that mean? The test has already begun? Has it begun? But we didn't hear the test at all. What is this test for? Could it be that it's a test of our endurance? Can we not speak from now on? F***CK, it's possible. Let's just sit down. Almost everyone was confused. A few bolder people asked Bei Yi, but they broke out in a cold sweat after being glared at by Bei Yi. Ku Hua and the other two scratched their heads and looked at each other. They clearly didn't understand. Qin Xiao frowned and thought about Bei Yi's words. The test has already begun, but it didn't say what the test is. It's up to us to comprehend it on our own. This means that the test was already set before we came. But there wasn't a hint. What is the test about? Master Gu is indeed Master Gu. The test he sets is indeed different. That's right. After all, Master Gu only selects his personal disciple once every 10 years. Naturally, his requirements for his personal disciple are very high. If one isn't a 1 in a million genius, it will definitely be difficult to enter Master Gu's eyes. If one wants to walk the path of a spirit master, what is the most important aspect of talent? Comprehension. Qin Xiao vaguely felt that he had grasped the key point. Yes, comprehension. Just like Master Bei Yi's last sentence, they had to comprehend it on their own. Since the test was to comprehend it on their own, this test was probably testing one's comprehension ability. Once he found this key point, he found the crux of the problem. It was like finding a light in the sea. Following the light would lead him to a lighthouse. Following this train of thought, Qin Xiao began to seriously examine his surroundings. Every flower, every blade of grass, every tree, every person, every rock, every ravine. Qin Xiao's perception was very meticulous. After a large amount of analysis, he quickly discovered some differences. I understand. In this huge open space, there are a total of 9 unique items. As long as you find one of the 9 items and hold it in your hand, you will pass the first test. Just like that, thousands of people were eliminated. There were only 9 people left, or even less than 9. If that's the case, then this test is indeed a new one. It's a bit interesting. Qin Xiao curled his lips and smiled. Then, he picked up a very ordinary-looking stone. It looked ordinary, but if one looked carefully, they would be able to see something special about it, because this stone was actually made of food. Of course, if one looked at it carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. Holding this unique stone in his hand, Qin Xiao looked at Gu Lingwei. She picked a strange flower and brought it over. This flower was also not a real flower, but was carved out of something. However, even if they held it in front of their eyes, most people couldn't see any clues. Hey, Brother Qin Shao, Gu Lingwei, why are you holding a stone and a flower? Rockwell looked at Qin Shao and Gu Lingwei with a puzzled expression. Qin Shao put the stone in his hand in front of Rockwell and said with a smile, then looked carefully at this stone. What's different about it? Isn't it just an ordinary stone? What's different about it? Rockwell and the other two stared at it seriously. After a while, Rockwell said, Hey, there's something different about it. What is this stone made of? It's actually so lifelike. Could it be made by those spirit children for fun? But why was it thrown here? Gu Lingwei couldn't help but say, Xiaomu, no wonder you guys have no chance of becoming spirit masters. With your insight, you probably aren't even qualified to be spirit children. Ahem, Gu Lingwei, what do you mean by that? Rockwell sounded a little unconvinced. Gu Lingwei made a face at Rockwell and said, I'm too lazy to explain to you. Just watch. These words made Rockwell confused. He looked at Qin Shao for help, but Qin Shao didn't explain much. After about a quarter of an hour, Master Bei Yi swept his gaze and said, Those who have taken something, please come out. What thing? What thing? The scene was in an uproar. Many people were looking around. What did they take? What was this test testing? This was indeed a question that most people did not understand. Chapter 91. Qin Shao and Gu Lingwei looked at each other and smiled, then walked out. At the same time, 6 youths and a young girl walked out as well. It was an elegant and beautiful young girl in a purple phoenix dress. She was around 18 years old, and there was a bit of elegance in her nobility, yet there was also a bit of purity and transcendence. At first glance, it was indeed mesmerizing. If Gu Lingwei were to be compared to this young girl, she would feel a bit dim. It wasn't that Gu Lingwei was inferior to her in terms of looks, but their styles were completely different. One was natural and unrestrained, mature and dignified. The other was mischievous, lively, and cute. Gu Lingwei wasn't afraid of strangers, and she chuckled as she walked over. Big sister, you're really pretty. Can you tell me your name? I'm Gu Lingwei. If big sister likes, you can call me Little Ye Ye. Hee hee. Gu Lingwei was born with a natural affinity, and she was very likable. Once she spoke, it would probably be difficult for anyone to refuse her. The beautiful young girl smiled at Gu Lingwei and said, I'm in Aihong. So it's big sister in Aihong. Seeing that you're at the peak of the reincarnation realm, you'll probably participate in the desert guard selection as well. I'll be going as well. When the time comes, big sister will have to take care of me. Gu Lingwei called Nai Hong big sister in a very intimate manner, and this made Nai Hong smile and nod. Then Gu Lingwei ran back and smiled proudly at Qin Shao. Qin Shao, I know you're very envious. She's called Nai Hong, and she'll be participating in the desert guard selection as well. If you don't have a chance this time, you'll still have a chance to get to know her next time. Don't worry, I'll introduce you to her when the opportunity arises. Look at how good I am to you. And I've directly opened up a connection for you. Shouldn't you thank me? Qin Shao was a bit speechless. He had indeed taken a few more glances at Nai Hong, but that didn't mean he was interested in her. This little girl's awareness in certain aspects was really a bit advanced. When they saw these 9 people stand out, and each of them holding an item in their hands, a flood of discussion erupted below. What is this? What are they holding in their hands? They didn't tell us to take anything. Can we just take anything? Isn't this a bit baffling? Grandmaster Bei Yi, what is going on? I'm not convinced. Master Bei Yi glanced at the crowd and gestured for silence. Then, he said, Everyone, the first test is to test your comprehension ability. As I said earlier, the test has already begun. You can comprehend it on your own. The most important thing is naturally comprehension. If you can't even comprehend what the test is about, then you naturally don't have the potential to become a spirit master, much less become master's disciple. The moment Grandmaster Bei Yi said that, an uproar broke out. Many people began to regret not having thought of that. Ku Hua and the other two slapped their heads. So that's how it was. They were really slow to realize. Grandmaster Bei Yi, But what does comprehension ability have to do with the items in their hands? Finally, someone dared to ask. Grandmaster Bay Yi was very patient. He explained again, the 9 items in their hands were placed here by us earlier. They were placed here and mixed with the surrounding objects. If you don't have shocking comprehension ability, you definitely won't be able to discover that these items are different from the rest. 9 items, 9 slots. This is a test of your perceptive abilities. The first step is comprehension ability. The second step is comprehension ability. If you can do that, then you will naturally be able to find the crux of the problem. I originally thought that the 9 items wouldn't all be found, but the results were a bit out of my expectations. It seems that your situation this time is pretty good. Only then did everyone come to a sudden realization. So that was what had happened. Although there were still some people who weren't convinced, the matter had already been decided. Naturally, no one dared to say anything. Grandmaster Bei Yi said, "If everyone is still willing to watch here, that's fine. However, everyone can only stay here and are not allowed to make a ruckus. Our master will only choose one disciple. In the end, we will announce the person who becomes our master's disciple." Most people chose to stay and watch. A few people felt that it was meaningless and left. In any case, they would know who Grandmaster Gu took as his disciple. Grandmaster Bei Yi retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Shao and the other 9. His gaze lingered on Qin Shao and Gu Lingyue for a while. After all, it was extremely rare for a 16-year-old genius to be at the peak of the reincarnation realm. Moreover, they weren't from the top 10 factions of the Willow Wind region. This was even more rare and precious. The 9 of you being able to pass the first test means that you have the talent and potential to become a spirit master at the very least. Moreover, your strength is also not bad. You are all rare geniuses. Generally speaking, people with strong martial talent will not be weak as a spirit master. The two are basically proportional. Although it isn't absolute, it is suitable for most people. Of course, there are differences in talent. If you want to go far on the path of spirit masters, you naturally need exceptional talent, extraordinary perseverance, and the willingness to spend a lot of time. After all, the path of spirit masters is not like the path of martial arts. In comparison, the time spent on the path of spirit masters is far greater than on the path of martial arts. Bei said sternly. His awe-inspiring aura could even make people feel a little fearful. In comparison, Grandmaster Gu's 3rd disciple, Qin Shui, was much gentler. Grandmaster Bei Yi continued, "The path of spirit masters is also very important. It can even be said to be decisive. The second test is to test your mental state and your perseverance. The requirements will be very high. Even if you're very outstanding, you might not be able to pass the second test. If any of you came with the intention of watching, I advise you to give up and not waste my time." However, Qin Shao and the other 9 did not give up. Instead, they silently waited for the second test. After a few glances, Grandmaster Bei Yi nodded slightly and said, "All right, since none of you have taken the initiative to give up, the second test will begin." After speaking, Grandmaster Bei Yi suddenly stretched out his hand. An item that looked like a seal appeared in his hand. Grandmaster Bei Yi waved his hand and threw the seal into the air. Once the treasure was in the air, it rapidly expanded. Soon, it was the size of a small mountain and emitted a strange light. It was clearly a spirit weapon, a very special spirit weapon. Oh my God, that's a high-grade spirit weapon. It's definitely a high-grade spirit weapon. This power is too terrifying. We can feel it even from so far away. It's really terrifying. There were many exclamations at the scene. Grandmaster Qin Shui made a shushing gesture, and the scene quietened down. Boom! The spirit weapon was activated, and a terrifying power surged down, enveloping Qin Shao and the other 8. It felt as if a mountain had suddenly smashed down on them. They immediately knelt on the ground. Qin Zhao's body also sank, and his legs went weak. If he had not supported himself in time, he would have probably knelt on the ground. A high-grade spirit weapon. Its power is indeed very terrifying. However, don't even think about defeating me. Qin Shao gritted his teeth. His firm belief allowed him to stand up straight. Qin Shao turned his head to look at Gu Lingyue. He saw that the little girl was still standing there with a relaxed expression. It was as if the pressure of the high-grade spirit weapon could not harm her at all. Even her big shining eyes blinked at Qin Xiao. It was as if she was playing a game with Qin Xiao. It was indescribably cute. Even Grandmaster Bai Yi and Grandmaster Qin Shui looked at Gu Lingyue with surprise in their eyes. As time passed, more and more people could not hold on anymore. Moreover, the power was still slowly increasing. Under the pressure of this power, it was not only a test of one's perseverance, but also one's temperament. After persevering for a while, one's entire body was on the verge of collapsing. At this time, one had to rely on one's temperament and faith to hold on. The original 9 people were soon reduced to 5. 4 of them were already on their knees and were forcibly taken out by Grandmaster Qin Shui. Clearly, they had been eliminated. The 5 of them persevered for a while. Then, Grandmaster Bai Yi moved his hand, and a wave of power struck the high-grade spirit weapon. With the addition of power, the power that enveloped Qin Xiao and the other 4 immediately became stronger and stranger. A strange power entered the souls of the 5 cultivators, wanting to suppress their souls and cause them to collapse. Qin Xiao was shocked by this power. Fortunately, Qin Xiao's temperament was not bad. After experiencing a huge test in the vast wilderness, his temperament was far superior to his peers. However, even so, Qin Xiao was still very uncomfortable. He felt that his body was on the verge of collapsing. As long as there was a slight leak, he would definitely collapse. I've suffered all these years. I've even walked through the gates of hell once. I don't believe that I can't persevere. Roar, no power could defeat me. Qin Xiao roared in his heart. He used the power of faith to expel the invading power. One person collapsed. Another person collapsed. In the end, there were only 3 people left. Besides Qin Xiao and Gu Lingyue, there was also an Ai Hong. The situation of 2 girls and 1 guy made many guys blush. The girls had actually taken a limelight. Among the 3 of them, Gu Lingyue was the most relaxed. Qin Xiao also gradually calmed down. Only an Ai Hong seemed to be in great pain. Looking at her made people feel that she was about to collapse. However, she still persevered. The voices of discussion below slowly rose again. Aren't those 2 people Qin Xiao and Gu Lingyue? TSK, they're really monstrous. Now that there are only 3 of them left, Grandmaster Gu's personal disciple will be chosen from the 3 of them. It would be great if they could become Grandmaster Gu's personal disciple. Yeah, I don't know where these 2 people came from. It's too exciting. They're so young and have such monstrous talent. They're really peerless geniuses. Sai, let's not talk about it anymore. If we continue, we'll just bang our heads against the wall and die. Ke Hua and the other 2 swallowed hard. Chapter 581. With Wu Kai leading the way, the 4 of them followed a very hidden path and slowly infiltrated into the depths of the secret realm. With Qin Xiao's strength, they should be able to easily break into the secret realm even if they had to force their way in. However, it was naturally better to have an easy route. After advancing in the secret realm for half a day, Wu Kai finally stopped and pointed to a foggy area in front of them. It's right in front. This secret realm is very dangerous. Even 4th-step heavenly gods will have a slim chance of survival if they enter. It was by chance that I discovered this small path and finally found this place. In front of us is the place of inheritance of the Almighty I mentioned. However, they're guardians, so I ran away in fright last time. Let's go. Qin Xiao nodded, and the 4 of them continued to advance. After entering the foggy area, Qin Xiao and the others also saw a barrier not far ahead. Within the barrier, a figure seemed to be sitting. If one did not look carefully, they would think that the figure was cultivating in seclusion. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that it was a corpse. A dead person with no trace of vitality left in his body. However, even though there was a barrier between them, they could still feel a powerful aura coming from the corpse, which was oppressing them in a grandiose manner. Wu Kai's face immediately turned pale. It was difficult for him to move forward. Even though an almighty was dead, The remaining power of an Almighty was still not small. In front of the Almighty's corpse stood two cold figures. They were obviously the guardians that Wu Kai had mentioned. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the two guardians. It's two puppets. Judging from their aura, they should be fourth-step heavenly god-level puppets. This is the first time I've seen puppets of this level. It was not that fourth-step heavenly god-level puppets were very rare. It was just that Qin Zhao had never seen one before. Although Qin Zhao was powerful and famous, he rarely moved around in the universe. Naturally, there were many things that he had not seen with his own eyes. For example, fourth-step heavenly god-level puppets. The maximum level of a puppet was fourth-step heavenly god level. After all, a puppet was still a puppet. There was no way it could cultivate on its own, and there was no way it could reach the Dao integration stage on its own. As for the Dao integration stage, it was impossible to do so. It had to be done by the gods themselves. After bypassing the two puppets, Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the hand of the Supreme Being's corpse. Sure enough, he saw an ancient token. Qin Zhao naturally recognized it as the Mountain Pass token. From the aura on it, it could be confirmed that it was indeed a genuine mountain-penetrating token. The Mountain Pass order was in the hands of the Supreme Being's corpse. If he wanted to get it, he would have to get close to the Supreme Being's corpse. Then, he would have to face the two guardians first. Qin Zhao, I'll leave it to you. Lord Danshan clearly had no intention of helping. This matter was originally caused by Qin Zhao, so Qin Zhao didn't hesitate and directly walked towards the barrier. Wu Kai stayed by Yi Juna's side. This way, it would be safer. As soon as he passed through the barrier, the two guardians' eyes immediately widened. Two cold, sharp rays of light shot towards Qin Zhao. Their cold, murderous intent was terrifying. Their powerful aura directly pressed down on him. If an ordinary fourth-step heavenly god encountered these two puppets, he would have no choice but to retreat on his own accord. The natural advantage of puppets was that they weren't afraid of fighting and were difficult to kill. An ordinary fourth-step heavenly god wouldn't be a match for a puppet of a fourth-step heavenly god. Outsider, leave quickly. You'll die if you come any closer. The two puppets didn't attack directly. Instead, they emitted an extremely cold mechanical voice that was like two sharp ice blades stabbing viciously into Qin Zhao's soul. Qin Zhao couldn't be bothered to waste his breath and directly attacked. As soon as Qin Zhao attacked, the two puppets didn't hesitate in the slightest. They attacked directly. The ice-cold sword struck out like an extreme frost, instantly freezing the entire space. The cold sword seemed to have entered an ice age in an instant. It was extremely cold, so cold that it could freeze everything. The power of the cold sword was all-pervasive. It eroded Qin Zhao's body, trying to destroy Qin Zhao's divine body directly. The two puppets' attack was enough to deal with a slightly stronger fourth-step heavenly god. An ordinary fourth-step heavenly god wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from them. However, this didn't pose any threat to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's face was calm. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Interesting. He attacked unhurriedly. His sword was like the scorching sun illuminating the dark night. It removed all the darkness and made the world bright and warm again. Qin Zhao's sword was extremely domineering and directly sent the two puppets flying. The two puppets wanted to block Qin Zhao's path. How could that be possible? Seeing this scene, Wu Kai's heart was once again shaken. However, after thinking about it, he understood. Qin Zhao was someone who had defeated an almighty in the sky martial realm. Dealing with two fourth-step heavenly god puppets was naturally a piece of cake for him. After dealing with the two puppets, Qin Zhao walked towards the corpse of the almighty. After the two puppets were defeated, they tacitly agreed with Qin Zhao's actions. They didn't dare to come closer. Instead, they stood to the side. When Qin Zhao approached the corpse of the Almighty, a powerful aura surged out and formed a natural protective shield, preventing anyone from entering. This natural shield had an extremely domineering and sharp aura. It was like countless surging sword chi. In front of the Almighty's corpse, there was only a broken sword and a Mountain Pass token in his hand. There was nothing else. It was truly a strange thing for a supreme being to die in a place like this. What a powerful sword chi. I think this Almighty must have been someone who was extremely skilled in the way of the sword when he was alive. After death, he was still able to set up such a sword chi to protect his body. Qin Shao curled his lips. Just this sword chi alone was enough to stop a fourth-step heavenly god from approaching. After an Almighty died, it was normal for him to not easily allow others to approach his corpse. However, this was clearly not an obstacle for Qin Shao. Qin Shao stepped forward. After the powerful sword chi hit his body, it directly dispersed. There was no way for it to hurt Qin Shao at all. Just Qin Shao's body alone was enough to deal with the sword chi. Qin Shao walked forward step by step. Soon, he arrived in front of the corpse of the Almighty. As expected of an Almighty, even after death, his body will never decay. He will exist forever. Even after death, the remaining aura on his body is terrifying enough to prevent ordinary fourth-step heavenly gods from approaching him. Qin Shao thought to himself. Although his strength was far superior to ordinary Almighties, Qin Shao was still far inferior to them in terms of the level of life. No matter how monstrous and heaven-defying Qin Shao was, he could not escape the fetters of the river of time. At most, he could only live for 84 billion years. If he could not successfully merge with the Way and become an Almighty, then everything would be in vain. Senior, you did not leave anything behind when you were alive. I don't need your legacy, so I won't take it. I think you want to leave this mountain pass token to a fated person, a person who can obtain your legacy. However, I'll take it first today. Qin Shao said to the Almighty's corpse, then reached out to take the mountain pass token. Although the Almighty was already dead, there seemed to be a subconscious power remaining. When Qin Shao's hand approached, there was actually a powerful force that wanted to resist. However, no matter how powerful this force was, it was unable to resist. Qin Shao's power was naturally forcibly taken by Qin Shao. After taking the mountain pass token, Qin Shao returned. Aren't we taking the two puppets with us? Lord Danshan asked. Qin Shao waved his hand. Forget it. We are not that Almighty's chosen inheritors. We've already taken his mountain pass token. It wouldn't be good to take the two guardian puppets with us. Let's leave this place to a fated person. Although the two fourth-step heavenly god puppets are not bad, they aren't very useful to us. If one were to talk about its usefulness, then it would definitely be useful. A puppet at the level of a fourth-step heavenly god was precious enough. It was not something that an ordinary fourth-step heavenly god could afford. If Qin Shao took them, he could give them to the people of the heavenly dragon continent. A fourth-step heavenly celestial puppet was considered a trump card even for a major power like the celestial sect. However, Qin Shao didn't want to be too ruthless. That would make him feel a little guilty. Since he wasn't willing, then he wouldn't take it. He would just follow his heart. Haha, then you really don't think much of it. I originally wanted to take them, but now that you've said that, I feel embarrassed. All right, then let them stay. I don't want people to say that I'm too ruthless, Lord Danshan said with a smile. Qin Shao knew that Lord Danshan was joking. He didn't care about the two fourth-step heavenly god puppets. Lord Danshan was quite an upright person. He wouldn't do such a thing. Hearing Qin Shao and Lord Danshan talking about the puppets, Wu Kai was very envious. How great would it be if he could obtain the two puppets? Chapter 582. Qin Shao and the other two were pretty good at hiding themselves. So even though they were following behind the two Almighties, they weren't discovered. At first, Wu Kai was sweating profusely. Later, he relaxed. They followed the two Almighties for an entire month. It turned out that they were just passing by the secret realm. Their destination wasn't there. Gradually, they approached the edge of the Manu universe. The edge was a forbidden area for humans. It was an ancient land filled with extreme danger. If we go any further, we'll enter the forbidden area for humans. It's very dangerous. Wu Kai couldn't help but warn them. They hadn't even gotten close to the forbidden area yet, but they could already feel how scary it was. They could feel an ancient, eerie aura from afar. Qin Shao and the other two didn't know much about the forbidden area, but they could tell it was a place filled with extreme danger. Lord Danshun transmitted his voiceover. I've heard of the Forbidden Area for humans. It's the most dangerous place in the Manu universe. It's said that anyone below the Almighties will die 10 times out of 10. Even for Almighties, it's filled with danger. There are many evil people gathered there. They all have strange tempers and become bloodthirsty demons. So much so that as long as someone passes through his territory, he will kill them without hesitation. The Forbidden Area for humans is also known as the All-Evil Training Ground. It's a place where all evil people gather. It's a place where demons and monsters like to gather. It's also said that there are many evil creatures there. They're all very scary. These two Almighties shouldn't be too strong. They're in such a hurry to enter the Forbidden Area. I really don't know what's going on. Lord Danshun had been walking around Tangshan City for a while, so he naturally knew more about the situation than Yi Juanhe and Qin Shao. There's definitely something strange going on, Qin Shao said. Let's not worry too much. Let's go in and take a look. Even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we might be able to take a look. Plus, since this forbidden area is so famous in the Manu universe, it's all the more worth it for us to take a look. Haha, Brother Qin Shao is right. Who cares? Let's break through first. I don't believe they can really trap us. Lord Danshun also laughed heartily. He wasn't afraid at all. Qin Shao said to Wu Kai, "It's very dangerous here. I'll take you into my inner world first." Ahem, are you really going to enter the forbidden area? Wu Kai was stunned when he heard Qin Shao's words. This was not a joke. Although he knew that Qin Shao and the other two were indeed very strong, the forbidden area of a human race was a place that even powerful figures would find it very dangerous to enter. It was indeed not a joke. Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled. It's fine. We're just going in for a stroll. If there's any danger, we'll come out. After saying that, Qin Shao waved his hand and put Wu Kai into his internal world. The three of them entered the Forbidden Zone. As soon as they entered, they were enveloped by an ancient and gloomy aura. It was as if they had entered the underworld. The scene in front of them was frightening enough. The world was dark and gloomy. Fierce winds blew like wild dragons dancing in the air. On the ground, there were dilapidated walls, bottomless pits, and shattered mountain ranges. Broken weapons, armors, and even bones could be seen everywhere. There was even a trace of a smell of blood in the air. It was like a purgatory in the underworld. The mournful scene was shocking. Moreover, the terrifying aura of the forbidden area alone was enough to threaten heavenly gods. Waves of aura tried to seep into the bodies of Qin Shao and the other two, corroding Qin Shao and the other two. Fortunately, Qin Shao and the other two's physical defenses were extraordinarily strong. Naturally, it wasn't so easy for the aura to seep into the bodies of Qin Shao and the other two. The underworld was connected to the earth. Terrifying phenomena appeared everywhere. There were even flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. There were fires burning in the empty mountains and surging underground rivers. Everywhere one looked, there was not a single blade of grass. It was extremely desolate. Under such terrible circumstances, the living beings that could still survive here must be extremely strong. No wonder they say that those below the level of Almighty will die here. It's true, as expected of the forbidden zone of humans. It's terrifying. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, "Let's hurry up. We won't be able to catch up." Lord Danshun reminded. The three of them increased their speed and continued to follow. The two Almighties in front of them seemed to be more familiar with the forbidden zone of humans. Thus, they took a safer route. Qin Shao and the others didn't encounter any danger along the way. In fact, there wasn't even a small danger. After walking for about 15 minutes, the three of them were attracted by a figure in front of them. It was a fourth-step heavenly god. However, judging from his sorry state, he was clearly in some kind of state. Moreover, his expression was absent-minded. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Clearly, he had encountered some kind of danger. Didn't they say that those below the level of Almighty will die here? This guy is quite courageous. He still dares to come in. He's really not afraid of death. Lord Danshun laughed. Qin Shao said, It's also possible that he came in with a team. He's the only one left after they died. Judging from his strength, he shouldn't be very strong. He wouldn't dare to come in here alone. That's just courting death. Lord Danshan waved his hand and said, "Who cares? Let's go." The four-step Almighty also saw Qin Shao and the others. After a brief moment of shock, he actually rushed towards them as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Qin Shao and the others couldn't help but frown slightly. They didn't want to get involved in other people's business. Sha at this moment, a series of strange sounds were heard. Qin Shao and the others looked at the yellow sand on the ground. They saw the yellow sand wriggling like a shrimp. A large area of yellow sand was wriggling. It looked extremely frightening. Something's happening. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, after the fourth-step celestial god entered this area, the sound of earth breaking rang out. Thousands of gray insects flew out from the yellow sand. They weren't very big. They were like larger scorpions. However, there were just too many of them. It was like a plague of locusts. There were probably millions of them. They completely covered an area of 100 miles. The yellow sand fluttered in the wind. The scene was extremely frightening. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The fourth-step Almighty was directly swept in and swallowed up in an instant. An intense battle was heard from inside. Soon, it was followed by miserable screams and cries for help. Such a scene was shocking enough to make one's scalp go numb. In about 5 breaths of time, those larger scorpion-like insects quickly burrowed back into the yellow sand. However, there was nothing left there. A fourth-step heavenly deity was eaten clean just like that. Not to mention bones, even the weapons on his body were not left behind. It was really clean. Moreover, the speed was so fast that it made people speechless. What a powerful insect life form. A fourth-step Almighty couldn't even resist in the slightest. It seems these insectoid life forms are enough to pose a threat to mighty figures. Lord Danshan clicked his tongue as well. Qin Zhao's brows slightly wrinkled as he said, "Those things are surrounding us." Those insects were indeed powerful. If they were alone, they wouldn't be strong. However, they had the advantage in numbers. There were millions of them. However, Lord Danshan wasn't worried in the slightest. Instead, his battle intent was high. "It's been a long time since I've fought. Qin Shao, don't do anything. Leave it to me." "Huh." Naturally, Yi Juanhe didn't need to do such a small thing. If Lord Danshan wanted to fight, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't snatch it from him. Sure enough, the millions of insects quickly surged out of the yellow sand. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they attacked Qin Shao and the others. In an instant, they blotted out the sky and swallowed everything. The insects opened their mouths and bit towards Qin Shao and the others. Their mouths were incomparably sharp. No matter what it was, they would be able to bite it to pieces. Given enough time, they would be able to bite through even a Tao artifact. The millions of insects formed an airtight encirclement. Moreover, there were hundreds of layers. Even if one layer was killed, another would immediately take its place. It was like an impenetrable prison. Lord Danshan wielded his divine sword. His body instantly expanded to a height of 10,000 meters. He transformed into a giant god. His divine body expanded. This was a berserk state of battle. It seemed that Lord Danshan had been holding back for too long. His hands were itching. The divine sword in his hand moved, and countless rays of sword chi surged out like a flood. Vast and mighty power surged out, as if it could destroy the world. Swish, 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 sword chi slashed at the insect-type life forms. The terrifying sword chi directly pierced through the nearby insect-type life forms, directly killing the layer of insect-type life forms inside. However, the insect-type creatures were crazy and did not dare to stop there. The ones behind continued to attack. Come, come, come. If you want to die, come. Ha ha. Lord Danshan, on the other hand, was in high spirits. He used all of his methods to kill the insectoids one by one with absolute power. Soon, 20% of the insect-type life forms were killed. The remaining insect-type life forms finally realized that they had kicked a hardboard. They were finally scared, and one by one, they crawled back into the yellow sand. Why did they run away? That's so boring. Now that the insects had run away, Lord Danshan could only withdraw his sword and return to his original form. Who told you to go on a killing spree right from the start? It would be strange if they didn't run away. These insect-type life forms are all second or third step heavenly gods. They're very intelligent. Do you really think they're idiots? Why didn't they run when they knew they were going to die? Qin Shao teased. Lord Danshan shook his head. That's right. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have been so ruthless from the start. I should have killed them slowly. If you're going to kill them slowly, we'll really lose them. Hurry up and catch up, or we'll really lose them, said Qin Shao. Chapter 583. Half a day later, a huge object appeared in front of Qin Shao and the others. It was about 100 billion miles tall and over 30 billion miles wide. It was like a huge planet hovering there for eternity. This huge object was actually in the form of a human face. However, it was very strange because it had 1,000 eyes, 1,000 nostrils, and 1,000 mouths. All of them were open, forming 3,000 black holes that were distributed in an orderly manner on the huge face. Qin Shao looked at Lord Danshan. He was the one who knew the most about this place. Lord Danshan frowned slightly, then said, "This seems to be the human face-head mountain. It's one of the 3 most dangerous places in the human forbidden zone. In many people's eyes, it's the most dangerous place. In terms of reputation, it's probably second only to Mount Skyspan. It's said that it used to be an ancient battlefield. Who knows how many almighty experts have died there? It's filled with endless opportunities, but also endless dangers. Even almighty experts don't dare to enter it casually. Some almighty experts have obtained supreme arts, Tao weapons, and even cosmic oddities from the human face-head mountain. That's why many almighty experts are willing to enter the human face-head mountain. If they're lucky, they can reap some benefits. If they're unlucky, they might even die there." Qin Shao said, "Even if almighty experts want to go in, they should be very careful. However, that venerable being rushed in just now. It's obvious that he's in a hurry. He's in such a hurry and doesn't care about the dangers inside. It seems that something good has happened in the human face-head mountain. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this." Lord Danshan nodded and said, "Haha, I think so too. If there's really some good treasure, it'll be very attractive to us. If there's a chance, we'll take a look. Let's go." Qin Shao nodded. The 3 of them followed the 2 almighty experts into the cave. This cave was more than 10 million miles wide. It was extremely huge. Qin Shao knew from Lord Danshan that the 3,000 caves were actually 3,000 passageways. Each passageway led to a different place. Moreover, many of the places here were self-contained worlds, so the space inside was extremely huge. Even if a powerful being wanted to investigate the situation inside the human face's head mountain, it would take a very long time. Different passageways led to different places, and there were also different dangers. Qin Shao and the other 2 followed the passage and soon entered a huge space. Within the huge space, there was a towering mountain. It wasn't that big, it was only about 10,000 miles tall. However, there were more than 20 figures gathered in front of the mountain. All of them emitted the aura of almighties. From the looks of it, these mighty figures were divided into 3 camps. Qin Shao had never seen the gathering of more than 20 mighty figures. It was indeed a big scene. As soon as Qin Shao and the other 2 arrived, they immediately attracted the attention of all the mighty figures. Obviously, these mighty figures were a little surprised to see Qin Shao and the other 2 uninvited guests. How could 3 divine realm experts break into this place? The 2 mighty figures who came in just now frowned. They naturally knew that Qin Shao and the other 2 had been following them. A white-haired mighty figure cast a cold look at Qin Shao and the other 2 and shouted angrily, "You 3 brats, how dare you follow me? White-browed mighty figure, I think you've wasted your life. How could you be followed by 3 divine realm experts? Humph, what a joke." A green-robed, mighty figure sneered unceremoniously. "Ha, maybe these 3 brats have a treasure that can hide their aura. another mighty figure said, but it was obvious that he was being sarcastic. The white-browed mighty figure's expression immediately turned ugly. Such a thing was indeed a great humiliation to him, a great humiliation. In a rage, white-browed mighty figure naturally vented all his anger on Qin Shao and the other two. The monstrous power directly pressed down and enveloped Qin Shao and the other two. A surge of killing intent was vast and mighty, as if it was going to suppress Qin Shao and the other two in one fell swoop. How could ordinary fourth-step divine realm experts stand firm under the anger of a mighty figure? However, Qin Shao and the other two were obviously not affected at all. They still looked calm and indifferent, which was not the behavior of a fourth-step mighty figure. The three of them were so calm that it really surprised the other mighty figures. Of course, there were also many who were unhappy. In the eyes of the mighty figures, fourth-step divine realm experts were no different from ants. At their level, anyone who did not become a powerful being was nothing more than an ant. They could only live for 84 billion years. Once the time was up, they would die. If they could not transcend the river of time, they would eventually return to the earth. If they were not ants, then what were they? Only mighty figures could be immortal and live as long as the universe, immortal and indestructible. Therefore, they naturally did not take Qin Shao and the other two seriously. The three of them dared to follow them here. If they were not beaten to death, what else could they do? The most unpleasant thing was that the three divine realm experts were so casual in front of them. This was a kind of contempt and disrespect to them. How could they tolerate it? Humph! Brats, you're courting death. White-browed mighty figure was completely furious. He directly attacked. With a flip of his hand, endless destructive power was released. He wanted to completely wipe out Qin Shao and the other two. It was no joke to provoke a mighty figure. Qin Shao coldly snorted and slashed out with his sword. With a whistling power, he directly broke white-browed mighty figure's killing move. The sharpness of this sword made the eyes of the mighty figures light up. What an exquisite sword! What a powerful sword! Ultimate sword Dao with the eyes of the mighty figures. They naturally saw that Qin Zhao's sword contained ultimate sword Dao. It had supreme power. A third-step divine realm expert has mastered ultimate sword Dao. When did our Man-Yu universe have such a monstrous figure? Where did this brat come from? When did such a genius appear? Not only did he master ultimate sword Dao, but his level should be at least the third level, maybe even higher. With such talent, I'm afraid he is not below Man Aotion. Where did these three brats come from? Strange gazes were looking at Qin Shao and the other two. Such monstrous geniuses were truly puzzling. White-browed, mighty figure's attack had been blocked. His face became extremely ugly. He coldly stared at Qin Shao and the other two and said, "Who are you? How come I don't know which faction has three young geniuses like you?" The fact that they had been able to enter this place showed how strong they were. To be able to follow the two of them, they definitely didn't have simple or concealing treasures. Now that they had seen Qin Zhao's strength, they understood that they had underestimated these three brats. They were indeed monstrous geniuses. Qin Shao smiled faintly. White-browed mighty figure, there's no need to be so angry. The three of us just happened to pass by and came to join the fun. We're just rogue cultivators from overseas. We don't belong to any faction. Rogue cultivators from overseas, although there were no rogue cultivators from overseas here. It was hard to tell whether Qin Shao was telling the truth or not. However, they still had quite a few questions. Rogue cultivators from overseas were weak to begin with. Did they really have the ability to raise three such monstrous geniuses? Just thinking about it made them feel that it was a bit inconceivable. Although Lord Danshun and Yi Juanhe hadn't attacked, they could see that the two of them weren't easy to deal with. The three of them were most likely heavenly gods who could fight against other heavenly gods. In other words, the three of them were all comparable to Man Aotion. That was too exaggerated. A monstrous genius like Man Aotion would only appear once in 100 million years. A genius nurtured by the Man clan with all their might. What kind of glory was that? Only with countless halos on his body could he reach such a level. How many conditions could a rogue cultivator from overseas have? How could they raise such heaven-defying geniuses? Oof, there's no need to lie to us. Do you think we'll believe such ridiculous words? White-browed was still unhappy. Even though Qin Xiao was smiling, he couldn't let it go so easily. Qin Xiao shrugged. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. It's the truth. What do you want us to say? If we weren't rogue cultivators from overseas, you would have already known about our situation. We've always been low-key. We came out to train in hopes of finding a chance to reach the Dao integration realm. The rogue cultivators from overseas have always kept a low profile. We have our own camps. Not to mention you, even the rogue cultivators from overseas may not know much about the situation. That was true. The rogue cultivators sounded like a large sect, but that wasn't the case. In the face of an external enemy, the overseas rogue cultivators might unite and form a tight rope. But normally, they would be like loose sand, supporting each other and interfering with each other. The rogue cultivators from overseas were called rogue cultivators because they were all indifferent to fame and fortune. They stood aloof from worldly affairs and wanted to be isolated from the world, living a life undisturbed by others. Therefore, they were all mysterious. They all lived in one place and didn't come out for a long time, unknown to others. It was because of this that the rogue cultivators from overseas were shrouded in a mysterious veil. This situation was indeed possible. Besides this possibility, no one could think of any other possibility. They could only believe it. White-browed waved his hand impatiently. I don't care who you are. There's nothing for you to do here. Since you're just here to join in the fun, you can leave now. Qin Xiao curled his lips and said with a smile, White-browed, why are you chasing us away? I think the fun hasn't started yet. So why are you in a hurry to chase us away? We're just here to join in the fun. If we leave without seeing the fun, wouldn't it be too disappointing? Qin Zhao's words naturally incurred the wrath and displeasure of many mighty figures. Chapter 584. How dare you? White-browed Almighty roared furiously with a murderous look on his face. You should know your place. A mere divine realm expert wants to join us Almighties. Humph, you really don't know your place. Many mighty figures looked at Qin Xiao with playful eyes. They had seen bold people before, but they had never seen someone as bold as him. He dared to be so presumptuous in front of Almighties. He was really arrogant. How could the dignity of Almighties be offended? Qin Xiao was not angry. He curled his lips and said, White-browed Almighty is right. You should know your place. So, as long as I can defeat you, will it prove that I have the strength to join? How about this? White-browed Almighty, you can use your full strength. I'll let you know my strength. Arrogance. He was really arrogant. Interesting. Some of the major powers laughed. These Almighties were divided into 3 camps. Obviously, each camp was guarded against each other. The camps seemed to be harmonious on the surface, but in fact, they were secretly competing with each other. In fact, the Almighties did not intend to help. White-browed Almighty alone took care of everything. However, it would be a shame for an Almighty to need the help of other Almighties when facing a third-step divine realm expert. With the Almighty's pride, they naturally would not do such a despicable thing. White-browed Almighty could not stand Qin Zhao's provocation. Although he did not gain any advantage in the fight with Qin Xiao, he did not use his full strength. He only used 20 to 30% of his strength. He did not want to make a big fuss and directly shouted at Qin Xiao and the other 2 to retreat. However, he did not expect them to be so arrogant. It really made him furious. Humph, you don't know your place. Then, I'll see how strong you are to make you so arrogant. White-browed Almighty snorted angrily and attacked again. This time, he did not hold back and attacked with his full strength. However, White-browed Almighty was obviously an ordinary Almighty. His strength was comparable to Almighty's in the divine realm. He had also integrated 4 superior great ways and did not have any unique skills. Although he wasn't at the bottom, he wasn't that strong either. The moment White-browed Almighty being attacked, space-time became chaotic. Clearly, white-browed almighty being had a good application of the space-time Tao. It wasn't just space-time that was in chaos. Countless space-time overlapped, forming numerous space-time rifts. With the power of space-time slicing, they attacked Qin Shao. A single slash was enough to slice a fourth-step heavenly god into pieces. Countless cutting forces surged up all of a sudden, like a flood, mighty and incomparably turbulent. Naturally, it was very terrifying. Furthermore, within this space-time cleavage, there was the Tao of extremity. Its power was like an extremity that could penetrate through everything, making it unstoppable. The great Tao of space-time, the great Tao of five elements, the great Tao of extremity, and the great Tao of stars. These were the four great Taos of the white-brow, almighty being's Tao integration. However, in this unique move, he only used the power of the space-time great Tao and the extremity great Tao very well. He did not use the other two great Taos, so it was purely Tao might. A unique move formed by two great Taos was like Qin Zhao's space-time annihilation. It was also a unique move formed by the fusion of two great Taos. However, it was clear that Qin Zhao's unique move was not as good as white-browed almighty beings. After all, Qin Zhao was much weaker in terms of realm. Standing at different levels, the moves displayed were naturally different as well. However, Qin Zhao was not afraid at all. Although Qin Zhao's realm was not as good as white-browed almighty beings, Qin Zhao had a great advantage in terms of great Tao. In addition to great Tao, Qin Zhao also had heart force, the true meaning of power, and several unique skills. He also had an absolute advantage. Facing white-browed almighty being's unique move, Qin Zhao did not dare to underestimate it. He used the true meaning of power, nirvana and 9 revolutions, and the second move of the Mountain River Sword Scripture with all his might. The Mountain River Sword Scripture was still at the level of the previous unique skill. The improved move at the back was Qin Zhao's most powerful unique move now. Naturally, he would not use it easily. Just the Mountain River Sword Scripture at the level of a unique skill was enough. It contained the Tao power of the all things Tao and the ultimate sword Tao. The Tao power of two great Taos was extremely powerful. When the sword was unleashed, it was like using a treasured knife to cut through tofu. It was unstoppable and directly destroyed white-browed, almighty being space-time. It was an unyielding and domineering destruction. The sword passed through countless space-time and struck white-browed king's sword heavily. It was like countless stars and powers exploding at the same time. A power that could destroy the sky and destroy the earth surged out. It smashed into white-browed king's body. It made white-browed king's face change. He looked scared and shocked. Oh no, but it was too late. White-brow king could already feel a destructive power smashing into his body. It shook his hand so hard that it felt like it was going to break. His skin tore open and blood flowed out. His entire body flew out and heavily smashed into the huge mountain. He was repelled by a protective energy and rolled on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and appeared to be in an extremely sorry state. Such a situation caused the entire place to go silent. All the Almighties were shocked once more. After Qin Zhao and white-browed almighty beings exchange, they could see that Qin Zhao's strength was indeed at the level of an almighty. However, they did not think that Qin Zhao was that strong. At least, they did not think that he was strong enough to defeat white-browed almighty being. However, the end of the fight caused their hearts to twitch. They were quite shocked. They did not expect white-browed almighty being to be beaten to the point of spitting out blood by Qin Zhao. Was he really just a third-step heavenly god? They believed that if man Aotion did not use a treasure, he would not be able to do this. However, Qin Zhao did not use any treasure, and yet he was so strong. This strength had truly shocked everyone quite a bit. The gazes they used to look at Qin Zhao had also become somewhat strange. No wonder he dared to be so young and arrogant. He really was a kid with strength. A mere third-step heavenly god strength had reached such a terrifying level. In the history of the Man You Little universe, there might not be another person like this. Almighty Lu Jing, can you tell what kind of skill that is? It is not one of the skills recorded in our Little universe. In his hands, the power is very scary. He must have practiced it to a very high level. Which old man's eyes are muddy. He did not recognize this lost art. I don't care about the lost art. What I am most surprised about is that he has mastered 2 extreme Daos. He has cultivated them to at least the 3rd level. Man Outyin has only grasped 1 peak grade Grand Dao, right? There aren't many heavenly gods who have grasped 2 peak grade Grand Daos in the entire history of our universe. Indeed, there are not many. 2 extreme Daos, 1 lost art, and I feel that his body's defense and power are very strong. Perhaps he has some other methods or treasures. That is why he was able to defeat white-browed Almighty Being. Look at how relaxed he is. He probably hasn't used his full power yet. Don't make it sound so scary if he hasn't used his full power. No matter what, he is only a 3rd step heavenly god. There is a limit to how strong he can be. Why do I feel like this kid isn't from our little universe? Is he from the big universe? Coming from the universe? That should not be possible. We are elites, but we cannot leave this little universe. Even if someone from the universe is as strong as the leader, they cannot force their way into our little universe. How can a genius from the universe come here? It is not impossible, Han Sen said. There are many capable people in the universe. They are not people we can imagine. But in the history of our little universe, no one from the big universe has ever come here. This kid is too much a monster. The Almighties discussed this in private. They were all guessing. Although some of them had guessed it, they still couldn't believe it. They really couldn't believe it. The little universe was protected by its own universe will. Unless the life forms in the little universe reached the ruler level, they could only break free from the protection of a universe will and leave the little universe. If the ruler only brought a few people out of the little universe, perhaps the universe origin wouldn't interfere too much. If the ruler tried to bring more people out, the universe origin would definitely interfere and issue a warning. Therefore, the life forms in the little universe couldn't leave the little universe. Similarly, in order to protect the little universe, the life forms in the big universe couldn't enter the little universe. Not even hegemons were able to enter this place. If they forced people in, obviously even rulers couldn't do it. However, some natural factors in the universe could break some rules. For example, the secret passage was unknown to people. It was naturally formed by the universe. However, it was also protected by the universe origin. It was just a little detached. Therefore, if someone below Almighties came in, they would be fine. Once someone reached Tao integration and became an Almighty, they would immediately be rejected by the universe origin and be sent out. This kind of protection was also for the sake of balance. This way, more origin worlds and little universes could develop healthily and harmoniously. Only then could the universe steadily send in talents. The cycle of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps this was the law of development. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the ashen-faced Almighty Whitebrow. Almighty Whitebrow stared at Qin Zhao with hatred. It was as if he wanted to kill Qin Zhao. Indeed, when had Almighty Whitebrow ever been humiliated like this? When had he, a dignified Almighty, been humiliated like this? Almighties were existences that stood at the peak of the little universe. They were existences that could decide the life and death of billions of people with a single word. They were existences at the level of the true ruler of the universe. Almighties were all extremely arrogant. None of them were easy to provoke. Almighties had undying bodies. It was very difficult to kill them. Almighties were practically legends. In the entire man-used little universe, only Man Outyin could arm wrestle with an Almighty. However, today, another Almighty had appeared. Not only could he arm wrestle, but he could also defeat an Almighty. Chapter 585. Whitebrow. May I ask if I'm qualified to stand here now? I know my place, but I don't know if you're qualified. Qin Zhao's voice was heard. 8 Study, 23. In Whitebrow's ears, these words were like a sharp knife that directly stabbed into his heart, humiliating him again. However, he was not as skilled as Qin Shao. What else could Whitebrow say? In this world, no matter where one went, the strong were respected, and heroes were judged by their strength. Although Qin Shao was only a 3-step divine realm expert, his strength was enough to trample Whitebrow, so he was qualified to be on an equal footing with these powerful figures. This was the dignity and status that came with strength. Ah, what a good method. Heroes come from young, and the younger generation will surpass us in time. Young friend, how should I address you? A red-haired man laughed. He was bare-chested, and his muscles were like those of a demonic beast. He was so strong that he did not look like a human being. His body and limbs were particularly well-developed. Moreover, his skin was suffused with a bronze luster. This kind of appearance was quite valiant and would cause people to be intimidated at first glance. From his rough aura, one could tell that this man was probably a fierce character with a violent temper. The violent aura on his body was very strong. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on him, and he chuckled and said, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others for their names?" "Boy, how dare you? Don't push your luck." As soon as Qin Shao finished speaking, a powerful figure behind the red-haired man rushed out angrily, pointed at Qin Zhao's nose, and scolded him. From this, one could see the status of this red-haired man. In fact, Qin Shao could see that this red-haired man was the leader of a camp. Since he could be the leader of a camp, his strength was obvious. He must be a powerful figure who had been through a lot. But how should he put it? Qin Shao really didn't think much of this world's mighty figures. After all, with Qin Zhao's strength, he was confident that he could calmly deal with the powerful figures. Plus, Qin Zhao's standard was the universe's most powerful elite. In a small universe, he was the absolute pinnacle of existence. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't think that any of the almighties in front of him could be at the pinnacle. Therefore, even if his strength was restricted to only 20 to 30%, he still had enough confidence to deal with these powerful figures. Besides, we don't have to risk our lives, do we? The red-haired man waved his hand casually and said to Qin Shao, "I am Qi Feng. Can you introduce yourself now?" "My name is Qin Shao. These are my 2 brothers, Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshin," Qin Shao introduced. Qin Shao transmitted his voice to Lord Danshin. "Do you know who this Qi Feng is?" "I've heard of him. He's not bad. It's said that he's a powerful figure. It's said that he's reached the Dao integration stage and has 6 top-grade Daos. He also has 2 ultimate techniques and many other techniques. I'm definitely no match for him. Only you and Yi Juanhe might be a match for him. However, we're all suppressed here, so it's hard to say. Since there are 3 camps here, the leaders of the other 2 camps must be at the same level as Qi Feng. Overall, the power of these almighties is not bad," Lord Danshin said. Qin Shao said, "Then it seems that there really is a big secret. Who cares? We're here to join in the fun anyway. Let's watch." However, these people are obviously not pregnant with good children. We have to be careful. They're definitely not pregnant with good children. I'm afraid we've disrupted their plans. If we force our way in now, I'm afraid they'll have more plans. But it doesn't matter. We're not really here for anything. We're just here for the fun. Lord Danshin also thought so. Qi Feng laughed heartily. "If the 3 of you are interested in joining us on this adventure, you can join us. However, there are some things I have to say in advance. This is an extremely dangerous trip. You should be able to see it from our formation. Of course, if we work together, we can still put up a fight." Qin Shao pursed his lips. "We're just here to join in the fun and train. If we don't train well, how can we be effective? Since we've stayed behind, we naturally want to go on this adventure with you and see if there's a chance for us to improve. That's the most important thing to us." "Haha, all right. Since the 3 of you are so brave, then let's go together. However, there's something I have to say up front. Since you've joined us, then you're one with us. When it's time to contribute, you have to contribute. Moreover, we've already made a pact. If you don't, we'll see you as a common enemy. I know you're quite strong, but you should also know that it's impossible for the 3 of you to fight against us as a whole. If you don't have any problems with these conditions, then we welcome you." Qi Feng said. It seemed that Qi Feng's words carried a lot of weight in this team. Although they were faintly divided into 3 camps, there was still a sense of unity. Clearly, this was a matter of teamwork. Qin Shao nodded and said, "That's of course not a problem. We still understand this bit of rules. Don't worry, Qi Feng. We don't have any ambitions. We just want to follow you and gain experience. Everything else is fine." "All right, in that case, we welcome you to join us. Since you've joined us, let's get to know each other and explain some things to you." Qi Feng nodded. Therefore, Qi Feng explained the basic situation to Qin Shao and the other two, as well as the situation of the other Almighties. Only then did Qin Shao and the others know the names and backgrounds of these Almighties. Then, there were some rules and regulations. This was to ensure the integrity of the team, which wasn't a big deal. Including Qin Shao and the other two, the team had a total of 24 people. It was vaguely divided into 3 camps. The main reason was that there were Qi Feng, Tong Tian, and Tu Jie, 3 Almighties of similar strength. Obviously, these 3 people were the leaders. The entire team seemed to be led by Qi Feng. After all, Qi Feng's reputation was the greatest among all of them. He was also the oldest, so he had the highest prestige. After understanding everyone's situation, Qi Feng immediately became serious. He said, somewhat sternly, "Next, I'll tell you about the fortuitous encounter this time. However, you know the rules. Before I tell you, you have to swear a life-bound oath that you won't divulge this information to anyone." They naturally understood Qin Shao. Everyone had to make a life-bonded oath, not just the 3 of them. Therefore, Qin Shao and the other 2 readily agreed. After making the life-bonded oath, Qi Feng said, "We found an emperor's tomb in the mountain ahead." Emperor's tomb. Qin Shao frowned slightly. What was an emperor's tomb? Qin Shao looked at Lord Danshan. Lord Danshan clearly did not know either. Seeing Qin Shao and Lord Danshan's reaction, Qi Feng was slightly surprised. "You don't know what an emperor's tomb is?" Qin Shao was about to find an excuse to explain when Yi Juanhe, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly said, "The so-called Emperor's Tomb is the final place left behind by top Almighties who have reached the pinnacle of Almighties and failed to break through to the ruler realm. However, most Almighties will leave everything they can to their descendants before attempting to break through to the ruler realm. They won't take anything with them. After all, not many Almighties are completely confident of breaking through to the ruler realm. If they fail, they will die. Of course, there are some eccentric Almighties who won't leave anything behind for their descendants. In other words, some eccentric Almighties don't have any descendants or personal disciples at all. Therefore, they don't leave anything behind and carry everything with them. If such Almighties fail to break through to the ruler realm, all their treasures will be with them. As long as the fated person in the future finds them, they can obtain everything. Almighties who can break through to the ruler realm must have reached the pinnacle of Almighties. All of them are extremely impressive, and their wealth is enough to tempt a ruler realm existence. In that case, this mountain in front of us is the Emperor's tomb of a top Almighty." Qi Feng took a deep look at Yi Juanhe and laughed. "It seems that our young friend Yi Juanhe is very clear. That is indeed the case. This mountain in front of us is the Emperor's tomb of an extremely ancient Almighty. It is the Emperor's tomb of the 7 Stars Great Emperor. 800 billion years ago, the 7 Stars Great Emperor disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect that he would die here. 7 Stars Great Emperor." Qin Shao had obviously never heard of this ancient figure. Qi Feng explained. The 7 Stars Great Emperor was extremely impressive. His strength was already heaven-defying when he was alive, and he was infinitely close to the ruler realm. Among the Almighties, he was invincible, and his life was glorious. Moreover, he didn't have any descendants. He only took in 1 disciple in his life, but that disciple died prematurely. Therefore, he wouldn't leave any of his treasures behind and would only keep them with him. And this time, our opportunity is to seize the 7 Stars Great Emperor's treasures. So, it was really a huge opportunity. It was enough to make people's blood boil. Yi Juanhe said, "As far as I know, after an Almighty fails to break through to the ruler realm, they won't die immediately. There will be a period of time when their soul will slowly dissipate and they will gradually die. During this period of time, they will find a place to bury themselves. The purpose of this is to not be disturbed by later generations. Of course, some kind-hearted almighties might leave behind a place of opportunity, waiting for the fated ones of the later generations. But there are also some who will set up a no-kill zone, and anyone who dares to trespass will be killed without mercy. The layout set up by the Almighty when he was alive and used up all the treasures in his life is filled with extreme danger. It won't be easy to break in. Qifeng nodded and said, "Yes, it is naturally extremely dangerous. But at the same time, it is also full of great opportunities, so it is worth it for us to fight and take this risk. If there wasn't any danger, we wouldn't have gathered 21 Almighties to work together." Chapter 586. Everyone had come for the same ambition, so there was no need for unnecessary words. Sun Ho, the least with the enemy vanquishing finger tactic, Qin Xiao and the other two blended in with Qi Feng's group. On the surface, everyone appeared to be friendly, treating Qin Xiao and the other two as equals. However, it was hard to say whether or not these powerful beings had any ulterior motives in the dark. Feng Yusun, Shuling Xing, Jiegu, Digu, and some other almighty experts wanted to inquire about the background of Qin Xiao and the other two, but they didn't find much. Only Sun Miyuan, the star scientist, just like that. Sun Miyuan, Qin Xiao, and Sun Miyuan blended in with Qi Feng's group. On the surface, everyone appeared to be amiable and treated Qin Xiao and the others as equals. Chapter 587. Qifeng had already explored this place before, so he was somewhat familiar with the Emperor Mountain. With him leading the way, everyone soon arrived at a huge door. In front of the huge door, there were 7 huge statues of war gods that stood in the shape of 7 stars. Each stone statue held a huge stone sword in its hand. They were so lifelike that if one didn't look carefully, they would think that they were real creatures. Although they were just stone statues, they exuded an incomparably powerful aura that intimidated people's souls, making people not dare to approach them easily. The ancient door appeared to be so heavy, vast, and filled with the power of the dark firmament. This door was the door that led to the interior of the Emperor Mountain. The entire Emperor Mountain was like an impenetrable fortress by the 7 stars' great emperor. If the mountain was forcefully broken, it would probably cause the entire Emperor Mountain to collapse, and everything would cease to exist. Of course, even if they forcefully attacked the Emperor Mountain, they might not be able to break it. This was the Emperor Tomb of the 7 stars' great emperor. How could it be easily destroyed by others? Those who were qualified to enter the Emperor Tomb were all peerless almighties who stood at the top of the almighties. They were supreme existences that were infinitely close to the sovereign realm. Although Qifeng was powerful enough, in front of such an almighty, it would be difficult for him to last 3 moves. If he used a killing move, that move would be enough to defeat him. This is the 7 stars' great array. Everyone, don't underestimate these 7 stone statues. The combat power they can display is not inferior to an almighty. The 7 stars' great array makes the lethality of these 7 stone statues extremely terrifying. Everyone, attack together and destroy this 7 stars' great array. Qifeng said to everyone. Everyone saw this and naturally didn't dare to be careless. The 24 people attacked at the same time, and a series of terrifying attacks attacked the 7 stone statues. Buzz! The 7 stone statues seemed to come alive and turned into the 7 legs of the 7 stars' great array. Then, as if they were possessed by an almighty, they charged towards Qin Xiao and the others. This 7 stars' great array was indeed terrifying. Although its power was divided, there were still terrifying forces that rushed towards Qin Xiao and the others. If one did not have the combat strength of a mighty figure, they would die upon contact. If it were not for the division of power, a mighty figure like Whitebrow would have died if he had barged into the 7 stars array. Chi Feng and the other two displayed their invincible might. After the crowd lightened their burden, they also unleashed a powerful burst of power, breaking the Seven Stars formation in one fell swoop. Once the Great Seven Stars formation was broken, the seven stone statues returned to their original state and calmed down. Rumble, the huge stone door slowly opened, as if a new world had arrived. The dark and long passage seemed to have no end, and no one knew where it led to. The further down they went, the more eerie and terrifying it became. It was like a passage to the underworld. Dense, cold air gushed out from inside, causing people to feel apprehensive and their souls to tremble. It was as if an ordinary person was facing a demon from hell. He couldn't help but tremble from the depths of his heart. This kind of terrifying feeling was extremely uncomfortable, and it was something that was rarely encountered. If a fourth-step heavenly god was here, he would probably turn his head and retreat after a single glance. However, this passage was leading to the core of the Emperor Tomb. It was leading to a place of great treasures. Chi Feng said with a serious expression, "The next part is extremely dangerous. I didn't dare to go too deep last time. This passage is very dangerous and full of killing intent. Therefore, everyone must be on high alert. Otherwise, your lives may be in danger." Even without Chi Feng's reminder, everyone could feel that this was indeed a dangerous place. Since Chi Feng had said so, everyone was naturally even more vigilant. Everyone spread out and advanced in a nine-palace formation. The advantage of this was that no matter what unexpected situation they encountered, they could react quickly and help each other. No one would be left alone. Dong, as soon as they stepped into the passage, an extremely strange sound came from underground. Every step they took would cause this strange sound to appear, causing their scalps to tingle and their hearts to tremble. The eerie aura became denser and denser. An invisible pressure spread out, as if bursting from the depths of everyone's hearts. Every step they took was extremely difficult, and every step was extremely heavy. This passage was clearly set up with an extremely strange formation that could restrain and suppress everyone's strength. If a fourth-step heavenly god entered, they would probably find it difficult to move even a single step. The flowing aura was also an invisible killer. It transformed into terrifying sharp weapons that silently struck everyone's bodies and even tried to penetrate them. Without a certain level of defensive ability, they would die here after taking a few steps. Just walking like this was extremely dangerous. Every step was filled with killing intent. Yi Juanhe, Qin Xiao, I feel that this is very dangerous. This passageway probably isn't as simple as it seems. I suddenly have a bad premonition, Lord Danshin suddenly said. Qin Xiao also said, I also have a bad feeling. I keep feeling that something is going to happen. We should be careful. I don't think it's that simple. Qin Xiao and the other two were together. In terms of strength, Lord Danshin was the weakest here, so he also needed Qin Xiao and Yi Juanhe to take care of him. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Everyone looked over and saw white-browed Almighty's body enveloped in a ball of blue, eerie fire. He was rapidly burning in the eerie fire as he let out a painful scream. White-browed Almighty's body was actually burned to ashes by the blue, eerie fire in a breath's time. He died in front of everyone. Dead. And Almighty died just like that, without even the slightest bit of resistance. Such a scene truly shocked the crowd. They had long known that Emperor Mountain was definitely filled with danger, and they had even mentally prepared themselves for it. However, they did not expect that an Almighty would die so quickly. This was really too terrifying. No one had expected that an Almighty would die as soon as they entered Emperor Mountain. If this situation continued, how many Almighties would be able to survive in the end? Even if it was only a clone that had entered, the loss of a clone was still an incomparably huge loss. This was especially so for an Almighty. If they wanted to nurture another clone, they would have to pay an incomparably huge price. This kind of thing was naturally not what everyone wanted. The aura of death also enveloped everyone, making the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Everyone's nerves were also tense, as they carefully looked around, afraid that a sudden killing intent would attack them. What a terrifying flame. It can actually burn an almighty to ashes in a breath's time. What kind of flame is this? Qin Xiao was quite surprised. He had never seen such a terrifying flame before, nor did he recognize it. There were no records of such a flame. Yi Junhe said, "This is ghostly blue, eerie fire, one of the most terrifying flames in the universe. A single ghostly blue, eerie fire can easily kill an almighty. If there are enough ghostly blue, eerie fire, it can even kill a ruler. Of course, such a rare item in the universe is extremely rare. I didn't expect the 7 Stars Great Emperor to be so generous as to create some ghostly blue, eerie fire in his emperor tomb. And from the looks of it, he should have set up a lot. If we accidentally encounter it, it will be very dangerous. We still have to be careful." "What? This is ghostly blue, eerie fire." Qin Xiao was shocked again, but a trace of joy appeared on his face. He didn't recognize ghostly blue, eerie fire, but he needed it. That was because ghostly blue, eerie fire was the material needed for the Nirvana and 9 Revolutions refinement stage. In order to master the Nirvana 9 Revolutions refinement stage, one must bathe in ghostly blue, eerie fire and endure the endless pain and tempering of ghostly blue, eerie fire. Only then could one's body transform again. Just thinking about it made one realize how terrifying it was. This was ghostly blue, eerie fire. White-browed Almighty was burned to ashes in a breath's time. Moreover, it was only a small, ghostly blue, eerie fire. In order to master the Nirvana and 9 Revolutions refinement stage, one would need at least 8 ghostly blue, eerie fires. With so many ghostly blue, eerie fires stacked together, it was easy to imagine how terrifying the power was. To be able to withstand it was absolutely inconceivable. It was really difficult to master the Nirvana and 9 Revolutions refinement stage. Qi Feng's face darkened slightly. It seems that there are some dangers that we can't foresee. This is ghostly blue, eerie fire. Everyone, be careful. Don't touch it. Once touched, I'm afraid it's a dead end. However, ghostly blue, eerie fire is extremely precious. No matter how rich 7-Star Great Emperor is, it's impossible to set up a lot of it. This kind of rare thing is extremely rare in the universe. So it's possible that there are only a few. If we're careful, we can still deal with it. Although White-browed Almighty's death shocked everyone, they were used to life and death. So they immediately picked up their mood and continued to move forward. This time, everyone was obviously more careful, and their speed was not fast. Everyone's eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, in case there were any dangerous creatures that would sneak attack them. This passage seemed to be filled with the aura of death. It made people feel as if every step forward was a step closer to death. A wisteria suddenly broke out from the ground and quickly spread out, touching several Almighties. Not good, danger! A few of the Almighties reacted in time and quickly attacked. Waves of terrifying energy bombarded the wisteria. However, there was one almighty being who couldn't react in time and was directly swallowed up by the wisteria. Just as he was about to resist, a purple flower emerged and swallowed him up like a megaphone. He was completely wrapped up by the flower. Then, the wisteria quickly closed up and burrowed back into the ground, disappearing without a trace. It was as if nothing had happened. Chapter 588. Another one died, and this time, even the person was swallowed. Baba Shu. The one who died this time was Mighty Lu Jing, who was as strong as Mighty Whitebrows. Those who knew Mighty Lu Jing asked Mighty Lu Jing's real body and immediately confirmed that Mighty Lu Jing's avatar was dead. It was instantly swallowed. It was terrifying. It was really terrifying. Just like the ghostly blue fire, which could instantly kill Mighty Lu Jing. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Qin Xiao rarely walked around outside in the past, so he was naturally severely lacking in experience. Such a matter indeed made him feel like his horizons had been broadened. He didn't expect that there were so many terrifying things in this universe that could instantly kill Mighty Lu Jing. It was unbelievable. This was a mighty Lu Jing, an existence that stood at the top of the universe. It was an existence that was eternal and could live as long as the universe. It had transcended the river of time. For the savage universe, there weren't many mighty Lu Jing to begin with. Usually, if a mighty Lu Jing died, it would definitely be an extremely shocking thing. But now, the lives of mighty Lu Jing were worthless. In just a short while, 2 mighty Lu Jing had died. Most of the mighty figures present couldn't help but panic at such a situation. What is this? Qin Shao and Lord Red Dust didn't know much, so they looked at Yi Juanhe. Yi Juanhe was the lord of the Desolate Land Temple. He had been recruited by the Desolate Land Temple long ago, so he probably knew a lot about the secrets of the universe. So when Qin Shao and Lord Red Dust were puzzled, they naturally looked at Yi Juanhe. Yi Juanhe said, "This is the purple wisteria, soul-swallowing flower. It can directly swallow a person's soul. One flower can take the life of a mighty Lu Jing. This is a terrifying plant life. Some experienced alchemists even caught the purple wisteria soul-swallowing flower and refined its flowers into soul-swallowing powder. It's extremely terrifying." "I see. TSK. It's really unbelievable. It seems that I was a frog at the bottom of a well in the past. I don't understand so many dangerous things in this universe." Qin Shao clicked his tongue, feeling a little emotional. However, he couldn't be blamed. He really didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with these things. These were things that ordinary almighties were not qualified to come into contact with. Yes, there are indeed countless secrets in the universe. Even my understanding of the universe is probably just the tip of the iceberg. There are too many terrifying things that you can't imagine. There's nothing that doesn't exist in this universe. There are simply too many things that could threaten a mighty figure. Many people use it as a life-saving trump card, Yi Juanhe added. Qin Shao nodded. Indeed, it could be used as a life-saving trump card. Of course, for the 3 of them, it was not very useful. With the strength of the 3 of them, as long as they were outside, only top almighties could threaten them. No matter how powerful an item was, it could hardly pose much of a threat to a top-tier mighty figure. It seems that the 7-star Great Emperor's means are indeed heaven-defying. It has somewhat exceeded my expectations. I also didn't expect that the 7-star Great Emperor could set up such a terrifying thing in his Emperor tomb. We have only just entered Emperor Mountain. The further we go, the more dangerous it will be, Yi Juanhe said again. Clearly, he was reminding Qin Shao and Lord Danshan as well. Even if Yi Juanhe didn't say it, Qin Shao and Lord Danshan knew that it was very complicated. They couldn't be the slightest bit careless and had to keep their spirits up. Otherwise, if he was careless, he might be consigned to eternal damnation. After 2 almighties had died in a row, everyone's mood was obviously not very good. It was a little heavy. Their originally high fighting spirit had been imperceptibly weakened a little. The dense fog of death shrouded everyone. No one knew who would be the next to die. It didn't feel like they were taking a risk at all. Instead, it felt like they were playing a game of suicide. These almighties had gone through a lot of hardships to reach their current status, but none of them had ever been like this. Once they were attacked, they wouldn't even have the slightest ability to resist and would be directly obliterated. This kind of pain was unimaginable. Qi Feng shouted in a low voice. Everyone, and Mo Huang, although the degree of danger might be a little beyond our expectations, it's only an emperor tomb after all. The 7-star Great Emperor isn't really still alive here. No matter how powerful a dead Great Emperor's means were when he was alive, they were still limited. After all, there is no one controlling this place. It's just a means left behind. Wealth comes from danger. Since we've already come this far, there's no reason for us to retreat. Let's go. Let's continue moving forward. Just be more careful. For the sake of this huge treasure, even if we have to sacrifice a clone, so what? As long as we are united enough, there will definitely be no problem. If an emperor tomb can cause so many of us to be covered in dust and grime, then we've all lived for nothing. Qi Feng's words aroused everyone's fighting spirit. Indeed, it would be a big joke if they retreated because of this little danger. They were almighties. This time, more than 20 Almighties were attacking together. Was there anything they couldn't do? It was impossible to think about it. Even if the seven-star Great Emperor was alive in front of them, with more than 20 of them working together, they shouldn't be afraid, let alone an Emperor tomb left behind by the seven-star Great Emperor. Haha, this Qifeng Almighty is a bit interesting. They've already come to explore once before, so they must know the danger inside. Otherwise, why would they bring so many Almighties over for such a good thing? It seems like they want to bring more Almighties over to share some of the pressure. Lord Danshan transmitted his voice to Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe. Qin Shao also felt this. Since there was a huge treasure, in theory, the fewer people there were, the better, right? However, Qifeng Almighty had brought 21 Almighties with him. If so many people were to divide the treasure, how much could they get? Now, they understood a little. Qifeng Almighty felt that with the three of them, there was no way they could fight their way into the Emperor Mountain. Even if they could enter, they would probably have to pay a huge price, and the possibility of entering was not high at all. Therefore, they brought so many Almighties in to share some of the pressure. After all, there definitely wouldn't be many terrifying things like the ghost blue flame and the purple vine soul devouring flower. If there were other Almighties to share the burden, it would obviously be much easier for them. Looking at the situation, there should be similar dangers along the way. It was foreseeable that many Almighties would die. I was wondering why Almighty Qifeng was so easy to talk to and directly pulled us in. It seems that he wants us to share the pressure. Lord Danshan said again. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, "We can't blame others for that. We were the ones who insisted on joining. However, it doesn't matter. There's nothing to be afraid of if it's a little dangerous. Since Qifeng Almighty dared to enter, why wouldn't we? In terms of methods, we won't lose to Qifeng Almighty. Since we have nothing to do, why don't we come in and take a look? Who knows, we might have some unexpected gains." The group continued forward. The death of two Almighties didn't have much of an impact on the overall strength, but everyone's mood was slightly bad. However, for the lifetime treasure of the seven-star Great Emperor, they had to fight. Fortunately, the same situation didn't happen along the way. A ghost blue flame darted out, but it was suppressed by Qifeng, Tong Tian, and Tu Xiu, who were already prepared. The three of them were very powerful together. If they reacted in time and didn't get touched by the ghost blue flame, there was still a way to control it. Ordinary Almighties couldn't do it, but Qifeng and the other two Almighties could. If they didn't even have this little bit of means, wouldn't they be courting death? After passing through the passage of thousands of miles, the passage became smaller and smaller. Finally, a ghost blue barrier blocked in front of everyone. What ghost blue flame barrier? So many ghost blue flames, how can we pass through? Seven-star Great Emperor, this is too much, isn't it? He actually created an entire scene of ghost blue flame. This is too shocking, isn't it? It seems that the seven-star Great Emperor really doesn't want to disturb his peace after death and doesn't want people to enter his Emperor tomb. Everyone was dumbfounded. One ghost blue flame was scary enough. Now, there was a whole ghost blue flame in front of everyone, blocking their way. If they wanted to continue forward, they had to pass through this ghost blue flame barrier. However, the power of the ghost blue flame was obvious to everyone. Just a little bit of it would burn them to ashes, and they would die tragically on the spot. If they dared to approach such a ghost blue flame barrier, they would definitely die. All of a sudden, the high spirits of the Almighties were shattered. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, and they felt cold from head to toe. Some Almighties even had thoughts of retreating. Qifeng and the others couldn't help but frown deeply. Their expressions were extremely solemn. They obviously didn't expect such a situation. "We can't pass. There's no way to pass at all. I won't do something that will send me to my death. Forget it. I think we should go back the way we came. We were happy for nothing," the Almighty said. Obviously, he didn't want to continue. "Don't say such discouraging words. There might not be no way at all. Let's think about it again." Another Almighty persuaded. "How can we think about it? The entire ghost blue flame barrier. As long as we go through, we will definitely be touched. Once it touches us, we will definitely die. This is simply a dead end. an unsolvable situation. I also think there's no way. Are we going to be defeated like this? Wouldn't Whitebrow and Lu Jing die in vain? Then what can we do? Don't worry. Let's see if Chi Feng and the others have any ideas. Everyone began to talk. The situation was obviously in a predicament. Chapter 589. All the mighty figures looked at Chi Feng and the other two. They were the backbone of this team. If there was a big problem, it would naturally depend on whether they could solve it. Chi Feng, Heavenspan, and Tuya gathered together. The three of them frowned deeply, and their faces were solemn. Heavenspan, do you have a way? Chi Feng asked. Heavenspan shook his head. The ghost blue fire is too terrifying. If we fight it head-on, we might not succeed. It seems that 7-star Great Emperor has set up a death trap and doesn't want anyone to disturb him. With our bodies, we might not be able to resist the ghost blue fire. If there were only a few, we might be able to fight it, but there are so many of them. I'm afraid we'll die if we touch them. A strange light flickered in the eerie eyes of the powerful being. No one knew what he was thinking. The three were silent, and the others were even more silent. Those who already had the intention of retreating became even more intense now. However, they were still unwilling. How could they retreat when such a great opportunity was here? But if they didn't retreat, what could they do? Lord Danshan transmitted his voice to Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe. This is fun. We can't even fight our way into Emperor Mountain, let alone find treasures. I don't have a way anyway. Do you have a way? Yi Juanhe was silent for a moment. I'm not completely confident, but we should be able to try. Qin Shao didn't say anything. In fact, he was also calculating how confident he was. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a problem with the Nirvana 9 revolutions. The ghost blue fire was the material needed for the Nirvana in 9 revolutions, 8 revolutions. Therefore, Qin Shao could enter the ghost blue serene fire desert and absorb the ghost blue serene fire to cultivate his ultimate skill. Once he succeeded, Qin Shao would naturally be able to pass through with ease. However, Qin Shao wasn't completely confident. After all, the ghost blue fire was terrifying. Once a mighty being was touched by even a little bit of it, it would be a dead end. Although Yi Juanhe had some confidence, it wasn't that great. It was only about 30%. After all, he had never experienced such a thing, so he didn't dare to make a conclusion. After discussing for a while, Chi Feng and the other two finally came to a decision. Chi Feng flipped his palm, and a set of primordial armor appeared in his hand. It emitted a terrifying primordial aura that seemed to be able to seal the world. This was obviously an ancient Dao artifact armor. It was extremely precious and was definitely Chi Feng's ultimate treasure. Even he felt a little heartache when he took it out. Chi Feng looked at a big guy and said, Wu Xiong, you're the strongest in terms of physical defense here. I'll let you use this desolate ancient armor first. Let's see if you can break through. Wu Xiong was fearless. He took Chi Feng's armor and put it on, making him look like a primordial celestial emperor. Just a trace of his aura could seal it. At the moment, Wu Xiong had also become extremely powerful. His primordial aura was enough to make the world submit to him. Wu Xiong flew toward the ghost blue fire waterfall. Everyone's eyes fell on him with endless expectation. If even Wu Xiong failed, it would be bad news for the celestial race. Wu Xiong let out a loud roar and rushed into the waterfall. His body was immediately engulfed by the ghost blue fire. I'm fine. Wu Xiong laughed heartily. The other experts were overjoyed to hear this. If that was the case, they could break through. But before they could rejoice, a scream was heard. Wu Xiong's divine body was burned by the ghost blue fire and turned into ashes without much struggle. The primordial armor also turned into ashes. To think that an ancient Dao artifact could not even withstand a single blow. Such a situation was truly a heavy blow to all the mighty figures. If they couldn't break through, what else could they do? Alas, even Wu Xiong has failed. It seems that we have no other choice. What a pity. We sacrificed 3 experts at once. It's an unusually heavy loss. Forget it. Since there's no other choice, let's not fight recklessly and give up. If they continue to fight, more people would die, Losing an avatar is painful enough for a long time. Are we going to give up just like that? That's the tomb of a 7-star great emperor. Yes, the more difficult it is, the greater the treasure and the greater the opportunity. It's a pity to give up now. We've fought for countless years. When did we become so timid? You make it sound good. Why don't you give it a try? Chi Feng, say something. Chi Feng's expression was deep and cold. Obviously, his mood was very heavy. After a moment of silence, Chi Feng said, "For the time being, we really don't have any good ideas. Perhaps we can only give up this time. However, that doesn't mean we'll give up forever. We'll just retreat temporarily. Let's go back and think of a way to deal with the ghost blue flame. As long as the Emperor Mountain is still here, we still have a chance. At most, we'll just have to wait a little longer." Chi Feng's words were acknowledged by the experts. Yes, Chi Feng is right. We'd be fools to fight recklessly without any confidence. Since there's no other way now, we'll try again next time. Yes, the secret here belongs to all of us. We've all sworn an oath with our lives, so we naturally won't go back on our oaths. However, to be on the safe side, we have to swear an oath again. No one is allowed to act on their own. Next time, we have to gather everyone together before we act unless someone voluntarily withdraws. Yes, I have no objections. It's best to swear an oath. Come on, I'll be the first. Everyone had the intention to retreat, but they had considered it very thoroughly and wouldn't give anyone a chance to take advantage of them. To be honest, Qin Shao had indeed thought that if everyone gave up and retreated, he and Yi Juanhe would come in again to take a look. Speaking of which, Qin Shao didn't feel that the three of them needed to rely on Chi Feng and the others. With their strength, they were enough to explore. However, it wouldn't do if they had to swear an oath not to act alone. Once they made this oath, Qin Shao wouldn't be able to come again. However, if they didn't make this oath, Chi Feng and the others wouldn't let the three of them leave safely. Although Qin Shao was confident that he wasn't afraid of the three of them, the other party had the advantage in numbers after all. If they really fought, Qin Shao and the others might not be able to gain any advantage. In addition, judging from the current situation, the Emperor Mountain was indeed filled with endless dangers. If only the three of them entered, it wouldn't be good. With more people, they could share a lot of the danger. Moreover, Chi Feng and the others were quite experienced. There were some benefits to following them. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Qin Shao walked out and said, "Maybe I have a way." His voice was not loud, but it caused the crowd to fall silent immediately. Everyone's eyes turned to look at Qin Shao. "You have a way?" One of the Almighties obviously didn't believe Qin Shao and questioned. If everyone didn't have a way, what could a third-step heavenly god do? This was the ghost blue fire. Even with their knowledge, they didn't know what could restrain the ghost blue fire. Chi Feng also looked at Qin Shao with some surprise. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't think of any way for the time being. He was really puzzled. How could Qin Shao have a way? Although his strength was not bad, once he was touched by the ghost blue flame, he should also die. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, although I'm not 100% sure, I should be able to give it a try." More than 70% confidence should be about right. 70% was a very high number. Not to mention the others. Even Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshan looked at Qin Shao with a strange expression. Yi Juanhe only had about 30% confidence. Moreover, he had to reveal his trump card. This was something Yi Juanhe didn't want to do. He had never revealed his trump card before. However, Qin Shao said that he had more than 70% confidence. This was probably a modest statement. It was clear that Qin Shao was very confident. With such confidence, they really didn't know what Qin Shao could do. The other Almighties were also quite shocked. 70%. How confident did he have to be to dare say that? Don't boast too early. Be careful not to bite your tongue, said one of the Almighties sourly. He naturally didn't believe that Qin Shao had more than 70% confidence. Immediately, another Almighty said, "Anyone can boast. This isn't a joke. We don't have the time to joke with you. Don't just talk. If you really have the ability, you can come out and give it a try. In any case, you're the one dying. It has nothing to do with us." Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the bodies of these two mighty beings. They were the ones who had been mocking him and scoffing at him all this while. One was a leaf flower almighty, and the other was a devil flower almighty. Qin Zhao noted down the names of these two mighty figures. Qi Feng looked at Qin Zhao and said, "Empyrean God Qin Zhao, are you really that confident?" Qin Zhao pursed his lips and said, "You'll know once you try. Didn't the devil flower almighty say that? In any case, my life is mine. If I die, it has nothing to do with you. I'll use my life as a test. What's there to doubt?" Qi Feng said, "Empyrean God Qin Zhao, there's no need to be angry. The devil flower almighty was just speaking casually and didn't mean to offend you. I naturally believe in Empyrean God Qin Zhao, but you can't be careless. After all, your life is at stake. Therefore, I still hope that Empyrean God Qin Zhao can be more cautious. Even if it's just a clone, the price of losing it is extremely high." Qi Feng's words were reasonable. Qin Zhao waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Life is one's own. No one will joke about their own life. I'm not that heroic." Chapter 590. Seeing Qin Zhao's confident look, many mighty figures began to discuss. 8 reading. 23-inch, he can't really have a way, can he? He's probably a little arrogant. I don't believe that he can do something that even Qi Feng and the others can't. This is the ghost blue flame. That's true, but he can't really be stupid enough to send himself to death, right? Or is he overconfident? Let's see. I think he's courting death. Everyone's discussion was obviously not optimistic about Qin Zhao. There was no other way. After all, this matter was too difficult to be optimistic about. The deaths of White Brow and Wu Xiong were still vivid in their minds. Qi Feng had also said that there was nothing he could do. Qin Zhao soon approached the ghost blue flame waterfall. When he stood in front of the ghost blue flame, he could not feel anything. There were no abnormal energy fluctuations. It was very calm. However, Qin Zhao did not dare to doubt the terror of the ghost blue flame. Qin Zhao took a deep breath and stepped into the ghost blue flame with a determined look. This was a desperate move. As soon as Qin Zhao entered the ghost blue flame, it was as if he had entered a world of fire. There was only the ghost blue flame left in the entire world. The flame was neither cold nor hot, neither soft nor violet. However, there was an extremely terrifying power that was pervasive. No power seemed to be able to stop it. Countless ghost blue flame molecules rapidly split and seeped into Qin Zhao's body, attacking every cell. Once touched by the ghost blue flame, no matter how strong the cell molecules were, there was no way to stop it. They would be destroyed and devoured. In an instant, Qin Zhao felt like he was going to be devoured by the ghost blue flame. This terrifying power was really unprecedented. It was too terrifying. No matter how strong the body was, it felt like there was no way to stop it. Even a Dao artifact armor could not stop it. This was the strongest power in the universe. Qin Zhao's god power surged out in an attempt to protect his god body. But Qin Zhao quickly discovered that his god power was unable to withstand a single blow from the ghost blue flame. In the face of such a situation, Qin Zhao was really shocked. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still shocked. If the 9 revolutions of Nirvana didn't work, then it was obvious that he would die here today. This was definitely a huge gamble. However, Qin Zhao had always dared to gamble. This was also a great opportunity for Qin Zhao. If he succeeded, then he could use this opportunity to cultivate to the 8th cycle of the 9 revolutions of Nirvana. Once he cultivated the Nirvana 9 cycles to the 8th cycle, Qin Zhao would not be able to hurt him with just the defensive power of his body. Even if he did not fight back, an ordinary almighty would not be able to hurt him. If he could cultivate the Nirvana 9 revolutions to the 9th revolution, Qin Zhao would have confidence in his body's defensive strength. He wouldn't be afraid of most mighty figures. Apart from the top mighty figures, no one would be able to do anything to Qin Zhao. The 9 revolutions of Nirvana combined with the true meaning of power. Qin Shao would not let go of any opportunity to improve his strength. Even if he had to risk it, it was worth it. With just a touch, Qin Zhao's god power was directly defeated and disintegrated. They were not on the same level at all. The devouring power of the ghost blue flame was too terrifying. In less than a breath's time, Qin Shao felt like he was going to be burned to ashes. If this continued, he would be turned into ashes in the next moment. Endless pain seeped into every cell, trying to devour and destroy them. This was the terrifying part of the ghost blue flame. It was all-pervasive, penetrating deep into every cell and destroying it directly. No matter how strong one's god power was, it couldn't withstand a single blow from the ghost blue flame. If god power couldn't protect you, then no matter how powerful you were, you could only die. Looking at the flames on Qin Zhao's body, some of the Almighties began to gloat. See? Look at how confident you are. You're still going to die. This is what you get for being so arrogant. You really don't know what you're talking about. What a pity that a peerless genius is going to die here. Fortunately, it's only a clone. If it's not, I wouldn't dare take the risk. Qi Feng and the other two Almighties didn't say anything. Their eyes were fixed in that direction. Yi Junhe and Lord Danshan were also watching. They knew Qin Shao very well and knew that Qin Shao wouldn't do something he wasn't confident in. Qin Zhao's actions were definitely not blind confidence, nor was he trying to show off. Since he dared to do so, he naturally had his reasons. Therefore, they weren't worried. If Qin Shao died just like that, then he wouldn't be the Qin Shao they knew. Of course, Yi Junhe was also watching closely. If it really didn't work, he was prepared to go all out. What a painful feeling. It was so painful that it was about to break down. This extreme pain was enough to destroy a person, but it couldn't destroy Qin Shao. The mantra of the 9 revolutions of nirvana began to circulate. A wave of energy guided the nether fire energy, neutralizing the nether fire energy. After that, it slowly guided the nether fire energy into the small world of each cell, into the inner world, and continued to improve, transform, and complete a new sublimation. As soon as the Nirvana 9 revolutions technique was activated, the pain lessened a lot. The ghost blue flame's devouring of his cells also lessened a lot. In addition, Qin Shao was already at the 7th of the Nirvana 9 revolutions technique, so his body was strong enough. He struggled vigorously in pain, as if he was pulling himself back from the gates of hell time and time again. To cultivate the Nirvana 9 revolutions technique, one had to endure inhuman pain. To endure this extreme pain, ordinary people couldn't bear it at all. However, Qin Shao had been cultivating all the way. He had endured the pain from the 1st to the 7th revolution. Naturally, he could endure the pain from the 8th revolution. After many confrontations and battles, Qin Shao finally defeated the ghost blue flame and began to devour it slowly. Once the situation was opened, all the disasters were over. As it turned out, Qin Shao had won the bet. However, it was close. Qin Shao felt that he was on the verge of collapse several times. Relying on a resolute belief, he persevered and held on. This was something that could only be done with great perseverance. Hey, what's going on? Why is he still alive? Yeah, wasn't he burned by the ghost blue flame? Why is he still alive after so long? He's really resilient. Didn't someone just say that God Qin Shao was courting death and was slapped in the face? His face is already swollen. Look over there, everyone is pulling a long face. Don't make sarcastic remarks. You're talking as if you were very optimistic just now. The person who had just mocked Qin Shao felt like he had been slapped in the face. It was too uncomfortable. In fact, no one had expected that Qin Shao would be able to persevere and not be devoured by the ghost blue flame. It was really puzzling. They didn't know what kind of heaven-defying method Qin Shao had to be able to withstand the devouring of the ghost blue flame. Looking at it like this, they didn't see that Qin Shao had used any method. It was as if he was completely relying on his own body to be able to withstand the ghost blue flame with his body alone. Perhaps only a top almighty like the 7 Stars Great Emperor could have such a method. However, Qin Zhao's strength was obviously far from that level, but he still had such a method. It was really incredible. Qi Feng, do you see anything? Asked the Empyrean Almighty via voice transmission. Qi Feng said, I can't see anything. It seems that he used his body to withstand the ghost blue flame. It's incredible. His body is very special, or rather, it's very powerful. To be able to withstand the ghost blue flame with his body alone. At least we are ashamed of our inferiority. But look at him now. He seems to be cultivating inside and isn't in a hurry to rush over. If he rushed over now, he should be able to do it. Look at him now. He seems to be cultivating inside the ghost blue flame. The Empyrean Almighty nodded and said, Yes, I'm also very curious about this problem. Is there anyone who can cultivate inside the ghost blue flame? Even if we are too ignorant, this kind of thing is too imaginable. Some cultivation techniques, indeed, require rare treasures in the universe, but we know a little about the cultivation techniques in our Manu universe. There's nothing like this. Even an itinerant cultivator from overseas wouldn't have such a hidden method. The Empyrean Almighty said, Forget it. Let's stop guessing. Our universe isn't that big, but it was born since the beginning of the universe. After all, it has been accumulating for countless years. Perhaps there are some unknown things in it. However, I'm thinking that it might not be impossible for them to come from the great universe. There are many methods in the great universe that we can't imagine. Qi Feng said, Forget it. Let's not talk about this. It doesn't matter who they are. As long as they don't threaten us, we can be friends, right? Actually, it doesn't matter. The methods of these three are indeed extraordinary. The other two who didn't make a move must be extraordinary as well. This sky celestial called Qin Shao must not be underestimated. Perhaps this time, he can really be of great help to us. On the other side, Qin Shao began to slowly devour the ghost blue flame and integrate it into his cells, improving his body and transforming again. The ghost blue flame also began to decrease slowly. Such a change immediately caused everyone to be shocked. Look, the ghost blue flame is decreasing. It has been devoured by sky, celestial Qin Shao. No way. Even the ghost blue flame can be devoured? How is this possible? There is no other possibility besides this. Terrifying, it's really terrifying. Unbelievable. Who exactly is this sky, celestial Qin Shao? Qin Zhao's actions had indeed stunned everyone. It was simply an unimaginable thing. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. It wasn't until the 10th year that Qin Zhao's body was saturated and completely transformed. He had finally succeeded in cultivating the Nirvana 9 transformation's 8th transformation. At this time, only about 30% of the ghost blue flame was left. Nearly 70% had been devoured by Qin Shao. Many Almighties couldn't help exclaiming when they saw this scene. Chapter 591. A slight smile appeared on Qin Zhao's face. Yes, he succeeded. Opportunities were left to those who dare to fight. This was the principle of seeking riches in danger. But now that he thought about it, Qin Shao couldn't help but shudder. The process was indeed incomparably terrifying. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. Only by daring to fight can one win. When an opportunity comes, it's useless if you can't grasp it. After cultivating the Nirvana 9 cycles to the 8th cycle, the ghost blue fire naturally posed no threat to Qin Shao now. Looking at the remaining 30% of the ghost blue flame, Xiao Chan estimated that there were about 32 of them left. One must know that a single ghost blue fire could take the life of an almighty. These 32 flowers were equivalent to 32 treasures. Of course, the ghost blue fire couldn't be stored away just like that. Even Dao tools would be directly devoured. It was definitely not an easy task to collect these 32 ghost blue fire. Of course, I can't give up such a treasure. The 7 Stars Great Emperor was indeed a good man. He was able to find so many ghost blue flames. This was a great deal for me. There's nothing to store it in, so I just have to store these ghost blue fire in my inner world first. Qin Shao thought for a while and immediately made a decision. The inner world had been transformed, so it was naturally not afraid of the ghost blue fire. The inner world was the best container for gods. Qin Zhao's mind moved, and he checked his inner world. After checking, he couldn't help but be surprised. Originally, the diameter of his inner world was about 2 million miles, but now it has expanded to 3 million miles. He didn't expect the power of the ghost blue fire to expand his inner world by so much. In fact, when he was cultivating just now, Qin Zhao deliberately led the ghost blue fire into his inner world and absorbed the power of the ghost blue fire to deliberately improve his inner world. It's just that Qin Zhao didn't expect the effect to be so good. The expansion of the inner world was not so easy. Even now, Qin Zhao hasn't found any effective cultivation method. That's strange. It seems like I can easily cultivate and expand my inner world. As far as I know, the inner world is the most difficult to cultivate, and there are no cultivation methods. Only when one's realm increases and transforms will the inner world expand. 1 million kilometers should be the limit for heavenly gods, but I've managed to expand it to 3 million kilometers. Furthermore, I feel like there's still room for further expansion. What's going on? Qin Zhao was slightly puzzled. In fact, he had been wondering about this for a long time, but he didn't think too much about it. Qin Zhao had consulted some people about the inner world, but none of them could explain it clearly. To a god, the inner world was just a vassal. In other words, it was more convenient to store some things, but it was really nothing. At the very least, heavenly gods with a little bit of experience wouldn't use the power of their inner world, so it wouldn't be of much use. As for those at the level of mighty ones, they would not use them. For the time being, Qin Zhao could not figure this out. He did not want to think too much about it. He put the remaining ghost blue flame into his inner world. It was faster to put it away. In just a short while, the entire waterfall of ghost blue flame was cleared, and a channel opened. Heavenly God Qin Zhao really has some tricks up his sleeve. TSK, the ghost blue flame was directly taken away by you. You've really dug up a huge treasure trove. Isn't that so? TSK, that much ghost blue flame is priceless. Even 20 Dao items can't exchange for it. It's probably worth tens of millions of divine crystals. He's rich. TSK, even I'm drooling. Qin Zhao's harvest naturally attracted quite a few people's envy. Of course, there were also some mighty ones who were jealous. Some people were just like that. They couldn't bear to see others doing well. But speaking of which, the value of 32 ghost blue flame really was enough to make people go green with envy. It would be nonsense to say that they weren't tempted. But no matter how envious they were, they could only keep it in their hearts. No one dared to think about it. To put it bluntly, even if Qin Zhao gave the ghost blue flame to the mighty ones present, no one would be able to take it. They would die if they touched it. Besides, Qin Zhao had so much ghost blue flame on him now. That was an invisible deterrent. Once Qin Zhao released the ghost blue flame, it would be a terrifying trump card. With such a deterrent force, the mighty ones would not dare to have any thoughts about Qin Zhao unless they were tired of living. Lord Danshan pursed his lips. I'm a little jealous. Sigh, how sad. I didn't expect that Qin Zhao would surpass me, the guardian of the 36 islands in the desolate land. I've lived for so many years. It feels like I've wasted my life. It seems that Qin Zhao really does have the potential to become someone on the same level as Master Qingye. If our desolate land temple has another Master Qingye, we'll be able to suppress the other 3 factions. Of the 5 factions, apart from Heavenly Court Island, which was a little more aloof, the other 4 were actually on par with each other. There were also some fights between each other to see who would be the second. For a long time, the desolate land temple had held a certain advantage. If Xiao Ruo continued to grow, he would be able to strengthen the foundation of the desolate land temple. In fact, Lord Danshan was also a peerless figure. He was peerless in his youth and full of pride. He'd guarded the 36 islands in the desolate land for 90,000 years. He'd been challenged many times, but he'd suppressed them all. He was like a legend on the 36 islands in the desolate land temple. He was high and mighty, as lonely as the snow. Lord Danshan, was a peerless genius who was sure to be recruited by the desolate land temple. He had the potential to become a ruler in the future. However, he'd been left far behind by a latecomer. In just 30,000 years, Qin Shao had overtaken Lord Danshin. Of course, Lord Danshin was only joking. He wasn't actually jealous of Qin Shao. Qi Feng blinked, then welcomed him with a hearty smile. Brother Qin Shao, well done. What a brilliant move. All of us were at our wits' end. Only you, Brother Qin Shao, managed to show off your skills. I can't help but admire you. We'll remember this great merit for you. It'll come in handy when we distribute the treasures later. Since we're a team, everyone's contributions will be recorded. Qin Shao curled his lip and smiled casually. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Since the passage is open, let's continue forward. Qi Feng nodded. The other Almighties naturally raised their flags again. Those who'd wanted to retreat earlier were now eager to fight again. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on Leaf Flower and Demon Eye. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Leaf Flower, Demon Eye, you seemed to be mocking me earlier, right? Since you didn't think I could open the passage, I'm sure you'd be embarrassed to leave now that it's open, right? Qin Zhao's words made Leaf Flower and Demon Eye's faces turn ashen. They'd indeed mocked Qin Shao earlier. They hadn't expected to be slapped in the face by Qin Shao. How could they not feel embarrassed? The other Almighties were also slightly stunned. They hadn't expected Qin Shao to settle scores with them. God, Qin Shao, let's forget about this matter. We're a team. We shouldn't be unhappy over such a small matter, advised one of the Almighties. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the person who tried to persuade him. Plow Trap, according to you, they can humiliate me, but I can't find trouble with them, right? Such sarcastic words made Plow Trap's face turn red. That's not what I meant, said Plow Trap with a red face. However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Shao interrupted him. You know very well whether that's what I meant. Do you all think that I'm easy to bully? Do you all think that you're all Almighties, and I'm just a Qin Shao, so you're a level higher than me? I've already said that if anyone isn't convinced, they can come out and fight with me. At most, we'll just use strength to decide who's better. If someone humiliates you, what will you do? Will you still smile? Can you do that? But I, Qin Shao, can't do that. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If others offend me, I'll definitely return the favor. Just now, Leaf Flower and Devil Eye mocked me. Can I ask if that counts as a form of humiliation? Even Plow Trap had been rendered speechless. Naturally, that was a form of humiliation. Almighties had their own dignity, but why couldn't Qin Shao have it too? To put it bluntly, some Almighties still looked at Qin Shao with prejudice. In their hearts, they still viewed Qin Shao as a god. They didn't truly put Qin Shao on the same level as them. Qin Shao looked at Leaf Flower and Demon Eye again, and a fierce look flashed across his cold eyes. Yihua and Mo Yan's expressions were extremely ugly. They were mighty figures, but they did not expect that a heavenly god would point at their noses and step on their faces. How could they endure this? However, they were aware of Qin Zhao's strength. They also knew Qin Zhao's methods very well. This guy was definitely not a kind person. If he was forced into a corner, he could do anything. Leaf Flower clenched his teeth and looked at Qin Shao. Then what do you want? We can apologize for what happened just now. Haha, what a good apology. What a good understatement. What a good casual apology. If you, Leaf Flower, had the slightest sincerity, you wouldn't have used such a frivolous tone. Do you really think that I, Qin Shao, am a sick cat that won't show its power? Qin Shao also became angry. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't accept such a completely insincere apology. Leaf Flower's face was completely black. He was also an almighty, an overlord of a region. He was a supreme existence that controlled the life and death of countless living beings. He was the ancestor of countless people. At this moment, Qin Shao didn't give him any face at all and directly stepped on him ruthlessly. He was angry, he hated, but he didn't dare to really fall out with Qin Shao. That wouldn't do him any good. Chapter 592. If you have something to say, just say it. 8-8 study. Leaf Flower said with a cold expression. Qin Shao said, Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who won't forgive people. What I need is a formal apology from you. This request isn't too much, right? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, some of the high-strung supreme beings let out a sigh of relief. They were really worried that Qin Zhao wouldn't let them off easily and would do something big. If things really escalated to that point, they would definitely be in a dilemma. Fortunately, Qin Zhao did not go too far. If she only asked for an apology, that was indeed a very reasonable request. It could even be said that he was relatively easy to talk to. After all, people with strength were not easy to talk to. It was too common for people to kill without a word. Leaf Flower and Demonic Eye looked at each other. This request didn't sound too excessive, but it was still too much. However, if they really wanted to do it, it would be very difficult for them. Wasn't it shameful for a mighty figure to apologize to others? But at the same time, they also felt that if they were not willing to apologize, then Qin Zhao would definitely not let the matter rest. Moreover, the situation could change for the worse. If he said so, it would really escalate to the point of fighting. With their strength, even if they joined forces to suppress Qin Zhao, they had the confidence to do so. However, when they thought of the ghost blue fire on Qin Zhao's body, they couldn't help but dismiss the idea. Once they forced Qin Zhao into a corner, he would definitely use the ghost blue flame, and they would be the ones to die. It was not worth it to cause the death of his clone over a small conflict. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons in their hearts, Leaf Flower and Demon Eye gritted their teeth and made a decision. Heavenly Goddess Qin Zhao, we were in the wrong just now. We shouldn't have spoken to you like that. We apologize, said Leaf Flower and Devil Eye in unison. Their attitudes were quite good. Although he might not be 100% sincere, at least on the surface, there was still some sincerity. Being able to make them do this was already good enough. All Qin Zhao needed was this kind of attitude. Well, we can go now. Qin Zhao curled her lips and smiled. She had turned the page. Qifeng glanced at everyone and said, since we've come together, we're a whole. We should respect and help each other. If we don't work together, it's hard to say who's going to die in there. Don't let something like this happen again. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Qifeng's deterrence was still there. Everyone nodded heavily. Indeed, this shouldn't have happened. All right, let's go. The group continued to move forward. After passing through the long and narrow passageway, the group entered the belly of the mountain and arrived at a huge jade palace. It was as magnificent as a heavenly venerable imperial palace, incomparably magnificent. A huge circular stone platform with a diameter of over 1,000 miles was floating in the void, and below it was a bottomless abyss. From the bottom of the abyss, rainbow-colored light shone up, illuminating the entire palace. It was as gorgeous and beautiful as a dream. Around the huge stone platform, there were white jade pillars. Each pillar was carved with primordial beasts, looking incomparably ferocious. 108,400 sky-reaching pillars surrounded the huge stone platform. At a glance, it was truly a stunning sight. On the other side of the huge stone platform, there was a sky ascension stairway that led to an extremely distant place. It was blocked by layers of rainbow-colored clouds and space, making it impossible to see the specific situation on the other side. The construction of this place was really magnificent. It was obvious that it had taken a lot of effort to build. The jade used here was an incomparably rare material. It was incomparably hard and wouldn't be easily broken. Moreover, there were protective arrays everywhere. Even a powerful expert wouldn't be able to destroy this place. Seeing this incomparably magnificent palace, people couldn't help but marvel at the 7-star Great Emperor's methods. It was indeed a big deal. The 7-star Great Emperor really spared no effort for his Emperor tomb. Qin Zhao couldn't help but click his tongue. Yi Junis said, "This is normal. Those who are qualified to build Emperor tombs aren't ordinary people. The 7-star Great Emperor is a legendary expert in the barbaric small universe. He has endless legends, and he's extremely ancient, having lived for countless years. It's not surprising that he's so generous. Some of the Emperor tombs in our great universe are amazing. There are even Emperor tombs comparable to sovereigns. That's amazing. There are even sovereigns' emperor tombs. That's peerlessly terrifying. What? Qin Shao and Lord Danshan jumped up in shock at the same time. There are sovereigns' emperor tombs? What was a sovereign? It was an existence that could dominate a part of the universe, an existence that could dictate the life and death of all living things. Sovereigns were existences that stood at the top of the universe. Qin Shao understood that sovereigns couldn't die. No one should be able to kill a sovereign. Since they were all sovereigns, there were differences in strength. However, he had never heard of a sovereign being killed by a sovereign. Sovereigns were truly immortal and indestructible. No one could kill them. Almighties were different. Almighties could be killed, but Qin Shao had never heard of a sovereign being killed. Therefore, when they heard Yi Junhe's words, the two of them were naturally extremely shocked. Was there really anyone or any power in this universe that could kill a sovereign? Yi Junhe said, "Don't be so surprised. Maybe you haven't heard of it, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Of course, in theory, no one or any power can kill a sovereign, but that's only in theory. The universe is vast and full of strange things. From what we know, how much can there be? There are countless secrets in the universe. Even the temple master of the desolate land can't understand all of them. Sovereigns have indeed died in the historical records of the universe. Of course, it's pitifully rare, so it's not recorded. As far as I know, there are indeed sovereigns who would give themselves an emperor's tomb, but I don't know the details. As for the authenticity, I can't guarantee too much. If a sovereign gave himself an emperor's tomb, it was indeed unimaginable. After being surprised, Qin Shao gradually calmed down. He was still at the sky god level, so he didn't need to think about those distant things. Qi Feng's voice sounded. It looks like we're close to the emperor's tomb of the 7 Stars Great Emperor. This place seems calm, but I feel that it's very dangerous. Everyone, be careful and move forward slowly. After reaching this place, they seemed to see the dawn of victory. Naturally, everyone was very excited and wanted to find the emperor's tomb of the 7 Stars Great Emperor as soon as possible. They wanted to snatch the treasures and leave quickly. Everyone moved forward cautiously. This huge stone platform was too calm, so calm that it made people feel a little uneasy. Whoosh! Qin Shao suddenly frowned slightly. He vaguely heard some sounds coming from the void. However, when he scanned the surroundings, he didn't find any spatial fluctuations. What's going on? Everyone, be careful. However, this feeling shouldn't be wrong, so Qin Shao reminded everyone. However, Qin Zhao's reminder obviously didn't make the Almighties take it seriously. Swoosh! Suddenly, a strange force rushed out from Qin Zhao's body and attacked Qin Shao directly. It came out of the void directly. At such a close distance, there was no chance for anyone to react at all. Everything had happened too quickly. At the same time, everyone was attacked. Qin Shao didn't defend himself. He directly used his body to resist the attack. It was a good opportunity to test how strong his body's defense was. Lord Danshan and Yi Junhe acted quickly. Yi Junhe was actually aware of it. Lord Danshan had already been prepared with Qin Zhao's reminder, so he wasn't caught off guard. However, there were a few Almighties who were unable to react in time, and their defensive capabilities were severely lacking. Therefore, they were directly hit by those strange attacks, and their bodies were directly sliced into countless pieces. Their souls weren't able to escape in time, and were also directly cut into countless pieces. This wave of attacks was like a gust of wind. After it was over, everything quickly returned to normal. When everything returned to normal, 2 more Almighties were killed. One of them was Yi Hua. 3 other Almighties were seriously injured and weren't in good condition. This wave of attacks caused everyone to suffer such heavy losses. Their originally high spirits couldn't help but suffer a heavy blow. The means set up by the 7-Star Great Emperor were really too terrifying. Killing Almighties was like squashing an ant. Up until now, they had already lost 5 Almighties. The original team of 24 people had become 19 people. Such a huge loss was something that they had never expected. Moreover, they hadn't found the 7-Star Great Emperor's imperial tomb yet. If they continued, there might be more casualties. The situation wasn't very good for everyone. The atmosphere was somewhat gloomy and oppressive. Everyone, don't panic. We have no way out now. Now, we can only pull ourselves together and deal with it carefully. Don't let such a thing happen again. As long as we take good precautions, it shouldn't be a problem to stay alive. Chief Feng shouted to calm the people. Once the people's hearts wavered, there would be a big problem. With that said, Chief Feng looked at Qin Shao and said, "Brother Qin Shao, if there is any danger later, please remind everyone." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Don't worry, Chief Feng. If I sense anything, I will naturally remind everyone. However, if you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do." Indeed, many people didn't take Qin Zhao's reminder seriously just now. Now, they realized how ridiculous it was. Qin Shao had displayed extraordinary skills and naturally made everyone admire and believe him. After regaining their composure, everyone continued to move forward. Chapter 593. With the death of 5 mighty figures, it was impossible to say that the atmosphere was not tense at all. Even though most of the people here were powerful existences who had experienced countless storms and waves, they were all overlords of their own regions. How strong were their mental states? But in the face of death, how many people could be truly indifferent? Losing an avatar was definitely a painful thing for an almighty. Furthermore, for this operation, everyone had made preparations and brought along valuable treasures with them. If they died here, there was no need to mention the loss. Moreover, they had lost the opportunity to fight for the treasures of the 7 Stars Great Emperor. If this were to happen, the losses would be so great that even a mighty figure would not be able to afford it. Whoosh! Vaguely, Qin Shao heard the sound of the void whistling again. Just now, Fang Yusha's attack came directly from the void, so no one noticed it at all. However, Qin Zhao's Great Tao of Spacetime was at the pinnacle of perfection. In addition, he had cultivated heart force, so his insight might be a little stronger. He could penetrate the void to investigate, which allowed him to have a little insight. Everyone, be careful! As soon as he sensed it, Qin Shao immediately reminded everyone. This time, the mighty figures didn't dare to be careless and immediately took precautions. In particular, Qi Feng and the other 2 had already lost 5 mighty figures. If they lost more, it would be very bad, so they also had to ensure the safety of others. They didn't want to lose more than half of their manpower before reaching the Emperor Tomb. Whoosh! Whoosh! But the attack this time was obviously much more ferocious than the previous one. If the previous attack was compared to boiling water, then the current attack should be a terrifying flood beast. The entire space was completely turbulent. Countless sharp blade-like abilities whistled out of the void, sweeping across the sky and attacking everyone. They had the power to wipe out everything. They were unstoppable and had the power to devour everything. The space of the entire huge stone platform was completely cut open and fragmented. Such an attack really frightened many mighty figures. Their faces turned pale, and they were horrified. Not good. Quickly rush out of here, quickly. Qi Feng, quickly save me. Oh no, there's no other way. I can only use my ultimate move. The scene became a little chaotic. Lord Danshan's expression changed slightly. If his strength wasn't suppressed by the laws of this small universe, he wouldn't be afraid of anything. However, his current strength was only 20 to 30% of what it was outside. Being suppressed too much, it was difficult for him to use many of his techniques. Yi Juanhe's sword roared to the sky, as if he was the ruler of the world. He parted the void with his sword, creating an absolutely safe vacuum passageway. Yi Juanhe's unstoppable long sword pierced straight through with the power of a supreme overlord. With a whistling sound, he had already rushed out of the huge stone platform and rushed to the sky stairway. Once they reached there, they would be safe. Phew! Thank you, Yi Juanhe. Lord Danshan let out a sigh of relief and thanked Yi Juanhe. Qin Shao was the most relaxed. He had the 8th of the 9 revolutions, Nirvana transformations, so he didn't have to pay much attention to these attacks. Even if they charged straight through, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Of course, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't expose his means like this. Instead, he brandished his sword and cut a bloody path out of those attacks, as if he was breaking the space and splitting the universe. His sword was unparalleled in its sharpness. His sword seemed to be able to cut through all eternity. Even the heavens and earth couldn't withstand his sword. Everything was destroyed by his sword and ceased to exist. No matter how strong the attacks were, they couldn't meet his sword force head-on. Absolute power formed a crushing momentum. So Qin Shao rushed up the sky stairway at the fastest speed and reached a safe area. "Hurry up and rush up the sky stairway. It's safe there," Qi Feng shouted again. He was clad in fiery red battle armor and held an ancient sword in his hand. 81 stone pieces were revolving around him, forming an absolute defensive space that completely blocked the attacks. It was another precious treasure. A treasure that could easily block the attacks of the Mind Kill was definitely extraordinary. Qi Feng, Tong Tian, and Tuya unleashed their might and helped the other Almighties fend off the attacks. They approached the stairway to heaven as fast as they could. Even so, the three of them couldn't split themselves up. Under the attacks of Storm, they still managed to save the lives of 3 Almighties in order to protect the others. The 3 Almighties were already injured and didn't have much strength left. They didn't have much power left to protect themselves and needed the help of others. Naturally, it was difficult to take care of the 3 of them. Everyone stood on the sky stairway. The storm finally calmed down and everything returned to normal. However, the lives of the 5 Almighties were left here forever. In addition to the previous 3, there were a total of 8 Almighties who had died here. 8 Almighties! Qi Feng and the others had a total of 21 people. Now that 8 of them had died, there were only 13 of them left. Including Qin Shao and the other 2, there were 16 of them. A team of 24 people had been reduced to 16 in such a short time. It was indeed frightening. The ones who had died were all Almighties. If news of this were to spread, it would probably cause a huge tsunami in the Manu Little universe. It was rare for one Almighty to fall in 1 trillion years. However, in just a dozen years, 8 Almighties had already fallen. The Almighties were naturally in a very bad mood. Those Almighties who had escaped the calamity still had some lingering fear in their hearts. If this were to happen 2 more times, they might all die here. Scary. It was really too scary. The situation inside was completely beyond their expectations. How could the Emperor's tomb of a top Almighty be so scary? It was a little strange. Such a situation indeed made people feel puzzled. Many Almighties once again sized up Qin Shao and the other 2. In the crisis just now, Qin Shao and the other 2 had been the fastest to escape, especially Yi Juanhe. His domineering aura was really shocking. It also let the Almighties know that Yi Juanhe's strength was the most terrifying among the 3. Qin Shao was the second, and Lord Danshan was the last. Of course, even if he was the last, Lord Danshan's strength was definitely not to be underestimated. After all, he had survived the 2 attacks without being injured. This had already surpassed many Almighties. They really did not know where these 3 people came from. They were simply too monstrous. However, at this moment, the Almighties were not in the mood to think about this matter. A dark cloud hung over everyone's heads. The losses in this round were too great. Not only did they lose 5 Almighties, but they also forced many Almighties to use their life-saving trump cards. As a result, their overall strength was naturally weakened by a lot. Almighty Qi Feng, why is the level of danger here so terrifying? It's far beyond our expectations. Even an Emperor's tomb should not be so scary. One of the Almighties finally could not help but voice the doubts in his heart. In fact, no one had this doubt in their hearts. They just did not say it out loud. Qi Feng and the other 2 frowned deeply. They had naturally noticed this strange situation long ago. Lord Danshan squeezed Qin Shao and said, "The situation does seem a little strange. Is this 7-star Almighty so terrifying that he is comparable to a ruler? Logically speaking, it should not be very possible for an Almighty comparable to a ruler to appear in the boorish little universe. In the entire universe, there were only a few almighties that could compare to a ruler. They could be counted on one's fingers. There was only one sky god comparable to an almighty in the boorish little universe. So it was basically impossible for such a powerful almighty to appear. Although this seven-star great emperor was strong, he should not be that strong. Yi Juan has said in a deep voice, "The situation is indeed quite strange. I feel that there is something very strange about this. The formation just now was quite terrifying, but if there was no powerful person presiding over the formation, then the power of the formation would not have reached such a terrifying level. Unless the seven-star great emperor has some special method that even I do not know of to set up such a killing formation. This place is not even close to the emperor's tomb. In theory, the emperor's tomb is the most terrifying place. If this place is already so terrifying, then what would the emperor's tomb be like? Strange, it's too strange." Yi Junhe could not help but shake his head. Qin Shao and Lord Danshan also nodded. It was indeed strange. Such a situation was too puzzling. However, they could only forget about it now. They would take it one step at a time. They did not believe that this place would really become their burial ground. Could the seven-star great emperor still be alive? An almighty suddenly said. Qi Feng finally spoke. Impossible. In the records of ancient history, the seven-star great emperor failed to become a ruler hundreds of billions of years ago. Once he failed, he would definitely die within 100 million years. Now that hundreds of billions of years have passed, it is impossible for the seven-star great emperor to still be alive. If he is really alive, then there would be no trace of him for hundreds of billions of years. The death of the seven-star great emperor is publicly acknowledged. If he is still alive, then he must have become a ruler. If that is the case, then I'm afraid it would have been announced to the world long ago. In the entire wild, unique universe, there was only one leader. He was the master of wild, unique universe. He was the supreme god that everyone worshipped. That is to say, it would be strange if the seven-star great emperor could still be alive. The more terrifying it is, the more heaven-defying the seven-star great emperor's methods are, and the greater the treasures he left behind. I think so too. We should think of everything from the bright side. Stepping on this sky stairway should be the final emperor's tomb. We are only one step away from success. Since we have already come this far, there is no reason for us to shrink back in fear. Let's fight. The opportunity is right in front of us. Yes, let's fight. Chapter 594. There were 108,400 jade steps, and each step was like ascending to the heavens. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened after that. The journey was very smooth and peaceful, allowing everyone to reach the rooftop safely. As soon as they entered the rooftop, they were surrounded by thick clouds, forming a huge rooftop with a radius of thousands of miles. This huge rooftop was completely enveloped by the thick clouds, forming a top-secret space. The thick clouds could block everything, making it impossible for any power to pass through. It was like an absolute cage. As soon as they entered, everyone felt as if they had entered a top-secret place. The sound of the great Tao bell rang in their minds. The great bell whispered in their ears, and the dust of the mortal world seemed to settle slowly beside them. Listening to the sound of the great Tao made a ray of sunlight rise in everyone's heart, illuminating the darkness in the depths of their hearts and composing a song of praise. It was wonderful. All the sufferings, hatred, and unhappiness in the world slowly dissipated under the great bell and returned to the cycle of reincarnation. This feeling was like a mortal coming to the land of the divine realm. It was a feeling of ascension. Everyone's eyes fell on the center of the rooftop, where there was a 100-mile square jade platform. The color of the ice crystal revealed a 7-colored charm and contained the power of the primordial universe. If one took a closer look, they would be surprised to find that the power of the primordial universe flowed in the jade. The primordial universe was the power of the birth of the universe and the source of all power. The primordial universe carried the power of the primordial universe, and its preciousness was comparable to the power of primal chaos. The universe gave birth to primal chaos and primordial universe. This positive and negative force formed the source of all power in the universe, the beginning of all power, and also the heart of power derived from the universe. Even if there were some remnants of the primordial universe, it was extremely rare. Even a supreme sovereign would find it extremely difficult to find even a tiny bit of it. However, no one expected the seven-star great emperor to be so generous as to put a wisp of primordial universe in his emperor's tomb. Admirable. It was really admirable. Along the way, the seven-star great emperor had amazed everyone time and time again, admiring his means. There was a figure seated on the jade platform. His entire body was covered by a layer of mist. Only a rough outline could be seen, and his face could not be seen clearly. This must be a seven-star great emperor. There were many things around the seven stars great emperor. There were Tao artifacts, unique treasures, a large pile of divine crystals, unique skill leather scrolls, and so on. The moment they caught sight of the treasures, the eyes of all the mighty beings turned red with greed. There are treasures. Hurry up and snatch them. Snatch it. Those almighties all charged over like madmen. Qi Feng and the other two almighties were no exception as they charged over as well. Qin Shao, Yi Junhe, let's go. Lord Danshan cried out, then rushed over as well. Only Qin Shao and Yi Junhe were not in a hurry to make a move. Both of them were frowning slightly. Qin Shao had a nagging feeling that something wasn't quite right. He felt as if some kind of power was affecting him, guiding him, and stimulating the wildness in his heart. Something's wrong. Qin Zhao's heart was as clear as a mirror. He was not affected by any power. He struggled to break free from his heart and looked at Yi Junhe. Yi Junhe also had a look of intense struggle on his face. He quickly recovered and said to Qin Shao, "Something's wrong." Qin Shao nodded. Even if Yi Junhe said so, something was indeed wrong. Illusion. Yi Junhe pondered for a moment and said, "The great Tao whisper just now should be an extremely terrifying illusion that made us enter a frenzied state. The scenery over there should be an illusion. The purpose is to arouse the wildness in our hearts, arouse our endless killing intent." What a terrifying method. Even Qi Feng and the others fell for it. Boom! The sound of an intense battle rang out, causing Qin Shao and Yi Junhe's expressions to immediately change. They saw that the battle had already begun. In order to fight for the treasure, no one cared about whether they were teammates or not. They no longer cared about the lifeblood oath they had sworn before. The scene immediately became extremely chaotic. As soon as the battle began, everyone's eyes turned red. It caused a chain reaction. Lord Danshan joined the fray as well, and the scene was truly chaotic. Not good. If it were just other experts fighting, then Qin Shao and Yi Junhe wouldn't have cared. Their lives had nothing to do with Qin Shao and the others. However, Lord Danshan had joined in as well. Qin Shao and the others had no choice but to interfere. Yi Junhe was still very calm. "Qin Shao," he said, "we can't rashly join in the battle. Otherwise, it'll only escalate the situation. Once they see blood, it'll only make them even crazier." They were currently trapped in Feng Er's illusion. No one's words could enter their ears. Lord Danshan still has some tricks up his sleeve. It shouldn't be a problem for him to stay alive for the time being. We'll only take action when it's really dangerous. Now, the most important thing for us is to find a way to break the illusion here and break the sound of the great Tao whisper. As long as the sound doesn't exist, everything should return to normal. Qin Shao nodded. He thought so too. But how could they break the sound of the great Tao whisper? They could break free from the influence of the sound of the great Tao whisper, but the others were still trapped. Yi Junhe looked around. The sound of the great Tao whisper is emitted from the surroundings. If we attack the clouds with all our strength, we should be able to break the sound of the great Tao whisper. Qin Shao nodded. The two split up and rushed into the clouds. Qin Shao attacked with all his strength. Terrifying attacks smashed into the clouds, stirring up the wind and clouds. The sky changed colors, and the four seas roared. Under such attacks, the sound of the great Tao whisper seemed to be fighting back with all its might. It buzzed even more. However, Qin Zhao's sword went straight to his heart. His heart was as firm as a rock and as calm as a mirror. He wasn't affected by any power. Instead, he became clearer and clearer. Qin Shao didn't hold back. He attacked with all his strength. The improved version of the Mountain River Sword technique was used with all his strength. It stirred up the clouds violently and dissipated a lot. Clearly, it had worked. Yi Junhe was also unparalleled. When he attacked with all his strength, he naturally created a clear scene. The sound of the great Tao whisper seemed to be extremely unwilling to give up. It attacked Qin Shao and Yi Junhe with all its strength. It wanted to distort their nature and stimulate their bestial instincts. It wanted to stimulate the most primitive emotions in their hearts and fill them with hatred for everything in the world. However, this power couldn't affect Qin Shao and Yi Junhe at all. Under their repeated attacks, the clouds gradually dispersed, and the sound of the great Tao whisper also gradually disappeared. Chief Feng and the others, who weren't affected, woke up one by one and saw the situation before them clearly. Where's the supreme art I snatched? Why is it gone? Where's my Tao weapon? Why am I injured? What happened just now? Plowtrap Almighty, why did you want to kill me? All the Almighties came to their senses and carefully recalled what had happened. Only then did they recall everything that had happened. The treasures they had snatched had all turned into nothingness. When they looked at the jade platform again, there were no treasures. Everything was an illusion caused by the greed in his heart. It wasn't real. All the Almighties were injured. Even Chief Feng and the others weren't spared. All of them were seriously injured. It was obvious how fierce the battle had been. Phew, that was really close. If I had delayed any longer, I would have died. Lord Danshun returned to Qin Shao and Yi Junhe's side. He wiped off his cold sweat and felt a lingering fear in his heart. He was also seriously injured. Fortunately, it wasn't a big deal. He only lost a little of his strength. All the Almighty's gazes quickly landed on Qin Shao and Yi Junhe. They naturally knew that it was Qin Shao and Yi Junhe who had broken the illusion and saved them. Otherwise, if they continued fighting like this, all of them would probably die and perish together. Just thinking about it made them feel a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Qin Shao and Yi Junhe, it was unknown if any of them would have survived. Qin Shao, Yi Junhe, thank you for saving us. Yes, if it wasn't for you this time, we would have all died here. I owe you a big favor. I'll remember it. Qin Shao, I've offended you many times before. Here, I'll solemnly apologize to you and make amends. A life-saving grace was greater than the heavens. At this moment, all the Almighties were naturally very grateful to Qin Shao and Yi Junhe. Even those who had mocked and ridiculed Qin Shao just now had a different attitude now. Chi Feng shook his head in shame. I'm really ashamed. I didn't expect to fall into the illusion unknowingly. It almost led to a big mistake and destroyed everyone. The means of the seven-star Great Emperor are really impossible to guard against. It's really a little too terrifying. Yes, it was too terrifying. They fell into the illusion unknowingly and couldn't get out of it. Fortunately, Qin Shao and Yi Junhe were not affected. With such strength, all the powerful beings were filled with admiration. Indeed, they were filled with admiration. Everyone fell into the illusion, but they were the only ones who could stay awake and save everyone. They were indeed extraordinary. The seven-star Great Emperor is really ruthless. He really steeled his heart to not let anyone disturb his rest and destroy his emperor's tomb. He used all of his methods, and we almost died here. This isn't normal. Who wants to be disturbed after death? The means that the seven-star Great Emperor spent his life's efforts were all used. This last move is really terrifying. But why haven't we seen any treasures along the way? Could it be that the seven-star Great Emperor stored all of his treasures in his inner world? After a god died, The inner world was like a vegetable garden without a door. Others could enter and take things away. Of course, one had to have the ability to get close to the seven-star Great Emperor. Chapter 595. Everyone's eyes converged on the corpse of the Seven Stars Great Emperor. His corpse was still shrouded in a layer of light, and only a rough outline could be seen. From afar, it made people feel an extremely terrifying aura, as if it was sacred and inviolable. Everyone slowly approached the jade platform. The closer they got to the jade platform, the more they felt that something was wrong. It wasn't until everyone got on the jade platform and came to the front of the corpse of the Seven Stars Great Emperor that they realized that it wasn't the corpse of the Seven Stars Great Emperor, but a statue. It was just that some method was set up to make the corpse exude a powerful aura. So from afar, one would think that it was the corpse of the Seven Stars Great Emperor. What's going on? It's not the corpse of the Seven Stars Great Emperor. Could it be that this isn't the final Empyrean tomb? That's unlikely. This should be the core of the Empyrean mountain, and there's no way to go forward. If this isn't the Empyrean tomb, then where did the Seven Stars Great Emperor bury himself? Could it be that the Seven Stars Great Emperor wasn't buried here, but used this place as a cover? The possibility is not high. The many methods here are already heaven-defying enough. It's hard to imagine how great the price to set up such a predicament is. No matter how deep the foundation of the Seven Stars Great Emperor is, it's impossible for him to make an empty burial. Indeed, with the methods here, unless at the top power, it's extremely difficult to break in. If it was a top almighty, they wouldn't do something like this. Then what's going on? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that the Seven Stars Great Emperor isn't dead? The Seven Stars Great Emperor isn't dead? As soon as this guess came out, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Yes, could it be this possibility? Otherwise, no matter how much he thought about it, there was no reasonable explanation. The Seven Stars Great Emperor wouldn't be so bored to make an empty burial. Everything that had transpired here was strange and thought-provoking. Yi Juanhe, Qin Shao, what do you think of this matter? Lord Danshan asked. Qin Shao shook his head. At present, he could not see any clues. There were all kinds of possibilities. Based on the things in front of him, Qin Shao did not dare to make a conclusion. Yi Juanhe frowned slightly and said, "The possibility of an empty burial shouldn't be high. I don't think Seven-Star Great Emperor has the ability to make two such imperial tombs. I think it's very likely that the Seven Stars Great Emperor didn't die at all. He's not dead? That's not very likely. If he's not dead, how could he hide for hundreds of billions of years? If he's not dead, there's no need for him to create this Emperor tomb." Lord Danshan didn't quite believe it. Yi Juanhe said, "It's not like there haven't been top-notch powerhouses who haven't shown themselves for hundreds of billions of years. At the very least, there are quite a few of them in the God realm, right? It's possible that this imperial tomb was created because the seven great emperors were preparing to break through to the ruler realm. If you fail, then you can enter the emperor tomb and not be disturbed by the later generations. Using up a lifetime's worth of resources to create an emperor tomb is enough to stop the majority of powerhouses from invading. And generally, emperor tombs will have backup plans to prevent future generations from entering and destroying the corpse. Therefore, all the treasures will be placed beside the corpse for future generations to take. Those who enter emperor tombs are also after wealth. After obtaining the treasures, they won't do something like destroying the corpse. However, the situation inside is not like that. Therefore, I think the biggest possibility is that the Seven Stars Great Emperor didn't die." Qin Shao nodded and said, "I agree with Yi Juanhe's guess. Actually, I also think that the Seven Stars Great Emperor might not be dead. If the Seven Stars Great Emperor really didn't die, then he should have become a ruler. If he became a ruler, then he should have been conferred a title by the Manu Universe Master. It's impossible that even Qi Feng and the others don't know about this." Lord Danshan had another question. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, "This can also be explained. What if the Seven Stars Great Emperor didn't break through to become a ruler? He didn't break through. Lord Danshun fell silent. It wasn't impossible, but it was indeed possible. It wasn't impossible that the Seven Stars' great emperor suddenly felt that he didn't have the confidence to make the final push and gave up. Qi Feng and the others also fell into deep thought. They couldn't figure out what was going on for a while. In order to enter Emperor Mountain this time, Qi Feng and the others had made sufficient preparations. Along the way, they had sacrificed the lives of 8 Almighties. It was an extremely heavy loss. However, in the end, there was nothing. Such an outcome was really unacceptable. Qi Feng, what do you think of this? Grandmaster Almighty asked with a gloomy face. Qi Feng said, based on our understanding of the Seven Stars' great emperor, he might have set up some tricks. Now, there are several possibilities. The first is that there might be 2 emperor tombs, one real and one fake. And the one we entered was a fake one. Of course, this is the least likely. The second possibility is that there are still places we haven't explored yet. Perhaps the Seven Stars' great emperor used a sky-stealing method to isolate our investigation. I think the third possibility is the most likely, and that is that the Seven Stars' great emperor didn't die at all. The Seven Stars' great emperor didn't die. Qi Feng's words caused many mighty figures to inhale a breath of cold air. If the Seven Stars' great emperor really didn't die, it would be too frightening. Then their efforts would have been in vain, and they would have sacrificed the lives of 8 Almighties and many of their life-saving trump cards. Just thinking about it made them feel extremely pained. It is said that the Seven Stars' great emperor has a strange temperament and a strong, murderous nature. Those who dare to provoke him have never had a good ending. If the Seven Stars' great emperor really didn't die, then we might have angered the Seven Stars' great emperor by entering his emperor tomb. Could it be that our journey was so dangerous because the Seven Stars' great emperor was behind us? Another Almighty said something that made everyone break out in cold sweat. In theory, the emperor tomb shouldn't be so dangerous. Now that the Seven Stars' great emperor wasn't dead, everyone naturally couldn't help but think in this direction. And if that was the case, then everything could be explained reasonably. It shouldn't be. If the Seven Stars' great emperor didn't die, he would have become a ruler long ago. How could we not know? Maybe the Seven Stars' great emperor didn't break through to the ruler at all. The Almighties fell silent again, and dark clouds shrouded everyone. No matter which possibility it wasn't good news for everyone. The Almighties checked their surroundings and didn't find another passage. Are we going to retreat like this without gaining anything? Wouldn't that be like drawing water with a bamboo basket? I'm unwilling. I'm really unwilling. Qi Feng and the other 2 Almighties didn't look too good. They were the first to discover this emperor tomb, and they were the ones who gathered the Almighties. This time, they had lost so much, but they didn't gain anything at all, which really made them feel embarrassed. Qi Feng shook his head helplessly and said, "It seems that there's really no other way. This time, we can only consider ourselves unlucky. If we can't get the Emperor tomb, we can only return empty-handed." The Almighties could only sigh and shake their heads. There was indeed no other way. Indeed, no one could have predicted such a situation. They could only admit that they were unlucky. The Almighties present were still fine. After all, they didn't lose any avatars. Mei Shan and the other Almighties were the ones who were truly unlucky. Their losses were incomparably heavy, and they didn't even get a trace of comfort. Let's go back." Qi Feng waved his hand helplessly. Along the way, perhaps only Qin Shao had gained something, but he had become the biggest winner. If it wasn't for Qin Shao saving everyone's lives just now, it was likely that some of the Almighties would have really attacked Qin Shao out of anger. Sigh, I really rejoice for nothing. This is my first time in an Emperor tomb, but I didn't even get anything. Lord Danshun was a little depressed. He suddenly looked at Yi Juanhe and said, "Oh right, Yi Juanhe, I heard rumors that you once fought in Emperor Mountain with some Almighties from the Desolate Land Shrine, right?" In front of Qin Shao and Lord Danshun, Yi Juanhe didn't hide anything and nodded. "Yes, that's right. I fought in Emperor Mountain with a few Almighties, and it was a true emperor tomb of a peak almighty. It was indeed terrifying, and even I was heavily injured. However, in the end, it was more daunting than dangerous. Without sacrificing a single person, we took down that emperor mountain. The gains were not small. I obtained a great treasure and an absolute art. For Yi Juanhe to call it a great treasure, it was clearly an extraordinary treasure. An absolute art was considered precious enough. And an absolute art that came from an emperor tomb of a peak almighty was probably not ordinary. TSK, I'm so envious. I'm so envious. Haha, if there's a chance in the future, let's fight an emperor tomb together. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Lord Danshun clicked his tongue. Yi Juanhe said, it's not that easy to fight an emperor tomb. The difficulty of finding an emperor tomb is probably not much easier than finding a nascent origin world. If it wasn't for a great opportunity, how could we have found an emperor tomb? And many emperor tombs have been taken down by others. The remaining emperor tombs are almost impossible to find. Fighting an emperor tomb isn't hard, but finding one is. Of course, Lord Danshun knew this, but he was only joking. If there was such a great opportunity, then it would be great. If they could find an emperor tomb, then they would naturally fight it. Oh, however, this kind of opportunity could only be encountered, not sought. It was too difficult to deliberately find it. The various large factions' intelligence organizations had always been working on this kind of thing. If there was an emperor tomb, it would also be snatched by the various large factions. Let's go. Everyone got ready to leave, but just as they were about to step out of the rooftop, something strange happened. The sky and earth shook, and the earth cracked. The whole space was like a tsunami. It was shaking and twisting, and black cracks spread out. It was as if the whole space was going to shatter. The rooftop's ground began to crack, and then it began to fall down. Endless light blossomed from the depths of the ground, enveloping the entire rooftop. Chapter 596. Heaven and earth collapsed, the void was severed, and the sea sank. No one was in a hurry to leave this place, as they were directly swept over by this apocalyptic waterfall. As if to destroy the firmament, it swallowed everyone and pulled them down into the endless abyss. Endless light completely annihilated the entire world, and nothing could be seen with the naked eye. What a terrifying power! A power that could devour everything. Anyone below the realm of a mighty figure would probably be instantly crushed into molecules and turned into nothingness. Everyone resisted with all their might, but they couldn't break free from this waterfall. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank, as if they were in a swamp. Such a frightening situation truly frightened quite a number of people. What the hell is going on? Could it be that this underground is the real emperor tomb? We can't escape. What a terrifying, devouring power. It actually made us unable to resist. Are we all going to die? It's over. I feel like we're going to have some fun. The aura of death enveloped everyone. It seemed that this time they had really gone too far. Yi Juanhe frowned deeply. It seems that my guess was right. 7-star Great Emperor isn't dead. He's cultivating in seclusion below. We broke into his emperor tomb, destroyed his life's work, and disturbed his cultivation. It seems that we've angered him. According to Qi Feng, 7-star Great Emperor isn't a kind person. He's extremely murderous. Anyone who provokes him will die. It can also be seen from a means that 7-star Great Emperor set up along the way. 7-star Great Emperor really doesn't like to be disturbed by anyone. This time, we've really gotten into big trouble. Qin Shao and Lord Danshun had long noticed that they were indeed in big trouble. However, since things had already come to this point, it was useless to say anything more. Now, they could only take one step at a time. If they really fell here, they could only blame themselves for being too careless. There was no other way. If they were given another chance to choose, they would also choose to fight their way into Emperor Mountain with Qi Feng and the others without hesitation. Since an opportunity had come, they naturally had to grasp it well. As for whether they could grasp it or not, it would depend on their own fortune. It could only be said that everything in the world was possible. There was no way to predict it. After an unknown amount of time, the endless light gradually dissipated like dark clouds dispersing, allowing everyone to see the sun again. At this time, everyone found that they had arrived at the depths of the underground. This was a huge underground palace that occupied an area of 10,000 miles. At the bottom corner of the palace, a strangely shaped cultivation platform and a figure in a green robe sat on the majestic throne. 7 golden stars were engraved on the green robe, shining with dazzling light. Upon seeing this robe, one would immediately think of a peerless, almighty figure, the 7 Stars Great Emperor. The 7-star green robe was the symbol of the 7-star Great Emperor. No matter when, the 7-star Great Emperor would wear this robe and would never change it. It had become the symbol of the 7-star Great Emperor. This is indeed the 7 Stars Great Emperor. This is the real 7 Stars Great Emperor. At this time, 7-star Great Emperor's eyes were closed, and there was no trace of life coming out of his body. He sat cross-legged on the throne, but he exuded a terrifying aura that made people shudder and not dare to approach him. It is said that the 7-star golden star on the 7-star Great Emperor's 7-star green robe was refined from the Tai Chi golden star. Each of them is extremely powerful. The 7-star balls were even more powerful. This 7 stars green robe is incomparably precious. It's definitely a precious treasure. One of the Almighties looked at the 7-star green robe of the 7-star Almighties, and his eyes shone with greed. The 7-star green robe was an extremely famous defensive Tao artifact. When worn, it was sufficient to withstand the attacks of powerful experts. It was simply a life-saving divine artifact. The 7 stars green robe was priceless. It was not something that an ordinary Tao artifact could compare to. However, what puzzled everyone was that apart from the 7-star Great Emperor's 7-star green robe, there were no other treasures around. Did the 7-star Great Emperor have to be a maverick and hide all his treasures in his inner world? Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the 7-star Great Emperor and carefully sized him up. Although he could not detect a trace of life aura from the 7-star Great Emperor, Qin Zhao felt that it was far from that simple. Qin Zhao looked at Yi Juanhe. Yi Juanhe transmitted his voice. Be careful. The 7-star Great Emperor is not dead. Not dead. Qin Zhao originally had this guess, but he did not dare to confirm it. Hearing Yi Juanhe's affirmation, Qin Zhao believed it. Lord Danshan showed some fear and stood behind Qin Zhao and Yi Juanhe, as if this was the only way to be safer. Qi Feng and the others also sized up the 7-star Great Emperor, but they did not dare to act rashly. Faintly, they also noticed a trace of something unusual. Ha! We've already come here. What's there to be afraid of? Since we found the real Emperor's tomb of the 7-star Great Emperor, there's no need to care so much. If there's any danger, just take it down. If you're not going to make a move, then I'll explore the way. A figure suddenly rushed out, flew towards the 7-star Great Emperor's throne, and reached out to grab the 7-star green robe. Benefits would always blind the eyes of others. Not good, come back. Qi Feng suddenly felt a fluctuation of life coming from the 7-star Great Emperor, causing his expression to change drastically, and he immediately shouted. But it was too late. The 7-star Great Emperor had already flown to the throne. Several eerie rays of light shot out, invisibly cutting the void and instantly shredding the 7-star Great Emperor into pieces. Even his soul did not have time to escape and was directly obliterated. An almighty being was killed in an instant. Such a method was simply way too frightening. Everyone who saw it felt their hearts trembling. What a terrifying method, what a powerful strength. The 7-star Great Emperor, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out as if they could pierce the sky. The 7-star Great Emperor's gaze instantly locked onto everyone. Being locked onto by this gaze, everyone suddenly felt as if they were being stared at by the god of death, and their hearts instantly sank to the bottom. What a terrifying gaze, what a sharp gaze. What a powerful, murderous aura. What a dense, murderous aura. In an instant, everyone felt as if they had stepped into the door of death. Facing the seven-star Great Emperor's gaze, everyone felt as if they were ants facing a giant dragon. The gap was not on the same level at all. The seven-star Great Emperor didn't die. He really didn't die. Seeing the seven-star Great Emperor wake up, everyone was finally completely sure that the seven-star Great Emperor didn't die. Those eyes that could intimidate the universe instantly froze thousands of miles, causing everyone to feel as if they were imprisoned. Their bodies instantly stiffened, and they lost control of their strength. This was the true feeling of a huge gap in strength. The one in front of them was the seven-star Great Emperor, a seven-star Great Emperor who stood at the top of the small universe. With such strength, even in the universe, he was definitely an existence that stood at the top. It was likely that he was an existence that could make it onto the heaven list. Of course, it was only a possibility. Whether he could make it onto the heaven list or not was still unknown. Seven-star Great Emperor. Feeling an extremely cold and terrifying murderous aura from the seven-star Great Emperor, everyone sensed that something bad was about to happen. After the seven-star Great Emperor's gaze swept over everyone, his cold voice pierced into everyone's heart like a sharp blade. You trespassed on my Emperor Mountain and disturbed my cultivation. What crime do you have? Qin Zhao's heart sank. It seemed that the seven-star Great Emperor was really as murderous as the rumors said. Anyone who provoked him wouldn't have a good ending. Senior seven-star Great Emperor, we didn't know that Senior was cultivating here. We hope that Senior seven-star Great Emperor will forgive us for disturbing you. Qi Feng put on an attitude and apologized to the seven-star Great Emperor. However, the seven-star Great Emperor obviously didn't accept it. He snorted coldly and looked at Qi Feng. When this Great Emperor roamed the universe, you weren't even born yet. Do you think you have a right to say such words in front of this Great Emperor? Those who trespass on my Emperor Mountain only have one ending, and that is death. The word death almost made everyone vomit blood. What a cold, murderous aura. Everyone knew that the seven-star Great Emperor was indeed determined to kill them and wouldn't give them a chance at all. Everyone felt bitter in their hearts. What was this? They didn't get the treasure and now had to pay with their lives here. If they knew that the seven-star Great Emperor wasn't dead, they definitely wouldn't have dared to barge in. Now, he had angered the seven-star Great Emperor and attracted the killing intent of the seven-star Great Emperor. The aura of death shrouded everyone, making the atmosphere a bit oppressive. The seven-star Great Emperor on the throne was majestic, arrogant, and unparalleled. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain as he glanced at everyone. Killing you will dirty my hands, so I'll give you a chance to end yourselves. You only lost a clone, so take it as a little punishment from this Great Emperor. If you wait for this Great Emperor to do it personally, then when this Great Emperor goes out, your true bodies will all be obliterated by this Great Emperor. Then you will truly cease to exist in this universe. What? Hearing this, everyone's hearts were hit hard again. The seven-star Great Emperor actually told them to end their own lives? How could they do such a thing? How cowardly would one have to be to end their own life? However, everyone knew very well in their hearts that since the seven stars Great Emperor had said such harsh words, it must be the law. If they didn't do as he said, they might really bring disaster upon themselves. Even if they lost their clones, they could still bear it. After weighing the pros and cons, some of the mighty figures wanted to end their own lives to appease the seven-star Great Emperor's anger. The expressions of Qi Feng and the others were extremely solemn and cold. They were also struggling violently in their hearts. If they fought, would they have a chance of winning? The answer was definitely no. Although there were still 15 people on this side, they definitely weren't a match for the seven-star Great Emperor. Chapter 597. What? Do you really want this Great Emperor to do it myself? Seven-star Great Emperor was furious when he saw that they were still hesitating. Cold killing intent surged out, causing some of the Almighties to turn pale and their limbs to turn cold. Under the pressure of seven-star Great Emperor's peerless aura, everyone felt like they couldn't breathe and were unable to resist. The pressure of a calamity made it so that the Almighties didn't dare to easily resist. Forget it, we can only accept our bad luck. Plowtrap Almighty sighed with an ashen face. Then his soul self-detonated and he instantly died. The first Almighty ended his own life. Once there was a start, there would be a continuous reaction. Fellow Taoists, I will also take my leave first. Another Almighty ended his own life. Qin Shao, Yi Junhao, what should we do? Lord Danshun asked anxiously. They had come with a mission. If they died here, how could they face Master Qingya? Qin Shao clenched his teeth and said, we definitely can't end our own lives. We are only avatars in this small universe. Seven-star Great Emperor's threat of exterminating us is obviously useless against us. No matter what, we can only give it a try. Also, we might still have a glimmer of hope. Qin Shao was also furious in his heart. Since he was forced into a desperate situation, he could only go crazy or die. So what if you are seven-star Great Emperor? If you want to kill me, you have to ask if the sword in my hand agrees or not. Even if you're a peak Almighty, I definitely won't lower my head when it comes to life and death. At most, they would just fight to the death. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, even if it was only 1 in a billion, they would fight to the end. Yi Junis said, I still have a trump card. If we add Qin Zhao's Chaos Ancient Beast, we might still have a chance. If there is really danger later, Lord Danshun can enter our inner worlds. If Qin Shao and I work together, it might not be impossible. Perhaps Qi Feng and the other two will be able to lend us a hand. As for the other mighty figures, they were negligible. Even Lord Danshun wouldn't be of any use in a battle like this. The mighty figures died one after another, and soon, only Qi Feng, Tongya, and Qin Shao and the other two were left. Out of the original team of 24 people, only 6 were left. Just the thought of it was hard to believe. Those who had died were all Almighties. A total of 18 Almighties had died within the Emperor Mountain. The 7 stars Great Emperor on the majestic throne glanced at Qin Shao and the others. His eyes became increasingly cold, eerie, and terrifying. A single strand of ice seemed to be able to cut through the heavens. Oomph! With a cold snort, it was as if the firmament had exploded. The entire space shook violently, causing people's hearts to tremble. It looks like you aren't willing to end yourselves. Do you really want me to erase you from this world? Asked the 7-star Great Emperor coldly. This voice directly penetrated the soul. Senior 7-star Great Emperor, don't you think this is a disgrace to your reputation? A voice suddenly sounded. Several gazes were cast over. The person who spoke was actually Qin Shao. Qin Shao stood there neither servile nor overbearing. He raised his head and looked at the 7-star Great Emperor. His body was as straight as a javelin. He continued, Senior, this is the Emperor tomb that you set up. You set up many dangerous tests. Since that's the case, it's to prevent future generations from entering so as not to disturb your cultivation. But since ancient times, whenever an Emperor tomb was discovered, it would definitely be invaded. This is something that can't be helped. We didn't intend to offend Senior 7-star Great Emperor, but we really didn't know that Senior 7-star Great Emperor wasn't dead. That's why we dared to rashly enter the Emperor Mountain. Although we are guilty of rashly entering, isn't it a little stingy for 7-star Great Emperor to sentence us to death directly? If Senior can give us a chance to live and set up some tests for us, then let us go if we can pass them. If we can't pass them, then we have nothing to say if you want to kill us. This way, it will also show that Senior 7-star Great Emperor isn't relying on his strength to bully us juniors. If this matter spreads out, it will also help Senior 7-star Great Emperor gain some reputation. The more experienced an existence was, the more they cared about their reputation, and the less they would bully the weak. That would be shameful. Since ancient times, once an Emperor tomb was discovered, it would definitely be attacked. Although this was a bit of a robber's logic, it had been recognized since ancient times. When many people recognized it, it naturally became an unchanging truth. Therefore, in theory, Qin Shao and the others did nothing wrong by attacking Emperor Mountain. The only thing they didn't expect was that the seven-star Great Emperor didn't die and had been cultivating in seclusion in Emperor Mountain. However, there were always some mighty figures with eccentric personalities who didn't play by the rules. And the seven-star Great Emperor was obviously such an existence. I'll give you a chance to live, right? All right, I'll fulfill your wish. As long as any of you can block my full-strength attack, then you can leave here. The seven-star Great Emperor was extremely cold. However, these words made the hearts of Qin Shao and the others sink. Block the full-strength attack of the seven-star Great Emperor? What kind of joke was that? The success or failure of a powerhouse could often be decided in one move. The full-strength attack of the seven-star Great Emperor was enough to easily obliterate any of Qin Shao and the others. Even Qin Shao didn't dare to say that he could block the full-strength attack of the seven-star Great Emperor with his body at the Nirvana 9th refinement stage. If he used the Chaos Ancient Beast, then it was almost the same. As for Yi Juanhe, unless he used his trump card, it was impossible for him to block the full-strength attack of the seven-star Great Emperor. As for Qi Feng and the other two, their faces were ashen. Obviously, they didn't have the slightest confidence. What was the difference between blocking the full-strength attack of the seven-star Great Emperor and courting death? This wasn't a chance to live at all. It was simply a situation of certain death. It seems that there's no other choice but to attack. Yi Juanhe secretly transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. Qin Shao also knew that there was no other choice but to attack, which was a dead end. Kill. The two had a tacit understanding. With a wave of his hand, Yi Juanhe directly put Lord Danshun into his inner world and then attacked the seven-star Great Emperor on the majestic throne with all his strength. Qin Shao also attacked at the same time, without holding back. He used the improved version of the Mountain River Sword technique with all his strength. The power of the Nirvana 9th refinement stage, the power of the strength true intent, and the power of the supreme grade Great Tao were all displayed. The strongest attack was aimed at the seven-star Great Emperor. Qi Feng and the other two exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and attacked the seven-star Great Emperor with all their strength. Let them end their own lives? How could that be possible? Since there was no other way out, they could only fight. Perhaps they could still seize a chance to live. One overconfident guy. You're courting death. The seven-star Great Emperor snorted coldly. He was still sitting on the majestic throne. With a wave of his hand, 7 Emperor swords whizzed out. The reason why he was called the seven-star Great Emperor was that he had 7 golden stars refined from the lunar star. Secondly, he had a powerful technique called the seven-star sword. The seven-star green robe and the seven-star sword were both symbolic items of the seven-star Great Emperor. The 7 Emperor swords flew towards Qin Shao and the other 4 with an unstoppable momentum. They broke through the void, cut through the ages, and shattered the mortal world. Nothing could stop them. From afar, Qin Shao and the other 4 could feel the terror of this sword. This sword contained the supreme power of 2 supreme-grade Great Taos. Moreover, both supreme-grade Great Taos were cultivated to the perfection stage. It was imaginable how terrifying its power was. In addition to the various means of the 7-star Great Emperor, the 7-star Great Emperor's technique was also at its strongest. The 7 Emperor swords were even more powerful. The sword momentum was monstrous. With an unstoppable momentum, with the power to destroy the starry sky, and with the sword's ability to cut through the sky, it instantly arrived in front of Qin Shao and the other 4. Puff! Puff! The 5 of them resisted with all their strength, but they couldn't stop it at all. In a single exchange, the omnipotent being and Xiao Ye were directly obliterated. Qi Feng finally took out a treasure to save his life. However, a large bloody hole was blasted out of his body, and one of his arms was broken. Although his body recovered quickly, his divine body was greatly damaged, and he was left with less than 50% of his strength. If there was another blow, he would definitely die. A strange water droplet wrapped around Yi Juanhe. This water droplet was extremely soft but extremely strong. It actually blocked the 7-star Great Emperor's sword. With his trump card, Yi Juanhe was the most relaxed. Qin Shao wasn't having an easy time either. He didn't rush to release the soulless ancient beast to protect himself. Instead, he used his full strength to block the sword of the 7-star Great Emperor. He had the 8th transformation of the 9 transformations, Nirvana transformations. In addition, he had the power of the true meaning of power to protect himself. He also had a Dao artifact armor on his body. With 4 layers of protection, Qin Shao was somewhat confident that he wouldn't be killed by this sword. As it turned out, he had indeed done it. However, the price he paid was not small. His arm was almost torn off, and he only felt better after vomiting a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's situation was much better than Qi Feng's. Qin Zhao's injury wasn't serious, and his divine body was only damaged by more than 10%. What a powerful sword, what a terrifying sword. As expected of the 7-star Great Emperor, my strength is at most comparable to the level of Qi Feng and the others. Compared to an existence like the 7-star Great Emperor, I'm really far from it. Yi Juanhe analyzed that the 7-star Great Emperor's strength might not be able to kill his way onto the Heaven leaderboard. Those almighties on the Heaven leaderboard are the truly terrifying ones. Qin Shao pursed his lips. He was also quite shocked. However, he felt relieved after thinking about it. It was actually nothing. After all, he was only a sky celestial now. When he broke through to become an almighty, he might be able to kill his way onto the Heaven leaderboard. There was no way around the shortcoming of his cultivation realm. It was already heaven-defying enough for him to reach this step. In this confrontation, Almighty Tong Tian and Almighty Yinya both died under the sword of the 7-star Great Emperor. Now, only Qin Shao and the other 2 were still standing there. In addition to Lord Danshun, who had been taken into his inner world, there were only 4 people left. There were only 4 people left in the team of 24. However, this wasn't the end. Death was still looming over them. Chapter 598. Currently in hand, I will update it later. Those who have read about the Peerless divine ability still like it. Currently in hand, please wait for a moment. Please remember. Chapter 600. Seeing that 7-star's Great Emperor was angry again, Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe were even more certain of their guess. Minuscule promise. Yi Juanhe, it seems that your guess is correct. Xingyang Wahao said, Look, 7-star Great Emperor is angry again, but he doesn't intend to attack again. Instead, he wants to use his aura to intimidate us and make us obediently submit. Qin Shao transmitted. Yi Juanhe said, Forget it. Let's go. He hated Chouyu the most. He Fan Xiugu said, Go. Chapter 602. In response to Lord Danshun's question, Yi Juanhe said, You'll have to ask Qin Shao. Lord Feng Danshun of the secret planet looked at Qin Shao curiously. It was him again. It seemed that he was indeed the savior. Qin Shao curled her lips and said, Actually, it's nothing. The best way to break free from the devil's mouth is to use your fists to repel the devil. Then you'll be able to walk out safely. It was the same for dealing with the 7-star's Great Emperor. He wanted to kill us, but how could we let him trample on us? Chapter 606. In the sky above the headquarters of the Earth Dojo, a young man wearing golden clothes carved with the stars of the universe stood there. The most conspicuous thing was that there was a very conspicuous pattern on the clothes. This was the symbol of the Man clan. Only the direct descendants of the Man clan were qualified to wear clothes with such a symbol. This represented a kind of supreme status. The Man tribe was the absolute overlord of man, Yu's small universe. They were the absolute royal family. Their status was very high. Battle of Genoji Feng Wu was itching to receive it. Chapter 607. Qin Zhao's personality had always been like this. He was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. If you wanted to play hard with him, then he would be tough with you and even more arrogant with you. Qin Zhao had already been courteous enough. If Qin Zhao was still unwilling to forgive him, then Qin Zhao would not be courteous anymore. I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Fine, I'll slap you back. That was Qin Zhao's principle. He wouldn't take the initiative to offend others, but he also wouldn't easily become enemies with others. He didn't like to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of trouble. That was his principle. Crack! An earth-shattering sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. Everyone in the Mother Earth dojo felt as if they were deaf and deaf. For a moment, their minds went blank. His voice shocked everyone. The hearts of those who heard the voice could not help but tighten. It was as if they could explode at any time. A ray of light that could split the sky descended from the sky. Wherever it passed, the void was torn apart. A terrifying black crack spread. It made people feel as if the sky was about to be destroyed by that ray of light. How terrifying. That's an absolute art, spatial rend, right? I've long heard that Man Ao Tian has mastered many absolute arts. It seems the rumors are true. He's using an absolute art right from the start. TSK, as expected of the number one Empyrean god in our little universe. Absolute art. This is the power of an absolute art. It's really too powerful. If I could learn absolute art, that would be great. Even if you were given an absolute art, you wouldn't be able to learn it. Absolute arts aren't something just anyone can learn. If you don't have the talent to learn them, how can you learn them? Cough, I was just saying. This heavenly mote-like ray of light shot towards Qin Zhao. The people who were watching from afar were all scared witless. Their hearts had already jumped to their throats. Quite a few four-step Empyrean gods felt that if they were hit by that attack, they would definitely die without leaving behind even a speck of dust. Man Ao Tian's unparalleled appearance was absolutely stunning. They had only heard of Man Ao Tian's fame before, but none of them had seen Man Ao Tian in action. Today, Man Ao Tian had shown them the power of a unique universe. It was not something Qi Yaoguang could compare to. The reputation of being the number one Empyrean deity in the small universe was not an undeserved reputation. Man Ao-Yan's first move was an absolute art. It seemed like he did not put Qin Zhao in his eyes. Qin Zhao's expression was calm. He didn't use his sword, but punched out directly. With Qin Zhao's Nirvana 8 transformations, his body was already comparable to a Tao artifact. Of course, it was only comparable in terms of strength. The reason why the Tao artifact was so powerful was because it contained a terrifying Tao might. Once it was unleashed, endless Tao might gushed out. It was mighty and terrifying. Qin Zhao's power roared wildly. The power of the 9 revolutions, Nirvana. The power of the true meaning of strength. Then, he turned his fist into a starlight, and with the might of 8 different high-grade Tao, he met the attack head-on with a roar. Qin Zhao had grasped 8 high-grade Taos. Time, space-time, immeasurable, fate, extremity, star, split the heavens and 5 elements Tao. Qin Zhao had cultivated all 8 high-grade Taos to the pinnacle. Therefore, the Tao might of the 8 high-grade Taos was incomparably powerful. He didn't need to use any techniques. He just punched out. His fist turned into a starlight and smashed into the heavenly chasm. It was the simplest method, but also the most explosive method. Boom! The entire headquarters of the Earth Dojo was shaking violently, as if it could collapse at any time. No matter how powerful the light was, no matter if it was an absolute art or not, Man Ao Tian's fist would shatter it with absolute power. In front of the power of an absolute art, everything was weak. This was the supreme true intent that the true intent of strength pursued. Strength was supreme, and everything revolved around strength. The supreme true meaning of the true meaning of strength was that power was the strongest power in the universe. Strength, on the other hand, could be increased without limit. Strength could come and go in a straight line. Power could destroy everything. Although power was too singular, as long as you were strong enough, you could use power to break through all techniques. Qin Zhao's fist was also a fist that revolved around the true meaning of strength. His true meaning of strength was still at the third level and had reached a bottleneck. From the third level to the fourth level, there was a huge gap, a heavenly chasm. It was too difficult to cross it. The true meaning of strength didn't have any cultivation techniques. It only had the principles of the true meaning. Everything else had to be comprehended and cultivated on your own to raise your own power. It was just like the heart force. It was very difficult to cultivate. But once the level of cultivation increased, the power would also be incomparably terrifying. What technique is that? Is it also an absolute art? I didn't feel the power of an absolute art. But that fist was able to shatter man Aotion use absolute art. Isn't that too strong? Using a fist to fight an absolute art? Inconceivable. Just what kind of background does this Qin Zhao have? He's just a third step heavenly god, but he seems to be a friend of our patriarchs. Yes, man Aotion's expression finally changed. His face became gloomy, and his eyes flashed with surprise. With his eyesight, he naturally saw through some tricks. It was actually the power of 8 high gray Daos. Furthermore, it was rather crude. If it had been used a bit more, then the power of that fist would have been much stronger. But even so, the punch just now was domineering and powerful enough to shatter the power of his unique skill. With absolute power, he had broken his absolute art. Just the fact that he had grasped 8 upper-grade Daos was already a monstrous feat. Man Aotion was a prideful and peerless genius, but he had only grasped 6 high-grade Daos and 1 peak-grade Daos. Compared to Qin Zhao, he naturally felt a bit defeated. Other than the high-grade Daos, man Aotion also sensed an incomparably powerful energy. That energy made him wonder if it was a strength-type absolute art. Otherwise, how could it be so strong? If it was just the power of the 8th transformation of the Nirvana transformations, then it really wouldn't be strong enough. After all, the Nirvana transformations was a body-type absolute art. But with the addition of the power of the true meaning of strength, Qin Zhao's strength directly soared to a new level, reaching an extremely powerful level. "It seems I've underestimated you," said man Aotion coldly. Although he was still displeased, he had no choice but to admit that he had truly underestimated Qin Zhao. It seemed that the patriarch hadn't been joking with him, but he really couldn't understand how such a monstrous genius could exist in the Manyu universe. He had only lived for 30,000 years, but his strength had already reached such a level. It was too terrifying. Qin Zhao said coldly, "You're not underestimating me. You're overestimating yourself. The number 1 sky god is comparable to an almighty. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. How can you be so arrogant and not put anyone in your eyes? Only SOS so?" This sentence exploded in everyone's mind like a clap of thunder. What kind of arrogant words were those? This was a form of contempt for man Aotion, an act that trampled on the dignity of the Man clan. This was simply audacious, daring to offend the dignity of the Man clan. Was he really tired of living? With man Aotion's arrogance, how could he allow others to humiliate him like this? For the past 10 million years, his position as the number 1 heavenly god had never been shaken by anyone. It had always been publicly acknowledged. With his position, why did he need to seal it up? But today, Qin Zhao had ruthlessly slapped him in the face. His dignity had been trampled on like mud on the ground, ruthlessly trampled on. Such a move could not help but cause others to be astonished and impressed. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. Man Aotion's face quickly became gloomy and ugly. His anger soared to the sky, and his murderous aura was dense. He glared at Qin Shao, and his eyes emitted a gloomy light. "Arrogant brat, you're courting death." Man Ao Tan snorted coldly, and an ancient sword appeared in his hand. The moment the ancient sword appeared, it emitted a terrifying aura. It was like an ancient fiend had awakened. Just his aura alone was enough to seal this part of the world. The weaker people directly knelt on the ground, not even daring to breathe loudly. What a terrifying ancient sword! It was definitely a Tao item, and an extremely terrifying one at that. At this time, Man Ao Tian was like a fiend god that had walked out of the primordial era. He possessed a supreme aura that could sweep through everything in this world. It was clear that Man Ao Tian was serious now. That's an ancient imperial sword. It's said to be the divine weapon of a Peerless almighty from the ancient era. It's been lost for countless years. I didn't expect it to be in Man Ao Tian's hands. The ancient emperor's sword also contains a terrifying ancient aura. I can feel a trace of ancient will. It's too terrifying. Several knowledgeable fourth-step heavenly gods recognized the sword in Man Ao Tian's hand and let out startled cries. They hadn't expected Man Ao Tian to possess such a peerless divine weapon. Even Qi Feng's eyes lit up slightly. That was a peerless divine weapon. It was enough to make his eyes go red. If it wasn't in Man Ao Tian's hands, perhaps he would have even thought about taking it. If he could get his hands on this divine weapon, it would be enough to increase his strength by a lot. Man Outyan's aura surged as he wielded his divine weapon. His aura surged like the waves of the four seas. When the divine weapon moved, its light pierced through the ages. Its sharpness soared into the 9 heavens. Its sharpness shook the 9 hells. Just a trace of its aura was enough to kill a heavenly god. When the sword moved, heaven and earth fell silent. When its aura erupted, the dome of heaven collapsed. It stirred up a void and wiped out the light. Chapter 608. 10 billion miles west of the Great Earth Mountain Range was a bottomless abyss. The abyss was shrouded in black mist all year round, making it look especially eerie and scary. No one dared to approach. In the depths of the abyss, within the black mist, there was a huge and majestic figure sitting cross-legged cultivating. The black mist he was spitting out was eerie and eerie. It was like he was a demon from hell. If an almighty was there, they would definitely recognize him. This was one of the most infamous almighties in the little universe, the Black Mist Almighty. Every time he appeared, he would bring with him a black mist. Aside from the almighties, no one could see his true face. It was said that anyone who saw his face would die. The Black Mist Almighty opened his eyes, and his gaze pierced through the void. It reached 10 billion miles away and landed in the sky above the Great Earth Dojo's headquarters. The void was no longer an obstacle to him. It was only a matter of a single thought for him to see everything at a glance. Yes, Man Ao Tian is challenging a third-step Empyrean god, and he seems to have suffered a bit. That third-step Empyrean god has a good relationship with Qi Feng, but he's not from the Great Earth Dojo. Interesting. At the same time, a few people were attracted by the shockwaves from the fight. The battle between Qin Shao and Man Ao Tian was comparable to a battle between almighties. The shockwaves from a battle between almighties could affect everything within 1 trillion miles. Naturally, the almighties nearby would notice it. At this time, quite a few people were paying attention to the battle. Because of Man Ao Tian's participation, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. A powerful being was standing on a mountain peak. He smiled and said, "For Man Ao Tian to go all out, I wonder who he is. This kid has never been famous. He's only lived for 30,000 years, and yet he has such power. When did our little universe have such a heaven-defying monster?" In a secret realm, a figure came out. His face revealed a trace of surprise. "Hey, what a monstrous fellow. Where did he come from? Our little universe has such a peerless genius. How come I've never heard of him?" Sword intent shook the heavens and stirred the void. Man Outyin was like a supreme being from the ancient era, sweeping through the sky with his divine weapon. Everything in the world had to submit to his sword. The Tao might of the ancient divine weapon was as if an ancient almighty had attacked with all his might. Adding on the power of his ultimate technique and Man Ao Tian's Tao pressure, it naturally made this sword extremely terrifying. Although Man Outyin was not as strong as Qin Shao, he was still a peak fourth-step heavenly god who had grasped 6 high gray Daos and 1 peak gray Daos. It was just that he had only cultivated 4 of the 6 superior Daos to the realm of perfection. However, a strength as such was still pretty decent. After all, he was an existence that could match up to a powerful being. If such strength was placed in the divine realm, he would be an existence that could kill his way into the Earth rankings. However, with Qin Zhao's current strength, he was a strong contender for the top 10 spots of the Earth ranking. So, if Man Ao Tian wanted to compare himself to Qin Shao, he was still far too lacking. Insignificant skill. Qin Zhao's lips curled up slightly. He didn't care about Man Ao Tian's attack at all. He still used the same move as before. To deal with Man Ao Tian, Qin Shao couldn't even be bothered to use his sword, much less his ultimate techniques. Otherwise, he might accidentally kill Man Ao Tian. Furthermore, this level of strength wasn't enough to stir up any battle intent in Qin Shao, so he naturally couldn't be bothered to use any of his power. Boom! Qin Zhao's fist was like an ancient sovereign spirit breaking through the void. This fist was enough to shake heaven and earth. The punch, which was imbued with boundless power, smashed all of the might of the sword directly. It was like a hammer smashing into tofu. No matter how hard the tofu was, it wouldn't be able to block the hammer's attack. It would be crushed without any suspense. This was the tyranny of absolute power. It was simple and crude, but it was enough to make a person's blood boil. What? Man Ao Tian's expression completely changed when he saw that his strongest move had been destroyed by Qin Zhao's fist. Although he was arrogant, the cruel reality in front of him caused his heart to suffer a heavy blow. He almost coughed up blood. His strongest move was something that even ordinary almighties would find difficult to receive, let alone receive so easily and crudely. This was his greatest trump card, but in front of Qin Shao, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. How could this be? He was the publicly acknowledged number 1 heavenly god in this universe. How could he be suppressed by someone else? Furthermore, the one suppressing him was only a 3rd-step heavenly god, a brat who had only lived for 30,000 years. He, Man Ao Tian, had lived for 10 million years. As far as he was concerned, Qin Shao was indeed too young. Yet he had reached a level that could suppress him at such a young age. Man Ao Tian was unable to accept such a heavy blow to his heart. He felt like he was about to go crazy. Who are you? You're not from this universe. You're from the God world. Man Ao Tian glared at Qin Shao. Other than that, Man Ao Tian couldn't think of any other possibility. Furthermore, when he thought of the Patriarch's words, he felt that something was off. If he was from this universe, then that was impossible. With such great strength, how could a peerless monster like him remain unknown and not be known by others? So the only possibility was that he was from the God world. If he was from the God world, then he would feel a bit better. There were quite a few rumors about the God world. It was just that no one could enter the God world, and no one from the God world could enter this universe. Therefore, the realm of the gods had always been something close to a legend. In fact, there were quite a few people who didn't really believe that the God world existed. They felt that it was just a beautiful legend. But with Man Ao Tian's status, he naturally knew that the God world was real. Furthermore, he had begged the Patriarch to send him there, but the Patriarch hadn't agreed. Instead, the Patriarch had said, "You're not strong enough. Entering the God world is incomparably dangerous. If you enter with your current strength, you won't be able to survive for long." In truth, Man Ao Tian hadn't thought much of the Patriarch's words. It was just that he didn't dare go against the Patriarch's orders. But now that he had seen Qin Zhao's strength, it made him reevaluate what the old ancestor had said to him before. Could it be that the god world really had many heavenly gods stronger than him? That was something Man Ao Tian couldn't accept. Qin Zhao didn't care about Man Ao Tian and continued to attack. Man Ao Tian's expression turned sinister as he slashed down with his ancient divine weapon. Clang! However, Qin Zhao's fist still collided heavily with Man Ao Yin's sword, issuing a metallic clanging sound. It was as if a great bell was ringing in the sky. It was so loud that could be heard from 10 billion miles away. The people in the distance didn't understand what was going on. Countless people fled in fright, looking up at the sky in horror. But they couldn't see anything. A battle of this level was simply too terrifying. The fluctuations were incomparably huge. In the headquarters of the Mother Earth Martial Arts Dojo, many mountains were directly affected and instantly razed to the ground. Even with the protection of the Great Array, it was far from enough. The Earth Dojo's disciples all retreated far away. As for Chi Feng, he quickly set up a barrier to prevent the shock waves from spreading. Otherwise, the Earth Dojo's headquarters wouldn't be able to withstand the shock waves. Struck by the fist, Man Ao Tian flew back miserably, coughing up a mouthful of blood. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, he smashed through thousands of miles of mountains before finally stabilizing himself. However, at this moment, he was also covered in dust and looked extremely miserable. The blood at the corner of his mouth was bright red. Man Ao Tian's expression instantly turned ugly. His eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Qin Zhao. He was like a 1,000-year-old venomous snake, wanting to kill Qin Zhao as soon as possible. Boom! Another punch came crashing down, creating a deep pit in the ground. Man Ao Tian coughed up blood once more. At this moment, he was being beaten up by Qin Zhao to the point where he couldn't even fight back. It was simply too shocking. This was Man Ao Tian, the #1 heavenly god in the entire universe. He was the descendant of Manyu, the most dazzling genius of the Man clan. But now, he was being beaten up by Qin Zhao. Where was his previous glory? Where was the demeanor of a young king? Where was the dignity of the Man clan? Chapter 609. The battle ended quickly, with Man Ao Tian losing miserably and leaving with his tail between his legs. Man Ao Tian, the #1 heavenly god in tens of millions of years, the ruler of all mighties, the king of the young generation, had fallen, drawing the end of an era. Falling from the altar, Man Ao Tian's fame would fall greatly in the future, and he would no longer be the #1 genius in people's hearts. This kind of news caused a huge commotion in the small universe. It quickly spread to every corner of the universe. Those who had some ability heard the news, and it caused an uproar. The most shocking thing was that the divine world really existed, and the visitors from the divine world were so powerful that even Man Ao Tian was beaten miserably. The prestige of the divine world had always been supreme, and it only existed in legends. Naturally, countless people yearned for the divine world. It was especially so for the fourth-step heavenly gods and almighties. They all yearned to go to the divine world. However, the restrictions of the small universe made it impossible for them to leave. Their desire for the divine world could only be placed in their minds. This battle not only made Qin Zhao famous, but also made the Earth Dojo famous. Countless people came to the Earth Dojo, wanting to see the excitement, and so on. The Earth Dojo became incomparably lively. Those who had a good relationship with the Earth Dojo also came to inquire about the news. Many almighties even paid a visit to Chi Feng, wanting to get some information. After all, even the almighties knew very little about the divine world, and they were full of curiosity. However, Qin Zhao naturally did not want to be disturbed, and he directly closed himself in his resting place to cultivate, no matter who it was. Chi Feng naturally blocked all disturbances, and he would not let anyone disturb Qin Shao and the other two. Time flew, and in 100 years, the craze caused by Qin Shao slowly subsided, and the Earth Dojo regained its calm. Fortunately, although Qin Shao and the others' identities were exposed, no one came to find trouble with them. This was also something that Qin Shao and the others had been worried about. They could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They were not afraid of a normal almighty Qin Shao, but they were no match for the top almighties of this small universe. 300 years passed very quickly. Qin Shao had been pondering the 7-star sword absolute art, but the progress was not great. She had fallen into a bottleneck. If she wanted to improve again, it was much more difficult than ascending to the sky. Making use of this time, Qin Shao simply raised his cultivation base to the level of a 4th-step heavenly god. It was relatively easy to raise his cultivation level by 1 realm. After all, Qin Shao had accumulated enough in all aspects. He only needed to spin some divine crystals to make a breakthrough. After all, it was only an increase of a small level, not a leap of a large level. There would not be a qualitative change, nor would there be a sublimation. His strength naturally didn't increase by much. It was also because of this that Qin Shao was not in a hurry to make a breakthrough. This time, Qin Shao chose to make a breakthrough because his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Anyway, he had nothing to do. After about 40,000 years, he finally reached the level of a 4th-step heavenly god. With such a cultivation speed, he was definitely a monstrous and peerless genius in the entire universe. In the history of the universe, Qin Zhao's cultivation speed was definitely ranked among the top. Those who could cultivate to the level of a 4th-step heavenly god within 10 million years were rare geniuses, let alone 40,000 years. This amount of time was really short for an immortal. A piece of news came, attracting the attention of Qin Shao and the others. Mount Transcendence had finally opened. Mount Transcendence opened once every million years, and each time it opened, it would only open for 10,000 years. The 108 mountain-penetrating tokens were reissued, and the winner had to wait for 10,000 years to enter. Otherwise, they would have to wait until the next opening to enter with a mountain-penetrating token. Therefore, although only 108 mountain passage tokens would be given out each time, the number of people entering could be a little more or a little less. With Almighty Qi Feng in charge of the mountain-penetrating tokens, Qin Shao and the others were able to live freely. It just so happened that they were now famous and didn't want to go out, lest they become the center of attention wherever they went. Almighty Qi Feng's ability was strong enough. He did not let Qin Shao and the others down. It had been less than 3 years since the opening of Mount Transcendence, but Qi Feng had already sent a mountain-penetrating token to Qin Shao and the others. Almighty Qi Feng, thank you. Qin Shao received the mountain-penetrating token and thanked him. Logically speaking, Yi Juanhe should be the leader of Qin Zhao's group. After all, Yi Juanhe was definitely the strongest among the 3. However, Yi Juanhe had a cold personality and didn't like to deal with people. Therefore, most of the matters related to Almighty Qi Feng were handed over to Qin Shao. In this way, it would seem that the 3 of them were led by Qin Shao. However, Yi Juanhe didn't care about these false reputations. Qin Shao said, "By the way, Almighty Qi Feng, we actually still have a mountain-penetrating token. However, one of the spots belongs to someone else, so we still have 2 extra spots. If Almighty Qi Feng wants to send people into Mount Transcendence, it's fine." Almighty Qi Feng smiled and waved his hand. "That won't be necessary. There aren't many decent people in my Earth Martial Arts dojo." Qi Yaoguang was fine with it, but unfortunately, he was punished by Qi Feng to reflect on his mistakes. Naturally, he wouldn't participate. As for the others, Qi Feng wasn't too willing to let them go. They would only be courting death if they went, so it was better not to go. Qin Shao thought for a while and said, "Almighty Qi Feng, since you don't want to send people in, then why don't you send people in? Anyway, I have 2 extra spots on my side. Help me ask some of the almighties you're familiar with if they're willing to send people in. However, there's a condition. The people who get the spots have to make a life-bonded, oath that they must protect my friend after entering Mount Transcendence. This is the only requirement. You have to agree to it. If you can't agree to it, then forget it. Chi Feng said. Well, if that's the case, then this matter is very easy. It's definitely something that people will fight over. There are still many people who want to enter Mount Transcendence to try their luck. Besides, at most, I'll lose a clone. Not to mention this, even if it's a little more demanding, it's not a problem at all. The friend you're talking about should be in your inner world all this time, right? I've been neglecting that the people in your inner world can come out here. There's no need to be so restrained. After entering Mount Transcendence, there's no way for the people in your inner world to come out. Once they come out, they'll be erased by Mount Transcendence's consciousness. Unless they're in the sovereign realm, they won't be able to escape from Mount Transcendence's consciousness. Even peak almighties won't be able to do so. Qin Shao nodded. He already knew about this situation. A Mountain Transcendence token could bring 2 people in at most. Before entering, they had to imprint their blood essence and soul into the Mountain Transcendence token to obtain the token's protection. Only then would they not be erased by Mount Transcendence's consciousness. Almighty Chi Feng, I'll leave this matter to you. If everyone is here, we'll immediately set off for Mount Transcendence, Qin Shao said. Chi Feng nodded and left. After sending Chi Feng away, Qin Shao let Wu Kai out. All these years, Wu Kai had been in Qin Zhao's inner world. Naturally, he was unaware of the outside world. After coming out, Wu Kai looked around curiously. He looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. Senior, where is this? Qin Shao gave a simple explanation. After hearing it, Wu Kai was shocked. What? This is the Mother Earth Dojo. The Mother Earth Dojo was extremely famous in this pocket universe. Wu Kai had naturally heard of it before. In terms of power ranking, the Mother Earth Dojo could be ranked in the top 20 of the pocket universe. It was even possible for them to be in the top 10. The Mother Earth Dojo was definitely an overlord. Even if the top 10 powers of Mount Transcendence City were added together, they wouldn't necessarily be stronger than the Mother Earth Dojo. Wu Kai didn't expect that he would be in the headquarters of the Mother Earth Dojo right now. Just thinking about it made him feel extremely excited. Qin Shao said, Wu Kai, Mount Transcendence is now open. We can immediately enter Mount Transcendence. However, I'll give you 2 choices. The first is to enter Mount Transcendence with us. However, you should also understand that Mount Transcendence is filled with endless opportunities, but it's also filled with endless dangers. Right now, you're only a 4th-step deity. If you enter Mount Transcendence, even if you don't die 10 times out of 10, I'm afraid you won't be too far off. At the very least, you'll die 9 times out of 10. The chances of you surviving are not high. Wu Kai nodded his head heavily. Naturally, he knew about this situation long ago. However, he didn't have any other choice. This was the only path he could take. Only by walking this path could he become stronger and achieve his goals. This was his obsession. No matter how dangerous it was, he couldn't give up. There was no room for retreat. He could only fight to the death. The second choice is for you to stay in the Mother Earth Dojo. I'll make arrangements for you. You'll be groomed by the Mother Earth Dojo and become their disciple. If you work hard, you'll have some accomplishments in the future. Who knows, you might even become a 4th-step deity in the future. Given Wu Kai's talent, he should be a 4th-step deity at most. It was almost impossible for him to become an almighty. If he could become a 4th-step deity, it would already be very good. A 4th-step deity could definitely be considered an overlord in this small universe. He could move unhindered. Wu Kai didn't even dare to think about becoming a 4th-step deity. His biggest goal now was to become a 3rd-step deity. That way, he would be able to achieve his goals. Becoming a 4th-step deity was too far away for him. This path was a relatively safe one for him. It was also a very good one. Being able to become a disciple of the Mother Earth Dojo was indeed something that countless people dreamed of. However, this opportunity was placed right in front of him. Naturally, he felt a rush of excitement. Chapter 610. Since I've already made my choice, I won't give up so easily. Even if this path is a little more difficult, I can't let others look down on me. If I don't succeed, I'll die trying. I've already prepared myself for death. It's something to be proud of to be able to enter God's soaring mountain. If I succeed, it'll be a transformation. If I fail, it'll be death. If I don't face the threat of death, how can I make myself stronger? To make yourself stronger, your heart must be strong enough. If your heart isn't strong enough, you're not truly strong. Wu Kai continued with a resolute look on his face. Qin Xiao nodded. He was rather impressed by Wu Kai's words. Yes, you're right. If a person wants to become stronger, his heart must be strong enough. Without a strong heart, you'll only shrink back in the face of danger. When you encounter an opportunity, you won't dare to grab it. It's very difficult for such a person to become strong. True strength comes from the heart. Only a courageous and fearless belief can make a person successful. Since that's the case, I'll support your decision. However, there are some things where belief is belief and reality is reality. If you enter with your strength, the chances of you surviving are less than 1 in a trillion. Therefore, I found you 2 helpers who can lend you a helping hand. Once you enter God's soaring mountain, you definitely can't follow us. We have our own matters to attend to. 2 helpers? Wu Kai was slightly taken aback. In truth, how could he not know the dangers of entering God's soaring mountain? The reason he dared to enter Sacred Sky Mountain was because he was prepared to die. He also knew that the chances of him surviving were less than 1 in a trillion. However, he was a person who would die early. The reason he had lingered on until now was because of the unwavering belief in his heart. It was that belief that allowed him to live until now. If he wanted to transform, if he wanted to complete a huge transformation, he had to fight like this. You'll know very soon. Qin Xiao pursed his lips. Qi Feng soon sent news over. He had brought 2 imposing youths with him. Their charm was not much inferior to Qi Yao Wang's. Clearly, they were geniuses at the 4th step of the heavenly god realm. Their talents are definitely not bad. If he was in a smaller force, he would definitely be the number 1 youth. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the 2 4th-step Empyrean gods. From Qi Feng, Qin Xiao had obtained information about these 2 4th-step Empyrean gods. They were both descendants of Empyrean gods, but ordinary Empyrean gods. His strength was not bad. At least among the 4th-step heavenly gods in this small universe, he still had some ability to compete. If he were to be placed in the Earth Dojo's divine realm, he would definitely be ranked in the top 10. Not bad. Of course, he wasn't monstrous either. If he was truly monstrous, then he should be able to obtain the mountain transfer token and enter on his own without having to agree to such conditions. With such strength, it was almost enough. It met the requirements in Qin Zhao's heart. Wu Kai, what do you think of these 2? Qin Xiao looked at Wu Kai, but the latter was still in a daze. Previously, Qin Xiao said that he would find 2 helpers for him. They were the 2 people in front of him. However, the 2 people in front of him were 4th-step Empyrean gods. To him, they were high and mighty existences that could not be offended. Such outstanding figures did not even need to make a move. A glance from them would be enough to kill him. In front of such figures, he suddenly felt like a small earthworm. At this moment, standing in front of a giant dragon, he even had the urge to kneel down and worship it. The gap between the 2 was really too big. It was like a natural chasm that stretched across the place. Therefore, no matter what Wu Kai said, he couldn't say anything. His heart was still trembling slightly. After sizing up Qin Xiao and the other 2, the 2 4th-step Empyrean gods' gazes also fell on Wu Kai. They knew the conditions for obtaining this opportunity. In order to enter Sacred Mountain, they had also agreed to these conditions. However, when they saw that the target of their conditions was actually a 4th-step Empyrean god, their expressions immediately became a little strange. At first, they thought that they should have sworn a life-bonded oath to Qin Xiao. Given Qin Zhao's current fame in the small universe, they were naturally very willing to submit to him. However, it was indeed very embarrassing for them to swear such a life-bonded oath to a fourth-step Empyrean god. This feeling was like a giant dragon submitting to a small earthworm. Wasn't that a great humiliation? The pride in their bones made it very difficult for them to lower their dignity. Qin Shao seemed to have seen through their thoughts and said, "The two of you don't have to think too much. I just want you to protect my friends. It's not a relationship of submission. If my friends are in danger, you will take action. If my friends are not in danger, you would do your own thing. When you get along with each other, there is no hierarchy. We're just a team. It's just that there are some additional rules." The two of them thought for a moment. If that was the case, they could accept it. A team had its own brilliance and rules. This was acceptable. Swearing a life-bonded oath in the form of a team wouldn't make them feel ashamed. As for how you will act, you will still be in charge. You just need to protect my friends, Qin Shao said again. The two of them nodded in agreement. This way, there was no problem. That was all Qin Shao needed. He didn't really want to find two servants for Wu Kai. That would be meaningless. If that was the case, it would be better to just get two fourth-step Empyrean god puppets and let Wu Kai bring them in. Entering Sacred Mountain was to give Wu Kai a kind of tempering. It was to let Wu Kai obtain an opportunity. Therefore, he had to give him the pressure of danger. If there was no danger, where would the opportunity come from? It was just that if Wu Kai encountered an insurmountable danger, he would need someone to help him. He wouldn't let Wu Kai die so easily. The two fourth-step Empyrean gods were very straightforward. They directly swore a life-bonded oath with their souls and completed the agreement. Such conditions were really a good deal for them. A chance to enter Sacred Mountain, and they only had to pay such a small price. After the two of them completed the oath, Wu Kai was still in a daze. Qin Shao patted Wu Kai's shoulder, and only then did Wu Kai come back to his senses. He looked at Qin Shao, then at the two fourth-step Empyrean gods, and said gratefully, "Senior, thank you. I really don't know what to say. How can I repay you for this great kindness?" Qin Shao couldn't bear to hear such sour words. He directly interrupted Wu Kai and said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Since everyone is here, we should set off. Let's go." Qi Feng said, "Qin Shao, I'll send you to the foot of Sacred Mountain." Qin Shao nodded and didn't refuse. This was Qi Feng's kind intention. He naturally didn't want to refuse. After entering Sacred Mountain, Qin Shao probably wouldn't appear in the Pocket Universe again. After this farewell, it would probably be difficult for them to meet again. Therefore, Qi Feng wanted to send Qin Shao off, and Qin Shao was more than happy to do so. Sacred Mountain was located at the center of the Pocket Universe. It was a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. It stood between the heavens and the earth, piercing through the entire Pocket Universe. Moreover, due to the restrictions of the Pocket Universe and the obstruction of the universe's consciousness, no one could fly to the peak of Sacred Mountain to see how tall it was. The entire Sacred Mountain was covered and protected by the universe's consciousness. If anyone tried to destroy Sacred Mountain, they would definitely be punished by the universe's consciousness. Sacred Mountain was the supreme sacred ground of the Pocket Universe. It represented a kind of authority. Qin Shao and the others soon arrived at the foot of Sacred Mountain. Within 10 million li of Sacred Mountain, the void was sealed. Even a supreme expert would find it difficult to fly in there. Moreover, their speed would be very slow. If it was a weaker fourth-step Empyrean god, they wouldn't even be able to fly. They would have to walk. The largest diameter of Sacred Mountain wasn't very big. It was only about 100 billion li in diameter. In the divine world, such a mountain wasn't considered new. But here, it was like a heavenly pillar that supported the Pocket Universe. The area within 10,000 li of Divine Sky Mountain was isolated by layers upon layers of restrictions, forming a veil of heavenly punishment that blocked off everything. Looking at Sacred Mountain from afar made one's heart palpitate. It was as though they were looking at an ancient spirit that was exuding a supreme power that could shake one's soul. Standing there, it was like a dormant ancient beast. Its entire body was exuding an incomparably gloomy aura, revealing an incomparably ferocious face. The majestic sacred mountain seemed to have countless tentacles on its surface, making it look like the yiksha of the devil. A strange aura shrouded the entire sacred mountain, blocking vision and divine consciousness from probing, making Sacred Mountain even more eerie and gloomy. The closer one got to Sacred Mountain, the closer one got to the Nine Nether Hell, the closer one got to death. It was as though one was about to step into the abyss of death. Just a little bit more, and one would enter the land of death. The pressure on one's soul was enough to make one panic. If one was a coward, they would have been scared away. Every step they took was so heavy. Qin Shao and the other two were relaxed. The aura didn't pose much pressure to them. The two fourth-step Empyrean gods were barely able to withstand it. Only Wu Kai was struggling. His body was curled up, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. To him, this was a great test. The two fourth-step Empyrean gods glanced at Wu Kai. Clearly, they felt disdain in their hearts. With such strength, he wanted to enter Sacred Mountain. Wasn't that just courting death? Qin Shao didn't help Wu Kai. If he couldn't even cross this hurdle, there was no need for him to talk about entering Sacred Mountain. Only if he could pass this test by himself would he be able to continue walking down this path. This was a threshold that he had to cross. Fortunately, Wu Kai didn't let Qin Shao down. Although it was a little difficult, he still managed to walk step by step. Moreover, the more he walked, the more determined and relaxed he became. After resisting the demons in his heart, he would be able to clear his mind. Chapter 6:11. Brother Qin Shao, Brother Jun He, Brother Qin Jun, I'll see you off here. I wish you good luck, Qi Feng said. Qin Shao nodded and said, all good things must come to an end. If fate allows it, I'll definitely drink 1,000 cups with you again. Ha! I hope we'll be fated to meet again. Farewell. Qi Feng laughed heartily. In fact, he also knew that it was almost impossible for them to meet again. Farewell. After sending Qi Feng off, Qin Shao and the others entered Mount Soaring Mountain with a mountain-penetrating token in hand. As soon as he entered, an ancient and faint aura immediately descended upon him. Looking at Mount Soaring Mountain in front of them, they couldn't help but want to prostrate themselves. Yes, it has its own rules. Qin Shao frowned slightly. He could clearly feel that the rules here had changed, and it was different from the outside world. When the rules changed, the suppression on people would be very great. Under the rules, everything could be crushed. What appeared in front of Qin Shao and the others was a rugged mountain peak. There was no fixed path leading to the mountain, and they could only rely on themselves to pave the way. There were restrictions everywhere, and everywhere could be filled with killing intent. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. Even people as strong as Qin Shao and the others didn't dare to be careless. It was said that only sovereigns would be able to ignore the dangers of the mountain-piercing god and barge into the mountain-piercing god without any hesitation. Even top almighties didn't have the strength to ignore the dangers of Mount Soaring Mountain. The rules of Mount Soaring Mountain didn't allow almighties to enter. Only those below almighties could roam Mount Soaring Mountain. In the entire barbaric universe, only the barbaric lord could freely enter and exit Mount Soaring Mountain. There is no need to say more about the sacred status of Mount Soaring Mountain in the barbaric universe. Qin Shao looked at Wu Kai and the other two and said, the three of you can roam the first district for now. Although the two fourth-step heavenly celestials were unwilling, they had no choice but to do what they had promised. There were a total of 9 districts on MT Ethereal. From a first to the 9th district, the 9th district was the most sinful. The area of the first district was the largest. Those who were not strong would mostly explore the first district to gain experience and find some opportunities. Only those who were slightly stronger would dare to continue to charge upwards. The higher he went, the more dangerous it would be. With Wu Kai's strength, he could only challenge the first level and seek out lucky chances. The two heavenly gods promised to protect Wu Kai, so they could only follow Wu Kai for the time being. What they were hoping for now was for Wu Kai to take the initiative to retreat from Divine Sky Mountain. That way, they would be able to regain their freedom. Qin Shao and the other two were obviously not interested in District 1, so they directly skipped over it. After bidding farewell to Wu Kai and the other two, Qin Shao and the other two went straight up. Even though they were traveling at their fastest speed without stopping to rest, it still took the three of them 1,000 years to reach the end of the first district. A huge checkpoint was right in front of them. It was an incomparably huge black lake. The water in the lake was completely black, as dark as a black hole. Moreover, the black lake was like a huge whirlpool. It was spinning at an extremely fast speed, forming a huge funnel-like bottomless hole. The void above was completely distorted. Time, space, light, and darkness were all completely distorted. If one wanted to pass through it, they would have to withstand the terrifying, devouring power. Even from afar, one could feel their heart palpitating. It was indeed extraordinarily terrifying. The fact that it could become a huge checkpoint was enough to explain everything. At this moment, there were a few figures standing in the open space in front of them. Obviously, they wanted to pass through this checkpoint. The fact that they could reach here at such a fast speed was enough to show that their strength was not bad. They also noticed Qin Shao and the other two. Although Qin Shao was very famous now, not many people had seen Qin Shao before. Therefore, not many people could recognize him. Another three came. It seems that there are quite a few ambitious people. A silver-clothed youth said, with a somewhat sarcastic tone. After glancing at Qin Shao and the other two, he continued to look ahead. Facing this terrifying whirlpool, no one acted rashly. Everyone has been standing here for so long. Is no one going to throw a brick? A green-clothed youth said to the others with a smile. Clearly, these people all knew each other. Empyrean Goddess Qinghua, don't you always think that you're strong? Why don't you go first? A blue-clothed youth immediately joked. Why not? It's just a first test. Is it too difficult for me? Although Empyrean Goddess Qinghua said this, she did not actually do anything. Heavenly Monarch Wuda, you're the fastest here. You go first and scout the situation first. While these people were discussing, Qin Shao and the other two did not stay for long. The three of them flew over at the same time. Seeing this scene, the other four-step Empyrean gods looked at them with astonishment. Among the astonishment, there was also a hint of disdain. Ignorant. Don't they know that the more people there are, the more terrifying the suction force is? 3 people going together? They must be tired of living. They didn't even check the situation before coming here. How ignorant. There was an independent law in Godspan Mountain. Every test was extremely terrifying. Each person had to withstand one portion of the test's power. If 3 people went together, it would naturally be 3 portions of the test power. Everyone could feel the power of 3 portions of the test. Therefore, when 3 people rushed up together, the difficulty naturally increased by a lot. It might not be as exaggerated as 3 times, but it was definitely twice as difficult. Therefore, such an action was naturally mocked by the others. Qin Shao and the other 2 were naturally aware of this situation. However, this was only the first region's test. Therefore, they did not take it to heart. So what if it was twice as difficult? If they couldn't even pass the first test, then it would be a huge joke. As soon as they entered the lake, Qin Shao and the other 2 immediately felt a terrifying suction force wrapping around them. It wanted to devour them into the huge whirlpool. The distorted space-time seemed to want to twist Qin Shao and the other 2 into pieces. This power was indeed very terrifying. However, Qin Shao and the other 2 did not have any obvious weaknesses. Their defense was very strong. Just by relying on the defensive power of their bodies, they were able to withstand the spatial distortion. Facing the suction force, the 3 of them directly tore through the suction force with absolute strength and speed. They passed through the lake at their fastest speed and arrived at the second region. Such a situation left the other 4-step Empyrean gods dumbfounded. For a moment, they found it hard to believe. What's going on? How can the 3 of them pass the test so easily? What kind of strength is this? Yeah, they're too strong. Where did they come from? This doesn't make sense. If they're so strong, why don't we know them at all? Where did these 3 people come from? Didn't I hear that 3 geniuses from the divine world entered our little universe? Could it be them? The performance of Qin Shao and the other 2 obviously shocked these people. After entering the second region, Qin Shao and the other 2 did not stop. They were not interested in the opportunities here. To them, the small opportunities were dispensable. Their goal was not to obtain them. I wonder where the purple-eyed Demon King and the others are now. There has been no news of them all these years. These 5 guys are really good at hiding. Lord Danshan curled his lips. Thinking of the purple-eyed Demon King and the other 4, Lord Danshan was furious. Humph, I was tricked by them last time. If I meet them again, I'll teach them a lesson. With our strength, it's hard for us to gain an advantage against them. Yi Junha shook his head. In fact, Lord Danshan was aware of the situation. It was just that he was holding back his anger. Last time, he was tricked quite badly. With the hatred in his heart, he wanted to vent his anger. Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with a strange light. He licked his lips and said, "If there's a chance, I don't mind killing them. If we can kill one, we'll earn one. If we can kill all of them here, that's not bad." Haha, Brother Qin Zhao's physiognomy is the same as mine. I think so too. If we can kill all of them, it'll be a great contribution. Maybe we'll be rewarded when we get back. Lord Danshan laughed. Qin Shao laughed. However, this was just a thought. The purple-eyed Demon King and the other 4 were not weak. If the 5 of them were always together, it would be too difficult to make a move on them. The purple-eyed Demon King alone was not easy to deal with. The 3 of them continued forward. In the second trial, Qin Shao and the others found 2 corpses. Qin Shao and the others immediately recognized the 2 corpses based on what they knew. The 2 corpses were quite famous. Compared to Qi Yao Wang, they were not much weaker. Clearly, they were geniuses who came to challenge Divine Mountain this time. Unfortunately, they died in the second trial. The second trial was much more dangerous than the first, but it was not a problem for Qin Shao and the others. The 3 of them passed through without much effort and entered the third trial. Entering the third area, the dangers were obviously more intense. After walking for a while, they would run into a restriction. Some of the dangers were strange and sinister, which were often impossible to guard against. If they were not careful, they would fall into a trap. If they fell into a trap, they would be in danger of dying. A man in blue and white robes walked out and looked at Qin Shao and the others with a friendly smile. "May I ask if you are Heavenly God Qin Shao?" Yi Junha and Lord Danshan's names were not known, so most people only knew of Qin Shao. Not many people knew of Qin Shao, but the man in front of them recognized him. Qin Zhao's gaze also landed on the other party. Based on the information he had obtained from Qi Feng, Qin Shao immediately recognized who this person was. "Heavenly God Purple Sword," Qin Shao replied. In terms of fame, Heavenly God Purple Sword was second only to Man Out Yin in the Man Yu universe. He was a peerless genius. Chapter 614. Qin Shao and the others also saw the situation in front of them. They saw an incomparably huge divine palace that was no less than 100 million kilometers in length and width. However, only a small portion of it was exposed above the ground. The rest was buried underground. The divine palace that was exposed was a scene of desolation. Dilapidated walls had been damaged to the point of being unbearable to look at. It was covered in a layer of dark mist. No one knew how long it had been buried here. Endless years had passed, and the world had changed. What's going on? Why is there still an ancient divine palace in the underworld river? Judging from the traces of time, it must have existed for an extremely long time. Judging from its aura, this divine palace is definitely not simple. How could such a divine palace have been damaged to such an extent? Lord Danshan asked with a puzzled expression. Qin Shao took a closer look and confirmed that this wasn't an illusion, but an ancient divine palace that truly existed. Qin Shao was also very puzzled by this situation. Many of the ancient divine palace's restrictions have already been broken, but judging from the remnant aura, it's still very powerful. It's enough to threaten ordinary mighty existences. If it were a complete set of restrictions, I'm afraid it could easily wipe out ordinary mighty existences. Moreover, the refinement methods and materials used to make this ancient divine palace are extremely advanced. It should have surpassed the level of Tao artifacts. Above Tao artifacts were sacred artifacts. Sacred artifacts were treasures that even rulers coveted. Among the Almighties, those who possessed a sacred weapon were extremely rare, extremely rare. Even on the surface, not many people possessed sacred artifacts. At the very least, not even Yi Junha had seen a sacred artifact. No one knew how terrifying a sacred artifact was. It was said that once a sacred artifact's aura was released, even ordinary mighty existences would be wiped out. And this was only the aura that a sacred artifact naturally emitted. Only the most elite mighty existences or rulers of the God realm had the right to possess a sacred artifact. It was said that there were many rulers who didn't possess a sacred artifact. Sacred artifacts were pitifully rare, just like the 10 great techniques. For example, if someone at Qi Feng's level had a sacred artifact, he would have the right to challenge a ruler. The mere mention of a sacred artifact's aura was frightening. Yi Junha's gaze landed on the ancient divine palace. After a while, he said, "From the looks of it, it's very likely that this is a damaged sacred artifact. Of course, it's only a possibility. Perhaps it's not at the level of a sacred artifact. However, even if it's not a sacred artifact, it's at least at the level of a top-tier Tao artifact. Logically speaking, only a ruler would be able to shatter such a treasure." Yi Junha's brows also furrowed slightly. Clearly, he was also very puzzled. Mr. Red Dust asked, "Could there have been two leaders fighting here? That's impossible. Let's not talk about the fact that there have never been two leaders in the Savage Universe. Even if there had been, there wouldn't have been a big fight here." Empyrean God Purple Sword. Do you know what's going on? Purple Sword frowned and shook his head. "I don't know much about this. It's a little strange. From what I know, apart from the Lord of Manu, no other rulers have been born in our Manu universe. If there were any rulers, they should have gone to the God world. Godspan Mountain is filled with endless unknowns. According to what I know, Godspan Mountain's history is even older than the Lord of Manu. Rumor has it that the Lord of Manu rose to prominence on Godspan Mountain. He grew all the way to the Lord of the universe and became our only source of faith. However, this is only a rumor. I don't know if it's true or not. After all, it's been too long." Qin Shao was even more surprised. If Godspan Mountain's history is even older than the Lord of Manyo's, then the rumors about Godspan Mountain must be false. According to the information we received, the Lord of Manu spent a lot of effort to create Godspan Mountain in order to select a few genius disciples. Empyrean God Violet Sword said, "That's definitely a lie. I don't dare to say anything else, but there's no doubt that Godspan Mountain's history predates the Lord of Manyo's. Ordinary people don't know about these secrets. The rumors outside are only slightly more deified because we all worship the Lord of Manu." Qin Shao nodded. If that was the case, Purple Sword's words should be more accurate. If that was the case, it was enough to prove that Godspan Mountain was extraordinary. "Are there any records about this ancient divine palace?" Qin Shao asked. Purple Sword shook his head. "I haven't heard of it. Perhaps there is, but I haven't collected any information about it. Besides, it won't take long for us to reach the 8th district. The 8th district is so big. It shouldn't be that easy to find this ancient divine palace. Perhaps there's some secret hidden here." Qin Shao looked at Lord Danshun and Yi Junha. Lord Danshun was already itching to go in. "Who cares? Let's go in and take a look first. Who knows? Maybe we'll really gain something. I don't know what kind of person left behind this ancient palace. Perhaps it was left behind by an extremely ancient almighty, or perhaps even a sovereign." Qin Shao and Purple Sword also wanted to go in and take a look. Since they had already encountered it, they naturally couldn't let it go. Yi Junha didn't have any objections. As long as there was a trace of opportunity, they had to seize it. This ancient divine palace was definitely not simple. Since they had decided, the four of them didn't hesitate. They flew into the ancient divine palace through an opening. The interior of the ancient divine palace was also damaged beyond recognition. Many of the passages had collapsed and were blocked. The interior of the divine palace extended in all directions. It was like a small universe with countless buildings and regions. Many of the buildings had collapsed and broken. Many of the restrictions had also been destroyed. However, some places were still relatively intact. Approaching them would trigger the restrictions. Of course, the small restrictions couldn't harm Qin Xiao and the others. After walking for a while, it was empty. They didn't see anything. The refinement technique of this ancient divine palace is very advanced. The layout inside is also very exquisite. It's like a huge war machine. Many places have been set up with arrays that input energy. Once combined, they'll be very powerful. This ancient divine palace doesn't seem to be a defensive type. It's more like an offensive type. According to what I know, the most ancient puppet race likes to refine offensive treasures like this, Ijuinha suddenly said. The puppet race was a strange life form in the universe. They were very ancient and mysterious. In the divine realm, it was very, very difficult to meet a member of the puppet race. Even in 100 million years, no one might meet one. The art of puppet refinement was first passed down from the puppet race. In terms of the Tao of puppetry, the puppet race was obviously the most powerful. They were the ancestors of the Tao of puppetry. The Tao of puppetry had reached the pinnacle. They could refine all kinds of terrifying puppets. In particular, some of the larger battle-class puppets were extremely terrifying. Cough. The puppet race has been very low-key for the past 1 trillion years. In the ancient era, the divine war weapons they refined wantonly swept through the universe, causing terrifying destruction. Could it be that this ancient divine palace is a divine war weapon left behind from the primordial era? Lord Danshan guessed. In the ancient era, the universe had been very chaotic. The various races had fought incessantly, and the four realms had fought for supremacy. During the ancient era, the puppet race had played an extremely important role. Although the puppet race was very small, the divine war weapons they refined played a huge role. They shone brightly in the ancient war and became famous throughout the universe, making the puppet race famous. Since then, the Tao of puppetry had spread. It had long been digested by the divine realm, and countless puppets had been refined. In fact, there weren't many people who still remembered the existence of the puppet race. Yi Jun has said, that's also possible. However, we can't be sure for now. If it really is a divine war weapon left behind from the ancient era, then it's easy to understand why it was beaten to such a state. Lord Danshan shook his head in disappointment. If that's the case, then the possibility of that is very high. Sigh, I thought we'd have a stroke of luck. If that's the case, then there's definitely nothing worth looking for. This place has long been empty. Purple Sword God didn't understand some of the secrets of the universe, so he listened curiously. The divine war weapon and the puppet race were both unfamiliar things to him. He was filled with endless yearning for the divine realm. However, he wouldn't be able to leave this small universe in his lifetime. Qin Xiao curled his lips. Let's not worry about that for now. Since we're here, let's take a look around. This place is so big. Perhaps we'll find something. The four of them continued to walk around. After more than 100 years, they still didn't find anything. This place was indeed empty. More than half of the place had been completely destroyed. One couldn't help but sigh at the terrifying destructive power. Forget it, Brother Qin Xiao. There's nothing here at all. Let's hurry up and leave. We've been happy for nothing. Lord Danshan said. Qin Xiao nodded. After searching for more than 100 years without any results, it was natural for him to want to give up. He did feel a little disappointed. He originally thought that there would be a stroke of luck. He didn't expect to be happy for nothing. However, just as the four of them were about to leave, they suddenly sensed a dangerous aura approaching them. Their gazes instantly turned cold. They scanned their surroundings and became vigilant. Danger! Yi Junha shouted in a deep voice. For him to be so vigilant, it clearly meant that the situation wasn't simple. Qin Shao held his green sword and coldly scanned his surroundings. He also sensed that there were many auras flashing in the darkness. Moreover, the number of auras was increasing. The situation clearly wasn't good. Chapter 615. It might really be a trap. Let's be careful. Yi Junha was also on high alert. A situation that could make him so vigilant was definitely rare. Qin Shao frowned and said, "The auras are gathering more and more. We can't stay here for long. We have to break out of this encirclement immediately. Kill! Kill!" The four of them had a tacit understanding. Without any hesitation, they charged out. As soon as they rushed out, a group of figures rushed out, bringing with them a Peerless aura. More than 100 nether beasts were invisible, and there were also some strange life forms with extremely strange appearances. Each of them carried endless power as they rushed over. Just the Walking Dead alone had gathered more than 30 at this time. The number of life forms here added up to almost 200. The weakest of them were close to the almighty level. There was no lack of almighty-level life forms. Moreover, these life forms were all crazily thirsty for blood. They were all charging with no regard for their own lives. Their only goal was to kill Qin Shao and the other three outsiders. In terms of strength, there was no comparison at all. No matter how strong Qin Shao and Yi Junha were, there was no way they could defeat nearly 200 almighty life forms. One had to know that this place had a great suppressive effect on Qin Shao and the others. In addition, these life forms were completely crazy and did not care for their own lives. Naturally, they would not be able to gain any advantage in a fight against them. The most terrifying thing was that the number of life forms was still rapidly increasing. They could sense many powerful auras rushing over from afar. As time passed, the number would definitely increase rapidly. It's over. We've really fallen into a trap. Heavenly God, Purple Sword, and Lord Red Dust sighed at the same time. Given Heavenly God, Purple Sword's strength, even a single underworld beast would be enough to make him suffer. Although Lord Red Dust's situation was slightly better, in the face of such a desperate situation, he would definitely not be able to last more than 10 breaths of time. The situation was indeed very bad for Qin Shao and the others. Outsiders die. Haha, it's been a long time since I've eaten human flesh. Come and die. Several extremely ugly life forms roared savagely and charged towards Qin Shao and the others. Terrifying auras surged over. The killing auras caused the space to instantly freeze. Almighty Purple Sword gripped his sword tightly and gritted his teeth. With a look of determination, he said, "There's no other way. We can only go all out." Boom, boom, boom. The two groups instantly clashed. Waves of destructive energy surged out, causing the sky and earth to tremble violently. The ancient god palace shook slightly. Fortunately, it was an ancient god palace. Only Dominator rank strength could break it. The terrifying energy instantly annihilated everything as if the sky was annihilated. PFFF. After the clash, Purple Sword directly vomited a mouthful of blood. He was in an extremely wretched state. He was also in despair. If he were to do it again, he would definitely die. Lord Red Dust was also sent flying. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was in extreme pain. On the other side, Qin Shao and Yi Junha's side, their sword intent shook the sky. Their Tao might cut through the ages. The Tao light of the mortal world was supreme. The two of them started a battle of the ages. It was enough to shake the entire ancient divine palace. Their strength was enough to reach the level of almighties. This battle was enough to shock the heavens. Their swords cut through the ages. Their Tao shook the sky. The life forms that charged forward were sent flying by the two of them. However, being hit by such a powerful force made Qin Shao and Yi Junha feel uncomfortable. When dozens of life forms attacked with all their strength, This force could reach an extremely terrifying level. Fortunately, the two of them had extremely powerful defenses. Qin Zhao's nirvana, 8 transformations, and the true meaning of power was needless to say. This level of defense was considered formidable even among the mighty beings. Yi Juan's defense was also extremely strong. He had a terrifying secret technique to protect himself. Coupled with his special techniques, his defensive ability was not much weaker than Qin Zhao's. However, if the power of the attack increased, it would be difficult for them to withstand it. The two of them also smelled a strong sense of danger. Let's go. Yi Juanhe had no intention to fight. Instead, he chose to escape. Qin Zhao did not dare to be careless. Yi Juanhe directly put Lord Red Dust into his internal world. As for Heavenly God Purple Sword, Qin Zhao also communicated with him. Heavenly God Purple Gold naturally did not object to such a life-saving matter. Instead, he looked grateful. If Qin Zhao did not make a move to save him, then he would definitely die in the next instant. Qin Zhao put him into his internal world. For the time being, he could still preserve his life. As for whether he could at least escape with his life, that would depend on luck. However, Qin Zhao and Yi Juan's strength did indeed give him some hope. If they couldn't make it out of here alive, then no one in the Heavenly God realm would be able to make it out alive. After putting Lord Red Dust and Heavenly God Purple Sword into their internal worlds, Qin Zhao and Yi Juanhe quickly rushed in a certain direction. Outsiders, you can't escape. Roar. Don't waste your time. Obediently become walking corpses and protect the divine palace for us. More than 200 powerful beings crazily attacked. Monstrous destructive power surged over again and again. If Qin Zhao and Heavenly God Purple Sword defenses were not strong enough, they would have died under this wave of attack. Qin Zhao and Yi Juanhe did not hold back. They used their strongest skills. Xiao Feng discovered that the power of heart was quite effective against underworld beasts and strange life forms. However, it was useless against walking corpses. However, Qin Zhao's Big Dipper Sword was also sufficiently powerful. Every time they clashed, someone would die to them. The two of them fled for a distance of 500,000 kilometers. Along the way, they had also killed over a dozen cultivators. However, the number of life forms they killed could not keep up with the number of life forms they killed. By now, there were more than 300 life forms besieging them. Most of them were almighty-level life forms. It was not easy to kill life forms at this level. If it was one-on-one, it would be a little easier. However, when against hundreds, it was too difficult. Their strength was completely divided. It was difficult to kill these life forms. Naturally, they would be besieged again and again. They would join forces to attack again and again. Again and again, their terrifying power wanted to kill Qin Zhao and Heavenly God Purple Sword. The more time passed, the worse the situation became for the two of them. Their divine bodies were dissipating. If this situation continued, the two of them would definitely die. Yi Juanhe, is there any way? Qin Zhao asked. Yi Juanhe said, there's no way for the time being. Looking at the situation, it's really difficult for us to get out of here today. We're completely surrounded. We don't even have a chance to escape. If we fight head-on, we won't be able to kill our way out at all. This was simply a predicament, an incomprehensible, desperate situation. In fact, Qin Zhao was also very clear. He was just asking if Yi Juanhe had any hidden tricks. Perhaps Yi Juanhe still had some trump cards. If Yi Juanhe couldn't do anything about it, then it would truly be a hopeless situation. In fact, they did not even have a chance to ask for help. This was a small universe, not the God Realm. If they were in the God Realm, they could still ask for help. But it was simply impossible here. They had no trump cards, and they could not ask for help. Such a desperate situation was an unsolvable situation for Qin Zhao. Previously in the God Realm, no matter how terrifying the danger he encountered, he still had a way out. He could ask his master for help. Then there's no other way. We can only kill. Right now, we haven't reached our limit. No, these life forms are blocking our way out. They obviously don't want us to escape the way we came. Since they don't want us to escape, then we'll lead them in circles first. With our speed, we still have a slight advantage over them, Qin Shao said. Yi Junhe replied, then that's the only way now. He, the great Yi Junhe, had never run away before. This was the first time. This feeling was indeed very uncomfortable. But what else could they do now? The two of them made up their minds. They did not want to continue fighting. Instead, they focused all their energy on running away. The two of them ran completely aimlessly. Fortunately, the inside of the ancient divine palace was too big. There was enough space for them to run around and see if there was any other way out. The two of them used their tactics very flexibly. While running away, they would also launch sneak attacks from time to time. Every time they attacked with all their strength, they would be able to reap a few lives. This chase lasted for 100 years. At this time, the number of those life forms had increased to more than 1,000. If Qin Shao and the others didn't have a slight advantage in terms of speed, they would have lost their lives in just 1 or 2 exchanges if they really had to fight head-on. But even so, it was still very dangerous. The two of them were shocked again and again. 30% of their divine bodies had been shattered, leaving them with only 70% of their strength. If this continued, it would not be long before the two of them would not have much strength to resist. Once that happened, Qin Shao and Yi Junhe would be fish on the chopping board. They would be at the mercy of others. Well, Yi Junhe, look, there seems to be a passage in front. Qin Shao raised his eyes and looked 10,000 miles ahead. He saw a circular passage with a diameter of 10,000 miles standing in the void. The other side of the passage was blurry. He could not see the situation inside, but Qin Shao could see that the passage was full of restrictions. Thinking about it, it was not simple. Now that they had no way to run away, they had to take a gamble as long as there was a slight possibility of survival. Yi Junhe looked at them and said, forget it. Let's go in first. No matter how bad the situation is, it can't be worse than it is now. If we continue to run like this, we can only hold on for another 100 years at most. 100 years was just a snap of the fingers for a divine realm expert. It was very short. The two of them felt as if they had been forced into a corner. Now, they could only turn to any doctor they could find. Boom. Chapter 616. A 3-meter-tall, golden-colored life form with 3 heads, 6 arms, and a horn on its head descended from the sky. 8 reading. 23 His body exuded the supreme aura of a king, making all life submit to him. Even the walking dead without life and consciousness became obedient in front of this figure, with a look of submission on their faces. More than 1,000 living beings surrounded this place. The golden being with 3 heads and 6 arms stood in the center of the place. His aura soared to the 9 heavens as if an ancient giant had awakened. Just this terrifying aura alone was enough to make Qin Shao and Yi Junhe's nerves tense up. They could smell danger. Judging from the aura, Qin Shao and Yi Junhe knew that this golden being with 3 heads and 6 arms was not to be trifled with. This was obviously an extremely powerful being, and it was very likely that he was a true top-level being. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to the 7 Stars Great Emperor. At least, from the aura that this golden being exuded, he was slightly stronger than the 7 Stars Great Emperor. If it was the 7 Stars Great Emperor, Qin Shao and Yi Junhe would be able to deal with him if they joined forces. However, the two of them felt a little helpless in front of the being in front of them. That pair of golden eyes seemed to be able to intimidate the heavens, and they were filled with a supreme, penetrative power. Just these eyes alone were enough to make one not dare to look directly at them. Qin Shao, we are in big trouble. This is definitely a top-level being on the heaven list. I didn't expect such a terrifying being to be hidden in the ancient divine palace. This is a strange being with 3 heads and 6 arms. He has an indestructible body. Even a sovereign-level being would not be able to do anything to him. Given our strength, we are far from being his match. Yi Juanhe transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. His voice was unprecedentedly solemn. Even without Yi Juanhe's words, Qin Shao could sense it. This time, they were really in big trouble. Even a sovereign-level being would not be able to do anything to the being in front of them. Not to mention that there was no way to ask for help. Even if there was a way to ask for help from Master Qingye, it would be useless. It was no wonder that he could make those beings submit to him. It seemed that this golden being with 3 heads and 6 arms was the ruler of the ancient divine palace. They really did not expect that there would be such a terrifying being in the test of the 8th district. This news had not spread. Even heavenly god Zi Jian did not know about it. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. Was their luck so bad that they were going to die in the test of the 8th district? Outsider, the golden 3-headed, 6-armed life form suddenly spoke up. His thunderous voice poured into Qin Shao and Lu Li's ears. Both of you are quite strong to be able to escape from the encirclement of my subordinates. For a 4th-step heavenly god to reach such a level, he was indeed a peerless monster. You guys aren't from Little Universe, right? I think you guys are geniuses from God World. Qin Shao looked straight at the being and said, "Yes, Senior. We are indeed from the realm of the gods. Senior, we accidentally entered this place. We did not know that this was your territory." In other words, he wanted the golden 3-headed, 6-armed life form to let them go. The being with 3 heads and 6 arms let out a strange, cold laugh. Only death awaits those who enter the ancient divine palace. Do you think you can still leave? Hearing this, Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe's hearts sank. They knew that there was no room for negotiation. It seemed that there was indeed no way out. If they could not kill their way out, they would have to die here. The being with 3 heads and 6 arms said, "I admire your talent. I will give you 2 a chance to attack. If you can hurt me in the slightest, I will let you go. If you can't, you will die here. However, there are rules here. You still have a little hope." Hope? Qin Shao looked at the being with 6 arms in confusion. Is there any other hope besides hurting you? The being with 3 heads and 6 arms said, "Yes, there is still hope. We can see the passage over there. As long as you can enter the passage smoothly in my hands, it will be fine. However, it is a sealed space. Once you enter it, although you can keep your lives for the time being, you will never be able to come out again. I will always be here. As long as you attack, I will kill you. Your real way out is to be able to hurt me in the slightest. I can make an exception and let you go. Apart from that, you have no other choice." However, Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe felt bitter when they heard these 2 options. The first option was to hurt the being with 3 heads and 6 arms. This was almost impossible. This was an existence on the heaven roll. He was a true top almighty existence. In terms of actual strength, he was far above the 7 stars great emperor. How could it be possible to hurt him? The second option was also a dead end. Once they entered the sealed space, there was still no way to leave this place. They would be trapped there forever. However, there was still some hope for the second option. There was still a chance for them to kill their way out. However, one had to know that the laws of Sacred Sky Mountain made it impossible for them to reach the Tao integration stage. If the 2 of them couldn't reach the Tao integration stage, then even if they stayed here for countless years, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat the being. No matter which option they chose, it was extremely difficult. However, they had no other choice. "Junior is Qin Shao. This is my friend, Yi Juanhe. May I ask for Senior's name?" Qin Shao cupped his fists and bowed. The being with 3 heads and 6 arms looked at Qin Shao and sneered. "You are interesting. You actually dare to ask for my name. Fine, this great emperor doesn't kill nameless people. Since you want to die in peace, this great emperor will tell you. My name is Great Emperor Shi Rue. Great Emperor Shi Rue." Qin Shao repeated this name. Generally, peak experts like to call themselves great emperors. It was a form of respect, and it was almost like an unspoken rule. Of course, there were some extremely arrogant experts. Even heavenly gods of the 4th step dared to call themselves great emperors. This wasn't absolute. It was just that in most cases, they didn't dare to call themselves great emperors. However, some gods who came from source worlds or secret realms might continue to call themselves great emperors. For example, in the celestial continent, there were quite a few great emperors and saints. However, this was only the celestial continent's great emperors. They didn't dare to call themselves great emperors in the divine world. Otherwise, they might bring death upon themselves. Great Emperor Shirue waved his hand. All right, you can attack now. This great emperor will give you a chance to attack. This great emperor has been here for who knows how long, but this is the first time I've encountered such powerful heavenly gods of the fourth step. You can consider yourselves unlucky to have met this great emperor when I woke up. Otherwise, with your strength, you might have a chance to kill your way out. But now, you don't have to think about it. Either accept your death obediently or become a walking corpse. Great Emperor Shirue's Great Emperor's aura filled the 9 heavens and suppressed everything. The supreme aura was enough to seal this part of the sky. Qin Shao and Yi Junhe looked at each other and didn't act rashly. They both knew that they probably only had one chance to attack. Great Emperor Shirue wouldn't give them too many chances. Qin Shao, if we really fight with Great Emperor Shirue, I'm afraid we won't have a chance at all. With our strength, it's impossible to hurt him. So I think we should choose the second option and find a way to rush into the passage. Since we can't escape, at least it will give us time. If we have enough time, then we may not be completely without hope. At least this should be our only way out now. There's no other way. Yi Junhe said solemnly. Qin Shao nodded and replied, yes, that's what I think as well. Fighting head-on is courting death. Only in this way may we be able to struggle at death's door. Our current strength hasn't been pushed to the limit yet. If we can really go to the limit, then we may be able to kill our way out. For example, if their strength could reach the level of Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang, then there should be no problem. However, only Tian Lingzi and Huayang Jun have been able to do that for a long time. It was needless to say how difficult it was to reach this level. No matter how slim the hope was, there was still a glimmer of hope. After making the decision, the two immediately acted. The two suddenly attacked Great Emperor Shirue with all their strength. The two didn't hold back at all and pushed their strength to the limit. The power of the 9 revolutions nirvana, the power of the true meaning of power, the power of the Great Path, and the 7-star sword were all pushed to the extreme. Qin Shao even used the Black Rod, the universe oddity. He had used all the means available to him. He was fighting with his life on the line. Yi Junhe was the same. His sword shook the 9 heavens and shone brightly. It was a supreme power that shook the ancient and dazzled the present. It cut the power of the eternal firmament. It was as if an ancient giant had walked out. The moment he attacked, he broke the natural chasm, causing the entire firmament to tremble. Crack! Qin Shao and Yi Junhe attacked with all their strength at the same time. It was really terrifying. At this moment, the firmament seemed as fragile as an eggshell and was on the verge of collapse. Even a wisp of the sharpness emanating from it could threaten the life of an almighty. Great Emperor Shirue's expression didn't change in the slightest. He stood there like an eternal mountain. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Interesting. The strength of these two is indeed not bad. It's enough to be comparable to the almighty level. The vast realm of the gods can indeed produce geniuses. Even my strength, when compared to the almighty level in the realm of the gods, I'm afraid I can't be ranked at the top. Unfortunately, I can only stay here for the rest of my life. It's boring, really boring. It's rare to meet these 2 little guys. I can play with them. But these 2 little guys actually have a little trick up their sleeves. Great Emperor Shirue seemed to have seen through Qin Shao and Yi Junhe. The corners of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. Chapter 618. Yes, it's too difficult. Dao Lord Fu Jiu sighed helplessly. Although his main body was an extremely dangerous existence, close to the peak level of a powerful existence, his main body was still extremely powerful. However, his clone was trapped in the ancient divine palace and was suppressed by the laws here. Therefore, his clone could not break through to the level of a powerful being like his original body. As soon as he left the mountain, he would immediately become a powerful being. Although his cultivation level was suppressed to the level of a fourth-step heavenly god, Tao Lord Fu Jio's original body had already transcended. Therefore, his clone could live for countless years. Moreover, his clone's cultivation level was also very high. Naturally, his strength was extraordinary. A fourth-step heavenly deity clone like this could be considered a very special case. After all, the clone was connected to the original body. Whatever the original body had, the clone could also use. It just lacked the power of the Tao integration stage. Therefore, Tao Lord Fu Jio's strength was absolutely terrifying. He was not much weaker than Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe. However, it was impossible for him to leave the ancient divine palace with such strength. Facing Emperor Shiri would only lead to death. There was not much he could do to fight back. Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe worked together. In the end, they had to sacrifice the Chaos Beast to barely make it in. That despicable Emperor Shiri is really despicable. Heavenly God Long Qiu had a short temper. He cursed angrily. However, no matter how much he cursed, it was useless. His original body was already dead. Now, only his clone was left. He had lived for almost 600 million years. There were only 500 million years left before his time limit. Once his time was up, he would completely disappear in the river of time. He had been trapped for 500 million years. Although his strength had improved a lot, it was still a drop in the bucket. There was no chance for him to leave this place. Even after another 500 million years, he would not have any hope. To Heavenly God Long Qiu, the situation was already hopeless. He hated it. If he was not suppressed by the laws here, he was confident that he could succeed in the Tao integration stage and become a powerful being. Once he became a powerful being, he would be able to live forever. If that's the case, we'll be trapped here until we die. Heavenly God Purple Sword shook his head in despair. Even someone like Tao Lord Fu Jio had been trapped here for nearly 1 billion years. What chance did he have? Tao Lord Fu Jio shook his head. Once you enter this place, you'll find yourself in danger. There's no way out. However, it wasn't easy for you guys to come in. Fortunately, you didn't meet Great Emperor Shi Rue. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have a chance to come in and would have been killed by him. Ahem, we met Grand Emperor Shi Rue when we entered. Heavenly God Purple Sword said. What? Tao Lord Fu Jio and Empyrean God Dracu were both surprised as well, and they began to appraise the four of them with strange looks in their eyes. It was truly inconceivable that they had been able to survive Emperor Shiri's attacks and enter this place. Not even he, Tao Lord Fu Jio, was confident in being able to accomplish this. However, the four little fellows in front of him had actually done it. It seems that you guys are truly extraordinary. Tao Lord Fu Jio's gaze quickly landed on Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe. He could tell that these two were the backbone of the group. Qin Shao pursed his lips. Senior, you flatter us. If we were truly extraordinary, we wouldn't have ended up like this. I also sacrificed a servant in order to escape here. However, it seems that it'll be difficult for us to leave. Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe couldn't help but frown deeply. It wouldn't be easy for them to leave this place. However, no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe wouldn't give up just like that. No matter how difficult a test was, there was always a way to pass it. If you couldn't pass it, it only meant that you weren't strong enough. If you were as strong as Tian Lingzi, you wouldn't have to fear a mere Emperor Shirwei. You might even be able to kill Emperor Shirwei, let alone injure him in the slightest. Tian Lingzi was an existence that could compete with rulers in terms of brilliance. Since the beginning of the universe and the beginning of the epoch, Tian Lingzi had been the only one. Ever since the Earth Roll had been created, Tian Lingzi had been #1 on the Earth roll. For countless years, no one had been able to shake his position. Lord Huayang had always been #2 on the Earth roll. Although it was rumored that Master Qingye had attempted to reach #1 on the Earth roll when he was a heavenly god, that wasn't the case. Master Qingye's #1 position was based on the fact that Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang had been eliminated. Although Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang were only 4th-step heavenly gods, they had lived for an extremely long time. They had lived longer than many almighties and even rulers. Many people had speculated that they might have had true bodies or clones that had reached the Tao integration stage and become almighties, but the truth was that they hadn't. They had never succeeded. This matter was indeed very strange and incomprehensible. Since time immemorial, they were probably the only 2 people who hadn't succeeded in the Tao integration stage, but had been able to see through the river of time. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang were 2 truly strange and incomprehensible existences. No one in the future had ever reached the level of Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang. The path ahead of Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe was far too difficult. You've just entered, so I'm sure you're still unwilling to give up. After a while, you'll despair and give up. Sigh. Fu Jiu sighed softly, shook his head, and turned to leave. Heavenly God Long Qiu also shook his head and left. Some things were just like that. Time could wear down a person's heart and make them truly despair. Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe had just entered, so it was only natural that they didn't despair. If they had immediately given up after entering, then they would have had an extremely weak heart. Brother Qin Shao, Brother Juanhe, don't tell me you still want to try? Heavenly God Purple Sword couldn't help but ask. He could tell what the 2 were thinking. Qin Shao said with determination, "If we don't try, are we going to wait for death here? No matter what, we won't just sit here and wait for death. Although I know it's very, very difficult, I'm going to give it a try regardless of whether there's a chance. The road is always paved with people. But even someone like Tao Lord Fu Jiu has given up hope," Heavenly God Purple Sword said. "Tao Lord Fu Jiu has given up hope, but that doesn't mean we have to. I've always believed that as long as you dare to think about it, there will be miracles everywhere in this world. In fact, if this happened in the God realm, it wouldn't be a hopeless situation. Take our God realm, for example. At least 2 heavenly gods can easily defeat Emperor Shi Rui and leave this place with ease. If we can reach that level, we'll naturally be able to leave. Moreover, we don't actually want to reach that level. We have the advantage of numbers, after all. Me, Yi Juanhe, and Tao Lord Fu Jiu. If the 3 of us work together, we might be able to increase our power to the next level," Qin Shao said. Although that was what he said, Heavenly God Purple Sword didn't feel that there was any hope. If there really was a chance, Tao Lord Fu Jiu wouldn't have been trapped here for nearly 1 billion years. Tao Lord Fu Jiu had completely given up hope. In any case, he had given up hope. Yi Juanhe, who had been silent this entire time, finally spoke up. "If we really want to defeat Emperor Shi Rui, we'll have to master the Big Dipper Sword to the peak of 7 stars. Perhaps then we'll have a chance. Aside from that, we need to improve our Grand Daos. We need to improve our top-grade Grand Daos. I've already trained 2 top-grade Grand Daos to the peak of mastery. Clearly, I don't have much potential to improve them. My improvement now can only come from the improvement of absolute arts. However, Qin Shao, you have a bit more potential. If you can reach the level of full mastery in all 3 of your supreme Grand Daos, then you'll be able to fully master the 7 stars of the 7-star sword. If the 2 of us join forces and Tao Lord Fu Jiu, I think we'll be able to give them a good fight. I feel like Emperor Shi Rui is only at the lower end of the heaven rankings. He won't be ridiculously strong. However, his physical defenses should be quite formidable. However, we don't need to kill him. We just need to defeat him. There's still a chance." Qin Shao nodded. He had come to the same conclusion. No matter how slim their chances were, there was still a chance. Right now, that was the only way they could work towards. Tao Lord Danshan shook his head. Ugh, I won't join the fun. My potential is limited. Even if I can improve my power, I won't be able to participate in a battle like this. Whether or not we'll be able to leave this place alive will depend on you, Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe. If we don't leave this place, we'll never know how big this world is and how dangerous it is. Even with my power, I've been hitting walls everywhere. It seems like I was a frog at the bottom of a well. I always thought that my power and potential were top-notch. Now it seems like I'm still far from the top. Lord Danshan was being rather humble when he said that. After all, with his power and potential, it would be easy for him to become an almighty. He was even very confident. However, his ambition wasn't to become an almighty. If his ambition was to become a ruler, then his words were very practical. If he wanted to become a ruler, he had to be a peerless genius. Even peerless geniuses like Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe wouldn't dare to say that they had absolute confidence in becoming a ruler. The higher one's level, the greater one's vision. A test is also an opportunity. Only by being oppressed can one's unlimited potential be fully unleashed. Perhaps this is also a chance for us to improve. Start cultivating. You'll be under more pressure, Yi Juanhe said to Qin Shao. He was already standing at an extremely high place. Many things had already been set in stone. It was too difficult for him to take a step forward. Take supreme-grade Great Daos, for example. He had already cultivated 2 supreme-grade Great Daos to the point of perfection. It would be too difficult for him to comprehend another supreme-grade Great Dao. 88. Most of the time, this kind of thing still depended on one's luck and talent. If one's talent and luck weren't enough, then even if one worked hard for an era, it would be useless. If supreme-grade Great Daos were so easy to comprehend, then they would be worthless. Mastering another supreme-grade Great Dao was far too difficult. Someone like Qin Shao, who had mastered 4 supreme-grade Great Daos at once, was extremely rare even in the long history of the universe. This kind of monstrous talent was indeed rare. Qin Shao nodded, then found a quiet place to start cultivating. Chapter 620. He could only admit that he was unlucky to encounter such a situation. Ba Shui. There was nothing he could do about it. But then again, perhaps a certain environment would lead to a certain person's success. Since Master Qingye couldn't do anything, Xiao Feng could only give up on the idea of returning for the time being. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to return the moment he came out. If he had known earlier, Qin Shao would definitely have weighed the pros and cons. However, it was obviously useless to say such things now. Yi Juanhe seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts and said, "Our clones are now trapped in the ancient divine palace, and we don't know how long it will take for them to come out. My original body is also wandering outside to find some breakthroughs. If not, I'm afraid that our clones will have even less hope of leaving. It might not be a bad thing for your original body to come out. Although the original body is taking a lot of risks, you don't have to be afraid of anything with your current strength. If you keep hiding because you're afraid of death, wouldn't it be too cowardly?" Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed what he said. Now that his clones were trapped, if his original body stayed in the 9 provinces world, it wouldn't be easy for him to improve his strength. If his main body could venture into the God realm, he would gain more experience and broaden his horizons. That would also be a kind of improvement to his mental state. That's all we can do now. I'm not afraid of wandering, but I made a lot of enemies and I'm afraid that I'll be targeted by some evil people. It wasn't that Qin Shao was afraid of death, but Qin Shao had too many burdens on his shoulders and he couldn't die. He hadn't saved Gu Lingwei yet, so how could he be willing to die? Yi Juanhe nodded and said, "I know that you have a lot of burdens on your shoulders. I also know that you've offended the Wind Snow Temple. Ancestor Zhulong of the Wind Snow Temple is indeed a top-notch existence with strength close to that of sovereign. However, the Wind Snow Temple shouldn't dare to make a move on you so easily. As for the hidden forces that are targeting the geniuses of the divine world, there's no way to avoid them. As long as we're careful, they won't succeed so easily. However, The most important thing is that you should consider joining a holy land. Right now, your ranking on the Earth leaderboard has soared to 35. But with your strength, you're already in the top 20 of the Earth leaderboard. With your peerless talent, I'm afraid the doors of the 5 great holy lands will open wide for you. Fortunately, you were training in the desolate land island, and neither your true body nor clone appeared, so the other holy lands didn't send anyone to look for you. Qin Zhao's ranking on the Earth roll had risen to 35th after the last battle with the peerless genius of the Demon Clan. Those who could make it into the top 100 of the Earth board were all exceptional geniuses in the universe. The 5 great sacred lands would take the initiative to invite and recruit them. Perhaps the Heavenly Court Island wouldn't send out invitations so easily, but the other 4 sacred lands wouldn't let it go. Master Qingyao also said, Qin Shao, I came here with Yi Junhe for 2 reasons. First, it's to check out the situation in your hometown. Second, it's to formally invite you to join the Desolate Land Temple and become an official disciple of the Desolate Land Temple. The number of official disciples of the Desolate Land Temple is extremely small. Currently, there are only about 100 of them, which is pitifully small. On the other hand, the Desolate Land Temple has many almighties. The number of disciples of heavenly gods was far less than the number of almighties. This situation sounded strange, but it was actually very normal. After all, heavenly gods could only live for a maximum of 84 billion years. Any disciple who could be recruited by the Desolate Land Temple would be able to successfully integrate into the Tao and become an almighty. An almighty could live forever, so after countless years, the number of almighties would naturally increase. Almighties were considered the backbone of the Desolate Land Temple. They were the cornerstone of the Desolate Land Temple and the foundation of the temple. From a moment he entered the Desolate Land Island to gain experience, Qin Shao had longed to be recruited by the Desolate Land Temple as an official disciple and become a member of the Temple of the Desolate Land. With this identity, it would be much more convenient for him to travel in the universe in the future. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke them easily. The official disciples of the 5 great holy lands all had great fame and status in the universe. Moreover, they were very special, so not many people would dare to provoke them easily. Master Qingye, I still don't know much about the 5 great holy lands. Before I make a decision, can you explain it to me first? Qin Shao thought about it and asked the question that had been in his mind for a long time. Yi Junhe said, Qin Shao, let me explain it to you in detail. Now that you are qualified to know the high-level secrets of our universe, you can also make a decision. Qin Shao nodded and listened attentively. Yi Junhe began with a detailed introduction, starting with the 5 great holy lands. The 5 great holy lands are the Heavenly Court Island, the Desolate Land Temple, the 9 Dragon Celestial Palace, the Star Alliance, and the immemorial Jiang Clan. Of the 5 great holy lands, the Heavenly Court Island was the most powerful and had always been the undisputed leader. It was not an exaggeration to say that the combined power of the other 4 great holy lands might not be a match for the Heavenly Court Island. The Heavenly Court Island had always been the leader of the 5 great holy lands. It was said that the Heavenly Court Island had existed for the longest time, since the beginning of the universe, the beginning of the epic. It was the most powerful and the most mysterious. The Heavenly Court Island rarely actively attracted divine realm geniuses. More often than not, they cultivated their own geniuses. It was said that the Heavenly Court Island had always been the best of the 5 great holy lands when it came to cultivating disciples. Below the Heavenly Court Island were the Desolate Land Temple and the 9 Dragons Celestial Palace. These 2 great holy lands claimed to be the second best and had always competed for this title, neither willing to concede to the other. The Star Alliance and the immemorial Jiang Clan were similar in strength, but slightly weaker than the Desolate Land Temple and the 9 Dragons Celestial Palace. The 5 great holy lands had formed such a structure since the beginning of time. Since then, no power had been able to shake the 5 great holy lands' ruling position. The heavenly realm was divided into 3,600 territories. Each territory was further divided into several prefectures. Each prefecture controlled countless planets, cities, and galaxies. The heavenly realm's territory was vast and boundless. The 3,600 territories were also divided and ruled by the 5 great holy lands. The heavenly court alone controlled 1,000 territories. The Desolate Land Temple and the 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace each controlled 800 territories. The Star Alliance and the Immemorial Jiang clan each controlled 500 territories. Theoretically speaking, the territories they ruled were all under the control of the Holy Lands. However, this was not absolute. The 5 great Holy Lands had long agreed to give the accepted disciples a chance to make a choice. They could not be forced. It was up to the other person to decide. Every time the 5 great Holy Lands accepted an official disciple, they would notify the other Holy Lands. If the other Holy Lands were interested, they could send an invitation. The final choice was up to the accepted genius. No Holy Land could force them. Of course, each Holy Land could state their own conditions. This was not restricted. Generally speaking, however, the geniuses in the territories ruled by the Holy Lands would be accepted by the other Holy Lands. However, this situation was not absolute. There were many disciples who joined other Holy Lands. For example, if a genius born in the Immemorial Jiang clan's territory was favored by the Heavenly Court Island, he might choose the Heavenly Court Island. According to historical records, those who were interfered with by the Heavenly Court Island mostly chose the Heavenly Court Island. It cannot be helped. The Heavenly Court Island was the leader of the 5 great Holy Lands. The other Holy Lands could not do anything about it. This was the situation of the 5 great Holy Lands. After that, they talked about some of the benefits of becoming a disciple of the Desolate Land Temple. For example, they could become the ambassador of a territory and manage a territory. For example, they could learn some lost arts, Tao, weapons, precious cultivation resources, and bring some people into the Desolate Land Temple. The benefits were, of course, very generous. After all, there were only slightly more than 100 official disciples of the Desolate Land Temple. Naturally, they were all treasures. Moreover, with Qin Zhao's strength, if he were to join the Godly Hall of Desolation, his strength would be among the top among the official disciples. The stronger and more talented he was, the better the treatment he would receive. Yi Juanhe explained to Qin Zhao for a long time before he finished. That's the basic situation. The rest is up to you. I won't comment on this. Master Qingyan nodded slightly. Yes, it's up to you. No matter what you decide, it won't affect our opinion of you or your clansmen. In this aspect, our 5 great holy lands have always abided by it very well. Qin Zhao nodded. He understood the situation. In fact, he had already made up his mind. By the way, Qin Zhao, there's something else I need to tell you, Yi Juanhe suddenly said. Qin Zhao looked over. Yi Juanhe continued. The 5 great holy lands have different natures. The Heavenly Court Island is the most transcendent. It accepts all the geniuses of the universe. Even the Demon Realm, Underworld Realm, Abyss Realm, and Demon Realm do not reject them. However, the other 4 great holy lands are a little different. Different? Qin Zhao was slightly puzzled. Yi Juanhe nodded. Yes, different. For example, the founders of the Desolate Land Temple came from the Source World. They're the natives. Therefore, the Temple of the Desolate Land is mainly made up of natives. We have always been labeled as the Natives Alliance. Therefore, most of the geniuses from the Source World join the Temple of the Desolate Land. This way, they won't be discriminated against. If they join the other holy lands, they may be discriminated against. The 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace is a force of the Heavenly Realm. They are mainly made up of natives of the Heavenly Realm. Because of this, the Temple of the Desolate Land and the 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace have always been at loggerheads with each other. It's as if there's a feud between us. You should know that the natives of the Heavenly Realm are discriminated against. Qin Zhao nodded. Of course he knew. When he first joined the divine office, he was discriminated against as well. Now that he was strong, no one dared to discriminate against him in front of him. The conflict between the natives and the natives had always been the case. It hadn't been resolved since time immemorial. There was nothing that could be done about it. Qin Shao hadn't expected the 5 great holy lands to have such a situation. Chapter 6:21. The Star Alliance, on the other hand, was unique. It was widely known that there were other races in the celestial realm besides humans. Keton and Machbal, although Keton, Chachan, and Kiyu were small and weak, their numbers were too large. That was how the Star Alliance came to be. It was a holy land where all the small races came together to fight against human rule. Chapter 6:22. It was no wonder that Devouring Sky Island Lord was so confident. This confidence was given to him by Heavenly Court Island. Cho knew over the countless years, not many people had been able to refuse the olive branch of Heavenly Court Island. Senior Devouring Sky Island Master, I have a question, said Qin Shao. The last Gangber cow, Zhang Yu nodded and said, tell me about it. Qin Shao forcefully pursed her lips. Her heart involuntarily tensed up as she said, it's like this. Among the women I love, Clingy is fighting alone. Cringy Zhang nodded and said, tell me about it. Chapter 6:23. Ha! Master Qingye laughed when he heard Qin Zhao's final decision. He was indeed worried that Qin Shao would be snatched away by Heavenly Court Island. To subdue the enemy of Yangxian after all, Qin Zhao's potential was much stronger than Yi Juan's. Moreover, many people were already comparing Qin Shao to Master Qingye. He felt that as long as Qin Shao continued to grow at this rate, there was a high chance that she would become a dominator. To overcome Chou Yang and Gu Yuan Feng Katai Planet Secret, the effect of a sovereign on a holy land. Chapter 6:24. Come to think of it, this was just a small benefit. 8 Study 23. In fact, even if Qin Shao was given 3 ordinary powerful servants, they wouldn't be of much use. They would only be able to share some of Qin Zhao's burdens. Yi Ju and his servants quickly brought the wine to the table. It had to be said that Yi Ju and his servants were indeed very good at cooking. The food they made was indeed delicious. Qin Shao hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time. He really missed it. It was as if he had found some of the feelings he had when he was still in the 9 provinces world. The wine was also good wine. A sip of this wine was enough to raise a mortal to the level of a god. However, for Qin Shao and the others, it was just good wine. It had no other use or value. After drinking, Yi Juan has said, Qin Shao, you might not know much about the structure of the Desolate Land Shrine. Let me briefly explain it to you. Qin Shao nodded. He really didn't know much about the godly temple of the Great Desolation. Now was the time for him to learn more. Actually, there aren't many members of the Desolate Land Shrine who are officially enshrined. There are only about 3,000 of them. Yi Juanhe suddenly threw out a heavy bomb. What do you mean only 3,000? Qin Shao was quite surprised and puzzled. It sounded completely beyond Qin Zhao's common sense. How was it possible that the Great Desolate Divine Palace, a sacred land that had existed for countless years, only had 3,000 members? One had to know that the Desolate Land Shrine ruled the endless territory of the 800 domains. The number of powerful beings under its rule was in the millions. How could there be only 3,000 of them? Yi Juanhe nodded and said, yes, you didn't hear wrong. There are only 3,000 of them. Those who are not officially conferred are not considered official members of the Shrine of the Desolate Land. They can only be regarded as the eyes of the shrine of the desolate land and follow the orders of the shrine of the desolate land. Just like all the almighty beings within the 800 territories ruled by our desolate land divine palace, they will obey the orders of our desolate land divine palace. On the surface, they are also members of the desolate land temple, but they are not official members. Just like a huge family, there won't be many core members. Only those who have been officially conferred and recorded in the Book of Titles can be considered as true members of the desolate land temple. In the desolate land, the status of the temple is far beyond what others can compare to. Just like the Manor Lord Yao, Although he was a heavenly god and didn't become a disciple of our desolate land's god palace, he was quite lucky and was accepted as a personal disciple by his sovereign Yao Huang. With the protection of sovereign Yao Huang, he was naturally conferred and became an official member of the desolate land temple. Therefore, even though Manor Lord Yao isn't very strong, his status is quite high. Not many almighty beings dare to provoke Manor Lord Yao. Qin Shao nodded. He was aware of this situation. Indeed, not many people dared to provoke Manor Lord Yao. Even the Wind Snow Divine Temple would give Villa Lord Yao some face. It was because Manor Lord Yao was an official member of the Desolate Land Temple. He could be said to be a core member. For example, an almighty like the Nine Dragons Palace Lord could be killed. The Desolate Land Temple wouldn't stand up for an ordinary almighty. However, Manor Lord Yao couldn't, because he was an official member of the Desolate Land Temple. Therefore, if they dared to kill him, it would be the same as going against the Temple of the Desolate Land. The other members of the Desolate Land Temple's headquarters are all in the form of servants. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stay in the Desolate Land Temple. However, if they want to stay in the Desolate Land Temple, they have to fulfill one condition. That is, they can never leave without permission. In other words, they basically lose their freedom. Qin Shao was slightly puzzled and said, if they are deprived of their freedom forever, would they still be willing to be servants? Yi Juanhe said, the Desolate Land Temple only restricts their avatars in the Desolate Land Temple. Their true bodies are still free outside and won't be interfered with. Of course, they also have to make a life oath to keep it a secret. Actually, it's not that bad. It's quite tempting to many people. Therefore, there are many people who want to enter the Desolate Land Temple's headquarters. Oh, so it's like that. No wonder. Qin Shao nodded and immediately felt relieved. The benefits of being able to stay in the Desolate Land Temple's headquarters is needless to say. It's indeed very tempting to just let an avatar in. Yes, of course it has to be attractive. Otherwise, it would be completely meaningless if the people who join are all crooked. Even if it's a servant, it has to be the best of the best. Therefore, those fourth-step heavenly god servants are all very powerful. If they were outside, they would definitely be geniuses who could dominate a region. However, in here, they can only be servants. What they need to fight for is an opportunity. Yi Juanhe nodded. The two of them chatted as they drank. They were having a great time. Qin Shao was about to join the Desolate Land Temple. Yi Juanhe enthusiastically explained some things about the Desolate Land Temple to Qin Shao so that Qin Shao could integrate into the Desolate Land Temple as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, Qin Shao, you also have 2 places for servants in the future. If you have people you want to nurture, you can recruit them into the Desolate Land Temple's headquarters. There's no need to talk about the benefits. There are only 2 places, and once it's confirmed, it can never be changed. Speaking of which, I haven't used any of the places yet. Actually, there's no rush. After all, we can live for a very long time. Who knows, we might need them in the future. Yi Juanhe continued. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Now that you mention it, I really want to bring my disciple in. Qin Zhao's disciple, Shi Jian, was also a 4th-step heavenly god. He was indeed very talented and improved very quickly. Unfortunately, among the 4th-step heavenly gods, he was not considered a peerless genius. Originally, Qin Shao wanted to see if there was an opportunity to send Shi Jian to the Desolate Land Island for training. If there was such a good opportunity to directly enter the desolate land temple's headquarters, it would naturally be better. Well, that's up to you. You could decide for yourself. Ijuana said. The two drank for 10 days and 10 nights. After all, no matter how much they drank, they would not get drunk, and no matter how much they ate, they would not be full. To them, eating and drinking was just a form of pleasure, a form of enjoyment. Drinking and chatting was a great pleasure. The other three Holy Lands had indeed sent powerful figures to persuade Qin Shao. The conditions they offered were also very good. However, Qin Shao had even rejected the Heavenly Court Island, let alone the other three Holy Lands. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally rejected all of them and made it clear that he would join the Desolate Land Temple. The Desolate Land Temple had also officially announced that they would confer Qin Shao as an official disciple. The construction of Qin Zhao's residence had also begun. The construction site of Qin Zhao's residence was not far from Yi Juna's residence. This was something that Qin Shao was very satisfied with. As time passed, the news of Qin Shao and Lord Danshan's official conferment spread rapidly in the realm of the gods. Every time a Holy Land accepted an official disciple, it was big news to the realm of the gods. Naturally, the speed of the news was very fast. Lord Danshan's original body was also sent to Yi Juna's residence for the time being. The three of them reunited in their original bodies, but their avatars were still trapped in the ancient divine palace. They did not know when they would be able to come out. Qianshi Manor, 9 Dragons Dao Palace. In a large hall, the atmosphere was incomparably eerie. Several living fossils stood below with strange expressions on their faces. The 9 Dragons Dao Palace Lord sat on the throne with an unsightly expression. He was silent for a long time. "Ancestor, what should we do now?" asked one of the living fossils with a frightened expression. "That's right, Ancestor. That Qin Shao is about to be conferred as an official disciple of the Desolate Land Temple. Once the conferment is complete, he'll become a border ambassador. At that time, he'll definitely take control of our hidden dragon territory." If Qin Shao comes looking for our 9 Dragons Dao Palace to settle accounts at that time, I'm afraid our 9 Dragons Dao Palace will collapse in an instant and cease to exist in this world, said another living fossil. If you want to blame someone, blame Little 9. If he didn't provoke Qin Shao so easily, our 9 Dragons Dao Palace wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. That's right. It's all his fault, but the entire 9 Dragons Dao Palace has to bear the consequences. Why don't we learn from the Yin clan and beg Qin Shao for mercy? Perhaps our 9 Dragons Dao Palace's foundation can still be preserved. That's right. Perhaps that's the only way. Even if some of our descendants have already retreated and gone into hiding, where can we hide? But where could she hide? As long as Qin Shao was willing to investigate, he would definitely find out everything. If he's determined to destroy our 9 Dragons Dao Palace, it'll be as easy as flipping his hand. Right now, our only chance of survival is to beg for mercy. Sigh, who would have thought that a native could reach such heights in such a short time? It's too frightening, too frightening. If we want to blame someone, we can only blame our 9 Dragons Dao Palace's bad luck. Ancestor, why don't you say something? Asked the 9 Dragons Dao Palace Lord. His voice was hoarse and his eyes were cloudy. One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. Who would have thought that a brat who ascended from a source world would be so heaven-defying? Since things have already gotten to this point, there's no point in saying anything more. Right now, what we need to do is think of a way to preserve our 9 Dragons Dao Palace's foundation. Perhaps we should all be prepared to sacrifice ourselves. If we had learned from the Yin clan and begged for mercy, perhaps there would have been some hope. If we go and beg for mercy now, I'm afraid we won't gain anything. But there's no other way. This is the only way. As he spoke, the 9 Dragons Dao Palace Lord's gaze landed on a figure. One of her descendants has already hooked up with Changfeng. I heard that their relationship is developing very quickly. The old man immediately said, "Yes, Ancestor. That girl is extremely intelligent and beautiful. Plus, she had a chance encounter with Changfeng. When I found out about this, I did my best to help them. It's said that they've already confirmed their relationship 3 years ago. The Nine Dragons Dao Palace Lord nodded. That's good. Changfeng is Qin Zhao's good brother. If Changfeng can act as a middleman, it should be easier to negotiate. Right now, we can only try our best to get on Qin Zhao's good side and beg for mercy. Whether or not we can protect our Nine Dragons Dao Palace will depend on your ability. If she can get Changfeng to protect her, then there should be hope. The old man nodded solemnly. Don't worry, ancestor. I will take care of this matter. Chapter 6:25. The Yao Manor, Tidal Granary City. There is a grand mansion guarded by many Yao clan guards. 8 Study. A place guarded by the Yao clan guards must be extraordinary. No one dare to cause trouble here. In a secret room, a young woman in silver sat cross-legged cultivating. She had the face of a beautiful orphan, and she was very pretty. Although most women in the god realm were pretty, they could change their appearance according to their wishes. Their appearance could be changed, but their temperament could not. Thus, whether a god was beautiful or not depended on one's temperament. The woman in silver had a very good temperament, so she gave others the impression that she was very pretty. Her strength was not bad, and she only emitted the aura of a heavenly deity. With such strength, if she stayed in a small place, she would barely be able to survive. However, if she wanted to roam the god realm, it was clearly far from enough. The woman in silver suddenly opened her eyes, and her expression became serious. The ancestor wants me to deal with Changfeng as soon as possible. That heavenly deity Qin Shao is actually going to be conferred as an official disciple of the Desolate Land Shrine. The fate of the Nine Dragons Dao Palace is at stake. Now, the survival of the Nine Dragons Dao Palace depends on me, Crescent Phoenix. I have always been an unremarkable person in the Nine Dragons Dao Palace, but this time, I will become the Nine Dragons Dao Palace's hero. For my family, for the entire Nine Dragons Dao Palace, I must complete the ancestor's mission. Now is the best time. After saying that, she left the secret room. In a training field, a handsome man in long flowing robes was practicing the sword. He was very diligent and serious. This man was Changfeng. When Qin Shao was still very weak, Changfeng was already a great emperor in the Nine Provinces world. Back then, Changfeng was a legendary figure in the Nine Provinces world. Changfeng's talent was actually quite good. Among the gods that came from the Nine Provinces world, the most talented was Qin Shao, followed by Shi Jian, and Changfeng was firmly in third place. Shi Jian, on the other hand, felt like he had left everyone else in the dust. In tens of thousands of years, he had actually soared all the way to the level of a fourth-step heavenly god. Of course, this was mainly due to Villa Lord Yao's help and guidance. In addition, Shi Jian's talent and perception were very good. Moreover, Qin Shao would also give him pointers from time to time. In addition, Shi Jian also had his own opportunities. Therefore, his speed of improvement was unimaginably fast. However, although Shi Jian was able to become a fourth-step divine god in such a short time, his strength was not very strong. Among the fourth-step divine gods, he could only be considered a little stronger. Even in a prefecture, it would be difficult for him to be ranked first or second. In a prefecture, he would probably be ranked in the top 10. Speaking of which, it was actually pretty good. After all, it wasn't easy to get into the top 10 of a prefecture. However, under the radiance of his master, Qin Shao, he seemed dim. Qin Shao was able to reach his level when he was only a first-step heavenly god, but he was still only a fourth-step heavenly god. It depended on who he was compared to. Compared to ordinary people, Shi Jian was also a rare genius. As for Changfeng, he was one level lower. He had only just broken through to the first-step heavenly god realm, and he had just broken through. This was also thanks to Villa Lord Yao's large amount of resources. Villa Lord Yao's relationship with Qin Shao was extraordinary. In addition, Qin Shao was becoming more and more famous. Therefore, Villa Lord Yao was taking care of Shi Jian and Changfeng more and more. Changfeng's talent was far inferior to Shi Jian's, so he could only cultivate as hard as he could in order to increase his strength. Changfeng. A gentle voice was heard. A silver-clothed girl walked into the training field. Generally speaking, it was taboo to be disturbed during cultivation. However, when he heard this voice, Changfeng immediately smiled. He stopped cultivating and walked over. Yefeng, why are you here? Yefeng ran over and threw herself into Changfeng's embrace. Changfeng was slightly stunned. Then, his smile became even sweeter and happier. The taste of love was something he felt for the first time in over 40,000 years. It turned out to be so sweet and happy. I missed you. Yefeng snuggled up in Changfeng's embrace. She pouted and said, somewhat reproachfully, You cultivation madman. You've been cultivating for hundreds of years. Don't you know how to get tired? You didn't even know how to find me, so I could only come and find you. I see that you don't miss me at all. You only know how to cultivate. You don't care about me at all. Changfeng smiled embarrassedly. How could that be? Yefeng, I miss you every day. It's just that I want to increase my strength quickly. That way, I could better take care of you. This was actually a scar in Changfeng's heart. When he first met Yefeng, she was a first-step heavenly god, and he was only a fourth-step heavenly god. At the beginning, Changfeng felt that he wasn't worthy of Yefeng. There was a barrier in his heart. Therefore, even though he was close to Yefeng, he didn't dare to get too close. Only when he broke through to the first-step heavenly god realm did Changfeng gain some confidence. However, Changfeng's strength was still inferior to Yefeng. As a man, his strength was inferior to his own woman. How could Changfeng accept her love? Therefore, he cultivated with all his might. He wanted to increase his strength to the point where he could protect Yefeng in the future. And recently, with the drive of love, Changfeng's strength had indeed increased rapidly. You still dare to quibble. You just don't care about me. I'm angry. Yefeng pushed Changfeng away. She looked a little angry. Changfeng scratched his head and hurriedly admitted his mistake. Okay. It's my fault. I should accompany you more. It won't be like this in the future. Okay, Yefeng, don't be angry. I'll accompany you now. That's more like it. Let's go to the garden. Don't stay here. Yefeng suddenly laughed. She pulled Changfeng's hand and walked away. Changfeng could only shake his head and smile helplessly. He followed them. In the garden, on a stone bench, admiring the beautiful flowers. Being in a sea of flowers was really pleasing to the eye. Changfeng, I have good news to tell you. Yefeng suddenly looked at Changfeng seriously. Good news? What good news? Changfeng was puzzled. Yefeng smiled mysteriously. She whispered in Changfeng's ear, Changfeng, I'm pregnant. What? These words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Changfeng's body. He suddenly froze on the spot, as if he was petrified. For a moment, he couldn't believe it. He was so excited that his body trembled slightly. He looked at Yefeng in surprise and said, Yefeng, what did you say? You're pregnant? Yefeng nodded and smiled. Yes, Changfeng. I'm pregnant with our child. You're going to be a father. I'm going to be a father. I, Changfeng, am going to be a father. Ha! Changfeng was so excited that he almost burst into tears. He hugged Yefeng and excitedly spun in circles. Changfeng, be gentle. Be careful not to hurt the child. Yefeng patted Changfeng. This was actually a bit exaggerated. After all, Yefeng was a god. How could it be so easy for her to trigger the pregnancy? A god's pregnancy was different from a mortal's. A god's pregnancy was much more difficult than a mortal's. The stronger one was, the more difficult it was. This was the law of the universe. Moreover, the pregnancy cycle would become longer and longer. Yes. Look at me, I'm so stupid. Changfeng immediately put Yefeng down carefully and gently touched Yefeng's belly. Changfeng, let's get married. Yefeng suddenly said. Get married? Changfeng was stunned for a moment. He immediately smiled and nodded. Okay, let's get married. However, this matter will have to wait until my brother Qin Shao is canonized. Our wedding must be presided over by him. However, it will be soon. Yefeng, can you wait a little longer? Yes. I'll listen to you. Yefeng nodded and obediently nestled in Changfeng's arms. He had already told Yefeng about Changfeng's identity and background. Changfeng said, "By the way, Yefeng, what about your family? You only told me that your family is in the Qinsha prefecture, but you didn't say anything else. Now that we've decided to get married, we naturally have to pay them a visit first. I can also prepare some betrothal gifts so that we can pay our respects when we visit." Yefeng looked at Changfeng and gently pursed her lips. "Changfeng, I'm afraid that if I tell you, you won't be too happy." "How can that be?" "Yefeng, I'm happy right now," Changfeng said. Yefeng said, "Then you have to promise me that once I tell you, you won't be angry with me." Okay. I promise you." Changfeng naturally didn't think too much about it and nodded. Yefeng said, "I'm from the Nine Dragons Dao Palace." "What? 9 Dragons Dao Palace? How could this be?" Changfeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He naturally knew about the grudge between Qin Shao and the 9 Dragons Dao Palace. It could be said that there was a great enmity between them. Moreover, Changfeng also knew that once Qin Shao was sealed, he would definitely make a move against the 9 Dragons Dao Palace. He knew his brother's personality very well. If he had known that Yefeng was from the 9 Dragons Dao Palace, perhaps he would have hesitated to get so close to her. But now that she was his woman and was pregnant with his child, Changfeng was caught in a dilemma. Yefeng looked as if she was about to cry. She said weakly, "Changfeng, I knew that you wouldn't be happy if I told you. I also know about the grudge between the 9 Dragons Dao Palace and your brother Qin Shao, but I'm just a junior and don't know about it. That's why I didn't dare to tell you. I was afraid that if I told you, you'd be angry and ignore me. Changfeng, I truly love you and am willing to spend the rest of my life with you. I'll follow you forever and bear many children for you. But I'm afraid. I'm afraid that because of my background, I'll become an obstacle between us. I'm really afraid." Changfeng's expression was solemn. He was currently in a dilemma. After a long silence, Changfeng said, "Yefeng, we've been together for so long. I believe that you truly love me. But you should know that I can't completely control my brother Qin Zhao's matters. I also can't interfere in the grudge between him and the 9 Dragons Dao Palace. I know, Changfeng. My family's ancestor wants you to be the middleman. The 9 Dragons Dao Palace will apologize and admit our wrongs. We only hope that our foundation won't be destroyed. That's all," said Yefeng. Chapter 6:26. Thousands of Daos chimed in unison. The great Dao bell was colorful and dazzling. When the thousands of Daos chimed in unison, it was the time when something important happened in the Desolate Land Shrine. 3,600 foreign race beings were solemn and majestic. They lined up in 2 rows and formed a guard of honor. Once they entered the Desolate Land Shrine, the altar was connected to the 4 corners of the Temple of Desolation and radiated outwards. Majestic palaces stood in the surroundings, protecting the sacred land. Any major event in the Desolate Land Shrine would be held at the Desolate Land Shrine. Hence, this was the place that everyone was most familiar with. The Desolate Land Shrine was especially lively today. Most of the people in the Desolate Land Shrine had rushed over. It was rare for them to be able to gather together and share this bustling scene. Dazzling 4th-step divine beings and majestic almighties were scattered around the Desolate Land Shrine. They were either chatting in groups of 3 to 5 or sparring with each other. This attracted a crowd of onlookers. From time to time, there would be loud cheers. Although everyone was in the Desolate Land Shrine, they were usually busy with their own cultivation. Some of them had not seen each other for 10 billion years. It was rare for them to come out for some activities. Naturally, they would exchange greetings. Most of the sealed members of the Desolate Land Shrine would leave their true bodies in the Desolate Land Shrine and let their avatars roam outside. After all, there was no safer place in this universe than the headquarters of the sacred land. Staying here would ensure absolute safety. Rulers were not afraid of anything. After all, there was no power that could kill a ruler. However, almighties were different. Unless they were truly top-notch almighties, they had to be at the top of the heaven list. Otherwise, ordinary almighties would have a chance of dying. For example, the 7-star Great Emperor. His strength was close to the heaven list, but he could not escape death. Another example was Qin Zhao's master, Almighty Vast Universe. Although he was not a top-notch almighty, his defense was extremely strong. At least, he was not weaker than the 7-star Great Emperor. However, he still died in the end. It was very common for almighties to fall. It was not rare at all. The longer a mighty figure roamed the outside world, the easier it was for them to die. Therefore, it was absolutely safe for him to stay in the desolate land's holy palace. No one could threaten his life. It was precisely because of this that the value of being a sealed member of the desolate land temple was evident. Countless almighties racked their brains to become a sealed member of the desolate land temple, but it was too difficult to become a sealed member of the desolate land temple. Fourth-step heavenly gods were slightly better off. After all, they could become disciples of the desolate land's holy palace. However, it was extremely difficult to reach the level of a powerful being. One would have to be at the peak of their strength to do so. For example, only those at the level of the 7-star Great Emperor were qualified to be accepted by the desolate land shrine. To the temple of the desolate land, ordinary almighties could only be servants. However, there was an advantage to being a servant. That was, the original body could stay in the desolate land shrine. It was considered a layer of protection. However, this layer of protection was far from being a sealed member. Therefore, some almighties took a step back and used this method to preserve their lives. If not, why would so many almighties be willing to be servants? Haha, our desolate land shrine is going to have another peerless genius. Who knows, he might really become the second Master Qingye. Yeah, he's really amazing. He's only cultivated for 40,000 years and ascended from an extremely ordinary origin world. I didn't expect him to reach such a level. I can't help but admire him. Compared to Qin Shao, we're simply trash. He directly rejected the Devouring Sky Island Lord's personal invitation. What a character. I admire him. The people on the desolate land shrine began to discuss spiritedly. Qin Zhao's current performance was indeed comparable to Master Qingye's when he was young. In fact, he might even surpass him. After all, Master Qingye hadn't reached Qin Zhao's level when he was 40,000 years old. Over the countless years, very few people had reached such heights in such a short period of time. However, some things couldn't be said for the time being. After all, the previous almighties didn't necessarily mean that the future would be almighties. In the long history of the universe, there were indeed many brilliant almighties who couldn't advance further. It wasn't so bad if they stopped at the level of almighties. However, there were many who stopped at the 4th step and couldn't succeed in their Tao integration. What a tragedy that was. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall behind. Naturally, it wasn't easy to defy the natural order. Under Yi Juanhe's lead, Qin Shao and Lord Danshan stepped onto the solemn path that led to the desolate land shrine. The 3,600 alien life forms were in awe as they exuded a powerful aura. This kind of treatment wasn't easy to obtain. Qin Shao and Lord Danshan's high-spirited faces showed a hint of fear and trepidation when they sensed this solemn aura. After all, this kind of thing meant too much to them. Qin Shao was obviously the star of the show today. Although Lord Danshan was also very brilliant, he could only be compared to Qin Shao. Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone's eyes gathered on Qin Shao and Lord Danshan, especially on Qin Shao. Everyone sized him up carefully to see what kind of monster he was. Qin Shao felt as if he had been placed right in front of everyone's eyes when he sensed their gazes. To be honest, he was a little uncomfortable at first and felt a little uncomfortable all over. After all, those who were able to stand, they were all people who had experienced great things. They were all famous people in the universe. They were all people who were at the top of the list. At the Desolate Land Shrine, close to 3,000 people had gathered. More than 100 disciples of sky gods were present, while the rest were all almighties. The almighties that could be sealed by the Desolate Land Shrine were basically all top almighties, except for people like Villa Head Yao. Qin Shao also saw Villa Head Yao among the crowd of almighties. Villa Head Yao smiled and gestured, and Qin Shao nodded back. Every disciple, every almighty. Qin Shao memorized these people in his mind. After all, they were all part of his family in the future. If he didn't recognize them, wouldn't it be a joke? Boom! It was as if the sky had collapsed. 3 figures suddenly descended. The originally lively altar immediately quieted down. Everyone involuntarily looked over. Their faces were filled with respect. What powerful auras! These 3 figures were naturally dominators. It was absolutely rare for 3 dominators to appear at the same time. Qin Shao secretly sized them up. Qin Shao recognized 2 of the dominators. One was Villa Head Yao's master, glorious Emperor Dominator. He was a serious dominator, but he didn't have much majesty. Standing in front of him didn't make people feel too pressured. The other one was Master Qingye, whom Qin Shao was most familiar with. He was the youngest dominator in the history of the universe. He was handsome, kind, and very approachable. He was the most humble dominator, and also an existence that Qin Shao respected very much. The one in the middle was a white-haired old man. He was thin and slender, and he had a sage-like demeanor. He carried a sword on his back. This kind of appearance was a little strange. After all, very few people carried a weapon on their back. They usually kept it in their inner world. His face was as resolute as a knife, and his eyes were as deep and bright as the stars. He stood there like a peerless divine weapon, exuding a terrifying sharpness. With just a glance, Qin Shao felt as if his true deity heart was about to crumble. It was too sharp. With one glance, his whole world suddenly turned blank. It took a while for him to recover. This was too scary, too scary. It made Qin Shao feel like he could directly obliterate him with just one glance. Without seeing a dominator, he really didn't know how weak he was. He really wasn't strong enough. So what if he could rank in the top 20 of the Earth list? In front of the true top powers of the universe, he was still too weak. What was the difference between him and an ant? An invisible alarm bell rang in Qin Shao's mind. If he didn't become a dominator, Qin Shao didn't have the right to relax. He didn't have a right to call himself an expert. Being a dominator was what Qin Shao pursued. If he didn't become a dominator, how could he save Gulingyue? 1 billion years should be enough. If Master Qingye could become a dominator in less than 100 million years, why couldn't he do the same? Everyone said that Qin Shao could become Master Qingye's second, but Qin Zhao's drive in his bones made him set his goal of surpassing Master Qingye. Of the 3 dominators, the white-haired one was clearly the leader. Could it be the Master of Desolation from our divine hall of desolation? Qin Shao could not help but wonder. The 3 dominators' gazes landed on Qin Shao and Lord Danshan. The 2 immediately bowed respectfully and lowered their heads, not daring to look at such a sharp light. Yi Juanhe also retreated to one side, leaving the scene to Qin Shao and Lord Danshan. They were the real stars of today's show. Everyone at the scene quieted down and looked over in silence. The white-haired dominator's voice rang out like an imperial edict from the heavens. The myriad Daos resonated once more, and auspicious signs descended from the heavens. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and a great bell rang out. A ray of holy light descended from the sky, enveloping Qin Shao and Lord Danshan. Qin Shao immediately felt a sense of comfort when he sensed the holy light, as if he'd returned to the amniotic fluid in his mother's womb. It was extremely comfortable. All of his exhaustion immediately vanished, and he entered a state of emptiness. Qin Shao, Lord Danshan, I, the sword dominator of the Desolate Land, will hold a memorial ceremony for the 2 of you today. I will officially enshrine the 2 of you in the annals of the Shrine of the Desolate Land, and make you official disciples of the Shrine of the Desolate Land. You must remember the many ancestral teachings of the Shrine of the Desolate Land. You must never violate them, or the heavens and earth will destroy you. You will not be allowed to exist in this universe. The murmuring voice of the Tao turned into the deepest imprint in the minds of Qin Shao and Lord Danshin. This was equivalent to a lifeblood oath with absolute binding force. Unless one could become a dominator, they would not be able to break free from this binding force. The entire sacrificial ceremony took 3 days and 3 nights to complete. The Han couple put away the big bell and the light dissipated. Everything returned to normal once again. P.S. Thank you for your support, brothers. This is too awesome. There are already 34 flowers. Those who added 20 yesterday will add another 30 today. This is the first update. There are 2 more today. Qin Shang is going all out. Brothers, give me more flowers. Chapter 6:27. After calming down, Qin Shao could clearly sense that something was different. He felt as if he were connected to the desolate land's shrine by blood and flesh. This was a form of recognition. Only with the approval of the desolate land shrine would he be able to freely enter and exit the desolate land shrine in the future. He would be able to go anywhere in the desolate land shrine and would no longer be subject to the will of the desolate land shrine. Only those who'd been sealed would be able to enjoy such treatment. The ceremony to seal off the mountain could be considered to have been completed. All right, I'll leave the rest to He Gemin Greenleaf, the white-haired He Gemin said, then left with He Gemin Brightgold. Ha! Junior brother Qin Shao, junior brother Danshin, welcome to the desolate land shrine. Qin Shao, welcome to the desolate land shrine. Qin Shao, Danshin, we're family from now on. Let's visit each other more often when you're free. Yi Junha smiled at Qin Shao and the white-haired ruler. Congratulations. Manor Head Yao walked over and laughed heartily. Qin Shao, congratulations. I didn't think we'd become family so quickly. In the past, you'd have to call me uncle based on seniority, but now you can just call me senior brother. Ha! In the past, Qin Shao and Yao Shuilian had called each other uncle. Now that Qin Shao was a disciple of the Desolate Land Shrine, he was technically senior brother. Celestial gods and major powers all referred to each other as senior brother. Only when one reached the level of a ruler would they be addressed as senior brother. Qin Shao and Danshin responded one by one. Qin Shao cupped his hands and said, Senior brothers, I'm new here. Please forgive me if I've neglected you in any way. I'll take care of my business first and prepare some wine later. I'll await your arrival. Good. Junior brother Qin Shao, go ahead and do your business. We'll definitely come to your residence for a drink later. Yes, we'll come to your residence later. I know you're busy right now, huh? Qin Shao said his goodbyes to Manor Head Yao, then left with Master Qingye. Qin Shao and Danshan Lord's residences had been built long ago. Now, they only needed to wait for servants to officially move into their residences. That way, they would have their own land in the godly Temple of Desolation. It didn't take much time to choose the servants, and they were done very quickly. There were 3 almighties and 9 fourth-step heavenly gods. There were both men and women, and they were all yours to choose from. Qin Shao had only chosen 1 female servant. Lord Danshin, on the other hand, knew how to enjoy himself. He had chosen 6 female servants, and one of them was even a female major power. I want to, but it's not that easy to choose a partner. Lord Danshin laughed. After choosing the servants, Master Qingye said, I've given each of you a spatial ring. Inside it are some rewards for becoming a disciple, as well as some information about our desolate land's divine palace. You're all sealed disciples, so you're qualified to know these things. Then, there's one more important thing. I'm sure all of you know about it. After becoming an official disciple of our desolate land's divine palace, you'll become the ambassador of a territory. You'll be able to control a territory for 1 billion years. Of course, if you want to continue after 1 billion years, you can apply to the higher-ups. Everything will be decided when the time comes. 1 billion years isn't a short time. Qin Shao already knew about this from Yi Juanhe. For example, Yi Juanhe was the ambassador of a territory. His clone was there most of the time. Qin Shao had been looking forward to this for a long time. Qin Shao said, "Master Qingye, the Hidden Dragon Territory still doesn't have an ambassador. Why don't you appoint me to the Hidden Dragon Territory?" Hejimin Greenleaf nodded. "I knew all along that you would choose the Hidden Dragon Territory. The Hidden Dragon Territory is your homeland to begin with. When we set up territories, we always prioritize our homeland. However, this is all up to you. As long as it hasn't been appointed, you can choose from it. Since you've chosen the Hidden Dragon Territory, I'll go arrange it. However, there are still many things that need to be arranged. We also need the Hidden Dragon Territory's cooperation, so it'll take some time. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to arrange everything in 1,000 years. However, you can start recruiting now. When the time comes, you'll have to manage an endless territory. If you don't have your own strength, it won't be enough. Our Desolate Lands Divine Palace will send 100 small Desolate Land Corps to you. However, the Desolate Land Corps alone won't be enough. The Desolate Land Corps can only be used as a symbol of your status as an ambassador. They can help you guard the ambassador's residence. As for the other forces, you'll have to rely on yourself to recruit them. With your current strength and reputation, you can indeed establish a force that belongs to you. This will be very useful to you in the future." Qin Shao nodded. Naturally, he already knew about this situation, and he had thought about it long ago. It was just that it was not an easy thing to recruit soldiers and buy horses. After all, Qin Zhao's clone was trapped, and his original body had to stay in the Desolate Lands Divine Palace. There were definitely many things that needed to be taken care of. In the Hidden Dragon Territory, Qin Shao really didn't have anyone he could rely on to complete this matter for him. Villa Lord Yao trusted him completely, but he wasn't in the Hidden Dragon Territory. Thus, he couldn't do anything about it. This matter was indeed a bit of a headache. After thinking about it, Qin Shao could only give up for the time being. He would think about this matter in the future. He would think about it again when he was done with his arrangements. In any case, recruiting soldiers wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. It was also a long-term matter. He still had 1 billion years to govern. During this time, he could continue to recruit soldiers. He could even form a system to train his own disciples and select geniuses to train himself. Of course, this was on the premise that he needed a large amount of divine crystals as a foundation. However, there was an advantage to being an ambassador. He could collect local taxes and make contributions to maintain the operation of a territory. The territory of a territory was endless. There were 3,600 prefectures in a territory, and each prefecture was incomparably vast. Thus, relying on local taxes and contributions, it was indeed a very generous income. The only thing that Qin Shao felt was a pity was that the Heavenly Dragon Continent was currently trapped by the Black Vortex. He didn't know when he would be able to break out of it. Otherwise, after he stabilized himself, he could use all his strength to train the people of the 9 provinces world. This would rapidly strengthen the forces of the Heavenly Dragon Continent. This was Qin Zhao's dream all along. However, this dream was very difficult to realize now. There's no other way. I can only rely on my own efforts now and strive to solve the crisis of the Heavenly Dragon Continent as soon as possible. However, if I really have to wait until I become a sovereign to solve this problem, I'm afraid it will take hundreds of millions of years. That's far too long. Qin Shao thought to himself. Such a time was indeed too long for the Heavenly Dragon Continent. Not to mention 100 million years. Even 10,000 years would be a long time. All right, Master Qingye, I have another question. Is the best way to solve the crisis of my hometown to wait until I become sovereign? Qin Shao asked. Master Qingye said, the crisis of your hometown isn't that difficult. If you become a sovereign, you can naturally ask the temple master for help once. As long as the temple master personally takes action, it will naturally be resolved. However, this isn't absolute. For example, if you can gain the temple master's favor in advance, you may be able to ask him for help. For example, If you can reach the level of Lord Huayang as a heavenly god, the temple master will definitely have a whole new level of respect for you. For example, if you can move the temple master's heart and get him to accept you as a personal disciple, it will naturally be possible. If this path doesn't work, then you could try to make a great contribution to the Desolate Land Divine Temple. If your contribution is great enough, then you can use your contribution to ask the temple master to take action. However, it's not easy to make contributions. This path is also not easy to take. Otherwise, you'll have to find a way to break it. I don't know much about the Black Vortex at the moment, so I don't know if there's a good way to break it. I'll continue to investigate this matter. Perhaps I'll be able to find a way to break it. As long as there's a way to break it, it'll be much easier to deal with it. Everything depends on effort. There are many ways. It all depends on which one works. Zhixing, I've promised you that if there's really no other way, I'll personally ask the temple master to take action. You don't have to worry about this. You're a disciple of the Desolate Land Divine Temple. We naturally won't watch your hometown be destroyed. However, as for the woman you love, this matter may be a little tricky. I can't say for now. Qin Xiao nodded. He already knew about Gu Lingyue's matter. It was about this black vortex, celestial body. Since Master Qingye had made it so clear, Qin Xiao also nodded. All right, thank you, Master Qingye. That was all he could do for the time being. Lord Danshan had also chosen his hometown as his territory. His hometown was the Blue Waves territory, which was dozens of territories away from the Hidden Dragon territory. The two territories were quite far apart. After arranging these matters, Master Qingye briefed the two of them on the situation and left. Haha, Brother Qin Xiao, you're a busy man now. Many senior brothers will definitely come to congratulate you later. You should go back to your residence and wait in line. If my place is deserted later, I'll go to your place to join in the fun, Lord Danshan said with a bright smile. Qin Xiao shook his head. Don't make fun of me. I'm just indebted to the senior brothers. However, this was the truth. Qin Xiao's peerless talent did make those senior brothers want to befriend him in advance. Not to mention that they were realistic, people were all the same. Since the beginning of this epic, strength reigned supreme in this universe. The stronger one was, the more respect one would receive. This was a truth since time immemorial. Lord Danshan couldn't be envious of this. Qin Xiao's peerless talent was indeed worthy of respect and friendship. After bidding farewell to Lord Danshan, Qin Xiao returned to his residence. This was the first time Qin Xiao had entered his residence. Chapter 628. Greetings, Your Highness. Upon returning to the Qin residence, the 12 servants all knelt down and kowtowed to Qin Xiao. Babashu, Babashu. Qin Xiao's gaze fell on the 12 servants. The servants that he had chosen would all swear a lifeblood oath to be loyal to him forever. If this power was brought out, it would be enough to easily wipe out all the forces in the Qin residence. However, to Qin Xiao, they would not be of much help. They could only serve him in the divine palace of the Desolate Land. Qin Xiao's gaze fell on the three Almighties. They each had their own tasks. Almighty Ba Chu was in charge of all the affairs in the divine palace of the Desolate Land. When Qin Xiao was not around, he would be in charge of everything in the Qin residence. Almighty Sword Link was in charge of external affairs. Almighty Sword Link's true body stayed in the divine palace of the Desolate Land, but he had two clones outside. The two clones could help Qin Xiao with external affairs. These two Almighties were in charge of internal affairs and external affairs. As for the last Almighty, Sheng Yin, he would follow Qin Xiao closely and help Qin Xiao deal with some trivial matters. Even the 9 heavenly gods of the 4th step had their own tasks. The only female heavenly god of the 4th step, Luo Di, was in charge of daily affairs. She was very good at cooking and was proficient in countless different systems. She also knew how to brew wine. This was why Qin Xiao had chosen her. The other heavenly gods of the 4th step also had their own tasks. Among the 9 heavenly gods of the 4th step, two would always follow Qin Shao. The two heavenly gods of the fourth step that Qin Shao had chosen were Bifan and Jiumei. The strength of these two people should be around the level of the sixth island of the Desolate Land. In fact, they were quite good. However, the two of them had been cultivating for a long time, so they did not have much potential. As soon as Qin Shao settled everyone down, some almighties came to congratulate him. Villa Master Yao brought two almighties with him. Senior Marshal Brother Yao, Senior Marshal Brother Li Hong, and Senior Marshal Brother Dao Qi. Please come in. Qin Shao welcomed them with a smile. He wasn't the kind of person who liked to be courteous, so he couldn't say too many pleasantries. Villa Lord Yao laughed heartily and said, Junior Marshal Brother Qin Shao, when my Shiwilian sees you in the future, she will have to call you Marshal Uncle. Your seniority has been raised by a level. Dao Qi said jokingly, Manor Lord Yao, look at how proud you are. Are you afraid that others don't know how good the relationship between Junior Marshal Brother Qin Shao and your precious daughter is? In my opinion, it's also possible that Junior Marshal Brother Qin Shao will have to call you father-in-law in the future. Wouldn't this relationship and seniority be messed up? I won't think about such a good thing. That little girl of mine doesn't have such good fortune, Villa Head Yao said with a smile. Qin Shao could only smile bitterly after being teased like this. He knew that Yao Shiwilian had feelings for him, but Qin Shao didn't have any improper thoughts about Yao Shiwilian. Qin Shao only had Gu Lingwei in his heart. Senior Marshal Brothers, please come in. Qin Shao made an inviting gesture and led the three of them into the reception hall. Luo Di also quickly brought wine and snacks to the table. After drinking a cup of wine, Villa Lord Yao waved his hand and a shield-shaped treasure flew out. It floated above his palm and emitted a powerful aura. One could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary treasure. Villa Lord Yao said, This treasure is called the mysterious ice shield armor. Although it isn't a great treasure, it's definitely a supreme treasure if given to an ordinary fourth-step heavenly god. Even if I use my full strength, I won't be able to shatter this mysterious ice shield armor in one go. It's just a small thing. Junior Marshal Brother Qin Shao, take it as a small congratulatory gift for you being conferred into the mansion today. Senior Marshal Brother Yao, you can't accept this. Qin Shao hurriedly refused. In their eyes, it was indeed a small gift. However, in the eyes of other fourth-step heavenly gods, it was a supreme treasure. It was definitely worth a lot. Since it was a congratulatory gift from Villa Lord Yao, it naturally couldn't be cheap. Villa Lord Yao directly placed the mysterious ice shield armor in Qin Zhao's hand and said, You must accept this gift. How can I return something I've given out? It's not something valuable, so just accept it. As he spoke, he gave Qin Shao a look. Qin Shao obviously knew what Villa Lord Yao was trying to say, but Qin Shao was really embarrassed to accept the gift. After all, a debt of gratitude had to be repaid in the future. Seeing Villa Lord Yao take out a congratulatory gift, Li Hong and Dao Qi's eyes became slightly mischievous. Dao Qi said, Villa Lord Yao, you and Junior Marshal Brother Qin Shao are old friends. Don't you think it's too shabby for you to give out such a broken thing? Dao Qi, don't just stand there and talk. I'm poor, so I can only take out such a congratulatory gift. It definitely can't compare to you, Dao Qi. Come, let me see what good things you have. Broaden my horizons. Villa Lord Yao laughed. Dao Qi flipped his hand and a hexagonal golden crystal flew out. Oh, seeing the golden crystal in Dao Qi's hand, Villa Lord Yao immediately smiled. Dao Qi, when did you become so generous? The hexagonal prison is one of your treasures. You're even willing to take it out as a congratulatory gift. Dao Qi smiled proudly. Of course I'm willing. Do you think I'm as stingy as Villa Lord Yao? I've always admired Junior Marshal Brother Qin Shao and have been friends for a long time. Today, I'm taking this opportunity to give him a small congratulatory gift. It's nothing. I'm convinced. As expected of Dao Qi, you're really rich. Qin Shao, why aren't you thanking Dao Qi? Villa Lord Yao immediately laughed. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. Hurry up and accept it. This hexagonal prison is a rare treasure. An ordinary mighty being could be trapped to death right away. Even an experienced expert can be trapped for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This hexagonal prison might not be of much use to you, but if you give it to your descendants, it will be a supreme treasure. In the future, you'll have to expand your territory and have your own faction. Don't be soft-hearted today. Accept more gifts in case you need them in the future. These things are nothing to them. Qin Shao could only nod and agree. It wasn't good to refuse a gift sent to him, so he could only accept this favor. Qin Shao also felt that Villa Lord Yao's words were very reasonable. There were many places where he would need treasures in the future. Speaking of which, he was really poor. Qin Shao accepted the hexagonal prison from Dao Qi and cupped his hands in thanks. Then I won't be polite. Thank you, Senior Marshal Brother Dao Qi. Haha, we'll be a family in the future. No need to be so polite. Brother Yao and I have been friends for many years. We're already like brothers. Dao Qi waved his hand. Villa Lord Yao also transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. Although Senior Marshal Brother Dao Qi is a very prideful person, he's actually quite straightforward. He's someone worth befriending. Qin Shao naturally believed that Villa Lord Yao was worthy of befriending. He could also feel that Senior Marshal Brother Dao Qi was indeed a good person. Li Hong raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "You guys are all like this. I don't have anything to prepare. I can only prepare some congratulatory gifts." Qin Shao didn't want everyone's congratulatory gifts. He just wanted to show his affection. However, although it was a small congratulatory gift, it was naturally not an ordinary item given by a divine palace in the desolate land. Each of them was a treasure that could make Almighties fight over. Any one of the treasures could easily deal with Almighties. There was an endless stream of Almighties coming to congratulate. Sometimes, there were more than 100 of them gathered together. Qin Shao and his servants were also very busy. Before they sent away a batch, a new batch would come. Since they were here, they naturally had to entertain them well. Some of the senior marshal brothers were fine. They simply congratulated Qin Shao, recognized him, and then left. Some of the senior marshal brothers wanted to build a relationship with Qin Shao, so they sat down and drank. Naturally, they wouldn't leave so easily. Villa Lord Yao took the lead in sending congratulatory gifts. The senior marshal brothers who came to congratulate Qin Shao followed suit. As a result, Qin Zhao's hands were sore from receiving so many congratulatory gifts. This went on for 3 months. Finally, no one came to visit. Qin Shao did a rough calculation and found that there were no less than 2,000 senior brothers who had come to congratulate him. Such a number really gave Qin Shao a big fright. With so many favors, he would have to repay them in the future. More than 2,000 congratulatory gifts were priceless. After sending off the senior marshal brothers, Lord Danshan stayed. He came to Qin Zhao's residence 2 months ago. After that, he basically helped Qin Shao entertain the guests here. It was as if he had become the host. Yi Juanhe also came to congratulate Qin Shao, but he didn't stay for long and left first. Perhaps he wasn't used to such a lively scene. Qin Shao was an easygoing person. He didn't refuse anyone who came, so he was deeply liked by the senior marshal brothers. They were all willing to make friends with him. Phew, Brother Qin Shao, it's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Look at your residence. The doorsill is about to be broken. Look at my residence. It's cold and cheerless. In total, there are only about 200 people who came to congratulate me. Look at your residence. TSK, TSK. More than 2,000 senior marshal brothers came to congratulate you. You're really popular. I'm so envious that I'm drooling. I haven't received a single congratulatory gift, but you've received more than 2,000. Isn't the difference between people a bit too great? Lord Danshan complained to Qin Shao, as if he had suffered a great deal of pain. The gap between them was indeed a little big. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Lord Danshan wasn't nearly as sharp as Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's sharpness was even greater than Yi Juanhe's. It was normal for the senior martial brothers to befriend someone with great potential like Qin Zhao. The world was just that realistic and cruel. Strength was everything. The strong were revered. Everything was decided by fists. You sound so pitiful. Do you want me to give you a congratulatory gift? Qin Zhao pursed his lips and chuckled. Lord Danshan immediately shook his head. Don't make me sound so pitiful. It's not like I need a gift from you. However, if you don't want me to return the gift, I can consider accepting it for free. If you're not embarrassed to return the gift, then don't return it, said Qin Zhao. Lord Danshan said, Of course I'm not embarrassed. What's there to be embarrassed about? We're good brothers. There's no need to be so courteous. Come. Take out all your gifts and let me pick the best one. Chapter 629. After seeing Lord Danshan off, Qin Zhao was finally able to calm down. Shima Duan after instructing the servants to leave. Qin Zhao took out the interspatial ring that Master Qin Ye had given her. Only then did she have a time to check it. This was the basic gift package for new disciples, along with some small rewards. As for the other things, Qin Zhao had learned from Yi Juanhe. Chapter 632. Is this the mirage? Feng Yu and Chou Nua asked. Star Empress Milky Star subduing Qin Zhao looked around. The feeling of illusion and reality was very strange. The ethereal extent was unfathomable. The most boisterous sailor as soon as the ball entered the sentry post. Qin Zhao found himself trapped in the virtual world. If he couldn't get out, he would be trapped here forever unless someone came to rescue him. The Cold War theory coup was the best student of Cold War. However, as he sank into the mirage, he could feel the alternating between the real and the illusory. After that, Ganyuok fell into the mirage and felt the alternation between the real and the illusory. Chapter 633. I didn't think that this cultivation session would actually take me 2,000 years. However, to be able to cultivate the Tao of Mirage to the pinnacle of perfection in 2,000 years is not bad. After leaving the abyss of Mirage, Qin Zhao concluded that he was quite satisfied with his cultivation this time. Sentry Yang Ling Yuan, the most important thing was not that Qin Zhao was satisfied with the cultivation time, but that he had gained a lot from this cultivation session. Every time he mastered a new Tao, he would gain a lot. Star Reason is the earliest cold star ground gang cultivation is the most difficult. Chapter 635. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Qin Zhao looked at Changfeng and said, Brother Changfeng, I heard that you were going to get married soon. That's a good thing. Why don't I see sister-in-law? Chou Yu Changfeng's face suddenly showed a happy smile and said, Your sister-in-law has always admired and worshipped you. Knowing that you were coming, she said that she would prepare some wine and dishes to welcome you. She should still be busy there. Let's go to my residence first. I happen to have some things to discuss with you. Chapter 636. The Qinshe Prefecture was originally a desolate star region. After thousands of years of construction, it had been turned into a magnificent continent. A mansion stood on the continent, and that was the Qin Prefecture. The Almighties from the Desolate Land Shrine, who were very good at formations, had personally come to set up layers of great formations. They had turned this place into a majestic place that could shake the heavens. It was sacred and inviolable. After all, this place represented the dignity and authority of the Desolate Land Shrine. It represented the desolate land shrine. Anyone who dared to act rashly here would be disrespectful to the desolate land shrine and provoking the desolate land shrine. Moreover, the great formations here were enough to make almighties unable to act rashly. If ordinary almighties tried to barge in, they would probably be killed by the great formations. Moreover, the desolate lands army was guarding this place. The 3,600 soldiers of the desolate lands army would be able to stop even an experienced almighty. Qin Shao had named this continent a long time ago. He came from the Nine Provinces world, so he was concerned about the Nine Provinces world. Therefore, he named this continent the Nine Provinces continent. This place would be his permanent fiefdom. Even after 1 billion years, this place would continue to be his fiefdom. Many formations have been set up in the Star region near the Nine Provinces continent, so ordinary people would not be able to get close to this sacred place. The Nine Provinces continent would obviously become the Hidden Dragon Territory's sacred place and the center of power. Outside the Nine Provinces continent, in the starry sky, many majestic figures descended. Their powerful auras filled the sky. Every one of them was an almighty. Almighties that were rarely seen had descended one after another. Ah, old Jiu, I haven't seen you in 30 billion years. You actually came here personally today. It seems like you want to build a good relationship with His Highness Qin Shao. Almighty Sushi, why are you here? Haven't you always been so arrogant? You're finally willing to lower your head today. Haha, the same goes for you. His Highness Qin Shao has just taken over the position of Border Ambassador. He will be our parent official in the future. Naturally, I have to come and welcome him. What I want to know is, will Madoka and the others come? I want to know too. Madoka wouldn't give face to anyone in the Hidden Dragon Territory. No one dares to provoke Madoka in the Hidden Dragon Territory. I don't think the Mad Dragon Manor will send anyone here. If they don't send people here, they're not giving face to His Highness Qin Shao. This is simply a provocation. How can His Highness Qin Shao keep his face? Then we'll have to see what our new Highness Qin Shao is capable of. I want to know if that old man, the Nine Dragons Palace Master, will come. That's right. The grudge between the Nine Dragons Dao Palace and His Highness Qin Shao has been going on for a long time. I'm afraid this matter won't be easy to resolve. Then you can only blame the Nine Dragons Palace Lord for being unlucky. After living for a long time, it's easy to make some small mistakes. Those experts began to chat in twos and threes. Although they were all in the same territory, there weren't many opportunities for them to meet. Furthermore, some experts were indifferent and always stayed in their manners and seclusion. It was normal for them to stay in seclusion for tens of billions of years. Some experts had lived for too long and had seen too many things. They no longer dared to be interested in anything. The majority of them stayed in seclusion for long periods of time. It was normal for them to stay in seclusion for tens of billions of years. The Hidden Dragon Territory had 3,600 manors. On average, each manor had 2 or 3 experts overseeing it. If the entire Hidden Dragon Territory's experts were added together, there would be over 10,000 of them. Only those with experts had the authority to rule over a territory. They were directly responsible to the Desolate Lands Divine Palace. The Desolate Lands Divine Palace would give them some authority and give them a high position. They were the rulers of the Desolate Lands Divine Palace. Therefore, Qin Shao only needed to build a good relationship with these local rulers when he took over the position of Border Ambassador. Qin Shao only needed to manage them directly. It would be much easier for them to rule the entire territory. Therefore, Qin Shao could be considered as the parent of all the experts in the Hidden Dragon Territory. He was in charge of them. Because of this, all the experts in the Hidden Dragon Territory would send people to welcome Qin Shao when he took over as Border Ambassador. This was a kind of initiative to show that they were willing to submit to Qin Shao in the future. They were willing to be under Qin Zhao's management. This attitude was very important. It was also something that Qin Shao valued very much. Therefore, basically, the experts would come in person unless they really encountered a situation. Whether there was a situation or not, It was naturally very easy for Qin Shao to find out with his current status. Therefore, if they dared to deceive Qin Shao, they were simply courting death. One after another, powerful beings descended, causing the place to become extremely lively. Such a grand event had not happened in the Hidden Dragon territory for a very, very long time. Soon, the number of experts gathered was close to 10,000. The aura of all the experts overlapped. It was indeed terrifying. It could shake the heavens, suppress eternity, and intimidate heaven and earth. On the Jiuzhou continent, the army of the Desolate Land was also waiting for orders. They were waiting respectfully for Qin Zhao's arrival. The arrival of the Nine Dragons Palace Lord caused quite a commotion. Many strange gazes fell on the Nine Dragons Palace Lord. There were even some who took pleasure in his misfortune and made fun of him. The Nine Dragons Palace Lord stood on the side with a cold expression. The other experts naturally did not want to get close to the Nine Dragons Palace Lord. The Nine Dragons Palace Lord had only recently stepped into the Dao integration stage. Naturally, he did not have much of a relationship with the other experts. Even if there were, at this juncture, no other Almighty would be willing to cause trouble for themselves by getting close to the Nine Dragons Palace Lord, lest they bring trouble upon themselves. The Nine Dragons Palace Lord actually dared to come and die. What's the use of dying? If his death alone can resolve this grudge, wouldn't it be too easy for him? That's right. If he doesn't come, that won't do. The Nine Dragons Palace Lord is going to suffer a big loss this time. They're here. Under the cover of a ball of light, several figures walked out of the void. It was Qin Shao and the others. It was worth mentioning that Yao Shiwilian also wanted to come and play. She said that she had stayed in the Yao family manor for too long. Qin Shao could not persuade Yao Shiwilian. He could only agree to bring her along. As soon as Qin Shao walked out, he saw that there were close to 10,000 experts gathered here. He was not surprised by such a scene. After all, the scene when he was sealed was much better than this. However, Shi Jian, Chong Feng, and the others were all shocked. Their bodies stiffened and they stood there speechlessly. If it was not for Qin Zhao's aura surrounding them, they would have all knelt down in front of such a terrifying aura. This is too crazy. How come they're all almighty experts? Nearly 10,000 of them. F*CK. Doesn't that mean that almost all the almighty experts in the Hidden Dragon territory have come here? Almighty experts aren't that worthless, right? Brother Pure smacked his lips and opened his mouth wide, looking extremely shocked. Your subordinates welcome your highness. The Desolate Land army shouted loudly. They all knelt down on one knee in front of Qin Shao. Their voice was so loud that it could shake the sky. The unparalleled might of the barbaric legion had shaken the hearts of the Almighties to the point of fear. Brother Pure and the others were so shocked that they almost vomited blood. What a terrifying aura. The Desolate Land army was so powerful. No wonder they were trained by the Desolate Land Divine Palace. No wonder they were a famous army in the universe. They were so powerful and terrifying. Not to mention Chong Feng and the others, even the experts rarely saw the Desolate Land army. Today they saw it with their own eyes. No wonder the Savage Corps' reputation was so great. It really wasn't just for show. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on the Desolate Land army. The army of Desolate Land army was divided into 10 teams. Each team was made up of one expert and 999 fourth-step heavenly gods. The 10 teams had a total of 10 almighties. The rest were all fourth-step heavenly deities. Although the strength of these 10 almighties wasn't considered strong, they were all at the ordinary level. However, after becoming the Desolate Corps, they received many gifts and relied on external means to increase their strength. Therefore, the strength of each of the almighty captains wasn't ordinary. At the very least, there were very few almighties present who could suppress them. If the Desolate Land army were to fight, they would have the strength to fight against a top-tier expert. Of course, they could only fight against a top-tier expert. Naturally, they were still a little lacking if they wanted to fight against a top-tier expert. However, it was more than enough to govern a region. However, The Desolate Land Army was not given to Qin Shao forever. It would only listen to Qin Zhao's deployment when Qin Shao was the border ambassador. Once Qin Shao was no longer the border ambassador, it would be taken back. The Desolate Land Army had 10 experts. Qin Shao had 1 expert with him. Now, Qin Shao had 11 experts under his command. It should be known that among all the forces in the Hidden Dragon territory, the one with the most number of almighty beings only had 3. Moreover, there was only one force that had 3 almighties. Forces that had 2 almighties were pitifully few and could be counted on one's fingers. Most of the forces only had 1 almighty overseeing them. Get up. There's no need to be so polite to me in the future. Qin Shao smiled and nodded at the Desolate Land Army, showing his friendliness. Some border ambassadors cared a lot about these things. They would even set many rules. Following such border ambassadors was a bit difficult. Qin Zhao's friendliness made the Desolate Land Army secretly happy. Qin Shao retracted his gaze from the Desolate Land Army and looked at the experts. "Welcome, Your Highness Qin Shao, to take over as border ambassador," the experts said, one after another with smiles on their faces. Qin Zhao's gaze swept over them one by one. They all nodded with a smile and didn't put on any airs. "You're all too polite. You all personally came to welcome me back to the 9 provinces. I'm new here, and there are many things I don't understand. In the future, I hope that all of you will support me. Perhaps I'll have to trouble all of you in the future. When the time comes, please help me. Qin Shao thanks you in advance." Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. He cupped his fists towards the experts and lowered his posture. Chapter 637. After laughing, Qin Shao suddenly retracted his smile and revealed a stern expression. It seems that not a single person from the Kuang Long Manor came. Kuang Long Manor hearing this. All the mighty figures looked over with a serious expression. Previously, they were still discussing whether or not the Kuang Long Manor would send people over. In the end, the Kuang Long Manor really didn't send anyone over. On the first day of Qin Zhao's appointment, all the other factions came to welcome him. Only the Kuang Long Manor didn't send anyone to welcome him. This was naturally a form of disrespect to Qin Shao. To put it in a small way, it was disrespect. To put it in a big way, it was simply disobedience. All the factions in the Hidden Dragon territory were under Qin Zhao's rule. They could be said to be Qin Zhao's subordinates. If a subordinate didn't come to welcome a newly appointed ambassador, it was a crime of treason. The experts were also watching with interest. They wanted to see how Qin Shao was going to deal with the Kuang Long Manor's matter. They wanted to see if this newly appointed ambassador was going to burn the 3 fires. The arrogance of the Kuang Long Manor had long been displeasing to the eyes of many experts. Many of them were hoping that this newly appointed ambassador would show his might and teach the Kuang Long Manor a lesson. Well done, Wild Dragon Manor. Well done, Dowlord Wild Battle. You've got quite a reputation for yourself. You didn't come personally and didn't send anyone over. You don't put me in your eyes at all. You don't plan to support my work in the future. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. I'll have to do things according to the rules." Qin Shao angrily snorted. If this matter was under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be so angry. However, today was his first day in office. His face had to be fully protected. However, regarding this matter, Qin Shao was also slightly happy. He had been hating the fact that he didn't have anything to do. He wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss and establish his dominance. This Madoka actually took the initiative to send herself to the door. This helped Qin Shao imperceptibly. Of course, Qin Shao would not let go of the opportunity to show off his power. "Captain 1, Qin Shao called out to the Desolate Land Army. A golden-armored captain quickly stepped out and stood respectfully in front of Qin Shao. "Your Highness, what are your orders?" Qin Shao said sternly, "Go and inform Madoka that he has 3 days to come and apologize in person. Otherwise, I'll charge him with disobedience and won't tolerate it." "Yes, Your Highness." The captain immediately left to carry out the order. All the mighty figures were silent. Qin Zhao's tough attitude made them slightly more serious. However, this was only a preliminary confrontation for the time being. What would happen in the end was still unknown. One of them was the newly appointed border ambassador. On the surface, he controlled the life and death of the entire Hidden Dragon territory. He was the parent official of the Hidden Dragon territory and had a supreme status. The other one was the overlord of the Hidden Dragon territory. It could be said that he was the local tyrant. Moreover, Madoka did have some confidence that he could wrestle with Qin Zhao. It was precisely because of this that Madoka dared to be so presumptuous and did not take Qin Zhao seriously. Qin Zhao had learned about Madoka's situation before. Among the people he thought of who would be difficult to deal with, Madoka ranked first. It would not be an easy task to heal the Hidden Dragon territory. If he relied on brute force to suppress everything, it would not be very effective. After all, Qin Zhao's subordinates were too few. How could it be possible for them to do everything well? It was just a desolate land army. It was impossible for him to control the entire Hidden Dragon territory. Therefore, in this aspect, it would depend on Qin Zhao's skills and ability. It would depend on how well Qin Zhao handled the relationship with the major forces and how well he could get them to help him manage the Hidden Dragon territory. Only by cooperating with each other would it be possible to manage the Hidden Dragon territory well. Therefore, it was relatively rare for a border ambassador to make an example out of the almighty of a faction. Unless it was someone like Qin Zhao who had a grudge against the Nine Dragons Dao Palace. In that case, no one would say anything. Madoka had always been the overlord of a region. She had unified the entire Wild Dragon Manor. All the forces in the Wild Dragon Manor had completely submitted to Madoka. Because he ruled the manor, Wild Dragon Dao Lord had as many as 6 major forces under him. Including himself, the entire Wild Dragon Manor had as many as 7 major forces. It was also the most powerful among the 3,600 manors in the Hidden Dragon territory. Madoka's strength was also recognized as the second most powerful person in the Hidden Dragon territory. Her strength was indeed extraordinary. Coupled with the fact that she had unified the entire territory, she could easily crush the other forces. This also contributed to Madoka's arrogance. In the Hidden Dragon territory, she had always been an overlord. She didn't care about anyone, and no force dared to provoke her. In fact, Madoka's strength wasn't very strong. She was only at the level of a minor major force. In comparison, she was about the same level as Qifeng. At most, she was only slightly stronger. However, she was still far from the level of a top major force. The reason why Downward Battlecry was so arrogant, why he dared to look down on Qin Zhao, and why he dared to humiliate Qin Zhao on the first day she took over as the ambassador was because he had a powerful older brother. Madoka's elder brother, the Raging Dragon, dared to proclaim himself as an emperor. This showed how powerful the Raging Dragon was. The Raging Dragon's strength was definitely at the level of a 7-star Great Emperor. Moreover, the Raging Dragon was a major force in the Desolate Lands Temple and had a high status in the Desolate Lands Temple. However, Qin Zhao didn't see the Raging Dragon the last time the temple was sealed. All of the Mad Dragon monarchs' title Mad Dragons were, because he had enough dogs, peerlessly mad. Even among the major forces in the Desolate Lands Temple, only a few of them were worthy of his attention. Only those who were on the Heaven leaderboard were worthy of his attention. He wouldn't even take a second look at the other major forces. The Raging Dragon's arrogance was well known in the Desolate Lands Temple. With such a personality, it was naturally difficult for him to make friends. At least in the Desolate Lands Temple, the Raging Dragon's popularity wasn't very good. Madoka was the Raging Dragon's younger brother. With this relationship, Madoka was naturally incomparably arrogant and naturally became the supreme overlord of the Hidden Dragon territory. The entire territory was under his control. The Raging Dragon was recognized as the strongest person in the Hidden Dragon territory. For countless years, no one had been able to shake his position. In the long history of the universe, The Raging Dragon was also the first person to walk out of the Hidden Dragon territory. One could imagine his status and influence in the Hidden Dragon territory. With this deterrence, other major forces didn't dare to offend Madoka. The Raging Dragon was an extremely protective major force. Whoever dared to touch his younger brother would definitely not be let off. 2 or 3 organizations had been annihilated by Emperor Wildly Dragon because they had offended Downlord Battlemaster. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, many major forces couldn't help but be curious. Was Qin Zhao really going to make an example out of Madoka? Or was he just casually saying it to give himself a way out? If he really wanted to make an example out of Madoka, it wouldn't be a joke. It was very likely that he would offend the Raging Dragon. Even if Qin Zhao was a disciple of the Desolate Lands Temple, the Raging Dragon definitely wouldn't take Qin Zhao seriously. Once he provoked the Raging Dragon, things would be difficult to handle. Perhaps Qin Zhao, the border ambassador, would also suffer a great loss and be disgraced. The matter of Madoka was temporarily put aside. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the Nine Dragons' Palace Master again. The other major forces also collected their thoughts and turned their attention to the Nine Dragons' Palace Master. The Nine Dragons' Palace Master stood there expressionlessly, as if he was waiting to be dealt with. Nine Dragons' Palace Master, Qin Zhao's voice rang out. The Nine Dragons' Palace Master bowed slightly, but his attitude wasn't arrogant. Nine Dragons greets Your Highness Qin Zhao. Today, 9 dragons specially came to ask for Your Highness's forgiveness. I hope Your Highness will punish me. The 9 dragons' Palace Master had directly taken the initiative to ask for forgiveness. Such an attitude made many mighty figures chuckle. It seemed that the 9 dragons' Palace Master had compromised and directly admitted defeat without any resistance. Actually, it made sense. The 9 dragons' Palace Master was too weak, and the 9 Dragon Palace's foundation was far from enough. They really didn't have the qualifications to resist. Not to mention Qin Zhao. Even if he casually sent out an army of the Desolate Land, it would be enough to easily wipe out the 9 Dragons' Palace and completely erase it from the universe. Under such circumstances, it was reasonable for the 9 Dragons' Palace Master to take the initiative to admit his mistake and ask for forgiveness. Qin Zhao said with a slightly gloomy expression, "If it weren't for someone pleading for you, I would never have allowed your 9 Dragons' Palace to exist. Even the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. I, Qin Zhao, am not one to kill innocent people. However, I have my bottom line. If you provoke me, then I must take revenge. Previously, your 9 Dragons' Palace provoked me again and again. You've already touched my reverse scale. I can give a 9 Dragons' Dao Palace a chance. I won't erase the foundation of the 9 Dragons' Dao Palace. However, the prerequisite is that you must fulfill a few of my requests." The 9 Dragons' Palace Master was already prepared. He was already prepared to die. He nodded and said, "Please speak, Your Highness Qin Zhao. First, your 9 Dragons' Palace must make a life oath to be loyal to me for 10,000 years and be subordinate to the Qin clan for generations. You can only regain your freedom after 10,000 years. Indeed, 10,000 years was too long. To be a slave for 10,000 generations, this was not an ordinary kind of cruelty. However, the 9 Dragons' Palace Master could only force himself to nod and agree. This was better than death. In fact, if he thought about it from a different perspective, this might not be a bad thing. If they surrendered to the Qin clan and Qin Zhao did not die, perhaps it would be a good thing for the 9 Dragons' Palace. Second, everyone involved in the matter in the past must die. Not a single clone of the original body will be left behind. For other unrelated people, I can let them go and not pursue them. The 9 Dragons' Palace Master could understand the second request. He had already thought about this aspect. The 9 Dragons' Palace Master handed over a list respectfully and said, "Your Highness Qin Zhao, I've already drafted the list. Please take a look." Qin Zhao took the list and glanced at it. The situation was similar to his. He put away the list and Qin Shao dropped his gaze to the Nine Dragons Palace Master. The last request: you will end your own life and leave a clone to be loyal to the Qin clan. I will give you 1 billion years of test. If you perform well, I can consider not killing you. If you do not perform well, then I will destroy your clone at any time. The Nine Dragons Palace Master was slightly stunned. Initially, he thought he would die for sure. Unexpectedly, Qin Shao would let him off and leave a clone alive. Chapter 638. The matter with the Nine Dragons Dao Palace came to an end just like that. Qin Zhao's methods were still quite benevolent. After all, many almighty figures had initially thought that Qin Shao would use the Nine Dragons Dao Palace's matter as an opening salvo to incinerate his new palace. However, they hadn't expected that Qin Shao would actually let the Nine Dragons Dao Palace off the hook. Such a punishment could be considered light enough. Even the people of the Nine Dragons Dao Palace rejoiced that they'd paid the smallest price to resolve the grudge. For the Nine Dragons Dao Palace, it hadn't even taken a huge hit. Such a situation naturally caused many almighty figures to snicker inwardly. They thought that the newly appointed border ambassador didn't have any tricks up his sleeves and was so easy to deal with. Some of the almighty figures even began to have their own thoughts. When the news reached Madoka, Madoka sneered in disdain. What bullshit border ambassador? Ranked 35 on the Earth roll? That's all there is to it. Even with such a grudge, the Nine Dragons Dao Palace only gave you a simple punishment and didn't dare to go overboard. Looks like you're just a cowardly person after all. But that's right, a native like you who doesn't have any background really has to be careful. It's not as easy as you think to govern a territory. I, Madoka, have always been the overlord of the Hidden Dragon territory. I'll show you what I'm made of. Let's see what you can do. You want me to apologize to you in 3 days? You must be dreaming. When have I, Madoka, ever submitted to others? It's laughable that I, Madoka, would have to apologize to a mere border ambassador like you. Madoka had always been arrogant. He'd ruled over the territory alone and suppressed all opposition. He made the Wild Dragon Manor like an iron bucket. All the forces in the Wild Dragon Manor were led by him alone. Of course, all of Madoka's confidence came from his older brother, the Raging Dragon. The Nine Dragons Dao Palace's actions were extremely fast. They quickly settled everything according to Qin Zhao's request. Finally, the matter was put to rest. Qin Zhao didn't care about the Nine Dragons Dao Palace's matters. It was a small matter to begin with, and it would be difficult to use the Nine Dragons Dao Palace to intimidate others. After all, the Nine Dragons Dao Palace was relatively weak, and the Nine Dragons Palace Lord was only a recently ascended almighty. He was too ordinary. The Nine Dragons Dao Palace could only resolve the grudge in Qin Zhao's heart. Qin Zhao ordered all the major factions to report the tax situation in their respective territories. Before, when there were no border ambassadors, each faction would manage the tax situation and then hand it over to the Desolate Land Temple. After all the forces within the 800 territories ruled by the Desolate Land Temple were loyal to the Desolate Land Temple and were ruled by the Desolate Land Temple. As for these forces, they were only there to govern. Therefore, they had to hand over taxes to the Desolate Land Temple on a regular basis. Now that Qin Zhao was in charge of the border ambassadors, everything had to be handed over to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao would be in charge of a unified administration and then hand it over to the Desolate Land Temple. Of course, Qin Zhao would also keep a portion for his own expenses. All in all, the benefits of being a border ambassador were quite substantial. The 3,600 prefectures and tens of thousands of factions reported a large amount of information. Qin Zhao looked through each and every one of them seriously. However, there was too much information to go through in a short period of time. Therefore, Qin Zhao first picked out the information from the Wild Dragon Manor. The information reported by the Wild Dragon Manor was very concise, and there were many areas that he didn't understand. Most importantly, The taxes reported by the Wild Dragon Manor were the lowest out of all the prefectures. Not only was it the lowest, but it was also half the amount compared to the second-to-last place. Needless to say, the Wild Dragon Manor must have hidden a large amount of taxes from the Wild Dragon Manor. Madoka, it looks like you're really daring. You want to give me a hard time, right? You don't even place me in your eyes. You even dare to falsify the taxes reported by the Wild Dragon Manor to such an extent. You really are lawless. I gave you 3 days to come and beg for forgiveness, but you ignored it. Madoka, you've really given me a chance to start a new career. Since you're so enthusiastic and have paved the way for me, if I don't make an example out of you, wouldn't I be letting you down? Qin Shao sneered, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Team 1, 2, 3, follow me to the Hidden Dragon Manor, ordered Qin Shao. Teams 1, 2, and 3 immediately gathered. The 3,600 troops of the Desolate Land Army were split into 10 teams. Each team was made up of 360 people, so the 3 teams had a total of 1,080 people. 3 of them were captains at the level of a master. Such a force definitely couldn't be underestimated. Leading the 3 squads of the Savage Corps, Qin Shao directly set off in a high-profile manner, killing his way towards the Wild Dragon Manor. The vast and mighty heavenly might crushed through the star field, shocking many people to the point of extreme fear. Originally, many masters had been watching in secret, discussing in private whether or not this new Highness Qin Shao would dare to make an example out of Madoka. Because of the 9 Dragons Dao Palace's method of punishment, most masters believed that Qin Shao wouldn't dare to make a move on Madoka. Perhaps Qin Shao wasn't afraid of Madoka, but Madoka had an extremely protective older brother, the Raging Dragon. Moreover, they were both sealed members of the Desolate Land Shrine. The Raging Dragon was a peak master and held a high position in the Desolate Land Shrine. As the saying goes, even if you don't give face to the monk, you still have to give face to the Buddha. Qin Shao might not give face to Madoka, but he had to give face to the Raging Dragon Dao Lord. Therefore, when Qin Shao set off with the 3 teams of the Desolate Land Army towards the Wild Dragon Manor, it attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was secretly watching to see how this great show would play out. Dao Lord Wildly Battlecry was half reclining on his throne within the Battlecry Dao Palace, leisurely sipping on delicious fruit wine with a relaxed look on his face. Below the throne, there were 6 almighties sitting there, chatting and laughing as they drank wine and ate delicacies. Your Majesty, I think Qin Shao is just bluffing. I don't believe he'll really dare to do anything. Yeah, he's a new palace lord. It's understandable that he wants to start a fire to establish his authority. I think he's just putting on a show. Later, he'll still have to bring his men back. In our Wild Dragon Manor, he won't be able to do anything. With your Majesty here, no one will dare to act rashly. He's young, after all. It's understandable that he's young and impetuous. These masters were all very confident. They weren't worried at all. After Madoka unified the Wild Dragon Manor, he established the Wild Battle Empire. He was the Wild Battle Empire's emperor, the only ruler. However, his strength wasn't at the peak, so he didn't dare to call himself the Wild Battle Emperor. Instead, he called himself Madoka. But daring to call himself Dao Lord was enough to show his arrogance. Madoka waved his hand carelessly and said, "He's just a clown. Does he really think he's a peerless genius? Does he really think he can use chicken feathers as arrows just because he's a border ambassador? He's just ignorant. I've seen many peerless geniuses, and many of them died young. A genius who can't grow up, no matter how monstrous he is useless. If we don't let him familiarize himself with the rules of our Hidden Dragon territory, he won't know what he's worth." On the other side, Qin Shao had already brought his men to the Wild Battle Empire's capital. The Wild Battle Empire's defensive formation was very strong, so Qin Shao didn't dare to rashly barge in. This defensive formation was clearly the work of the Raging Dragon. It enveloped the entire empire. Even a master with a bit of experience would find it difficult to barge in. Who are you? This is the Wild Battle Empire's capital. Unrelated people, leave immediately, or you'll have to bear the consequences. An elite wild battle army flew over. The leader of the army was a black-armored fourth-step heavenly god. He looked at Qin Shao and the others with a baleful aura and shouted. A fourth-step heavenly god actually dared to not put Qin Shao in his eyes. In the face of a master's aura, he actually dared to be so arrogant. It was simply absurd to say that this fourth-step heavenly god didn't recognize Qin Shao and his desolate land army. As a fourth-step heavenly god, and one who was entrusted with such an important task in the Wild Battle Empire, it would be strange if he didn't even recognize the newly appointed border ambassador. Moreover, the Desolate Land Army was known to be famous throughout the universe. With the insignia of the Desolate Land Army, how could he not recognize them? Therefore, the only possibility was that Madoka had given them an order earlier. That was why they dared to stop Qin Shao and shout at him. They were simply lawless. How dare you offend His Highness Qin Shao like this? Are you looking to die? Why don't you hurry up and have Madoka come out to greet him? The leader of the team shouted angrily. The aura of a master was released, suppressing over. However, separated by the guardian town, the leader's aura was weakened by a lot. He couldn't rely on his aura to suppress the fourth-step heavenly god. The fourth-step heavenly god's face was full of disdain. He glanced at Qin Shao and sneered. What is Highness Qin Shao or Qin Shao? I've never heard of him. Also, this is the Wild Battle Empire. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. You're just a fourth-step heavenly god. What's the point of putting on airs? Even if a master were to come, he would have to be obedient. I don't care who you are. I order you to leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The leader of the team was speechless. How daring! How daring! Qin Zhao's anger grew. This Madoka dared to play such a small game with him. Interesting. It seemed that this was really going to be interesting. Today, he had no choice but to use some tricks. Your Highness, Downward Fierceness is trying to rebel against his superiors. Let me break this formation first, the captain of the first squad said. Qin Shao nodded and allowed his request. The leader of the team was equipped with armor and treasures. His strength was not inferior to Qi Feng's level. If he fought with Madoka, he wouldn't be much weaker. After the leader of the team roared, he made a powerful move. A shocking brilliance split the void and smashed onto the Guardian Town's great formation. The Guardian formation was also stimulated. It bloomed with endless rays of light, and a violent protective power surged out. Beams of light rose up from the Berserk Battle Empire and directly rushed towards the captains of the Berserk Battle Empire. Boom! Boom! The powerful collision caused the entire battle-crazed empire to shake violently. Chapter 639. However, after shaking for a while, everything returned to normal. To show off one's ability to control the moon, the captain of Team 1 couldn't help but frown. His all-out attack hadn't been able to shake the great defensive array. The fourth-step heavenly god sneered. So what if you're a supreme expert? How can you break through our battle-crazed empire's protective array? I advise you to be sensible and leave quickly. Don't make trouble for yourself. There has never been anyone who dared to be arrogant in front of us. Chapter 640. An almighty being died just like that to guard me alone. The scene of Lord Gang receiving Yuan Tai shocked everyone to the point that they were dumbstruck, unable to utter a single word. The shock in his heart did not subside for a long time. Komoso not Yang Zhanxiu was a powerful being. It had been many years since a powerful being had been sacrificed in the Hidden Dragon territory. Countless people had never seen a mighty figure die in their entire lives. In the eyes of the divine spirits and heavenly gods, the Almighty was a high and mighty existence. That was a supreme ability. That was immortality. Kijigu was a powerful being. It had been many years since a powerful being had been sacrificed in the Hidden Dragon territory. Chapter 641. I dare to touch you. Qin Shao sneered disdainfully and said, Why wouldn't I dare? Qin Shao waved his hand and said to the Desolate Lands army, Generals, listen up. Madoka has committed treason by embezzling tax revenue and refusing to cooperate with the investigation. Arrest her and await her punishment. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. The last one was killed mercilessly. His voice was fierce and filled with dense, killing intent, and it shook those great figures to the point their hearts trembled. Battle of Feng Machio cries of surprise could be heard from the shadows of Gang Yu's Gang Tong. Chapter 642. Don't spout nonsense. I have a defensive treasure. Do you really think you can injure me? Dowler Berserker had a look of complete confidence on his face. Planet Yufan Solo, this was a life-saving trump card given to him by his brother, the Raging Dragon. Even if his brother attacked him, it would be difficult to kill him in a short time. Therefore, he had absolute confidence that Qin Shao could not do anything to him. Planet Yufan Solo, it was precisely because Sun Xianho had such confidence that he dared to not put Qin Shao in his eyes at all. Fight against piracy. Support the original version. Please go to the net to read the latest content. Current user I. Current username. Hidden hand. Please wait a moment. Please remember. Chapter 643. Your brother is here. Qin Shao said coldly. All right, then I'll wait here for your brother's raging dragon to descend. Qin Shao was still as arrogant as ever. He was not oppressed by any power. Such a tough attitude was enough to suffocate those powerful figures in the dark. What a tough guy. He wasn't afraid of the raging dragon. Kanasun Nujintai, Shu Yang, Ghost Madoka, was so angry that her nose was crooked. Crazy, really crazy. A mere fourth-step heavenly god. A mere disciple who had just been sealed, actually. Chapter 644. After Qin Shao and his entourage left, the whole battle-crazed empire was in an uproar. All the powerful figures were extremely shocked. The news here spread quickly, and for a time, the whole Hidden Dragon territory was in a state of panic. Was it a good thing for the Hidden Dragon territory to have such a tough border ambassador? Everyone was happy that Qin Shao had captured Madoka. Madoka had been the overlord of the Hidden Dragon territory for many years, and she had already aroused the public's anger. However, no one dared to provoke Madoka, and that was why she was so arrogant. This time, however, Dowlord Berserker had finally fallen. If the Hidden Dragon territory had one less overlord in the future, it would be a good thing. However, what made everyone panic was that this newly appointed His Highness Qin Shao would not attack them next. Even Dowlord Berserker had been captured just like that. If he were to attack them, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Qin Zhao's aggressive action also spread in the Desolate Lands territory. Qin Zhao's reputation was already good, and such a thing made him a tough person. This matter naturally established Qin Zhao's supreme prestige, and let people know that although Qin Shao was young, he was definitely not a person to be trifled with. If anyone dared to provoke him, they should think about the consequences and be prepared to die. Jiuzhou World, Qin's mansion. Looking at Madoka, who was imprisoned in the Hexagon prison, Brother Pure circled around her a few times and joked, "So this is Madoka, the second most powerful figure in the Hidden Dragon territory. It seems that she's just SOSO, but now, she should be the third most powerful figure. Look, she's still angry, and she's glaring at me." Brother Pure patted the hexagon prison and said arrogantly, "What's wrong, Madoka? You're still not convinced, right? If you're not convinced, come out and bite me. Come on, what can you do to my brother Pure? I can't stand strong people like you the most. You think you're awesome because you're strong? My brother Pure also has someone backing him." After saying that, Brother Pure looked at Shi Jian and Chang Feng and said, "Brothers, don't you think I'm awesome? Hee hee, this feeling is really good." Brother Pure can also trample a powerful figure under his feet. Chang Feng speechlessly shook his head and said, "Brother Pure, don't be happy too early. Madoka's main body is imprisoned. He still has a clone outside. If you humiliate him like this, you'll be caught by his clone and you'll beg for death." "Ah, why didn't you say so earlier?" Brother Pure was stunned and immediately said with a sad face, "Is it too late for me to apologize now?" This despicable look directly made everyone despise him. Fortunately, Madoka didn't take Brother Pure seriously. She stared at Qin Shao and said, "Qin Shao, you'll never have a good ending. You'll never have a good ending. Just wait and see." "As soon as my brother comes out, he'll come to you in person. Let's see how you'll bear my brother's endless anger." Qin Shao sneered and said, "Madoka, I really don't know how you've lived for so many years. Why didn't you die of stupidity? Calling you a pig, I think it's shameful to call you a pig. So what if I can't bear your brother's endless anger? Your brother can't kill me, and he dares to destroy my Qin mansion. No matter how powerful your brother is, he's also a sealed member of the Desolate Land Divine Palace. Let alone killing me, he doesn't even dare to seriously injure me. I'm standing right here. What can your brother do to me? As a sealed territory ambassador, I exercise my power within the scope of my duties. No one can interfere. This is the rule of the Desolate Land Divine Palace. No matter how powerful your brother is, can he ignore the rules of the Desolate Land Divine Palace? I have my ways. Why should I be afraid of your brother? Without a good reason, if your brother dares to make trouble in the Jiuzhou continent, I can directly report it to the higher-ups. At that time, the one who will suffer the consequences will be your brother, not me. You don't even understand this simple logic." Madoka's face suddenly darkened. He naturally understood this logic. He also knew that his brother really didn't dare to kill Qin Shao. That was a capital offense. But this didn't mean that his brother couldn't do anything. As for your brother causing trouble for me and taking revenge on me, you don't have to worry about that. Qin Shao, am all alone. My family members are all in the Source World. Even if your brother wants to cause trouble, he doesn't have the ability to do so. Only my friends are in my Qin mansion. If your brother has the guts to break into my Qin mansion, he can come. As for other troubles, they're harmless to me. After dealing with the matters in the Hidden Dragon territory, I'll directly return to the Desolate Land Divine Palace to cultivate in seclusion. At most, your brother will just teach me a lesson. This isn't a bad thing for me. The guidance of an expert is actually beneficial to me. So, your brother teaching me a lesson is helping me. Let's take a step back. What do you think of my potential, Qin Shao? Qin Shao continued. Madoka's expression became cold. He looked at Qin Shao. He had to admit that Qin Zhao's analysis was indeed very reasonable. No one dared to say what Qin Zhao's potential was. It should be known that Qin Shao was widely rumored to be the second Master Qingye. Qin Zhao's monstrous talent wasn't inferior to Master Qingye's. Qin Shao might even walk the same path as Master Qingye and become a dominator within 100 million years. 100 million years wasn't a long time. It was indeed very short for a mighty figure. However, Madoka didn't quite believe that Qin Shao could take this step. Since ancient times, there had only been one Master Qingye. To replicate He Jimin Greenleaf's path would be an incredibly difficult task. Therefore, in Madoka's opinion, no matter how monstrous Qin Shao was, it would take a long time for him to successfully integrate with the Tao and become a mighty figure. Even if he became a mighty figure, his strength might not be comparable to his brother, the Raging Dragon. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of anything. However, now that he heard Qin Zhao's words, he inexplicably felt a little worried. Qin Shao sneered and said, "You have time, and so do I. As long as your brother, the Raging Dragon, can't kill me, I'll have a chance to grow stronger sooner or later. I believe I don't need to tell you that your brother, the Raging Dragon, hasn't improved in strength for countless years. It can be said that he's reached his limit. However, I, Qin Shao, am different. I have the potential to become a dominator. Once I become a dominator, do you think you and your brother will still be alive in this world? Of course, you can think that it's impossible for me to reach this stage. However, the truth is hard to predict, right? Do you dare to guarantee that I won't reach this stage? At least with my current strength, I'm already in the top 20 of the Earth roll. I've only lived for a little over 40,000 years. I'm not bragging, but I've already surpassed Master Qingye when he was young. Therefore, do you think I have to be afraid of your brother?" Madoka's expression was extremely gloomy. He had to admit that Qin Zhao's words made a lot of sense. He wasn't afraid of being strong, but he was afraid of being ruthless and crazy. Madoka had already experienced the extent of Qin Zhao's craziness. Qin Zhao looked at Madoka and continued, "Of course, if you want to blame someone, blame it on your bad luck. Also, blame yourself for being too arrogant and not taking me seriously at all. I've just taken office, so no matter what, I have to fan the flames of the new palace. At this juncture, you have no one to blame but yourself for bumping into the muzzle of my gun. I want to use you to establish my authority. Naturally, I'm not afraid of your brother. If you were really afraid of him, I wouldn't have done anything to you. Since I've already made my move, I've already thought of the consequences. Now, let's see what kind of heaven-defying abilities your brother has to save you. You should know that your crime isn't small. I said that I'll handle things impartially, so I'll do it impartially. You can't escape punishment." "What?" Madoka's face was ashen. It was over. Desolate Land's Divine Palace. Raging Dragon Manor. Secret Room. Puffed. The Raging Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was sinister to the extreme, and his rage was so great that it seemed like the secret room was about to collapse. Damn you, kid. Qin Shao, how dare you provoke me in public and offend my dignity? How can I forgive you?" The Raging Dragon gnashed his teeth. He couldn't wait to rush over and kill Qin Shao. However, he didn't dare to act rashly. If it weren't for my injuries and my secluded cultivation, I would have killed my way out long ago. How could I allow you to be so arrogant and despotic for 10,000 years? At most 10,000 years, my injuries will be completely healed. When that time comes, I'll personally come to your Qin Manor. I like to see what kind of ability you have to contend with me. The Raging Dragon was truly furious. He was furious to the extreme. For countless years, he'd never been provoked and humiliated like this. He didn't expect that today he'd be humiliated by a fourth-step heaven god. How could he endure this? Soon, the Raging Dragon's brows furrowed again. You're really ruthless. You really want to send my brother to the purgatory of the desolate land to suffer endless pain and torment. You're ruthless. You're really ruthless. Qin Shao, this enmity between us is absolutely irreconcilable. In the future, I, the Raging Dragon, will make you pay back tenfold, 100-fold. If I don't make you beg for death, then I'm not the Raging Dragon. I, the Raging Dragon, have dominated the universe for countless years. Countless experts have died by my hands, and I've even exterminated many of their clans. You're just a brat with a big mouth. How dare you act so arrogantly? Brother, you have to hold on. Fortunately, your clone is safe for now. I'll do my best to protect you. I won't let you suffer too much pain and torment. Big Brother will definitely help you get back at them. Definitely. The Raging Dragon's eyes seemed to be able to see through the universe. They swept across the endless void and reached an extremely far place. Although he was furious, the Raging Dragon knew that if he didn't think of a way quickly, once Madoka was really imprisoned in the purgatory of the desolate land, he wouldn't be able to save her. Those who entered the purgatory of the desolate land would most likely die there. Not many people could endure the punishment and torment of 10 billion years. If it was Madoka's clone, then it would be fine. But this was her original body. He had to save her. But now he couldn't come out of seclusion. Chapter 645, Dao Qi Mansion. Almighty Dao Qi was admiring the flowers in the courtyard with a beautiful woman. The two of them looked very sweet. However, this beautiful woman was only a fourth-step heavenly god. She was not a powerful being. She was the beloved woman of the powerful being Dao Qi. The two of them had known each other when they were gods. They fell in love when they were heavenly gods. In the end, Dao Qi succeeded in Dao integration and became an almighty. However, this woman could not reach that step. If she did not become an almighty, it would be a pipe dream. She would not live for more than 84 billion years. Time was unforgiving. The woman's lifespan was approaching. She did not have much time left in this world. Therefore, Dao Qi did not leave the house. He stayed in the mansion every day to accompany his beloved woman. He hoped that time would pass slower. Husband, how great would it be if time could be stopped? I want to have a child with you so much. However, my body is disappointing. It has been so long, but there is no movement at all. The woman nestled in Dao Qi's arms happily. However, there was some sadness and self-blame on her face. Dao Qi patted the woman's head and said, "If you can't get pregnant, then so be it. Don't think too much. Perhaps everything is fated. Although I am an almighty and have transcended the river of time, I cannot transcend the universe's firmament. Everything is still bound by the universe's restrictions. Let's leave everything to fate. At least we still have tens of millions of years. Who knows, we might get pregnant one day. Who knows, you might even give birth to 8 or 10 children for me. 8 or 10. I'll be happy if I can give birth to one. I'll even be willing to die immediately." The woman smiled. However, Dao Qi blocked his mouth. "Don't say such nonsense. I'll definitely get you a Dao integration fruit. If worst comes to worst, I'll just throw away all face and go beg He Jim and Greenleaf. For you, I will do anything you want me to do without a frown." Everyone knew about the existence of the Dao integration flower. It could assist in Dao integration and increase the probability of success. The Dao integration flower was an extremely precious Dao integration treasure. It was priceless. Everyone knew that Dao integration was difficult. There were some external forces that could help, but they were not very useful. The success or failure of the Dao integration stage still depended on oneself. However, the universe was so big that there were indeed some secrets that no one knew about. In fact, there were also external forces that could directly assist in Dao unification. Of course, there were repercussions as well. He could no longer advance any further. After all, the vast majority of fourth-step heavenly gods would never be able to successfully complete the Dao integration stage in their entire lives and become mighty figures. Thus, no matter how great the aftereffects were, it was still enough to drive those fourth-step heavenly gods crazy. The Dao Union flower would give birth to Dao Union fruits, but the probability of that happening was very small. Not all Dao Union flowers could bear fruit. Only a very small number of them could. And for the fruit to mature, it would take hundreds of billions of years. Dao integration fruits were incredibly rare. Even hegemons would have a hard time producing them, let alone mighty figures. Even if the hegemons wanted to search for them, they might not be able to. The Dao integration flower was easier to find. For example, Qin Shao had obtained 3 Dao integration flowers in the universe mystic realm. However, obtaining a Dao fusion fruit was far too difficult. The Dao integration flower could only assist in Dao integration and increase the probability of it. However, the Dao integration fruit was different. One Dao integration fruit could forcibly succeed in Dao integration and create an almighty. The Dao integration fruit was Dao Qi's only hope now. Junior brother Dao Qi. A voice suddenly rang in enlightened Dao's mind. Enlightened Dao couldn't help but frown when he heard this voice. Senior brother Raging Dragon. Almighty Dao Qi and Emperor Long had never had much of a relationship. This was the first time they had contacted each other in private. Dao Qi was quite surprised that Raging Dragon had taken the initiative to send him a voice transmission. However, after thinking about it, Dao Qi thought of some possibilities. The news of Qin Xiao taking office and arresting Madoka had long spread like wildfire. Naturally, he had also heard about it. He really admired Qin Xiao's way of doing things. He did not even give face to Raging Dragon. He was really strong. However, Dao Qi did not understand why Raging Dragon was looking for him instead of Qin Xiao. Hee, I wonder why senior brother Raging Dragon is looking for me. Dao Qi was still very polite. Emperor Long didn't beat around the bush. He got straight to the point. Junior brother Dao Qi, I heard that you've been searching for a Dao fusion fruit all this time. You've even publicly said that you're willing to do anything for anyone who can give you a Dao fusion fruit. Dao integration fruit. Dao Qi was shocked when he heard these words. He hurriedly said, Senior brother Raging Dragon is right. I have been looking for a Dao integration fruit. My wife's talent is not good enough, and her cultivation path has been cut off. If I don't have a Dao integration fruit, my wife will eventually leave me. Therefore, I am very eager to have a Dao integration fruit. Senior brother Raging Dragon, are you looking for me because you have news of a Dao integration fruit? A Dao integration fruit was very attractive to many almighties and even rulers. After all, if they did not use it themselves, they could give it to their loved ones. For example, if they had a Dao partner or children, they could give it to them. Therefore, a Dao integration fruit was enough to make almighties go crazy. Even rulers would want to snatch it if they saw it. Dao Qi had been looking for it for hundreds of millions of years, but there was no news at all. Now that the Raging Dragon had come to talk about a Dao integration fruit, Dao Qi was very excited. Raging Dragon said, Yes, I was lucky enough to obtain a Dao integration fruit when I was exploring a universe mystic realm. Dao Enlightenment immediately became extremely excited. Emperor Long actually had a Dao integration fruit in his hands. However, Almighty Dao Qi calmed down and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Senior brother Long, I don't think you're going to give me the Dao integration fruit so easily. Even if I were to risk my life for you, I'm afraid you wouldn't take a liking to me given my strength. I don't know why senior brother Raging Dragon is looking for me. In fact, Dao Qi had guessed it, but he was not sure. Speaking of which, Dao Enlightenment was not weak. At the very least, he was stronger than Dao, Lord Berserker. Dao Qi was a titled Almighty of the Desolate Land Temple. He was also a disciple of the Desolate Land Temple. Naturally, his strength was not ordinary. Even if it was a battle with Qin Xiao, the Dao awakening mighty figure probably had some chance of winning. Raging Dragon said, Junior brother Dao Qi, you are too humble. Your strength is not bad. If you're willing to work for me, you can do it. It just depends on whether you're willing to do it or not. Dao Lord Enlightenment frowned deeply. He was increasingly certain that Emperor Raging Dragon had come looking for him. Needless to say, he had come for Dao Lord Battlecry. Dao Qi said, Senior brother Raging Dragon, let's not beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it so that I know whether I can do it or not. I don't think it's that easy to obtain a Dao integration fruit. Raging Dragon said, Actually, what I want you to do is not difficult. I believe you can do it. I know that you have a good relationship with Qin Xiao. At least you could talk to him. You should know that my brother is in his hands. The treasure that Qin Xiao used to imprison my brother is the six-directional prison that your junior brother Dao Qi gave to Qin Xiao. As long as you can save my brother from Qin Xiao and send him to a safe place, I will give you the Dao integration fruit. It is so easy to get a Dao integration fruit. I believe that there will not be a second chance. Dao Qi fell silent. After a while, he said, Senior apprentice brother Long, since you know that my relationship with Qin Xiao is pretty good, then if you want me to snatch someone from him, wouldn't that be tantamount to having a falling out with Qin Xiao? If I do that, how will I be able to maintain a foothold in the Wild's Divine Hall? Don't be so ruthless. You want it up like this. You just want to take someone from him. I don't want you to kill Qin Shao. Why can't I? Raging Dragon sneered. Dao Chi said, Senior brother Raging Dragon, you should know that I am a righteous person. I have a good relationship with Qin Shao. If I attack him now, I will be betraying him. How can I raise my head in the future? I have always been open and above board. I don't want to be destroyed because of this. Open and above board. Then are you willing to see your wife grow old slowly? Don't you want to live with your wife forever? You can't face your friends, but you can't face your wife. Junior brother Dao Chi, you have to think carefully. You're only the first choice. I don't have to choose you. I believe that many people are willing to pay the price of a Dao integration fruit. But if you do it, you will have a better chance. After all, Qin Shao trusts you. You can take the opportunity to take action. After all, the six-directional prison was your treasure before. You are more familiar with it. You only have one chance. If you miss it, you won't get another. Junior brother Dao Chi, it is up to you to choose. I don't have that much patience. I will only give you 3 breaths of time to think. Raging Dragon sneered and gave the final ultimatum. Dao Chi fell silent. He was struggling in his heart. On one hand, it was the friendship of a friend. On the other hand, it was the fate of his wife. To him, this was indeed a difficult problem that he could not choose. What should he do? 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In the blink of an eye, time was up. Dao Chi gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. Okay, Senior brother Raging Dragon, I accept. However, we have to make a life-bonded oath. This is too important. I don't dare to be careless. I hope Raging Dragon can understand. You are really careful. Do you think that I, Emperor Wild Dragon, would lie to you? But since you insist on doing so, I don't mind swearing a life oath for you. Emperor Wild Dragon snorted coldly, but he still agreed to swear a life oath. Soon, the two of them completed the life-bonded oath. As long as Dao Chi rescued Qin Shao and sent her to a safe place, the task would be completed and he would be able to get the Dao integration fruit. Dao Chi smiled at his wife and said, Wife, I'll be able to obtain the Dao Merge flower very soon. You'll become a powerful being very soon, and we'll be able to live together for eternity. Chapter 646. The disturbance of Madoka had not completely subsided yet. After arresting Madoka, Qin Shao also started legal procedures and reported to the Desolate Land Temple. Xingfang Malutong at the same time, Qin Shao sent 5 Desolate Land squads to temporarily take over Mad Dragon Manor and investigate the embezzlement of tax revenue. Without Madoka presiding over the situation in the Berserk Dragon territory, coupled with Qin Zhao's swift and decisive methods, it was enough to intimidate everyone. Therefore, no one dared to say that it was the best place to fight. Chapter 647. By the time Qin Shao and Villa Head Yao broke through the layers of restrictions, Dao Chi had already left. Gangzhu Yu pointed to me. Kulung Dushi's strength was also extremely strong. At the very least, Qin Shao was no match for him, let alone Manor Head Yao. Therefore, Qin Shao wanted to chase after him, but he couldn't. Besides, Qin Shao didn't want to pursue her anymore. Star Science Glow battled Qin Shao and Villa Head Yao didn't expect such a sudden turn of events. Qin Zhao's face darkened. Ganggu Tong 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 Ganggu was a secret, and in his heart, Qin Shao did not want to chase after him. Chapter 648. Seeing Qin Zhao's surprised expression, everyone became curious. Brother Pure immediately asked, Qin Shao, what's the good news? There's someone outside who claims to be the Heavenly Star Saint Lord. Let's go and take a look. I don't think anyone would dare to impersonate him, Qin Shao said with a smile. Heavenly Star Saint Lord. Hearing this name, Everyone's mood suddenly became a little excited. To the Nine Provinces world, especially to the people of the Infernal Palace, the Heavenly Star Saint Lord was not a stranger at all. They all respected him. The Heavenly Star Saint Lord was an ancestor of the Infernal Palace. He was the third ancestor in the history of the Infernal Palace to ascend to the Divine World. He was also the strongest palace master in the history of the Infernal Palace. It was said that he could suppress an era. Among the ancestors of the Infernal Palace, the Heavenly Star Saint Lord was a legendary figure. When Qin Shao and the others entered the Infernal Palace, they would worship these ancestors who had ascended to the Divine World. It could be said that Qin Shao and the others grew up under the light of the ancestors like the Heavenly Star Saint Lord. Therefore, Qin Shao and the others naturally had special feelings for these ancestors. They were childhood idols, and there was a special feeling in their hearts. Now that Qin Shao had this strength, he naturally had to find these seniors and gather them together, not letting them wander about aimlessly, not letting them suffer any more hardships. Under his protection, he believed that those ancestors would be able to live a better life and obtain more cultivation resources. They would be able to improve their strength even more. Hearing that it might be the Heavenly Star Saint Lord, everyone was very excited. They all went out to welcome him. Qin Shao led the people of the Nine Provinces world and quickly saw the person who claimed to be the Heavenly Star Saint Lord. Seeing the sorry state of the Heavenly Star Saint Lord from afar, everyone felt their hearts ache. Although tens of millions of years had passed, the Heavenly Star Saint Lord's appearance had not changed at all. They could recognize him at a glance. He was indeed the Heavenly Star Saint Lord. Of course, appearances could be faked. After all, gods could easily change their appearance. Only their aura could not be faked. There were some saint artifacts left behind by the Celestial Saint Lord in the Infernal Palace that had his aura lingering on them. Therefore, Qin Shao and the others were not unfamiliar with the aura of the Celestial Saint Lord. Naturally, they were able to confirm that the person in front of them was indeed the Celestial Saint Lord. They were not sure just now, but now they were completely sure. Qin Shao and the others were all very excited. Their faces were full of joy. Celestial Saint Lord, you are my idol. Come, let me worship you. Brother Pure was the most mischievous. The moment he appeared, he scared Celestial Saint Lord. After all, Brother Pure was a first-step celestial god, while the Celestial Saint Lord was only a fourth-step celestial god. In front of a first-step celestial god, the Celestial Saint Lord was naturally weaker. Furthermore, the Celestial Star's Sacred Master did not know Qin Shao and the others. He only knew about Qin Shao. Qin Shao stepped forward and said, Junior Qin Shao greets Senior Celestial Saint Lord. Junior Chong Feng, the current Palace Master of the Infernal Palace, greets Senior Celestial Saint Lord. Chong Feng also quickly stepped forward and bowed. Brother Pure, Shi Jian, and the others also stepped forward and bowed. Seeing Qin Shao and the others, hearing them call him Senior, and introducing him as a disciple of the Infernal Palace, the Celestial Saint Lord's eyes were brimming with tears. He was so excited that his body trembled. For a moment, he was speechless. In terms of strength, he was not the weakest here. However, he was still below average. Furthermore, Qin Shao was here, but they all respectfully called him Senior. The feeling of being respected was something that he had not felt for tens of millions of years. After a long while, the Celestial Saint Lord finally calmed down a little. Good. You are all the pride of the Nine Provinces world, the pride of the Infernal Palace. I never thought that I would be able to see such a scene before my death. This life is truly worth it. Haha, I'm really glad that I'm still alive. I'm really glad. Especially you, Your Highness Qin Shao. Our Nine Provinces world, being able to reach this level today, is all thanks to you. In such a short period of time, you have already reached this level. You're truly a blessing to our Nine Provinces world. Qin Shao smiled and said, Big Brother Celestial Saint Lord, there is no need to be so courteous. We are all people of the Nine Provinces world, and we are all from the Infernal Palace. Here we are all one family. We should all be as close as brothers. In the future, we will all call each other brothers. There is no need to call me senior or junior. There is no need to call me your highness. In terms of seniority, Big Brother Celestial Saint Lord is the most senior here. In the future, you will be our big brother. You could just call us little brothers. No, no, no. How can that be? The Celestial Saint Lord immediately became fearful. He was only a fourth-step divine spirit. He was very weak. In front of someone like Qin Shao, how could he dare to call himself Big Brother? Eternal Wind also said, Big Brother Celestial Saint Lord, there's nothing wrong with it. We are all calling each other brothers. Qin Shao is now the leader of our 9 provinces world. Whatever he says, we will do. Speaking of which, you have always been our idol. We have all been influenced by your radiance. Calling you Big Brother, I feel that we have profited. Haha, that's right. Big Brother Celestial Saint Lord, if you don't agree, then I will have to call you idol in the future. I am telling the truth. You are really my idol. When I first entered the Infernal Palace, I would go to your statue every few days to pay my respects. And to be honest, Big Brother Celestial Saint Lord, I have also obtained an opportunity that you left behind. Speaking of which, you could be considered half a teacher to me. I am really taking advantage of you by calling you Big Brother. Brother Pure said, under everyone's circumstances, the Celestial Saint Lord could only accept this. However, it was still a bit awkward. It was fine with Brother Pure and the others, but with Qin Shao and Shi Jian, it was very strange. There was no way around it. In this world, strength was revered. After chatting with the Celestial Saint Lord for a while, a banquet was held to welcome the Celestial Saint Lord. The Celestial Saint Lord was only the title of Celestial Saint Lord in the 9 provinces world. In the divine world, he naturally did not dare to call himself a Saint Lord. Celestial Saint Lord also told everyone about his tragic experiences in the divine world for the past tens of millions of years. The years where he narrowly escaped death shocked everyone to the core. Indeed, they were sweating profusely for Celestial Saint Lord. In the past tens of millions of years, Celestial Saint Lord did not know how many times he had experienced life and death. He did not know how many times he had one foot in the grave. He did not know how many times he had been bullied and could only endure the humiliation. There were also a few times when he had been enslaved. If it was not for his good luck, he would have died long ago. Or perhaps he would still be a slave. This was also the experience of many divine spirits who had ascended from the source world. If one did not have any status or background, he could only rely on himself to roam the divine world. He would not know anything about the divine world. He would be like an idiot, walking freely in the divine world. Many forces liked to capture such people and make them into slaves, leading a miserable life. If there was even the slightest resistance, he would be killed directly. The cruelty of the divine world was far from what the source world could compare to. Brother Pure Chong Feng and the others were also incomparably glad that they had Qin Zhao's protection. The moment they left the source world, they came directly to the Yao Manor. Under the protection of an almighty, they were naturally very safe. Not only was it incomparably safe, but the cultivation resources were also incomparably abundant. That was why they could grow so quickly. Otherwise, they would be like Celestial Saint Lord and fall into a miserable state. They might even die. After pouring out his grievances to everyone, Celestial Saint Lord was also in high spirits. His bitter days had finally come to an end. What awaited him next was a bright future. Thinking back, it really made him sigh with emotion. All right, Big Brother Celestial Saint Lord, have you met any other ancestors of our 9 provinces world in the divine world? Qin Shao asked. Speaking of this, Celestial Saint Lord suddenly remembered something and said, Oh, right, if you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgotten. All these years, I have been looking for people of our 9 provinces world, looking for those ancestors. I really did get a piece of news by chance. It's about a junior called Qi Zhu. He said that he came from the 9 provinces world. Do you know that this Qi Zhu is from our 9 provinces world? Qi Zhu. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded. Yes, Big Brother Celestial Saint Lord. Qi Zhu is the 6th ancestor of our Infernal Palace to ascend to the Divine World. He was also the Infernal Palace Lord. He ascended 10 million years ago. It's normal that Big Brother Celestial Saint Lord doesn't know. What? He's also from our Infernal Palace. Haha, it seems that our Infernal Palace will never extinguish the Infernal Palace. TSK, TSK. So many of our Infernal Palace's divine spirits. It's really something to be proud of. Celestial Saint Lord laughed heartily, but he immediately said with a serious face, but Qi Zhu's situation doesn't seem too good. I've only heard about him, but I've never seen him before. I don't know his whereabouts. The news I got was that Qi Zhu fell into the hands of a tribe called Black Mountain Tribe and became a slave in the Black Mountain Tribe. Black Mountain Tribe, Qin Shao frowned slightly and asked, what kind of power is that? Celestial Saint Lord said, I don't know the details. I only know that it's a very powerful tribe. There are a few fourth-step heavenly gods in the tribe. Moreover, it's said that the ancestor of the Black Mountain Tribe is an elder of the Six Light sect. His status is very high and his strength is very strong. Therefore, the Black Mountain Tribe is a hegemon and no one dares to provoke them. TSK, isn't it just the Six Light sect? As long as you're in the Hidden Dragon territory, no matter what sect you're from, even if you're an almighty, you'll have to obediently submit to Qin Shao. As long as Qin Shao makes a move, no one will dare to resist. It's just a matter of minutes. Brother Pure's face was full of disdain. After saying that, Brother Pure said, let's go, Qin Shao. We'll go directly to the Black Mountain Tribe and make them hand over Qi Zhu. It's a simple matter. Why don't we just send a group of desolate land troops and directly take him back? Qin Shao waved his hand and said with a serious face, you can't act so recklessly. If you do this, I'm afraid it'll bring about unexpected consequences. What consequences can there be? Qin Shao, you're too careful. Brother Pure said. Chong Feng said, indeed, we can't act rashly. Qin Zhao's previous forceful action against Madoka has already shocked the entire Hidden Dragon territory. I believe that those powers are now afraid of Qin Shao. If Qin Shao rashly attacks the Black Mountain Tribe, they may secretly kill people to cover up this matter. We don't have any evidence, and there shouldn't be anyone who can prove that Brother Qi Zhu is there. If they secretly wipe him clean, then we won't be able to find any evidence. So what? You're going to start a massacre without asking any questions? Chapter 649. Then what should we do? Do we have to be sneaky? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing for us? Brother Pure curled his lips and said, this was indeed the case. Qin Shao was the border ambassador and the manager of the Hidden Dragon territory. He had the supreme power of life and death in his hands. If Qin Shao gave an order, no one would dare to disobey. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If the Black Mountain Tribe was afraid of being angered by Qin Shao, they would take the risk and directly erase everything. After all, Qi Zhu was just a nobody. Once this kind of thing was erased, it would be very difficult to find out. If there was no evidence and Qin Shao directly attacked the Black Mountain Tribe, it would probably cause some criticism. Of course, Qin Shao was not afraid of this kind of criticism. He was just worried about Qi Zhu's safety. Nothing was more important than this. Qin Shao thought for a while and said, I can only do this in person. I will go to the Black Mountain Tribe to check and see if I can find Brother Qi Zhu. If I can find him, I will save Brother Qi Zhu first and then slowly settle accounts with the Black Mountain Tribe. It won't be too late. Everyone nodded. This was the only feasible way now. This was the best way. With Qin Zhao's strength, naturally, he could quietly check the Black Mountain Tribe. After confirming the rescue plan, Qin Shao immediately set off for the Black Mountain Tribe. The others stayed in the Jojo continent to wait for the news. Since Qin Shao went in person, they naturally did not have to worry. In the northern edge of the Horn Territory, there was a star field occupied by a powerful tribe, the Black Mountain Tribe. The strength of the Black Mountain Tribe could definitely be ranked in the top 50 in the entire Horn Territory. Although it was not a top force, it was still very good. The Black Mountain Tribe was very large. It was famous for a large number of black mountains in its territory. The Black Mountains were rich in precious ores, which could be used for refining weapons. The most important industry of the Black Mountain Tribe was refining weapons. Mining and refining had become the Black Mountain Tribe's industrial chain. Therefore, the Black Mountain Tribe also liked to capture some slaves to work for them. Because of this, the Black Mountain Tribe even set up an army to capture slaves. Their mission was to capture slaves everywhere and buy slaves in large quantities. To the Black Mountain Tribe, no amount of slaves was enough. In the endless Black Mountain, the Black Mountain Tribe had only mined less than 1/1,000,000th of it. The Black Mountain was definitely a fertile territory. If it were not for the deterrence of the ancestor of the Black Mountain Tribe, the Black Mountain Tribe would have been devoured by other tribes long ago. The endless number of people from the Black Mountain were in the hundreds of millions of mine shafts, as if they had formed a huge spider web. The deep mines were filled with wails and screams. The air was filled with the smell of death, and there was even a strong smell of blood. It was as dark as a bottomless abyss. The uniformed Black Armor Legion had a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. They possessed supreme majesty. As long as there was even the slightest bit of resistance, the slaves would be mercilessly beaten or even beaten to death. Even a 4th-step deity slave could not withstand such torment. The god spirit slaves in the mine had been tortured beyond recognition. They looked miserable and even terrifying. Walking in the virtual realm, naturally, no one could discover Qin Shao. Not to mention the Black Armor Legion at the deity level. Even the Almighties would find it difficult to discover Qin Shao. Seeing the horrible scenes in the mines, and even seeing slaves being beaten to death with his own eyes, Qin Shao's anger was ignited and burned endlessly. However, Qin Shao also knew that this was the cruel reality. This was a common situation in the deity realm. It was too normal. After all, this was the law of survival in the universe. What could he do even if he was angry? He could wipe out the Black Mountain Tribe, but the universe was so big. How much could he control? Moreover, this kind of natural law had existed since time immemorial. It was the foundation of the world's order. If he really wanted to forcefully destroy it, it would be tantamount to defying the heavens. He searched the mines one by one, but he did not find Qi Zhu. Even when Qin Shao secretly searched many slaves' souls, he did not find anything. It took Qin Shao 3 months to search the entire Black Mountain Tribe, but he did not find anything. What's going on? Big Brother Tianxing said that Big Brother Qi Zhu was in the Black Mountain Tribe. But why can't I find him? Could it be that there was an accident? Qin Shao could not help but frown. The news from Tianxing was from millions of years ago. Now, that millions of years had passed, this kind of thing was really hard to say. This was also what Qin Shao was most worried about. As long as Big Brother Qi Zhu was still alive, everything would be easy to handle. The problem was that Big Brother Qi Zhu could not hold on for millions of years and would not be able to withstand the torture and die. Once a deity died, there was no chance for him to be resurrected. Millions of years were extremely long for an ordinary deity. There were too many things that could happen, so Qin Shao had always been worried about this kind of thing. Qin Shao carefully searched the entire Black Mountain Tribe, but he could not find him. With Qin Zhao's strength, there would definitely not be any mistakes. If he could not find him, then there was definitely no deity. Qin Shao told Tianxing and the others about the situation here. After Tianxing and the others learned about it, they sighed helplessly. This was the only news that Tianxing knew about an ancestor of the 9 continents world, but the situation was not good. It was really a very sad thing. Since he could not find him, Qin Shao no longer suppressed the anger in his heart. He directly locked onto the chief of the Black Mountain Tribe. This was a 4th-step deity But no matter how strong he was, in Qin Zhao's eyes, he was just a slightly stronger ant. Qin Zhao quietly landed in front of the chief of the Black Mountain tribe. This sudden change caused the chief of the Black Mountain tribe to suddenly change his expression. His eyes were gloomy and sharp as they stared at Qin Zhao. "Well, fourth-step deity, who are you? How dare you trespass into my Black Mountain tribe? What are your intentions?" The chief of the Black Mountain tribe asked coldly. At the same time, he secretly issued an order for all the fourth-step deities of the Black Mountain tribe to gather. The Black Mountain tribe had developed for 10 billion years. Although it could be said that the Black Mountain ancestor had contributed to it, it could not be denied that the Black Mountain tribe itself was relatively strong. The Black Mountain tribe had more than 100 fourth-step heavenly deities, not to mention an extremely powerful Black Mountain ancestor. Not only was the Black Mountain ancestor powerful, but he also held an important position in the Hexstar sect. His status was extremely high, so there were naturally no forces that dared to provoke the Black Mountain tribe. However, today a fourth-step deity had actually trespassed into the Black Mountain tribe. This truly infuriated the chief of the Black Mountain tribe. This was simply disregarding the dignity of the Black Mountain tribe. If it was an almighty being, then so be it. However, a fourth-step deity dared to do this. Did he really not take the Black Mountain tribe seriously at all? As soon as the chief of the Black Mountain tribe finished speaking, the fourth-step deities had already rushed over. Powerful auras descended, surrounding Qin Zhao. Moreover, the number was rapidly increasing. However, Qin Zhao did not pay any attention to the fourth-step deities. Instead, he coldly looked at the chief of the Black Mountain tribe and said, "I only want to ask you something. Answer me truthfully, or your Black Mountain tribe will definitely be bathed in blood today." Bathed in blood in the Black Mountain tribe? What kind of tone was this? When the fourth-step deities of the Black Mountain tribe heard this, they were naturally enraged to the extreme. How dare he? How dare he? How dare he speak so arrogantly in the territory of the Black Mountain tribe? Was he not afraid of biting his tongue? The chief of the Black Mountain tribe was even more enraged. He said with murderous intent, "I've seen people with courage and insight, but I've also seen people like you who have gone too far. How dare you challenge the dignity of the Black Mountain tribe? That's a capital offense. I don't care who you are. Don't even think about leaving here alive today." A fourth-step deity directly charged towards Qin Zhao and said, "Chief, there's no need to talk nonsense with this guy. How dare he? He's courting death. I'll send him on his way first." The fourth-step deity was full of confidence. He charged towards Qin Zhao aggressively. However, before he could reach Qin Zhao, he directly fell down and crashed onto the ground. He had already lost all signs of life. Dead. He was actually dead. What was going on? Such a scene caused the eyes of all the fourth-step deities of the Black Mountain tribe to widen. Their faces were filled with incredulity and disbelief. How could he have died so inexplicably? They didn't even see the person in front of them make a move. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the chief of the Black Mountain tribe couldn't understand how he had died in an instant. A fourth-step deity had died silently just like that. This was terrifying. What kind of ability was this? In fact, this was just Qin Zhao's heart power killing. With the power of Qin Zhao's current heart power, killing an ordinary fourth-step deity was naturally a simple matter. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't need to make any moves at all. He directly used his heart power to kill the fourth-step deity charging towards him. Such an action was also to shock everyone. The way the Black Mountain tribe looked at Qin Zhao also changed drastically. They knew that the person in front of them had an extraordinary background and unfathomable strength. The chief of the Black Mountain tribe restrained himself and asked with a cold face, "Sir, who exactly are you? I don't know how my Black Mountain tribe has offended you. Please be frank and speak clearly." He was already prepared to ask the ancestor for help. If there was any danger, he could only ask the ancestor for help. Qin Zhao said, "Millions of years ago, your Black Mountain tribe captured a native called Qizhu. I just searched your Black Mountain tribe, but couldn't find him. Let me ask you, What is Qi Zhu's situation in your Black Mountain tribe? I need to know everything clearly. I will use time reversal to find out. So I hope the Black Mountain chieftain will cooperate. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. When the time comes, your Black Mountain tribe will definitely be a scene of rivers of blood. What? We've checked out the Black Mountain tribe. When the Black Mountain tribe heard this, their hearts went numb. Why didn't they notice at all? This was too terrifying. Chapter 650. Just who was this person? The hidden dragon territory didn't have that many peak fourth step heavenly gods. They all knew that there were, but they clearly hadn't seen this person before them. Regardless of who he was, just the fact that he was going to turn the Black Mountain tribe into a river of blood was enough to infuriate the Black Mountain tribe. However, Qin Zhao's forceful methods made the Black Mountain tribe's fourth step heavenly gods not dare to act rashly. The Black Mountain tribe's chief said with an unsightly expression, "Sir, could it be that you're not willing to state your name?" You. Qin Zhao glanced coldly at the Black Mountain tribe's chief. "You're not qualified for me to state my name. You only need to do as I say." That one sentence caused the Black Mountain tribe's chief's face to turn completely green. He was also a grand fourth step heavenly god with decent strength. Moreover, he was the chief of the Black Mountain tribe, someone who possessed supreme authority. However, today a fourth step heavenly god had ruthlessly stepped on his face, causing him to lose all face. He was unable to restrain his anger. However, in the face of Qin Zhao's forcefulness, he didn't dare act rashly. Our Black Mountain tribe captures countless people every year. Who knows what happened millions of years ago? As the chief, I naturally wouldn't care about such a small matter. Don't you think it's a bit laughable for you to ask such a question? The Black Mountain tribe's chief snorted coldly. Laughable. Qin Zhao's eyes immediately flashed with a cold light. He suddenly attacked with all his strength, heavily striking the Black Mountain tribe's chief's heart. Qin Zhao's heart force had long since reached the third stage. In addition to his years of tempering, Qin Zhao's heart force had long since reached the peak of the third stage. He was only a step away from the fourth stage. The fourth stage of heart force was the level of an almighty expert. Qin Zhao's heart force was enough to pose a threat to peak fourth step heavenly gods, let alone the Black Mountain tribe's chief, who was only an ordinary fourth step heavenly god in Qin Zhao's eyes. Thus, just heart force alone was enough to make the Black Mountain tribe's chief vomit blood. He knelt on one knee and looked at Qin Zhao with a pale face, his expression twisted in pain. "Chief." When the other four-step gods saw that Black Mountain's leader had been injured, they were all worried and angry. They wanted to rush up and attack Qin Zhao, but Qin Zhao glared at them. That bone-chilling gaze was too terrifying, too terrifying. As long as they were glanced at by this gaze, they immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their bodies instantly turned cold, and their backs were drenched in cold sweat. It's heart force. It's actually heart force. What terrifying heart force! The Black Mountain chief finally understood how Qin Zhao had managed to kill one of his Black Mountain tribe's fourth step heavenly gods. So it was heart force. There was actually a fourth step heavenly deity who could cultivate heart force to such a powerful level. It was truly terrifying. Cultivators of the power of the center of the universe were extremely rare. In a small place like the Horns Mansion, it was even more impossible to see it. Heart force could kill without leaving a trace, and there was no way to defend against it. Thus, heart force cultivators were extremely terrifying. If they were caught off guard, they would definitely have miraculous effects. Qin Zhao looked down at the Black Mountain chief and said, "You don't even have the power to resist in front of me. Don't look for your own death. Do you have to force me to wipe out your Black Mountain tribe? You should be able to feel my anger. If you continue to do this, then don't blame me for being rude." Boom! It was like a bolt of lightning had struck the Black Mountain chief's heart, causing him to vomit blood once more. Qin Zhao suddenly raised an eyebrow and looked into the boundless sky. A powerful figure was rapidly flying over, filled with towering fury. Seeing this figure arrive, the Black Mountain Tribe's members all became excited. The patriarch had returned. However, Qin Shao snorted with disdain. "Patriarch Black Mountain, you're back so quickly." The patriarch's fury descended. However, when his gaze landed on Qin Shao, he was truly shocked. His fury was instantly extinguished. He asked carefully, "Are you His Highness Qin Shao?" "What? His Highness Qin Shao?" Hearing this name, the Black Mountain Tribe's members were instantly dumbfounded, especially the Black Mountain Chief. His eyes widened as he stared at Qin Shao. Was it really His Highness Qin Shao? If it was His Highness Qin Shao, then it would be easy to explain. Even with his strength, he couldn't resist at all. Such strength was truly terrifying. However, why would such an important figure like His Highness Qin Shao suddenly come to the Black Mountain Tribe? Qin Shao looked at the patriarch coldly and said, "Is there anyone in the Hidden Dragon Ridge who dares to impersonate me?" In fact, the patriarch had already confirmed it. As an elder of the Six Lights sect, he naturally knew about Qin Shao long ago and had also collected some information. He was also prepared to pass this information to the Black Mountain Tribe, but he was delayed by some matters. He didn't expect His Highness Qin Shao to come to the Black Mountain Tribe so quickly. This really made him want to vomit blood. The Black Mountain Tribe's members obviously couldn't recognize Qin Shao. No, of course no one dares to impersonate His Highness Qin Shao. Moreover, His Highness Qin Shao's strength is monstrous. Who can impersonate him? I didn't send the information back to the Black Mountain Tribe in time, so these juniors didn't recognize His Highness Qin Shao. I hope His Highness Qin Shao will be magnanimous if they offended you in any way." The patriarch immediately said respectfully, "His Highness Qin Shao was someone who could kill powerful figures at will and arrest Madoka at will. He even dared to offend the Raging Dragon. How could the patriarch of the Black Mountain Tribe dare to offend him?" Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to care about these small details. He said directly, "An ancestor in my hometown was captured by the Black Mountain Tribe thousands of years ago. I just received the exact news recently. However, I checked the Black Mountain Tribe and couldn't find my ancestor. I must get to the bottom of this situation. I'll give you half a day. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, you'll have to bear the consequences." The cold killing intent in Qin Zhao's words made the patriarch of the Black Mountain Tribe shudder. He knew that His Highness Qin Shao was a man of his words. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the Black Mountain Tribe's leader, "Didn't you hear His Highness Qin Zhao's words? I'll give you 4 hours. You must investigate the situation clearly and make no mistakes." "Yes, patriarch." The Black Mountain Tribe's leader didn't dare to refute. He immediately nodded and began to arrange this matter. Since he couldn't find Qi Zhu in the Black Mountain Tribe, Qin Shao didn't need to hide anymore. "His Highness Qin Shao, please take a seat," the patriarch of the Black Mountain Tribe said carefully. Qin Shao said coldly, "No need. I'll wait here." The patriarch of the Black Mountain Tribe smiled bitterly. It seemed that His Highness Qin Shao wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. He was speechless. Why was the Black Mountain Tribe so unlucky? Why did they have to capture the ancestor from His Highness Qin Zhao's hometown? There was no way to prevent this kind of thing. After all, the Black Mountain Tribe captured countless gods every year. If they investigated the identities of the slaves before capturing them, the Black Mountain Tribe wouldn't be able to capture more than a few slaves in a year. Over the years, the Black Mountain Tribe had encountered many people who came to seek revenge. However, all of them died in the Black Mountain Tribe. This time, he didn't expect to provoke His Highness Qin Shao, a great bodhisattva. The patriarch of the Black Mountain Tribe wanted to cry, but had no tears. Under such pressure, the Black Mountain Tribe's efficiency was really good. After 4 hours, the Black Mountain Tribe's leader collected all the information. Among the slaves captured tens of millions of years ago, there was indeed a slave named Qi Zhu. However, 5 million years ago, The Black Mountain tribe's leader sold a batch of slaves with strong soul power and tenacious hearts to the Huinhu mountain lord. Qi Zhu was among them. In other words, Qi Zhu was no longer in the Black Mountain tribe 5 million years ago. The Black Mountain tribe's leader didn't know whether Qi Zhu was alive or dead now. Such a result really made Qin Shao furious. In their eyes, slaves were just commodities that could be bought and sold at will. It was hard to say what the current situation was like after being sold 5 million years ago. Such a situation really made Qin Shao furious. He couldn't wait to kill someone to vent his anger. What's the background of the Huinhu mountain lord? Qin Shao asked coldly. The patriarch of the Black Mountain tribe carefully explained, His Highness Qin Shao, the Huinhu mountain lord isn't from the Hidden Dragon territory. He's from the Lu Mountain territory. The Huinhu mountain lord is also very famous. He has a strength that's almost on the earth roll. Most importantly, he's the right-hand man of the Demon Eye Country King and has always been loyal to him. Demon Eye Country King. Qin Shao frowned slightly. The Huinhu mountain lord was just a small figure, so Qin Shao wasn't interested in knowing much about him. However, Qin Shao did know about the Demon Eye Country King. The Demon Eye Country King was very powerful. He was slightly stronger than Madoka, but slightly weaker than the Raging Dragon. However, he was still considered an extremely powerful existence. In the Lu Mountain territory, the Demon Eye Country King was considered an overlord who commanded all directions. Furthermore, the Demon Eye Country King had 2 brothers who were also very powerful. They weren't weaker than the Demon Eye Country King. These 3 brothers were definitely the supreme overlords in the Lu Mountain territory. However, the 2 brothers of the Demon Eye Country King liked to wander around and adventure in the universe secret territory. Therefore, they basically wouldn't appear in the Lu Mountain token. However, this didn't eliminate their influence in the Lu Mountain territory. Not to mention the Lu Mountain territory, even in the entire Desolate Land, there weren't many people who dared to provoke the 3 brothers. Even the Raging Dragon would have to think carefully. Even if the Demon Eye Country King comes out, he won't be able to stop me from saving people. Qin Shao snorted coldly in his heart. If God or Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. So what if he was the Demon Eye Country King? Why would Qin Shao be afraid? Sensing the thick murderous intent emanating from Qin Shao, the Black Mountain ancestor and the Black Mountain leader looked at Qin Shao carefully. Bring me to the place where my ancestors stayed in my hometown. I want to check it out, Qin Shao said coldly. Everything would be clear once he used time reversal to check. The Black Mountain leader didn't dare to hesitate and immediately brought Qin Shao to those places to check. Qin Zhao's Tao of Time had long been cultivated to the pinnacle of perfection. Turning back time was naturally nothing difficult for Qin Shao. After a careful check, Qin Shao confirmed that what he said was basically the same as the Black Mountain leader. The other party didn't dare to deceive him. However, the endless anger in Qin Zhao's heart couldn't be quelled. Chapter 651. The Black Mountain ancestor also felt Qin Zhao's terrible anger. He said fawningly, Prince Qin Shao, I rarely return to the tribe and rarely ask about the tribe's affairs. 8888 studies. This matter is indeed the fault of the people in my tribe. I will definitely deal with this matter strictly. The most important thing now is to find the Huinhu Mountain Lord and rescue the ancestors of Prince Qin Zhao's hometown. Although Huinhu Mountain Lord and I are not friends, we are at least familiar with each other. If Prince Qin Shao trusts me, I can lead the way for Prince Qin Shao to find the Huinhu Mountain Lord now. I hope that the ancestor of Prince Qin Zhao's hometown is still alive. As long as he is alive, everything will be easy. The Black Mountain ancestor's words were obviously to divert Qin Zhao's anger, so that Qin Shao would not vent his anger on the Black Mountain tribe. How could Qin Shao not understand the Black Mountain Ancestor's intention? Black Mountain Ancestor, I don't need to trouble you with such a small matter. It's just a Huinhu Mountain Lord. I can still find him. No matter who it is, as long as they hurt the ancestors of my hometown, they must pay a painful price. Qin Shao said coldly and directly rejected the Black Mountain Ancestor's good intentions. The Black Mountain Ancestor also sensed that something bad was going to happen from his cold voice. Qin Zhao's cold gaze fell on the Black Mountain tribe's chief and said coldly, I will not pursue the people involved in this matter for the time being. However, those who often tortured the ancestors of my hometown must all die. I have remembered all of them. Summon them all here. The Black Mountain tribe's chief's face stiffened, and he looked at the Black Mountain Ancestor. The Black Mountain Ancestor's expression was slightly gloomy as he nodded. The Black Mountain tribe's chief could only pass down the order and summon all the people here. There are not many people involved, only slightly more than 3,000. This number of people was indeed nothing to the Black Mountain tribe. The people who were summoned all stood there trembling. They were puzzled. What was going on? Why were all the important figures of the Black Mountain tribe gathered here? Even the old ancestor had returned. Did something big happen? Everyone's eyes quickly fell on Qin Shao. Who was this man? How could the ancestor be so respectful in front of him? Are there real bodies and avatars here? Qin Shao asked coldly. The Black Mountain leader nodded and said, Yes, they are all here. Qin Shao also believed that the Black Mountain leader wouldn't dare to lie to him about this matter. Therefore, he swept his gaze across and sent out his heart force to attack everyone's minds, instantly wiping them out. They didn't even know how they died. In fact, Qin Shao didn't need to confirm if these people's true bodies and avatars were all here. This was because Qin Shao could directly kill them from afar through karma. Karma obliterated them. No matter how far away they were, they couldn't avoid it. To Qin Shao, these people were far too weak. Qin Zhao's karmic obliteration was completely capable of doing so. After dealing with these people, Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the Black Mountain leader again. The Black Mountain leader stood there expressionlessly. Today was the most aggrieved day in his life. However, in the face of Qin Shao, he didn't dare to resist at all. He could only wait for his punishment. Those unimportant people are dead. They're just small figures. They can't bear the crime of torturing the ancestors of my hometown for 5 million years. This crime had to be borne by someone. You are the leader of the Black Mountain tribe. Everything big and small in the Black Mountain tribe is decided by you. Therefore, you must take responsibility for this matter, Qin Shao said coldly. When the Black Mountain leader heard this, his expression immediately turned ugly. Let him take responsibility? He was very angry and aggrieved. The Black Mountain leader could only look at the old ancestor for help. The old ancestor's face also darkened slightly. Your Highness Qin Shao, what do you want me to do? The Black Mountain leader gritted his teeth and asked. Qin Shao said bluntly, It's very simple. If your original body and clone die as an apology, I can temporarily not pursue the matter of your Black Mountain tribe. However, if the ancestors of my hometown die in the hands of the Huinhu Mountain Lord, I won't let this matter go so easily. Therefore, you'd better pray that the ancestors of my hometown are fine. What? The Black Mountain leader only felt his vision turn black. He felt terrible, as if he had been struck by lightning. He actually wanted his original body and clone to die as an apology? Didn't that mean that he was completely dead? He, the Black Mountain leader, had lived for so many years. How could he be willing to die just because of sentence from someone else? However, in the face of the extremely powerful Qin Shao, the Black Mountain leader didn't have the slightest strength to resist. He could only look at the old ancestor for help. The old ancestor said, Your Highness Qin Shao, you have killed many people. As the saying goes, those who don't know are innocent. Don't you think you've gone too far? Those who don't know are innocent, so you can kill the innocent. Don't you need to take responsibility? Your Black Mountain tribe has captured countless slaves over the past tens of billions of years. For such a heinous crime, I can even destroy your Black Mountain tribe. I only want your Black Mountain Tribe's leader to die as an apology. That's already good enough for your Black Mountain Tribe. What, old ancestor Black Mountain? Do you really want to force me to kill? Am I too nice to you? Do you think I'm easy to deal with? If I, Qin Shao, want to kill, do I need to give you so much nonsense? Old ancestor Black Mountain, don't forget your status. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to kill yourself. Otherwise, your Black Mountain Tribe will cease to exist. Qin Shao didn't hold back at all. He was extremely domineering. A terrifying, murderous aura spread out and froze thousands of miles of territory. The old ancestor Black Mountain's expression became strange and ugly. The turtle's face turned black, but he couldn't say a word. In front of Qin Shao, he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. If Qin Shao wanted to kill, how could he stop him? Qin Zhao's domineering aura made everyone suffocate. Old ancestor, the Black Mountain Tribe's leader, was a little anxious. The old ancestor Black Mountain's heart ached, but he didn't dare to really fall out with Qin Shao. This was the border ambassador who controlled the life and death of the Hidden Dragon territory. To put it bluntly, if he really wanted to destroy the Black Mountain Tribe, he had a reason. After all, wantonly capturing slaves was also against the rules of the Desolate Land's divine palace. Qin Shao was enduring enough now. The main thing was that Qin Shao wanted to save Qi Zhu as soon as possible and didn't want to waste too much time and energy here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let it go so easily. Do as His Highness Qin Shao says, the old ancestor Black Mountain said gloomily. The Black Mountain Tribe's leader's face was ashen as he walked toward despair. Since the old ancestor had said so, he had no hope of surviving now. He could only die. If he didn't die, his Black Mountain Tribe would be implicated. Therefore, he had no other choice but to apologize with his death to protect the Black Mountain Tribe. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being unlucky. The Black Mountain Tribe's leader's original body and clone had been destroyed. Through karma and destiny, Qin Shao confirmed that the Black Mountain Tribe's leader was indeed dead. After that, Qin Shao left directly. Although Qin Shao was sent away, the dark clouds above the Black Mountain Tribe didn't disperse because of this. If Qi Zhu died, Qin Shao would probably come back to kill him. The old ancestor Black Mountain's expression was extremely ugly. After Qin Shao left, he vented his anger crazily. After leaving the Black Mountain Tribe, Qin Shao first sent the news to Big Brother Tianxing and the others. At the same time, he checked all the information about the Huanhu Mountain Lord through the Divine Palace's intelligence department of the Desolate Land. With Qin Zhao's current status, it was naturally very convenient for him to check some ordinary information. Very soon, very detailed information was sent back. After reading the information that was sent back, the anger on Qin Zhao's face intensified. This Huanhu Mountain Lord is really an evil person. He really doesn't shrink from any evil. He cultivates evil techniques and specializes in collecting human souls to cultivate his secret technique. The Huanhu Mountain Master cultivated an extremely evil ultimate skill. However, it was extremely evil. If he wanted to cultivate this ultimate skill successfully, he would require the nourishment of countless souls. Since it specialized in absorbing the souls of humans, it was only natural that he would have to kill countless people. The Huanhu Mountain Lord carried the lives of countless people on his back. He was full of evil. Qin Shao was indeed very angry with such a person. If he encountered him, he would kill him without hesitation. The Huanhu Mountain Lord's original body had always stayed in the Demon Eye Empire under the protection of the Demon Eye Country King. As for his clone, there were very few traces. It had always been traveling in the universe and cultivating in dark places. It was definitely not easy to catch his clone. The main problem now was that Qin Shao wasn't sure if Qi Zhu was with his original body or his clone. If Qi Zhu was with his original body, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. After all, if he touched the Huanhu Mountain Lord, he would definitely attract the attention of the Demon Eye Country King. Although Qin Shao wasn't afraid of the Demon Eye Country King, it wouldn't be easy to capture the Huanhu Mountain Lord with the protection of the Demon Eye Country King. It would be best if Qi Zhu was with his clone. That way, it would be much easier to find his clone. After analyzing the information from the Desolate Land Divine Palace, Qin Shao concluded that there was a 90% chance that Qi Zhu was with his clone. However, the information from the Desolate Land Divine Palace didn't manage to find the exact location of the Huanhu Mountain Lord. They only found a place where he had appeared 1,000,000 years ago. However, that place was 1,000,000 years ago and shouldn't be there anymore. Without a specific location, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person in the vast universe. There was no way to find him. Therefore, Qin Shao could only buy information from the Heavenly Court Island. The Heavenly Court Island was known to be the best in the universe in terms of information. No other faction could compare to the Heavenly Court Island in terms of information. The Heavenly Court Island's philosophy had always been that as long as you could afford it, you could buy any information. As long as you could afford it, you could assassinate anyone. In other words, as long as you could afford it, you could even kill the Lord of the Desolate Land Divine Palace. Of course, no one would be able to afford this price. However, it was theoretically possible. The Heavenly Court Island had always followed this philosophy. Therefore, no faction could compare to the Heavenly Court Island's reputation in this aspect. Since the information from the Desolate Land Divine Palace wasn't detailed enough, Qin Shao could only buy information from the Heavenly Court Island at a high price. This information wasn't cheap at all. It cost Qin Shao 2,000,000 divine gems. Of course, this amount of divine gems was nothing to Qin Shao now. After paying the deity crystals, the Heavenly Court Island quickly sent over all the detailed information about the Huanhu Mountain Lord. The efficiency of the Heavenly Court Island was really high. Chapter 652. After checking the information from the Heavenly Court Island, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. Chaotic Abyss. Qin Shao didn't expect that Mountain Lord Hun Lake would run to such a dangerous place. The Chaotic Abyss wasn't in the Divine World. It was in the endless dark ocean. However, it was close to the border of the Divine World and not too deep. Even so, it was out of the Divine World's range. The endless sea of darkness was filled with endless danger. As for this nightmare abyss, it was a dangerous place with a rather large reputation. Moreover, the chaotic abyss was filled with a chaotic aura that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Therefore, those who weren't evil wouldn't be willing to step into it. Moreover, the chaotic abyss itself was extremely dangerous. Without a bit of strength, one wouldn't dare to casually enter. Otherwise, one's life would be in danger. For example, if some almighties knew their place and stayed in their own territories, they wouldn't be in any danger. Most of the almighties would die in such adventures, especially those who were ambitious enough to enter dangerous places in the universe, such as secret realms. It was very easy for them to lose their lives there. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. This was the principle. If one fought well, he would reap great rewards. If one didn't, he would lose his life in there. Some almighties had lived for too long. If they didn't fight, they would feel that life was very boring. Moreover, they could cultivate clones to fight. Although it would be painful to lose a clone, it wouldn't be fatal. Clones could be cultivated back. Therefore, the longer the almighties lived, the crazier they would be. Even a fourth-step heavenly god like Mountain Lord Hun Lake dared to fight like this. However, Mountain Lord Hun Lake was indeed nearing the end of his life. He probably wanted to fight for a chance to become an almighty. As the saying goes, if you don't go crazy, you won't survive. Mountain Lord Hun Lake, you really dare to run. However, according to the information, you're only at the periphery of the chaotic abyss. With your strength, you wouldn't dare to go too far. Qin Zhao's eyes turned gloomy. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive. If it was within the boundaries of the God realm, Qin Shao would not hesitate at all. No matter how dangerous the place was, he would still dare to take a risk. Since Mountain Lord Hun, who dared to charge in? How could Qin Shao not dare to? However, once they left the border of the God realm, Qin Shao had no choice but to be careful. After all, his current identity was too sensitive. He was now a peerless genius of the Temple of Desolate Land, so he would definitely be targeted by some forces in the dark. Gem and Greenleaf had specifically warned him not to rashly leave the God realm. At the very least, he had to become a higher being before he could go out and explore. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Qin Shao was a rare genius, and the divine palace of the Desolate Land treasured him very much. Naturally, they would not allow Qin Shao to take such a risk. Within the realm of the gods, as long as Qin Shao was in danger, all she had to do was ask Master Qingye for help, and Master Qingye would rush over in an instant. However, it would be different outside the realm of the gods. Most importantly, Qin Shao was now in his original body. If anything were to happen to his original body, Qin Shao would vomit blood. Qin Zhao's original body was not as strong as his clone. His original body was still in the 7th of the Nirvana 9 transformations, and he did not have a primal chaos ancient beast with him. His ability to survive was much weaker than his clone. When venturing into dangerous places in the universe, survival skills were the most important. Therefore, Qin Shao could not help but hesitate. If something were to happen, he would not even have the chance to regret. If it were just his clone, it would be fine if he died. However, his original body could not afford to risk it. The road ahead of Qin Shao was obviously very difficult. Let's go for it. After hesitating for a while, Qin Shao gritted his teeth and made up his mind to go for it. Mountain Lord Hun, who will probably stay in the Hunhu Valley to cultivate for a long time. He will not leave easily. If I don't find Mountain Lord Hun Hu as soon as possible, the chances of Big Brother Qizhu surviving will be lower. Although it is possible that Big Brother Qizhu has already met with misfortune, I will not give up easily before I get definite information. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will fight. I must fight. In the worst-case scenario, I will ask Master for help. Master should be in the endless sea of darkness all this time. Master also told me that no matter where I am, I can ask him for help. He will rush over immediately. After preparing for the worst-case scenario, Qin Shao did not have any more misgivings. Qin Shao did not tell Chang Feng and the others about this matter in detail. He did not want them to worry. Qin Shao did not inform anyone. After making his decision, he directly headed towards the Hunhu Valley. The Hunhu Valley was very far away. Qin Shao used a full 100 years to travel before he finally arrived at the edge of the Hunhu Valley. From afar, he saw the Hunhu Valley towering in the endless sea of darkness. Just by looking at it from afar, one would feel a sense of muddle-headedness. It would make one's heart tremble and not dare to approach. What a terrifying and dangerous place. However, just a trace of aura was enough to make Qin Zhao's heart tremble. It was enough to show how terrifying the Hunhu Valley was. The depths of the Hunhu Valley were a place that even experienced almighties did not dare to rashly enter. If it were not for saving Big Brother Qizhu, Qin Shao would definitely not take the risk to enter such a dangerous place. There is no need to add danger to himself. Looking at the terrifying Hunhu Valley from afar, Qin Zhao's eyes were cold and incomparably firm. Come on, let me see how dangerous this Hunhu Valley is. It just so happens that I have also reached a bottleneck. Perhaps some dangerous oppression will allow me to gain a great harvest. Qin Zhao's clone was trapped in the ancient divine palace. If he did not have a great breakthrough, it was obviously impossible for him to walk out of the ancient divine palace. Then, he would only be trapped there forever. In that small universe, there was no way to save him. Shua! Qin Shao turned into a stream of light and rushed into the Hunhu Valley without hesitation. Not long after Qin Shao left, A small, almost transparent figure emerged in the void. It was as small as a caterpillar, but it was actually able to avoid Qin Zhao's detection and secretly monitor Qin Zhao without being discovered. From this, one could see how terrifying its concealment ability was. The little caterpillar issued a sinister sneer. Qin Zhao, you are really bold. You actually dared to leave the divine realm alone and enter the Hanhu Valley. Humph, you are courting death. You can't blame anyone. Our Dark Death Legion has been watching you. Don't you know that you are now ranked 3rd on the assassination list of our Dark Death Legion? Killing you will be a great merit. Ha ha ha. I have to report this news quickly. I should be able to receive a great merit. After laughing, the little caterpillar drilled into the void again and disappeared. Its appearance and disappearance did not cause a trace of spatial fluctuation. It could be seen how good its control of space was. In the depths of the endless sea of darkness, in the depths of a universe secret realm, there was a towering palace hidden. It was an ancient palace. It was protected by many formations. Even if an almighty came in person, they might not be able to discover it. Even if they could discover it, they would not have a way to go in. In a secret room of the palace, a life form with 2 long horns on its head and a height of 30 meters sat there cross-legged. Its whole body emitted an extremely sinister and terrifying aura, like a peerless demon. Every move, even a glance, was enough to scare people to the point of pissing their pants. His tightly shut eyes abruptly opened, emitting an extremely cold light. A sinister smile immediately appeared on his face. Qin Zhao of the Desolate Land Shrine, ranked 3rd on the assassination list of my Dark Death Legion. I didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. The heavens are really helping us. Humph, since Qin Zhao has the guts to come out and die, my Dark Death Legion will not be worthy of its reputation if I don't take your life. After sneering, the horned life form sent a voice transmission. Soon, 2 figures walked out of the void. One of them was obviously an almighty of the Netherworld race. The Netherworld race was recognized as the race best at assassination in the universe. They were born with the advantage of assassination. The other was a slender man covered in strange scales. His appearance was very sinister and terrifying, and his whole body was extremely cold. As long as one got close to him, a bone-chilling aura would surge over. Ordinary beings would not dare to get close to such an aura. One touch and they would die. The 2 of them were obviously powerful beings with great experience. Moreover, they were both very good at assassination. The horned life form smiled and said to the 2 of them, Shadow, Dong Xiaoyang, I'll give you a chance to make a great contribution. Qin Zhao of the Desolate Land Shrine has entered the muddy abyss. Hurry up and kill him. This is his true body. Once you kill him, you'll make a great contribution. This opportunity is hard to come by. As soon as the horned life form finished speaking, Shadow laughed disdainfully and said, Captain M.O. Wu, I think I'll loan him enough to deal with a mere 4th step heavenly god kid. There's no need to trouble Dong Xiaoyang to accompany me. It's just a small contribution, and we have to split it equally. That's not worth it. Let me go alone. Shadow Almighty, what's the meaning of this? Why should I let you go alone? Can't I go alone? Why should I let you snatch all the good credit? Dong Xiaoyang was very unhappy and immediately said. Shadow glanced at Dong Xiaoyang, but he did not get angry. Instead, he smiled. Because I'm stronger than you, and my assassination skills are better than yours. I have more confidence in completing this mission than you do. Bullshit. If you have the ability, then let's compete right now. I want to see what ability you have to dare spout nonsense in front of Captain M.O. Wu, cursed Dong Xiaoyang furiously. The M.O. Wu regiment waved his hand and snorted coldly. All right, stop arguing. I've said it very clearly. The 2 of you go together. Don't fight. This Qin Zhao is our Dark Death Legion's 3rd assassination target. There's no need for me to say how important he is. This opportunity is hard to come by, so you have to make sure nothing goes wrong. There can't be the slightest loss. If there's any mishap, you should know what the consequences will be. I believe in your strength, but don't be too careless. That kid's strength is not ordinary. Although he's ranked 35th on the Earth ranking, according to our intelligence, his strength is extremely likely to be at the level of the top 20. You don't have much of an advantage with your strength, so don't be too careless. Otherwise, you'll fail miserably. Chapter 653. This damn place really isn't a place that ordinary people can stay in. It's so gloomy, and the aura makes people muddle-headed. It's really unbearable. Eight studies. Oh, after entering the murky abyss, Qin Xiao didn't know how many times he frowned. It was really very uncomfortable to walk in it. If a weaker person were to come in, they would probably be killed by the muddle-headed Qi and become a walking corpse. Qin Xiao had spent a large sum of money to buy information on the muddy abyss from the Heavenly Court Island, especially the information on the periphery. With the support of the detailed information, Qin Xiao was able to avoid some dangerous areas and smoothly found the hiding place of the Huanhu Mountain Lord according to the information provided by the intelligence. This was a dark valley. It was located in a very remote location. Moreover, there were frighteningly dangerous restrictions all around. There was only one relatively safe way to reach this place. If they tried to force their way in, even a powerful being with a little bit of experience might die in there. Qin Xiao entered it smoothly. She entered the ethereal extent directly and used the ethereal extent to conceal her aura. Walking in the virtual realm was Qin Xiao's current unique skill. He could easily avoid some small dangers. In the depths of the valley, there was a gloomy devil altar that was filled with a gloomy aura. It was like a black waterfall that spiraled above the devil altar, making it look like purgatory on earth. Inside the black waterfall, countless skulls were flying around at an extremely fast speed, letting out mournful cries that made people's scalps tingle and their hearts turn cold. In addition to the countless skulls, there were also numerous souls. These souls had not died, and they were all emitting angry, cursing, and pained cries. It was especially eerie and terrifying when mixed together. It was incomparably strange. Anyone who saw this scene would feel their scalp go numb. This was simply the image of hell on earth. Peerless, evil, and ferocious. It made people unable to suppress the anger in their hearts to gush out. What a great Huanhu Mountain Lord. He's really evil to the extreme. In order to pursue strength, he actually resorted to such unscrupulous means and massacred countless living beings. This is a heinous crime that cannot be forgiven. Qin Xiao was incomparably furious. Huanhu Mountain Lord stood in the center of the hell on earth, controlling the scene of hell like a great demon king. He was cultivating an ultimate demonic technique, an ultimate technique that could cause harm. He even felt that he could use this technique to succeed in the Tao unification stage and step into the realm of a powerful being. He was very close to the end of his life. He had less than 100 million years left. Therefore, he had to be crazy. He had to disregard everything and use any means. No matter how small the chance was, he would give it his all to try. You. And shrill cries came from the mouths of those souls, sharp and ear-piercing. Qin Xiao walked in the mirage and approached Huanhu Mountain Lord. However, Huanhu Mountain Lord did not notice him at all. Among the endless souls, Qin Xiao's gaze quickly locked onto a soul. That soul was extremely strong and firm, while the other souls were cursing and howling. Only that soul remained silent and stubbornly held on. This soul was also one of the strongest souls among the endless souls. From the aura of this soul, Qin Xiao sensed a familiar aura. It was Big Brother Qi Zhu. Seeing this, Qin Xiao's heart became slightly excited. It was great that Big Brother Qi Zhu was still alive. Just by looking at Big Brother Qi Zhu's soul, Qin Xiao knew that Big Brother Qi Zhu had probably experienced endless pain and torture over the past 5 million years. Just thinking about it made him furious, and his killing intent was dense. However, the most important thing now was to save Big Brother Chiju. Everything else could wait. Hu and Hu Mountain Lord's cold gaze landed on Chiju's soul. His lips curled into a sinister smile. Not bad, not bad. You have persisted for 5 million years and did not even make a sound. You are a good soul that is hard to come by even in billions of years. It is rare for me to see such a strong soul energy. The stronger you are, the more useful it is to me. You can be proud that you can help me cultivate my divine technique. Continue to persist. Continue to persist. It won't be long before I refine all of you. Then I will master my divine technique and be able to reach the Tao integration stage. Hu and Hu Mountain Lord was extremely excited. He was very close to the Tao integration stage. This was something that he had been looking forward to for so long. Finally, he was about to take a substantial step forward. How could he not be happy? At this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. A figure walked out of the mirage and grabbed Chiju's soul. Who is it? Hu and Hu Mountain Lord's expression changed abruptly. He was furious. He had been ambushed without knowing it. Moreover, the moment the figure appeared, it had grabbed the strongest soul out of all his souls. This had ruined his plans. Such an unforeseen event infuriated Mountain Lord Hun Lake to no end. His furious roar shook the heavens as he glared fiercely at the figure that had walked out. How dare you snatch my soul? Are you tired of living? After Qin Shao rescued Big Brother Chiju's soul, he kept it in his inner world. He would explain to Big Brother Chiju later. Now was not the time. Fortunately, the rescue went smoothly. Now that he had rescued Big Brother Chiju, nothing else mattered. Qin Shao walked out of the mirage and stared coldly at Hu and Hu, Mountain Lord with killing intent. Hu and Hu Mountain Lord, you have cultivated an evil technique and killed countless people. You have committed heinous crimes. Do you know your crimes? Know his crimes? Primal Lake Mountain Lord coldly snorted. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you question this Mountain Lord's sins? You really don't know your place. Die for me." Hu and Hu Mountain Lord's anger had reached its peak. He immediately charged towards Qin Shao. Qin Shao was already filled with murderous intent to begin with. Hence, he did not waste any time and immediately attacked. He unleashed the full power of the 7-star sword technique and suppressed Hun Lake Mountain Lord with its mighty might. What absolute art is this? How can it be so terrifying? Who is this person? How can he be so strong? When Qin Shao attacked, Hu and Hu Mountain Lord was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this person a little too strong? Before Qin Zhao's sword aura, he felt as weak as an ant. He did not have the slightest ability to resist. All of his strength, all of his moves, all of his unique skills, all of them seemed so weak and laughable in front of his sword aura. How could this be? How could he be so strong? This person was definitely in the top 100 of the Earth ranking. The top 100 of the Earth ranking were all big shots. Hu and Hu Mountain Lord immediately panicked. He hurriedly said, "Stop. Sir, please stop. I have never met you before. I don't know how I have offended you. Please tell me." Hu and Hu Mountain Lord was indeed depressed. He did not know Qin Shao at all. Furthermore, he had been cultivating in seclusion all these years. He did not walk around the divine world. Naturally, he did not offend anyone. However, how did he offend such a powerful fourth-step heavenly god? However, Qin Shao did not stop. He slashed down with his sword and forced Hu and Hu Mountain Lord to use all of his defensive techniques. However, he still could not withstand the might of Qin Zhao's sword aura. Hundreds and thousands of bloody wounds appeared on his body. His divine body was also destroyed by 30%. He was in an extremely sorry state. He did not have the slightest ability to resist. The two of them were not even on the same level. The difference was too great. Hu and Hu Mountain Lord looked at Qin Shao in horror. He begged for mercy again. "Sir, please stop. Let's talk things over. Let's talk things over." Qin Shao did not continue to attack. He was confident in Hu and Hu Mountain Lord's confidence. Even if Hu and Hu Mountain Lord asked for help, Qin Shao was confident that he could kill Huanhu Mountain Lord before his reinforcements arrived. Indeed, Huanhu Mountain Lord was stalling for time. On the other hand, his original body had already gone to seek help from the demon I Nation King. Qin Shao also knew what Huanhu Mountain Lord was thinking. However, he did not care. As the saying goes, one should die in peace. Sir, you want to kill me without any hesitation. You should at least give me a reason. Huanhu Mountain Lord said once again. Qin Shao looked at Huanhu Mountain Lord coldly and said, "Don't think that stalling for time will work. Today, this clone of yours will definitely die. If you want a reason, I can let you die in peace. The soul that I just saved was an ancestor from my hometown." What? An ancestor? How could a native slave have such a powerful descendant? Who exactly was this person in front of him? How could a native be so powerful? Huanhu Mountain Lord analyzed carefully and immediately guessed who the person in front of him was. You are His Highness Qin Shao. He knew most of the geniuses in the top 100 of the Earth ranking. Qin Shao was the only one who had risen recently. Moreover, he was also a native. Naturally, it was easy to guess who he was. Qin Shao did not comment and said, "All right, you know what you need to know. Now you can die. Killing your doppelganger is just a temporary interest. I will definitely kill your true body as well. Even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I will not let you go." Huanhu Mountain Lord's face turned completely black when he heard Qin Shao's words. Not only did he want to kill his clone, but he also wanted to kill his original body. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. All he did was buy a slave. How did he provoke such a powerful figure? Naturally, he had heard of Qin Zhao's deeds. Even Madoka had fallen in his hands. Was there anything that he did not dare to do? Huanhu Mountain Lord felt a sense of despair when faced with Qin Zhao's threat. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, your shoes will get wet. Sensing Qin Zhao's killing intent, Empty Hun Lake Mountain Lord was extremely terrified as he said, "Your Highness Qin Shao, I didn't know anything about this. If you have something to say, please talk it over. This matter is indeed my fault. I hope that your Highness Qin Shao will give me a chance." "Humph, I won't give you a chance. A person like you who has committed heinous crimes should not be allowed to live in this world. You should just die." Qin Shao snorted coldly. He did not waste any more words as he immediately attacked and killed the Hun Lake Mountain Lord. However, at this moment, a voice rang out in Qin Zhao's mind. "Your Highness Qin Shao, I am the ruler of the Demon Eye country. Please be magnanimous and do not kill my subordinate, Huanhu Mountain Lord. If there is anything, we can talk nicely. Calm down first." This was clearly the voice of the ruler of the Demon Eye country. Chapter 654. However, Qin Shao turned a deaf ear to the Demon Eye King's words. She acted as if she had not heard the Demon Eye King's voice at all. She immediately attacked and killed the clone. "Oh no, King! Save me! Save me!" Seeing that Qin Shao had ignored the Demon Eye King's words and still wanted to kill him, Mount Hun Lake was extremely terrified. He hurriedly called for help and tried his best to escape. However, how could he escape in front of Qin Shao? His strength was not bad and was close to being on the earth roll. Among the fourth-step heavenly gods, he was considered an extremely powerful figure. He was also one of the top heavenly gods in the Lu Mountain territory. However, such a powerful figure was extremely weak in front of Qin Shao. Their strength was not on the same level. Naturally, he could not resist at all. Not to mention him, even an ordinary almighty would not have the slightest ability to resist in front of Qin Shao. If Qin Shao wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing a dog. Amidst the despair, Mount Hun Lake died under Qin Zhao's sword. "You," the Demon Eye King's voice rang out in Qin Zhao's mind again. However, this time it was filled with anger. "Did you not hear what I said?" The angry voice was questioning. Qin Shao curled his lips and sneered. He replied, Demon Eye King, am I very close to you? It seems like this is the first time we are talking. We have not even met before. We are complete strangers. Why should I listen to you? Why should I give you face? The people that I, Qin Shao, want to kill are people who must die. Even death cannot wipe out their crimes. No one can save him. I will make it clear today. I will not let Mount Hun Lake's original body live for long. If the Demon Eye King does not want to be my enemy, then you better not be Mount Hun Lake's protector. Oomph. The Demon Eye King was not angry. Instead, he laughed sinisterly. Even from a distance, one could feel the endless anger of the Demon Eye King. No one can threaten me or anger me. Even if my subordinates are in the wrong, I should be the one to punish them. No one should even think about touching my subordinates. Since the Demon Eye King was so unfriendly, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't be courteous to him in the slightest. He fiercely retorted, "However, I've already killed Mountain Lord Hun Hu's clone. The next step will be his true body. If the Demon Eye Nation King felt that he had the ability, he could continue to protect them. However, if I, Qin Shao, want to kill someone, I will definitely kill him. I will never let him go." Ha ha. Qin Shao, you sure talk big. Do you really think that just because I called you Your Highness, you're someone important? Do you think that being a disciple of the Desolate Land's Divine Palace makes you so great just because you're ranked 35 on the Earth leaderboard? No matter how heaven-defying you are, you're just a fourth-step heavenly deity. You don't have the qualifications to call me that. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you are a sealed member of the Desolate Land Temple. If you provoke me, I will let you know the meaning of the word regret. The Demon Eye King was so angry that he laughed. His word were laced with a strong sense of threat. The Demon Eye King did indeed have the confidence to say this. The Demon Eye King's reputation was much greater than Madoka's. Furthermore, he had two powerful brothers. If the three of them worked together, even the Raging Dragon would have to give way. Not to mention the Desolate Land's Divine Palace's territory. The Demon Eye King and his brothers were extremely famous even in the entire God Realm. Not many people dared to provoke the three brothers. Then we'll see. Qin Shao coldly replied and ignored the Demon Eye King. When killing someone who deserved to be killed, Qin Shao didn't care about any obstacles. Although Qin Shao didn't have much confidence that he could directly kill his way into the Demon Eye Kingdom and kill Mountain Lord Hun Hu, as the saying goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. Qin Shao had plenty of time to wait for an opportunity. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shao released Qi Zhu's soul. Qi Zhu looked at Qin Shao blankly. His face was expressionless. For the past 10 million years, he had suffered too much pain and torment. He didn't know who the person who saved him was or why he saved him. However, he felt an indescribable sense of familiarity from the person in front of him. It was a sense of intimacy. It was like a resonance that came from the depths of his heart. Big brother Qi Zhu. Qin Shao was slightly excited as he called out. Qi Zhu was the last ancestor of the Infernal Palace who ascended to the God Realm before him. He was also a peerless genius. When Qin Shao was in the Infernal Palace, he also admired Qi Zhu a lot. He didn't expect that he would save Qi Zhu now. It was truly a miraculous thing. Hearing Qin Shao call him Big Brother Qi Zhu's heart trembled. He didn't know how long it had been since someone called him by his name, let alone calling him Big Brother. Such an affectionate voice caused his eyes to moisten slightly. After 10 million years of torment, he, who had lived in pain, now saw a warm light. "You're a junior from a 9-provinces world?" Qi Zhu asked with uncertainty. Qin Shao smiled and nodded. "That's right, Big Brother Qi Zhu. I'm a junior from the 9-provinces world and a disciple of the Infernal Palace." A disciple of the Infernal Palace? Hearing this, Qi Zhu became even more excited. The Infernal Palace was a very distant memory to him. For a moment, Qi Zhu's mood couldn't be any better. He laughed wantonly, as if he wanted to vent all the pain that had been suppressed in his heart for 10 million years. Good. My Infernal Palace has finally produced an outstanding junior. At such a young age, your strength has already reached such a high level. A fourth step heavenly deity. You're really amazing. After cultivating for so long, I'm only a second step heavenly deity. I'm really ashamed. Qi Zhu applauded. In front of Qin Shao, he was indeed somewhat ashamed. No matter what, he was still a senior. However, his strength was far inferior to Qin Zhao's. Moreover, he was saved by Qin Shao. Qin Shao said, "Big brother Qi Zhu, let me reconstruct your divine body first." Qi Zhu nodded gratefully. Many thanks. Qi Zhu was only a second step heavenly deity. Thus, it wasn't difficult to reconstruct his divine body. Qin Shao happened to have some materials that could reconstruct a divine body. Therefore, Qi Zhu's divine body was quickly reconstructed and restored to his original appearance. He was no longer just a soul. Looking at his body, Qi Zhu was very satisfied. This was because the divine body he had created was much stronger than his original body. This made him admire Qin Zhao's ability even more. After Qin Shao introduced himself, Qi Zhu learned of Qin Zhao's name. "By the way, Qin Shao, how did you know about me?" Qi Zhu asked curiously. He was captured by the Black Mountain tribe tens of millions of years ago. He was a slave in the Black Mountain tribe for 5 million years. Later, he was sold by the Black Mountain tribe to the Huanhu Mountain Lord. Since then, he had been in a soul state until now. Logically speaking, no one should know about him. However, Qin Shao found him and saved him. This really puzzled him. Qin Shao said, "Big brother Qi Zhu, this is a long story. Let's leave this place first. When we return to my residence, I'll slowly tell you the details. At the same time, I'll introduce some people to you." Introduce some people? Qi Zhu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the people of the 9 continents world and other people had gathered together? Thinking of this, Qi Zhu was really looking forward to it. His heart was filled with excitement. This was something he had always been looking forward to. He originally thought that his life was over. He didn't expect that he would be rescued one day. Life was really full of wonders. You never know what will happen in the next second. There is nothing more wonderful in life than this. Okay, just as Qin Shao was about to take Qi Zhu away, his heart suddenly became alert. He felt a sense of danger. Not good, not good. Qin Shao felt danger in his heart. He didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately put Qi Zhu into his inner world and directly entered the ethereal extent. Just as Qin Shao entered the ethereal realm, a strange light suddenly shot out from the void. A shadow quietly walked out and unleashed a powerful attack. This attack was enough to easily obliterate an expert with a little bit of experience. A black area appeared in the void as a result of this sword strike. The shadow walked out and frowned deeply. Where is he? Wait, did he enter the ethereal extent? The shadow immediately understood. He must have entered the ethereal extent. That was why he couldn't find him. Moreover, this method was very powerful. Humph, do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the ethereal extent? The shadow swept his eyes and quickly determined a rough location. He attacked with a sword attack. It carried a supreme destructive power that swept through the sky. It was incomparably cold and filled with killing intent. The sword attack froze 10,000 worlds and cut through 10,000 years. The universe's firmament suddenly dimmed. What a powerful sword attack. What a powerful strength. This is definitely an extremely powerful expert. The Netherworld race are all natural assassins. They're very good at assassination. Such a powerful expert came to assassinate me. If my vigilance wasn't strong enough, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to dodge that sword attack. Fortunately, I have the Mirage True Body. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. Walking in the ethereal extent, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. As he walked in the ethereal extent, he used all his strength to parry. However, the opponent's strength was really too strong. He was even stronger than him, so Qin Shao didn't dare to meet force with force. He only used the ethereal extent to dodge. However, he had just mastered the Mirage True Body. He hadn't cultivated it to a high level, so he couldn't completely hide in front of an Ing. He would still be seen through. Who are you? Why do you want to assassinate me? Qin Shao asked with a cold snort. And Ing sneered and said, "If you want to know, go ask the king of hell. You're not even an almighty, yet you dare to leave the god realm without permission. You're seeking your own death. You can't blame others. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's too easy for us. Brat, come and die." And Ing chased after Qin Shao. Even if Qin Shao walked in the ethereal extent, he couldn't shake off his pursuit. Again and again, Qin Shao was at a disadvantage. He was suppressed. Fortunately, he relied on his mirage true body to resist. If he didn't have his mirage true body, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. Chapter 655. Qin Shao had been warned by Master Qingye not to leave the realm of the gods easily, at least not before he became an almighty. 8. Study. Although the realm of the gods seemed to be getting along with the Yao realm, Nether realm, and Abyss demon realm on the surface, that was not the case in reality. There was still the possibility of assassination for the peerless geniuses of the realm of the gods. Qin Shao had considered this problem before, but he felt that as long as he was careful and ended the battle quickly, he should be fine as long as he returned to the realm of the gods immediately after rescuing them. After all, he had always been very careful, and most of the time, he walked in the mirage, so it was not easy for others to discover him. Moreover, the muddy abyss was not far from the realm of the gods. However, he didn't expect that someone would come knocking on his door so quickly. It would be too late to ask Master Qingye for help after leaving the realm of the gods. But the situation was still good, and it had not reached the point of despair. It was obvious that the Dark Death Legion had underestimated Qin Shao's strength. But speaking of which, if he did not have the Mirage true body, Qin Shao would have been forced to ask for help immediately. Master Qingye would not have been able to make it in time. The only thing Qin Shao could rely on was his master, Red Dust Guest. "Well, kid, looks like you've cultivated the top secret technique of the Desolate Land's Holy Palace, the Mirage True Body. It's close to the top 10 secret techniques. I didn't expect you to be so capable in such a short time." Shadow frowned slightly. He was not happy that he had not been able to hurt Qin Shao after several attacks. He was an almighty who was extremely skilled in assassination, but he had not been able to take down Qin Shao. This made him feel very embarrassed. Shadow, I knew you were not very capable. You just had to fight with me to make the first move. Don't you think it's funny that you can't even take down a fourth step heavenly god, kid? I told you to let me do it," Dong Xiaoyang said mockingly. And Ying's expression was sinister as he said, "If you have the ability, then do it yourself. Didn't you boast that you could take him down alone? Why do you need my help now? Then beg me. If you beg me, I can consider it," Dong Xiaoyang said with a gloating look. And Ing was so angry that he attacked Qin Shao crazily. Qin Shao didn't want to fight. He used his ethereal true body to walk in the ethereal world and escape quickly. However, Ying's speed was extremely fast. Qin Shao wanted to escape, but she couldn't. Qin Shao had a speed-type absolute art, Luminous Feather. However, this speed-type absolute art was very ordinary after all. Even though Qin Zhao's space-time Dao had been cultivated to the pinnacle of perfection, he still couldn't shake an Ing, who was extremely good at speed. "Hee kid, do you think you can run away? You want to compete with me in terms of speed? You're still too far away." An Ing mocked. In terms of cultivation realm, Qin Shao was far inferior to an Ing. Hence, he was naturally at a disadvantage in this aspect. Moreover, Qin Shao also felt that there was an extremely powerful aura in the dark that hadn't made a move all this while. This terrifying aura also posed a great threat to him. If the two of them attacked at the same time, the situation would be even worse. "No, I can't continue fighting. I must escape. Otherwise, I won't be able to withstand it. What kind of force thinks so highly of me that they actually sent two such powerful almighties to assassinate me?" Qin Zhao's heart was filled with bitterness. The moment he walked out of the divine world, he encountered an assassination attempt. The situation before his eyes was also very bad. Qin Zhao's defense ability wasn't considered strong. If he had the same defense ability as his clone, then he would have some confidence. Even if he had to forcefully hold on, it would be enough to hold on until help arrived. However, the defense ability of his original body was indeed a little weak. He didn't dare to take it head-on. For a moment, Qin Zhao really felt that he didn't have the strength to resist. Fortunately, Qin Zhao could always walk in a mirage. Although Ying's power could enter the mirage, it was also weakened by a lot. Hence, the power that actually attacked Qin Zhao wasn't too terrifying. Otherwise, Qin Zhao would have been powerless to resist. The unique skill of the mirage true body was that powerful. Having a powerful unique skill was a kind of protection. If it was the 10 great unique skills, as long as one could completely master one, he would basically be in a place of immortality. Unless the existence of a sovereign realm personally made a move, otherwise, even the top almighties wouldn't have much of a chance to kill him. If Qin Zhao could cultivate the mirage true body to the perfect realm, then once Qin Zhao entered the mirage, Ning wouldn't even have the chance to find him. Then, he would be able to completely trample on Ning. Having an absolute art was a form of protection. That was why the absolute art was so precious. The 10 great unique skills were also extremely rare. Even a peerless figure like Yi Juanhe hadn't been bestowed with one of the 10 great unique skills. Damn it, this mirage true body is really worthy of its reputation. It's really powerful. My power is weakened by at least half when it enters the mirage. If that wasn't the case, I would have taken this kid down long ago, and Ning cursed inwardly. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. He had thought that he could easily take down Qin Zhao, but he hadn't expected that he wouldn't be able to do so after so long. He had even been mocked by Dong Xiaoyang several times. It was really detestable. Even so, after being attacked by Ning more than 100 times, a trace of blood seeped from the corner of Qin Zhao's mouth. Ning, it's been more than 100 rounds. Can you do it or not? If you can't, just say the word. I'll clean up this mess for you. Fortunately, this kid is very arrogant and didn't directly ask the Desolate Land's Divine Palace for help. Otherwise, with your speed, reinforcements would have arrived. If the overlord of the Desolate Land's Divine Palace comes, we won't be able to escape, Dong Xiaoyang mocked again. Ning gritted his teeth and said, "Don't make sarcastic remarks. It's easy for you to say that. Look at the big picture. This kid has the mirage true body. It won't be easy to kill him in a short time. Come and join forces with me. Let's end this quickly to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. This kid has probably been forced into a corner by me. I'm afraid he's already asked the Desolate Land's Divine Palace for help. If we don't act quickly, once the overlord of the Desolate Land's Divine Palace arrives, we'll have to bear the consequences." However, Dong Xiaoyang didn't act immediately. Instead, he continued to tease, "If you want me to act, then beg me. As long as you beg me, I'll help you immediately. You're the one who boasted. Don't blame me. You." Ning was furious. However, he also knew Dong Xiaoyang's character. If he didn't lower his head, the other party might not act and just watch from the sidelines. Ning could only grit his teeth and say, "All right, Dong Xiaoyang, I beg you." "Ha, that's more like it. I've said before, you're not as strong as me. You just had to snatch this credit from me." Dong Xiaoyang was extremely pleased. After laughing wantonly for a while, he attacked. Not good. Qin Zhao immediately sensed that the Almighty who had been hiding in the dark had made his move. A terrifying and cold power rushed over, instantly sealing the void. What terrifying power! Even Qin Zhao, who was walking in the mirage, felt his heart tremble. The situation was very bad. Did he really have to ask his master for help? Qin Zhao clenched his teeth and made his final decision. However, he didn't want to ask his master for help yet. "I'll go all out." Qin Zhao clenched his teeth and attacked with all his strength to meet the attacks of the two. Fortunately, he had the ethereal plane to weaken his opponent's power. Even so, the combined power of the two of them was absolutely terrifying. Uft. Qin Shao spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was a little distorted. He was really forced into a desperate situation. Qin Shao desperately ran towards the depths of the chaotic abyss. He couldn't care less about how dangerous it was in the depths of the chaotic abyss. He had no other way out. Yes, he wants to escape into the depths of the chaotic abyss. Does he think he can escape like this? Kid, you can't escape. Hand over your life. Don't resist. The two weren't afraid of the depths of the chaotic abyss. They were almighty who had experienced many dangers. As long as they didn't go too deep, they were confident that they could survive. Qin Shao walked in the mirage. It was difficult for the two to stop Qin Shao from escaping. They could only chase him all the way. Qin Shao didn't have much strength to fight back now. Every time they clashed, he would suffer some light injuries. If this continued, he would soon die at the hands of the two. Ning and Dong Xiaoyang chased and killed all the way. Qin Zhao's situation was very dangerous. Qin Zhao's eyes were filled with coldness. He had previously purchased detailed information on the chaotic abyss. Therefore, he swiftly searched through the information to see if there was a suitable place for him to hide. Yes, Death Valley. Soon, Qin Shao found an extremely dangerous place. According to the information provided by Heavenly Court Island, Death Valley was definitely an extremely dangerous place in the chaotic abyss. It could be seen from the name. Chapter 656. If he had to make a choice, Qin Shao would rather choose the latter. Although entering Death Valley was also a hopeless situation, at least he wouldn't die immediately, nor would he die in the hands of others. Moreover, no matter how ominous Death Valley was, even if those who entered had no way of coming out alive, Qin Shao didn't feel that he couldn't come out alive. Anything depended on human effort. No matter how dangerous a place was, it was only rumored to be dangerous. Even if it was something that no one could do, Qin Shao didn't feel that he couldn't do it. This was a kind of confidence and also a kind of pride. Forget it, I'll just fight. If I fall into a dangerous situation and ask Master for help, at least I won't be so embarrassed. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and quickly came to a decision. He would go all out. Since he had made his decision, Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all and directly rushed into Death Valley. After all, he was walking in the mirage. It wouldn't be so easy for the two to chase after him. If he wanted to hide, he could still hide for a short time. Not good. Quickly stop him. He wants to rush into Death Valley. How can we stop him? He's walking in the mirage. We can't stop him at all. This guy is crazy. He even dares to rush into Death Valley. How is this different from courting death? This guy's been forced into a desperate situation by us. He'd rather die in Death Valley than die in our hands. However, if we were to choose, I'm afraid we'd also choose this path. Don't say so many useless things. Hurry up and kill him. Ning and Dong Xiaoyang sensed Qin Zhao's intention. The two of them attacked with all their strength, wanting to kill Qin Shao. However, even if they attacked with all their strength, it was easier said than done to kill Qin Shao. Qin Shao was walking in the mirage. The two of them could only roughly sense Qin Zhao's location, but they couldn't be sure. If they were given time, they would naturally be able to kill Qin Shao. However, it was naturally impossible to do so in such a short period of time. After Qin Shao received 3 attacks from the two, he rushed to the edge of the Death Valley and was about to enter the Death Valley. As for Shadow and Dong Xiaoyang, they stopped and didn't continue their pursuit. Qin Shao didn't hesitate, or rather, he didn't have a choice. He could only enter Death Valley without hesitation and rush indirectly. As soon as Qin Shao entered Death Valley, a monstrous aura of death surged over and enveloped him. The aura of death spread out from the depths of Qin Zhao's soul, causing people to involuntarily feel fearful for no reason. This feeling of fear arose spontaneously, and it was very difficult to control. What a terrifying aura of death! Qin Shao couldn't help but shudder as soon as he entered. He rarely felt this kind of fear. Just by relying on this perception, Qin Shao was able to determine that this place was extremely dangerous. It was definitely not a safe place to enter. If it wasn't for the fact that Shadow and Dong Xiuyang were guarding outside, Qin Shao would have left without hesitation. He felt that if he stayed here any longer, the possibility of death would greatly increase. The death qi spread out, causing a great sense of fear in people's souls. It would make people not want to stay here any longer. Outside, Shadow and Dong Xiuyang couldn't help but frown. They were the top assassins in the Dark Death Army, assassins full of credibility. As long as they accepted a mission, there was no mission that they couldn't complete. This time, the two of them joined hands to take action, but they didn't expect that something unexpected would happen. It really made them lose face, and they were very angry. Shadow, it's all your fault. If you didn't insist on dealing with it alone, things wouldn't have ended up like this. If you let me take action at the beginning, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. Dong Xiuyang grumbled. Shadow said with a cold face, "Don't say such things in hindsight. I know how capable you are. Do you think you can do something that I can't do? Now isn't the time to brag. We should think about what to do about this matter. This concerns our vital interests. I don't want to be punished because of this mission." Dong Xiuyang rolled his eyes at Shadow and said, "Do you think I want to? The first time I worked with you, you actually made the mission end up like this. What do we do now? This is Death Valley. Do we have to rush in too?" "Rush in." Shadow swept a cold glance at Dong Xiuyang and said, "If you have the confidence to rush in, then go ahead. You could take all the credit. I won't rush into a place of certain death like Death Valley. Who knows how many powerhouses have died in there. I won't be stupid enough to throw my clone in for a mission." Dong Xiuyang said coldly, "Forget it. Then we'll wait outside for the time being. Logically speaking, this kid should be dead for sure after entering Death Valley. Our mission is to kill him. As long as he's dead, then we'll have completed our mission. Let's wait and see first. If it doesn't work, then we'll pay a price to get Heavenly Court Island to check whether this guy's original body is dead or not. As long as he's dead, then everything will be done." Shadow nodded and said, Then that's the only way now. There's no other choice." In Death Valley, Qin Shao looked around seriously. Although he had sensed the terrifying aura of death the moment he entered, it was still good that he hadn't encountered a terrifying attack the moment he entered. At least he was still alive. The surroundings were dark and gloomy, empty. There was basically nothing here. It was vast and gloomy, like the scene of the end of the world. It was as terrifying as the Nine Hells. Qin Shao looked back and was surprised to find that the entrance he had just entered was gone. What was going on? The entrance was gone. How was he going to get out? If he couldn't get out, then he would be trapped here until he died. Qin Shao carefully sensed his surroundings. This was a completely independent space. Perhaps only a ruler had the power to forcefully break through it. With Qin Zhao's current strength, that was impossible. I wasn't attacked as soon as I entered, and the entrance was gone as soon as I entered. It seems that this place isn't as I imagined. However, Death Valley is infamous. Since it's called Death Valley, there's naturally a reason why it's so terrifying. No one who enters has ever left alive. Although I can't see any place of certain death for now, it definitely won't be that simple. Perhaps there's a frightening test inside. Since he had entered, he could only give it a try. There's someone. Qin Zhao's heart went on alert. His gaze sharpened as he looked over. Sure enough, he saw a figure walk out of the void. As soon as this figure walked out, Qin Shao felt the void tremble slightly. It was as if this space was afraid of his terrifying strength. Qin Shao only took a glance before he was hit hard by a peerless sharpness. It was very uncomfortable. So strong, so strong. I'm definitely no match for him. With just a glance, Qin Shao had a very strong feeling that he was definitely no match for this person in front of him. This was a gray-robed life form. It wasn't human. Judging for the characteristics of its body, Qin Shao didn't know what race it was. There were too many races in the universe. There were too many to count. Moreover, Some races had long gone extinct. Some were destroyed. Some were hidden and hard to find since ancient times. Therefore, there was no way to count the countless races in the universe. Qin Shao only casually learned about some of them. Only the bigger and more famous races in the universe would know about them. The gray-robed life form in front of him was definitely an almighty at the level of a 7-star great emperor. It might even be stronger. If it was a little stronger, it would be an almighty at the level of the heaven roll. The almighties in the heavenly roll all had extremely powerful means. They were all extremely powerful and powerful. They were all ancient giants who could dominate a region. Another foreign being walked out. This was a foreign being with a very strange appearance, but his aura was even more powerful than the one before. Although Qin Shao didn't know how powerful the almighty at the level of the heaven roll were, he felt that the second alien race life form should be close to the level of the heaven roll. How could one be stronger than the other? There are only a few almighty at the level of the heaven roll. How could there be one here? Another alien race life form walked out. Each one was stronger than the previous one. At least that was what Qin Shao felt. 8 almighty existences walked out. When the last golden-robed man walked out, Qin Shao suddenly felt that the whole world was completely dark. His mind was also blank. It was as if he had been ruthlessly attacked. So strong, so strong. This almighty could definitely be ranked at the top of the heaven roll. Not to mention the top 10, he was definitely in the top 20. Almighties who could be ranked in the top 20 of the heaven roll were the top almighties. They were peerless existences. How could there be so many terrifying almighties here? Qin Shao had seen the heaven roll before, but he didn't see these people in front of him. These people weren't on the heaven roll at all, but more than half of their strength was at the level of the heaven roll. What was going on? Any one of them could easily defeat Qin Shao. These people's eyes also fell on Qin Shao with interest. There was no lack of playfulness in their eyes, as if they were looking at a toy. Being sized up by these almighties, Qin Shao felt like he had been stripped of everything. It was as if he had no secrets left. What a terrifying look. What was going on here? How could there be 8 such powerful almighties here? Could it be that if he wanted to get out alive, he had to defeat these 8 almighties? How could this be possible? Not to mention the 8 almighties, even the weakest one here, could easily defeat Qin Shao. Once these 8 people joined forces, perhaps even the number 1 on the heaven roll might not be able to defeat them. There was no way to fight at all. Could it be that this was how Death Valley got its fierce reputation? No wonder it was said that those who came in had no way to get out alive. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if they could get out alive. Chapter 657. 8 sharp gazes were like peerless swords as they sized up Qin Shao. Just their gazes alone were enough to destroy a person. 8 study, 8. Although he was in a desperate situation, Qin Shao was still able to maintain his calm. He clenched his teeth and looked at the 8 people. The 8 people did not immediately attack, so Qin Shao wondered if there was still a chance for him to survive. What did these 8 people want? Qin Shao bowed to the 8 people and said, "Seniors, this junior was chased by the Netherworld race and the demon race together. I had no choice but to barge into this place. It was not intentional. I hope you can forgive me." However, the 8 people seemed to have turned a deaf ear to Qin Shao's words. They did not hear him at all. How could a 4th-step heavenly deity barge into this place? That's right, old 6. Do you remember how long it has been since a 4th-step heavenly deity barged into this place? I don't really remember. It's been so long. Who would want to remember something that happened so long ago? It's been a few 100 trillion years. A 4th-step heavenly deity is too weak. How dare he barge into our Death Valley? He really doesn't know his place. That's right. How can we play like this, Big Brother? Why don't you say something? The one called Big Brother by the others was clearly the last life form to walk out. However, this life form should be from the human race. He was dressed in golden clothes and was clearly incomparably majestic and powerful. The golden-clothed Almighty's gaze was indifferent. He looked at Qin Shao like a huge dragon looking at a small earthworm. In his eyes, Qin Shao was simply a little fellow not worth mentioning. Old 8, you go and deal with him. A mere fourth-step heavenly deity. Lower the test to the lowest. However, the result will be the same. Those who entered will not be able to leave. Hurry up and deal with him. After that, we'll go back to sleep. The golden-clothed Almighty said. The one called Old 8 was the gray-clothed Almighty who came out first. He was from a foreign race and had a somewhat strange appearance. However, those eyes that were emitting a dark light were clearly especially deep and serene. It was as if they could devour a person with just a glance. He looked at Qin Shao as if he was looking at his prey. Boy, I don't care how you got in here. Since you're here, you're going to die. Qin Shao raised her eyebrows slightly and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, Die? I heard that there's a test. Qin Shao understood from the words of the golden-clothed mighty figure that was not an absolute dead end. There was also a test. It seemed like this place was not ordinary. There was a test here. The gray-robed expert laughed and said, Yes, you can call it a test, but you won't be able to pass anyway. You'll die anyway, so it doesn't matter to you. You can only blame your bad luck for barging into this place. After all, you're just a fourth-step celestial god. But then again, if you're not a fourth-step celestial god, even if you're ranked first on the heaven ranking, you won't be able to leave alive. Fortunately, you're a fourth-step celestial god, so the test for you has already arrived. Qin Shao was shocked when he heard that. Even the first place on the heaven ranking had to die. How is this a test? It was simply a massacre. There was no chance at all. However, after hearing this, he felt that there was still a glimmer of hope. The fourth-step celestial god's test was reduced to the lowest level. He did not know how low it was. However, since there was a glimmer of hope, Qin Shao naturally had to fight for it. Qin Shao said, Senior, may I know how I can pass the test? Haha, Old 8, it seems that your deterrence is not enough. This boy is still fantasizing about surviving in your hands. Yes, Old 8, I think you shouldn't be so long-winded. Just finish him as soon as possible. I'm sleepy again. The gray-robed expert smiled and said, Don't be in such a hurry, brothers. It's rare for me to make a move. It's not easy for me to have some fun. Naturally, I have to have some fun. After saying that, the gray-robed expert looked at Qin Shao and said, Since you want to know, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. In fact, the test is very simple. You just need to defeat me, and that's it. This is the lowest requirement test in history. How about it? It's simple enough, right? Simple enough? Qin Shao really wanted to cry, but had no tears. If this was called simple, then there was nothing difficult about it. It was simply impossible to fight this gray-robed expert in front of him. One must know that this gray-robed expert's strength was definitely at the level of a 7-star Great Emperor. He was definitely not weaker than Great Emperor Shi Rui. How could it be possible to defeat this gray-robed expert in front of him? If he was willing to give Qin Shao time, then it might not be impossible. But the problem was that there was no time to give Qin Shao. He had to make a move now. There was no chance at all. Such a situation really made Qin Shao feel a little desperate. How could he see any hope? The gap was too big. Seeing Qin Zhao's expression, the gray-robed expert laughed again and said, Haha, boy, it's not fun to be scared. I thought you could play with me, but it seems that you can't withstand a single blow. If it's not fun, then I'm too lazy to play with you. Why don't you kill yourself? I don't have to do anything. Seeing that you have lived for less than 50,000 years, I think your strength is really not that good. However, it's extremely rare to be able to cultivate to the level of a fourth-step divine realm in more than 40,000 years. You can be called a rare genius. It's a pity that you have to die after breaking into this city. There's no other way. Qin Shao frowned slightly. His eyes were cold, and his fighting spirit was aroused. He looked at the gray-robed expert and said, Even if it's a dead end, I will open up a path that belongs to me. My life is in my own hands. Even the firmament of this universe can't stop my path. Since there's no other choice, I can only fight. Come on, senior. Although I'm not strong, I'm not a coward. I, Qin Xiao, have gone through a lot of hardships and desperate situations, but I've come through. Today, I may not really die here. I'm not strong enough, but I have a heart that will never give up. Even if I die in the next second, I won't give up. Only by fighting can I see the light. Senior, please show me your moves. Qin Zhao's fighting spirit was completely aroused. Fight! There was no other choice. The only choice was to fight. Even if it was a desperate situation, there was still a chance to get out. Haha, it's a bit interesting. Well said. That's a nice thing to say. The mighty figure in gray showed a trace of appreciation on his face. He had a bit of praise for Qin Xiao. It was indeed very good that he could have such a good mood at such a young age. However, although he admired him, the gray-robed expert still directly attacked. Boom! As soon as he attacked, Qin Xiao felt that the world was collapsing. His vision suddenly turned black. The surging power surged towards him like a landslide. The mighty power was like a magnitude 12 earthquake, shaking the entire world to the point of collapse. What a terrifying power! Just this power alone was enough to make Qin Xiao vomit blood. They were not on the same level at all. Qin Xiao gritted his teeth fiercely. Without any hesitation, he directly entered the virtual realm and exerted the full strength of the seven-star sword. The power of the true meaning of power, the power of the 9 revolutions of nirvana, and the power of many Dao powers were all pushed to the extreme. He faced the attack with full strength. This was Qin Zhao's full-strength attack. The power of this attack was equivalent to the battle strength of a powerful expert. The gray-robed expert did not use his full strength, so he was shocked by Qin Zhao's attack and took a few steps back. However, he showed a somewhat strange smile on his face. Oh, not bad. Walking in the virtual realm. It seems that you have cultivated the unique skill of the virtual realm true body. This is the unique skill of the divine palace of the desolate land. I guess you must be a disciple of the divine palace of the desolate land. There's also a very good unique skill, but the level of cultivation is a bit too low. The power is quite strong, which is rare. 3 or 4 supreme grade Daos. There should be 9 supreme grade Daos. Not bad, not bad. You have mastered so many great Daos. You can be considered a peerless genius, which is indeed rare. I'm afraid that you are one of the best in the entire universe. It seems that you are a peerless genius of the divine palace of the desolate land. Qin Xiao said, Senior, you have good eyesight. I am indeed a disciple of the divine palace of the desolate land. I have just joined the divine palace of the desolate land not long ago. The gray-robed expert laughed and said, Do you think that I will hesitate and show mercy just because you say that you are a disciple of the divine palace of the desolate land? You think too much. The more you are a disciple of the divine palace of the desolate land, the more difficult my test will be for you. I will not let you go easily. However, kid, your strength has somewhat exceeded my expectations. You are so young, but you have reached the 4th step of the divine palace. It seems that you should be in the top 20 of the Earth leaderboard. If I had known this, I would not have lowered your test to the lowest level. It seems that I have to give you a test. Hearing this, Qin Xiao smiled bitterly. However, there was no other way. The stronger he was, the more difficult it would be for the other party. If the other party was determined not to let him pass the test, it would only be possible if he could suppress the other party with his strength. However, it was basically impossible to suppress the gray-robed expert with his strength. If Qin Xiao was given time, it was still possible. However, Qin Xiao did not have time at all. In such a great battle, it was impossible to turn the situation around. However, no matter how impossible it was, Qin Xiao had no other choice but to fight. No matter what, he had to fight. Senior, this is already the limit of my strength. If Senior wants to kill me, then do it. No matter what, I will make a last attempt. Qin Xiao said. The gray-robed expert smiled and said, Boy, it seems that you are not giving up. You have a little bit of strength, but it is just a little bit. How about this? I will give you a chance to live. If you kneel down and beg me for mercy now, I will test you and lower the difficulty. Maybe you will have a glimmer of hope. Chapter 658. Qin Shao could kneel to heaven and earth, to his parents, and to his master. Promise me the most Feng Fan was a loner. It was absolutely impossible for him to kneel and beg for mercy. He would rather die. This had always been his principle and bottom line. Bottom line, it was absolutely impossible to cross the most distant hatred. Oh, you have quite the backbone. The mighty figure in gray laughed lightly. But sometimes backbone is worthless. In the end, strength is the most important thing in this world. Forget it, since the star is the most prominent. Star is the most important thing, the most is the most. Chapter 659. It was normal for a top-tier almighty like him to have a terrifying defense. Moreover, the gray-robed almighty in front of him should be his forte. Just this point alone was enough to put him in an invincible position. In terms of strength, Qin Shao was far from being a match for the gray-robed almighty. In terms of defense, the gray-robed almighty was even more terrifying. How was he supposed to fight? Under such pressure, Qin Zhao's heart force had already broken through. He'd taken an extremely difficult step, transforming and evolving. The difficulty of this step was no less than succeeding in the Tao merge. However, taking the step still wasn't enough. There is still no way for him to contend against the gray-robed Almighty. Qin Shao was only a fourth-step heavenly god, while the gray-robed Almighty was a true top-tier Almighty. The gap between their realms was simply too great. They were both top-tier Almighties. If he wanted to surpass them, how difficult would that be? Even with Qin Zhao's strength in the top 20 of the Earth leaderboard, the gap was still too great. Now that his heart force had broken through to the 4th level, Qin Shao was confident that he could enter the top 10 of the Earth leaderboard. With this ultimate move, he was confident that his strength wasn't below Yi Juanhe's. However, even with this level of strength, he was still far from being a match for the gray-robed Almighty. Only Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang, two invincible 4th-step heavenly gods, could have such a possibility. However, since the beginning of the universe era, in all of time, there had only been these two. What should he do? Was there no way out? Kid, you can only blame your own bad luck for barging into Death Valley. Death Valley has its own rules. Passing the test is the only way to survive. The test for you has already been greatly reduced. If you still can't pass, then there's nothing we can do. I'll give you another chance. Let's see just how great your potential is. The gray-robed Almighty laughed mockingly, then took the initiative to attack Qin Shao. Attack, speed, defense. No matter in which aspect, Qin Shao was suppressed by the gray-robed mighty figure. It was hard for him to breathe. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's heart force could still threaten the gray-clothed Almighty. The gray-clothed Almighty couldn't completely block Qin Zhao's heart force with his soul power. Moreover, Qin Shao could walk in the mirage, which weakened the gray-clothed Almighty's strength to a certain extent. His heart force attacks could greatly suppress the power of the gray-robed mighty figure at critical moments, making it difficult for the gray-robed mighty figure to deal with Qin Shao. Therefore, Qin Shao dodged the attacks of the powerful figure in gray again and again. 6th brother, this kid is actually pretty good. Do you think 8th brother will be at a disadvantage? One of the red-haired men asked. The one called 6th brother was a three-eyed being. He wasn't worried at all. He casually said, "He's only okay in this universe epic." In other epics, he'd be average. In this universe epic, he might not be the weakest, but he's pretty much at the bottom. Cough. Sixth brother, I know you're from a very strong universe epic. I think this kid is pretty good. It's a pity that he's entered our Death Valley. It's not up to us anymore. The red-haired being shook his head. He seemed to be a little regretful. If Qin Shao heard their conversation, he'd definitely be shocked. The red-haired being seemed to have been hit by the word sixth brother. He turned to look at the man in gold. When he saw the man in gold, the red-haired being's face immediately showed some respect. He said, "Big brother, in this universe epic, no one has been able to walk out of our Death Valley. It's rare to encounter such a good seedling. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill him like this?" The golden-robed man looked over with an expressionless face, but this calm glance caused the red-haired being to shiver involuntarily. He immediately corrected himself. "Big brother, what I mean is, I feel that this kid might not necessarily have no hope of beating old 8. The man in gold still didn't say anything. He only glanced at Qin Shao, who was desperately dodging. Seeing that the man in gold didn't reply, the red-haired being didn't dare to say anything more. He shut his mouth. The triangular-eyed being beside him laughed and said, "Seventh brother, your sympathy is getting more and more overflowing. We've lived for so long. What kind of genius haven't we seen? Among all the geniuses we've seen, this kid isn't even in the top 10. What's there to feel sorry about?" Cough. After living for so long, my heart softens. The red-haired being laughed dryly. The triangular-eyed being was slightly taken aback, but he immediately laughed. "Yes, the longer you live, the stranger you become. Actually, what's the point of living for so long? We can only stay in Death Valley and never take half a step out of here. Life after life. One wither and one prosper, one epic after another. This endless cycle is really worse than death. It's a pity that we can't even die. If I knew this, I wouldn't have made such a choice. I'd rather go through the cycle of reincarnation with my epic. It would be better than this. Speaking of which, I'm a bit envious of this kid. It's a pity that this kid is really unlucky. He's only lived for 40,000 years, and his life is going to end so soon." The red-haired being frowned slightly. "Sixth brother, do you also think this kid is going to die? What else? Do you think this kid has any chance of living? Although eighth brother is the weakest among us, this kid can't beat him." The triangular-eyed being said. Naturally, the red-haired life form knew this. There was no doubting old 8's strength. However, the red-haired being vaguely felt that this kid Qin Shao might be able to create a miracle. But sixth brother, have you noticed that eighth brother can't do anything to him? If he's just going to hide, then it won't be easy for sixth brother to kill him. At the very least, we could buy some time. His heart force really is strange and powerful. Right now, eighth brother has to use most of his energy to resist his heart force attacks. His strength is greatly reduced. This kid can also walk in a mirage. He's strange and unpredictable. He really isn't easy to deal with. The triangular-eyed being still shook his head. It's useless. It's just some minor tricks. Eighth brother hasn't even shown his power yet. Can't you see how bored he is? He wants to use this kid to stretch his muscles a bit. If eighth brother used his full strength, this kid would have died long ago. So what if he can walk in the mirage? This technique of his is only at 30% power at most. So what if his heart force is powerful? Eighth brother has lived for so long, and he's a strange being. His spiritual strength is especially powerful. Actually, boss doesn't even need to defend against his heart force attacks. He'll be able to defend against them for a while. That's enough time for eighth brother to kill him 10 times over. The red-haired being nodded. This was indeed the case. Although it was a bit cruel, it was the reality. Qin Shao relied on his heart force to dodge time and time again, but he was beginning to feel more and more strained. No matter how he walked in the mirage, he would always be discovered by the gray-robed being. In other words, he could rely on the mirage to weaken the gray-robed being's power. This was a very real benefit. "I'm rich, kid. I'm done playing with you. We've been playing around for so long. It's time to end it." The gray-robed being's lips suddenly curled into a faint smile. As he spoke, he once more charged towards Qin Shao. This time, however, was clearly different from before. This time, he carried with him a crushing force, an unparalleled might, and a boundless power. He was unstoppable, crushing everything in his path. This crushing force made Qin Zhao's mind crumble. His divine body suffered a huge impact. It was like a pile of mud facing a 12th grade tsunami. In an instant, his divine body felt like it was going to collapse. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Qin Zhao's expression changed. Naturally, he knew that the gray-robed being was going all out. Qin Shao also guessed that the gray-robed being hadn't gone all out before. It was indeed the case. Qin Shao gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to fight to the death. Whether he lived or died depended on this fight. Fight to the death. Heart force kill. Qin Shao screamed in his heart. His heart force once again surged out at full force. It was like a sharp knife, slashing towards the gray-robed being. But this time, the gray-robed being didn't care at all. It didn't have much of an effect on him. The gray-robed being ignored everything and continued to attack. He was strong and domineering. The crushing of momentum, this feeling, was like a huge rock crushing an egg. Oh no, it ignored my heart force. Is this the full strength of the gray-robed being? It is really terrifying. Qin Zhao's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He shouted that this was bad. The aura of death became very strong. It rushed into his mind like a flood. Qin Shao changed his position in the ethereal extent again and again. He wanted to dodge, but the power of the gray-robed being ignored Qin Zhao's dodging. It went straight into the ethereal extent and turned into a ferocious beast that chased after Qin Shao. Facing such a strong and terrifying power, Qin Shao couldn't dodge at all. He could only fight back with all his strength. But after one exchange, Qin Shao was beaten until he spat out blood. His divine body was on the verge of collapse. Qin Zhao's mouth was full of blood. His eyes were extremely cold. A sense of powerlessness. A pale sense of powerlessness. A sense of helplessness in the face of death. He was really going to die. If the gray-robe being attacked again, Qin Shao would definitely die. Helpless, really helpless. Qin Shao had really done his best. He had gone all out. His potential had been squeezed dry. Even a major breakthrough in his heart force couldn't reverse the situation. Everything had come to an end. Qin Zhao's heart was so firm. But at this time, he was desperate. He couldn't see any hope, even if it was only a trace. It seems that I have to ask Master for help. If it was a doppelganger, it would be fine. But this is my real body. I can't die. It seems that I thought too highly of myself. I was too careless. Qin Shao laughed bitterly in his heart and laughed at himself. Die, kid. I wish you good luck in the next reincarnation. The gray-robed being was expressionless. He attacked again. It was still unstoppable, still crushing everything, still suppressing Qin Shao to the point that he could not breathe. Life and death were decided in a flash. Chapter 660. Life and death, at that moment, would be decided with a single thought. The coldest hate takes over. This was not the first time Qin Shao had faced death, but this was definitely the closest he had ever been to it, and the most vivid feeling he had ever had. Even if Qin Shao asked her master for help at this time, she couldn't guarantee that she would be saved. Ganma Enigmo, after all, it would take time for his master to take action. However, in the next moment, he would die in the hands of the gray-robed mighty figure. Life and death in a single thought, like a ray of light from nothingness. Even if Xing Suagudiyang asked his master for help at this moment, Qin Shao did not dare to guarantee that he could be saved. Chapter 661. The golden-robed man said, "Now that you have passed our 9th Death Valley's test, you are qualified to know some basic information about Death Valley." Xinghuacha Xiwenhuaqin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, then Death Valley was not as simple as he had imagined. It seemed that there really was some big secret hidden here. He had accidentally entered this place of opportunity. Every detail of a star can be seen through even Qin Shao, who hates me the most, found out through the intelligence department of the Desolate Land's Divine Palace. Chapter 662. Somewhere in the endless sea of darkness. The last enemy in the dark palace of Star Warrior Sun Feng, the towering figure sat on the throne. Commander Mo Wu's cold eyes suddenly opened, spewing out endless coldness. Humph! A heavy cold snort came out from Commander Mo Wu's nose, shaking the dark palace violently, as if it was about to collapse. Gonka Yong's secret, not Commander Mo Wu's incomparably deep eyes, seemed to have penetrated the endless void, falling to the extreme. Chapter 663. Master Qingya nodded and continued. "Yes, that's what I meant. However, your explanation is not comprehensive. In Fiefment of Sun Diong, the test is one thing. The other is the natural law of the universe. Everything that exists must have its reasons. Although the realm of the gods has always been the strongest, we can't oppress the other realms too much. Therefore, we will give them a chance to make some small waves. Of course, these are all things hidden. The most. Chapter 664. Daoqi stayed for 3 days and then left. Zenuji after Feng Zhue sent Daoqi away. Qin Shao learned about the recruitment situation. The situation was not bad, and there were many people who came because of the fame. However, there were not many heavenly gods who had experienced the disaster. There was not a single 4th-step heavenly god, and there were not many 3rd-step heavenly gods. Feng Lung Fong Kuzinju Zhao. In terms of numbers, he had recruited more than 100,000, and this number was still rapidly increasing. Qin Shao handed over these trivial matters to Chang. Most Yang Lung Yang, however, there weren't many heavenly deities who had experienced it. There wasn't a single 4th-step heavenly deity, and there weren't many 3rd-step heavenly deities either. Chapter 665. The king of the Demon Eye Nation was a powerful being who had lived for a very long time. He possessed many powerful ultimate skills and treasures. He was extremely strong. Lonely Star and Cold Moonsheen Zhao's Big Dipper sword could not withstand the suppression of the Demon Eye King's many techniques. He had to rely on the power of the true meaning of power, the power of the 9 revolutions of Nirvana, and the power of the heavenly Tao to not be defeated directly. This brat is actually able to block my attack. His strength is really not bad. The coldest Yumi. Chapter 667. Qiju's great hatred was avenged, and Qin Zhao's fame rose again. Feng Yu had already pointed out coldly. It had only been a few short centuries since Qin Shao had killed Gugu Lingyu and Dowlord Frenzied. Qin Shao had once more slain Mountain Lord Turtle Lake right under the nose of the Demon Eye Kingdom, causing his name to shake the heavens. These two incidents naturally made Qin Zhao's reputation soar. He stood at the level of a true overlord in the universe. He was definitely at the top of the universe. A study on how to overcome a grudge Qin Zhao, who was the nemesis of Sun Qiu and Yang Ghost, had established her prestige twice. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.